Sui, who was originally attending a lecture, suddenly felt a flash of white light before his eyes and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar place. Before he could react, a torrent of fragmented memories flooded into his mind, and he realized he had crossed over. Panicked, he looked around the room. It was simply furnished with several Captain America posters plastered on the walls. Sui's heart tightened. Combining the news report on television about Stark Industries stock, he confirmed that he had truly crossed over into the Marvel Universe. At that moment, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. He looked at Sui with concern on his face. "Sui, are you all right? You fainted just now and really scared me." Sui was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized this must be the Boda's father. "Dad, I'm fine." Sui tried to keep his tone calm. Over the next few days, Sui gradually adapted to his new identity, while slowly sorting through his fragmented memories. He had initially thought the original owner of this body was just an ordinary person, but to his surprise, he turned out to be a mutant with the ability to absorb sunlight to enhance his own physical attributes. This was truly an unexpected blessing, Sui thought to himself. With this ability, his chances of surviving in this dangerous Marvel universe had greatly increased. Thus, Sui began to consciously absorb sunlight. At first, the effect was not obvious, but over time he could clearly feel his strength increasing and his reaction speed becoming faster. At the same time, Sui noticed that occasional surges of hot energy would flow deep into his body. Moreover, when absorbing sunlight, he sensed that his mutant ability might be far more complex than he had imagined. To understand the full scope of his ability, he began recalling the classification of mutants from the movies in his past life. The ranking of X-Men mutants was based on factors such as genetic mutation level, power magnitude, and ability control. The following is the classification of mutants and their characteristics. They can be roughly divided into 7 levels. 1. Omega level, the most powerful mutants capable of controlling matter and energy with unlimited potential and near immortality. Representative figures include Jean Grey, Phoenix, and Magneto. 2. Alpha level, few in number, possessing a normal appearance and powerful abilities that can be controlled at will. Representative figures include Professor X, White Queen, and Gambit. 3. Beta level, powerful abilities, but unable to fully control them. They usually have a normal appearance. Representative figures include Cyclopes, Mystique, and 4. Gamma level, powerful abilities, but with defects or life obstacles. Representative figures include Rogue and Beast. 5. Delta level, the most common mutants with weaker abilities, but controllable, possessing a normal appearance. Representative figures include Domino and Forge. 6. Epsilon level abilities are not strong, with significant physical differences from normal humans, making it difficult to integrate into society. Representative figures include Beak and Glob Herman. 7. Zeta level artificial mutants, or those whose abilities have been activated through high-tech means. Representative figures include Deadpool. Sui felt that his mutant level should probably be beta level, but his ability seemed to be continuously growing, and he himself was no longer sure what level it would ultimately reach. He sighed, deciding to take it slow. The twilight outside the window had already deepened into darkness. Sui threw himself onto the bed, but his mind was still churning. The definition of beta level was like a blurry line, yet every time his ability surged, that rising force seemed to break through that boundary. He curled the corner of his mouth, giving a self-deprecating laugh. He couldn't even figure out the boundaries of his own ability. Thinking about such things was too premature. Fatigue suddenly washed over him like warm water, soaking into a sponge, starting from the temples and gradually enveloping his entire mind. The halo of the desk lamp before him gradually blurred into a soft, warm yellow. He barely had the strength to reach up and turn it off, just vaguely thinking he'll figure it out tomorrow, as his body sank deeper into the bed with each breath. When the morning light cast long, slender patches on the floor through the gap in the curtains, Sui had already shouldered his backpack emblazoned with the Midtown High School emblem. The aroma of toasted bread wafted through the living room. His mother was tucking a carton of milk into the side pocket of his backpack. "Don't forget to borrow Lily's history notes. You missed a lot while you were sick last week." He mumbled a vague reply, his gaze drifting to the photo wall by the entrance. In the frame, a 15-year-old boy grinned, revealing his canine teeth, and the faint dark circles under his own eyes in the mirror eerily overlapped with that youthful face. When he reached the street corner, Sui suddenly stopped. A boy in a blue hoodie stood before the newsstand, his reddish-brown curly hair tousled by the wind, crumpled change pinched between his fingers, as he stood on tiptoe to reach the top shelf's Scientific American. That slightly awkward gait and those brown eyes behind the lenses that always seemed tinged with a hint of bewilderment. They were unmistakably the face that had appeared countless times on his screen. Peter. Sui heard his own voice tremble in the morning breeze. The boy whirled around the books in his arms, scattering all over the ground with a rustle. The morning light fell perfectly on his face, and Sui clearly saw the tiny third mole on his left ear, exactly matching the memory of a classmate who was always teased as a bookworm in his original Bodis recollection. You're Sui. Peter Parker's voice was lower than he had imagined. He scrambled to pick up the books, flustered. Sorry, I thought you were still on leave today. When their fingertips touched, Sui felt the thin calluses on the other's palm, like the marks left by years of holding some slender object. The milk carton in his backpack side pocket suddenly pressed against his waist. Sui glanced at the boy's slightly bulging shirt pocket, where the tip of a well-worn fountain pen peeked out. He suddenly realized that the reality of this world was seeping into his limbs bit by bit, along with the bell of the corner bakery, the blush on Peter's ears, and his own accelerating heartbeat. Let's go, Sui said, bending down to pick up the last copy of Introduction to Quantum Physics. We'll be late if we don't hurry, Parker. The morning breeze lifted the corners of their school uniforms, and the rising sun stretched their shadows long across the pavement, gently overlapping as they walked. School time always passed quickly, especially abroad. With just a few simple classes each day, the lessons ended soon enough. As the corridor flooded with the after-school crowd, and the sunset dyed the windows honey-colored, Harry's voice suddenly popped up from behind. Hey! He nudged my arm, acrylic paint from the art studio still on his burgundy knit sweater. Wanna hit the new arcade in Queens this weekend? I heard the owner managed to get an old Street Fighter machine. I was about to reply when a sudden force slammed my shoulder against the locker. The metal door let out a harsh groan. Flash Thompson blocked the way with two henchmen, his sports jacket unzipped to reveal a t-shirt emblazoned with the school team number. He had grown a bit taller since last month, standing like a wall in the middle of the corridor. His finger jabbed at the school badge on Peter Parker's chest. Parker, I heard you talked to Gwen Stacy in biology class yesterday. His laugh was like sandpaper scraping against wood. A bookworm like you worthy of being her lab partner. Harry stepped half a pace forward, the strap of his backpack sliding down his arm. Flash, don't start anything. His nails were neatly trimmed, but now they were clenched so tight the knuckles turned white. Flash snorted, suddenly reaching out to grab the strap of my backpack. My lunchbox clattered to the floor, and a sandwich rolled to the toe of his shiny basketball shoes. See that? He ground the bread slice under his toe, mayonnaise smearing a sticky trail on the tiles. Even the bread has more guts than you. Some people nearby started snickering. I stared at the stain on his sneakers, the strap of my backpack digging into my shoulder. Harry said coldly, "Take your dirty hands off him." Flash raised an eyebrow, and just then the bell for the next class blared, scattering the crowd like startled fish. He shoved Sui hard, snarling, before the teacher appeared at the end of the corridor. Don't leave after school. In the shadow of the lockers, Harry helped Sui pick up the crushed lunchbox. Don't mind that guy, he said, tossing the flattened sandwich into the trash, and pulling out his own energy bar to hand to me. He's just jealous that you scored higher than him on the last physics quiz. The setting sun was falling behind his ears, dyeing his brown curls amber. From the distant playground came the faint thud of a basketball bouncing against the court. Sui completely disregarded this minor incident that occurred on the way to school. After all, given his current strength, although he could not yet be considered powerful, he could still genuinely feel the slight enhancement he gained each day from absorbing sunlight. Therefore, dealing with an ordinary person without any special abilities was a piece of cake for him, perhaps even more than sufficient. However, what truly intrigued Sui was that he saw many characters here resembling those from the movie Marvel, with the storyline nearly identical. This wonderful coincidence made him feel a sense of familiarity, while also igniting an impulse to laugh. At that moment, Peter and Harry both asked with concern if Sui had any issues. They were evidently worried about what had just happened, fearing that Sui might have been harmed. Sui casually waved his hand to indicate there was no problem, but in his mind, he wondered if he could leverage his precognitive memories to strengthen himself. In this world, superhumans were as numerous as the stars scattered in every corner. These superhumans possessed a variety of astonishing abilities, such as manipulating flames, flying, teleporting, and more. However, this also meant that in a world filled with superhumans, one careless mistake could lead to being affected by their powers, even risking one's life. What was worse, I was not only an ordinary mutant but also had ordinary parents. In such a perilous world, both my family and I appeared incredibly vulnerable. Without particularly strong superpowers to protect myself, once I encountered conflicts between superhumans or other unexpected events, we would likely become innocent victims. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying threat looming in the future: Thanos. He was an extraordinarily powerful being who could wipe out half of the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. How could we ordinary people survive against such foes? After parting ways with Peter and Harry at the intersection, Sui decided he needed to find ways to enhance his abilities. At the very least, he had to think of obtaining something like Captain America's serum to bolster his strength, otherwise various superhuman-like monsters would soon appear, and with his current physical condition, which was just slightly stronger than an ordinary person, it was evidently far from enough. He was well aware of this, so once he returned home, he didn't even take the time to chat with his parents, but hurried back to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Sui immediately closed the door, as if fearing that someone would barge in and disturb him. He took a deep breath to calm himself down slightly, and then began to contemplate how to test his abilities. Before this, he only knew that soaking up sunlight could enhance his physical qualities, but he was entirely ignorant of the specific source and method of using this ability. It was akin to Magneto Eric from Marvel, who always believed his power was to manipulate metal, when in fact it was the manipulation of magnetic fields. The imagination of the brain often limits the manifestation of one's abilities, and Sui did not wish to fall into such a predicament. So he decided to start from the most basic level, sensing the changes in his body. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and carefully felt the warmth and energy flow of sunlight on. Gradually, he seemed to perceive some subtle changes, such as the slight tension in his muscles and the accelerated flow of blood. Next, Sui tried to extend this feeling to other parts of his body to see if he could control the flow of this energy. He concentrated his energy on his arms, imagining the energy flowing like water between his muscles and bones. After some effort, he was astonished to find that his arms actually began to warm up slightly, and his strength seemed to have increased. Sui was thrilled and continued to experiment with applying this energy to other activities such as jumping and running. With ongoing attempts and explorations, he gradually mastered some techniques and methods for using this ability. However, this was just the beginning. Sui understood that to truly harness his abilities, he would need more practice and exploration. But at least now he had taken an important step and gained a deeper understanding of his capabilities. Sui inadvertently noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever his body came into contact with sunlight, the sun-kissed areas would produce a faint tingling sensation. This sensation felt as though the sunlight was steadily infusing energy into his body, leaving him both intrigued and somewhat perplexed. However, he soon realized that because only his arms and face were exposed, the amount of sunlight he could absorb was far too limited. To experience this wonderful sensation more fully, Sui did not hesitate to strip off all his clothes and stand naked under the brilliant sunlight. At that moment, Sui suddenly became acutely aware of the changes occurring within his body. He could feel a powerful force surging forth incessantly, as if every cell in his body was exulting in joy. This marvelous sensation filled him with a numbing tingling itch. The enhancement of this power was not instantaneous but a continuous gradual improvement. With every breath and every movement, he could sense himself growing stronger. This feeling of progress was so intoxicating that he became completely immersed, losing track of time. Yet just as Sui was reveling in the exquisite sensation of power enhancement, the sun gradually set beyond the horizon. Moonlight bathed his body, bringing a hint of chill, but also reminding him that much time had passed. With the sun's disappearance, the sensation of being filled with power slowly faded away. He felt a pang of disappointment, but also began to contemplate the transformation of his abilities. What exactly was the cause of this sudden surge? Was it due to the change in the amount of sunlight exposure, or had something altered within his body itself? Sui dressed and sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought about what had happened when his parents came upstairs, knocked on the door, and called him down for dinner. Hearing the knock, Sui snapped back to reality, agreed to his parents, then opened the door and followed them to the dining table. As he slowly sat down, meeting his parents' concerned gazes, a warm current surged in his heart. His parents inquired about his recent life at school, his friendships, and any academic difficulties. Each question like a clear spring nourishing the parched soul that had lacked parental love in his previous life. Sui's eyes wandered over his parents' faces. He saw the tenderness in his mother's eyes and the kindness in his father's expression. These expressions were so unfamiliar to him, yet so deeply yearned for. He took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady, as he answered their questions. Mom, Dad, you can rest assured. I have friends at school, no difficulties with my studies, and I'm quite happy. Even though Sui had spoken well, his parents' endless admonitions continued to pour forth. In communicating with his parents, Sui felt an unprecedented warmth and reassurance. He realized that their care was not merely superficial inquiry, but genuine concern for his life. This concern made him feel no longer alone, that he had a home to rely on. Gradually, Sui's heart was filled with the warmth of family, and he resolved to protect this home and protect his family in this life. He knew that this home was the harbor of his soul, his eternal refuge. No matter how many difficulties or challenges lay ahead, he would stand firm in guarding this home and protecting his parents. After dinner, Sui dragged his weary body back to his room. As usual, he slowly climbed onto the bed and fell heavily onto the soft mattress. The weight of his body caused the bed to emit a faint sigh. Sui lay quietly, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, while his thoughts galloped wildly in his mind like untamed horses. The experiences of the past few days played out before his eyes like a movie. He took a deep breath, realizing that to survive in this perilous and challenging Marvel universe, the only way was to continuously enhance his abilities. However, how could he become stronger more quickly? This question troubled him, causing his brow to furrow tightly. Just as Sui was deep in thought, a wave of weariness washed over him and his eyelids grew heavier. Gradually his consciousness began to blur, and he slipped into a dream. In the dream, Sui found himself in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding him was a haze of mist obscuring his view of the environment. Suddenly a voice echoed in his ear, seemingly from a distant place yet strikingly clear. "Child, come quickly, we need your strength." Sui looked around in confusion, trying to locate the source of the voice. However, he could see nothing but the mist. The voice echoed in his ears, seemingly urging him to move forward. After a moment of hesitation, Sui ultimately decided to follow the direction of the voice. He cautiously made his way through the mist, his steps light, fearing to awaken this mysterious dream. As he passed through the dense fog, a familiar figure gradually came into focus. A bald man sitting in meditation. The moment Sui's gaze touched him, his mind immediately conjured the identity of the individual, Professor Charles, the founder of the Mutant School. He understood the significance of this school, which served as a sanctuary housing countless mutants who had been ostracized and feared by human society for their uncontrollable powers, providing them protection and guidance. But Sui did not immediately reveal his recognition. Instead, he suppressed the turmoil within and feigned confusion, asking, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Professor Charles did not take offense at his aloofness. His voice was as gentle as a warm sun, slowly responding, "Child, your power is far greater than you can imagine. However, right now you are like a blade without a sheath, capable of injuring others easily yet struggling to reveal its true value. I am here to help you find a way to wield this sword, guiding you to learn how to control and utilize your own power. Where should I go to find you?" Sui quickly pressed for answers, but before he could finish his sentence, Professor Charles' gentle voice came first. "Child, I will find you. Just wait for me." He wanted to ask more about power and the future, but just as his fingertips were about to touch the hem of the other's clothing, his consciousness was suddenly yanked back by a force. Sui abruptly opened his eyes, and the sky outside was already bright, morning light streaming through the curtain seams. Familiar calls from downstairs echoed from his parents, carrying the unique warmth of the morning. "Sui, come down for breakfast. After eating you still have to go to school, don't be late." The conversation from the mist still lingered in his mind, but the sight of the desk in front of him and the class schedule on the wall pulled him back to his ordinary daily life. Sui picked at the porridge in his bowl, his mind still drifting on the unfinished dream from the night before. His father handed him a fried egg, teasing with a smile. "You've been absent-minded all morning. Didn't sleep well last night?" He mumbled an "I'm fine" in response, finished the last bite, grabbed his school bag, and rushed out the door. The moment Sui stepped out of the apartment building, he saw Peter Parker standing at the intersection with his backpack on the zipper of his school jacket undone, revealing a t-shirt printed with scientific formulas. "Hey, Peter." He quickened his pace to catch up the morning breeze, gently swinging his backpack straps. "Hey, Sui." Peter smiled and handed him a perfectly wrapped strawberry candy. "We're about to graduate and start our internship. Any place in mind?" Sui peeled off the wrapper, the sweetness spreading on his tongue. He shook his head. "Not yet. I think I'll just go with the flow. Maybe an unexpected direction will come along." As they spoke, the two walked side by side to the school gate. Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, several figures suddenly emerged from behind the bulletin board. It was Thompson, his hands in his school trousers pockets, followed by 3 lackeys who looked just as cocky. They deliberately stomped, heavily blocking the pair's way. Well, if it isn't the nerd Peter." Thompson's voice dripped with mockery, and his gaze grew even more contemptuous as it swept over Sue. "Still hanging out with this softest Sue? You two are quite the pair." The moment he finished, his lackeys burst into jeers. They slowly closed, entrapping Sue and Peter in the middle, their shadows casting a pall over the morning light. Peter clenched his fists, quietly ready to cover Sue's escape if they moved. But before he could act, Thompson suddenly threw a punch at Sue. Almost by instinct, Sue raised his hand, and the moment his knuckles touched Thompson's fist, he locked onto the other's wrist. Thompson grunted, yanking his arm back with all his might, muscles straining against the air. But Sue's hand held firm like a welded iron clamp, unmoving. That seemingly slender fist of his, now gripping Thompson's hand, felt like a sharp spade driven into frozen ground. No matter how hard Thompson struggled, there wasn't a sliver of looseness between his fingers. Sweat began to bead on Thompson's forehead. As he looked into Sue's eyes, still burning with barely suppressed anger, he felt as if his fist were locked inside a solid iron lump. Thompson's face flushed a deep red. His other hand clenched so tight his knuckles went white, but he dared not throw another punch. The helplessness of being pinned by that iron grip still gripped his heart. He stared at Sue's calm gaze, swallowed hard, and finally gritted out a low growl. "You've been hiding your strength. Sue, you're just pretending to be weak." Sue's fingertips tightened slightly, and Thompson immediately sucked in a sharp breath of pain. A layer of coldness settled in Sue's eyes, but he didn't let up. "Don't mess with me or Peter from now on. Otherwise you'll be hurting more than just your hand." As he spoke, he pressed his thumb lightly against Thompson's knuckles. The other's legs buckled, nearly sending him to one knee, and the harsh words he had ready got stuck in his throat. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Sue's voice was as cold as ice. As he spoke, he abruptly released his grip. Caught off guard by the sudden release of force, Thompson stumbled back 2 steps, his back colliding with the arms of the onlookers, sparking low murmurs among the crowd. Cradling his aching wrist, he looked up and met Sue's eyes. Empty of any warmth, an inexplicable fear crept into his heart. Noticing the pointing fingers and whispers from the crowd, his face burned with humiliation. He grit his teeth, shot Sue a glare, and forced out a final threat. "You just wait." Then he pushed through the crowd and strode away, without looking back, his retreating figure radiating defeat. The 3 lackeys, seeing Thompson bolt, quickly scrambled to follow him. Peter's jaw almost hit the floor. He pointed at Sue's hand, which had yet to lower, his voice unsteady. "When did you get so strong? Last time we moved books you said your arms were sore." Sue rubbed his wrist, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I've been practicing in secret. Can't always be the soft target, right?" But a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. He had already calculated everything in his mind. If Peter awakened his Spider-Man abilities, dealing with Thompson, even 10 of him, would be as easy as squishing gummy candy. This interlude was quickly forgotten by Sue and Peter. School days always passed swiftly. The dismissal bell still echoed in the corridor, as Sue and Peter walked side by side on the stone pavement, outside the teaching building, kicking small pebbles with their shoes. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from behind, and Harry's voice immediately rang in their ears. "Hey, Peter, Sue." The 2 turned around to find Harry already at their side. Catching his breath, he got straight to the point. "Have you 2 decided on your graduation internship places?" Sue waved his hand first and said with a smile that he had no idea yet. Peter chimed in, "I plan to send a few resumes to physics labs, hoping to get more hands-on experience." Harry's eyes lit up. "Physics lab? That's perfect. My family's lab has a dedicated physics research area. If you're willing, I'll have my assistant send invitation letters tomorrow. Moreover, the physics lab is currently managed by Dr. Otto, so the 3 of us can meet often." "How convenient. Is Dr. Otto the one who proposed the nuclear fusion theory?" "Oh, I'm a huge fan of his. I've read his papers, they're brilliant. If I could work with him, that would be amazing. What do you think, Sue? We could go to the Osborne group for our internship." Harry's eyes were still bright, waiting for their response. But Sue spoke first, lightly rubbing the edge of his clothes with his fingertips. "Thanks, Harry. I appreciate your kindness, but I'd like to think about it a bit more." As soon as he said that, Peter and Harry were both taken aback. Just a moment ago, when they were talking about internships, Sue had said he had no clue. Only Sui himself knew that the impending arrival of Dr. Charles weighed on his mind like a small stone. He couldn't yet confirm the internship location, afraid it might disrupt the appointment with the doctor. Harry quickly recovered, smiling as he patted him on the shoulder. "All right, no rush. Whenever you make up your mind, just come find me. The invitations are always open for you." As he spoke, Harry pulled out 2 invitation letters with golden patterns from his backpack and handed them to Sui and Peter. "Our lab will be open for visits and learning in a few days. I've specially reserved spots for you. Don't forget to come." Peter immediately took his fingertips, tracing the lab logo on the invitation, eyes shining. "Wow, that's so cool. I'll definitely be there on time." Sui also took the invitation, pausing for a moment with his fingertips, then nodded with a smile. "Thanks, Harry. I'll remember the time." In his mind, however, he was quietly calculating. Perhaps through this visit he could gain a clearer understanding of the connection between his abilities and his physical capabilities. After parting with Harry, Peter clutched the invitation and chattered all the way from the particle collider. He wanted to see to the research bigwigs. He might encounter his pace a half-step faster than usual. Sui walked beside him, listening, while his fingers repeatedly creased the invitation in his hand. What he didn't say was that he had already been thinking about another matter. The new energy project being researched at Osborn Lab might be related to the energy fluctuations of his own abilities. If he could quietly observe the equipment data during the visit, maybe he could figure out which direction his abilities were developing and also make some preparations in advance for Dr. Charles' arrival. Just as he was thinking, the phone in his pocket vibrated lightly. He instinctively took it out, but no message appeared on the screen, so he quietly put it back. As soon as Sui put the phone back into his pocket, the screen lit up again. This time a text message from an unknown number popped up with only a brief sentence: "Friday at 3 p.m. A meet at the gate of Xavier Academy." There was no signature, but the familiar guiding tone instantly made him guess it was Dr. Charles. His fingers paused on the screen for 2 seconds, then he quietly deleted the message. When he looked up, he met Peter's curious gaze and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, should we arrive half an hour early on the visit day? Maybe we can see more then." The day of the lab tour arrived. Sui and Peter stood outside the entrance of Osborn Laboratory, gazing at their reflections in the glass door. Peter had deliberately worn a crisp white shirt and clutched a notebook, while Sui folded the invitation into his inner pocket, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the energy detection device at the entrance. Harry had been waiting at the door. Seeing them approach, he immediately waved and greeted them. Perfect timing. "Dr. Otto is here today too. Maybe we can get him to tell you about the progress of the nuclear fusion experiment." The moment Peter heard the name Dr. Otto, he tightened his grip on the notebook, his eyes lighting up like stars. "Really? I brought a copy of the paper he published last year. Maybe I can ask for his autograph." He started to rummage through his backpack, but Sui gently tugged at his sleeve to steady him. Harry smiled and patted Peter on the shoulder, then turned to lead them inside. "Don't rush. The doctor is calibrating equipment in Zone 3 right now. Let's first tour the main exhibition hall, and I'll take you over later." Along the corridor, glass display cases held miniature reactor models and various precision instruments, bathed in a cool blue light that exuded a stark technological aura. But Sui's gaze didn't linger on the exhibits. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the glass, sensing the faint energy fluctuations emanating from the instruments within. A resonance with the latent power stirring inside him. He felt more certain than ever coming here had been the right decision. Harry was pointing at a gene sequencer in the display case when he noticed Sui's focus had shifted to a glass cabinet diagonally ahead. A dedicated exhibit for mutated spiders. Inside, a transparent container held moist moss where several metallichid spiders rested on their webs, their delicate legs quivering. "Interested in spiders? These are lab-bred mutants. We're still observing their genetic stability." Harry walked over and tapped the cabinet. In the reflection, Peter was still peering curiously at the adjacent microscope. Sui withdrew his gaze, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his pocket. But his mind was crystal clear. He remembered perfectly, according to the original timeline today, a spider would quietly crawl out, bite Peter when he leaned in for a closer look, and transform the boy, often mocked as a bookworm, into the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man who would one day protect New York. Just then Peter moved closer, staring at the spiders with fascination. Do these spiders have fluorescence on their legs? Did they implant luminescent genes? He leaned in, his nose nearly touching the glass, completely oblivious to the silver-blue spider slowly emerging from a gap in the cabinet's corner, its fine legs gripping a strand of silk as it swung toward him. Suyi's eyes locked onto that silver-blue spider, his heart skipping a beat. It was descending along the silk, drawing closer and closer to the back of Peter's neck. He instinctively wanted to call out a warning, but the words died in his throat. He knew what this bite meant for Peter, the beginning of a transformation, the prologue to becoming a hero. It's probably to track movement patterns. Harry chimed in, reaching out to tap the glass cabinet. The spider paused for a moment, startled, but then continued moving toward Peter. Peter was still completely absorbed in examining the other spiders, unaware of the danger, or opportunity, approaching from behind. He even raised a hand to scratch the back of his neck, his fingertips nearly brushing the fine silk thread. At that moment, a security guard shouted from the exhibition hall entrance, drawn by the commotion from Zone. Harry and Peter both instinctively turned to look. Sui seized the chance to step half a pace forward, discreetly nudging Peter's shoulder with his elbow, guiding him to shift slightly. The spider, having lost its target, swayed and retreated back into the crevice along its silk. "What's wrong?" Peter rubbed his shoulder. Sui simply shook his head, his gaze returning to Peter, silently thinking, what must come will come. Now is not the time to disrupt the rhythm. The security guard's footsteps grew closer. Harry frowned and went to inquire about the situation. Peter muttered about the earlier noise, but Sui cast a discreet glance back at the spider exhibit. The silver-blue spider hadn't reappeared, only the tip of a glowing leg visible in the crevice, as if patiently waiting for another opportunity. "Seems like a minor equipment malfunction in Zone 3. Dr. Otto is handling it," Harry said, returning quickly and waving a hand to reassure them. "Let's visit the other halls first and head over when it's sorted." As the three turned to leave, Peter suddenly let out an ah and instinctively touched the back of his hand. "What's wrong?" Sui and Harry turned simultaneously. Peter frowned and shook his hand. "Felt like something pricked me. A bit itchy." He looked at his hand and saw a tiny red dot barely visible. Assuming it was a plant thorn from the exhibit, he paid it no further mind. But Sui's eyes immediately fixed on that red dot. A quiet relief washed over him. So in the moments he had been distracted, the spider had still found its chance to bite Peter. He didn't call attention to it. Instead, he patted Peter's arm, probably a mosquito. "Don't scratch it. It'll swell up." As he spoke, he glanced up at the surveillance cameras on the ceiling, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Peter's story, after all, had quietly begun, following the trajectory it was always meant to take. As the tour was winding down, Hallie finally led the two to find Dr. Otto. The instruments in the lab were still humming softly. Dr. Otto had just removed his protective goggles, when Bide, clutching a paper, strode forward and began speaking rapidly about his insights on the nuclear fusion reaction equation. The doctor's initially weary eyes instantly lit up. He immediately pulled Bide over to the lab bench for a discussion, his pen tip racing across the draft paper in calculations, making everyone else fade into the background. Taking advantage of their engrossed conversation, Sui's gaze swept over the idle gene sequencer nearby. The screen was still on, and the reagent slots were empty. He stealthily pulled out a sealed tube, hidden in his pocket, containing his own blood sample. His fingers swiftly operated the instrument, dripping the sample into the detection port. The progress bar on the screen began to slowly pulse. He stared at the flickering parameters, his heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Perhaps this machine could unravel the secret of his ever-growing abilities. Just as the progress bar reached halfway, Dr. Otto suddenly looked up in this direction. Sui instinctively withdrew his hand, pretending to be examining the experimental data nearby. The doctor didn't pay much attention, merely smiling at Bide and saying, "Your friend is also interested in biodetection. Next time you can bring him to my private lab. The equipment is more comprehensive." Sui's heart tightened. He mumbled a vague response, but his gaze couldn't help drifting back to the still-running sequencer. The progress bar climbed slowly under Sui's watch, each digit jump feeling like a tap on his nerves. Bide was still debating a detail of energy transmission with Dr. Otto, their voices drifting across the lab bench just enough to mask the sequencer's faint beep. The progress bar had completed. The screen displayed a complex sequence of genes and an energy fluctuation graph with a red anomaly marker glaringly conspicuous. Sui quickly noted down the key data: an unrecognized segment on the gene chain, energy reaction intensity, far exceeding that of ordinary humans, and even a faint resonance with the nuclear fusion instrument fluctuations he had sensed earlier. He was about to take a photo of the screen, when suddenly Hallie's voice came from behind. "Sui, what are you looking at? Time to go, the lab is closing." He immediately switched off the screen, pocketed the sealed tube, and turned around to meet Dr. Yachuo's gaze. The doctor was thoughtfully looking at the sequencer, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. It's good for young people to be curious about the unknown. The doctor suddenly spoke, his tone unreadable. If you have any questions later, you can always reach me through Hallie. Sui's heart stirred. He replied with a "thank you, doctor," but didn't stop walking. As he followed Bide and Hallie out of the lab, he clutched the sealed tube in his pocket, his fingertips tightening from the impact of the data. His abilities, it turned out, had some hidden connection to nuclear fusion energy. Stepping out of the lab door, the evening breeze carried a chill. Bide was still excitedly recapping the discussion with Dr. Aotuo, but Sui's mind was entirely occupied by that red gene sequence. After parting with Hallie, he made an excuse to go to the library to research, said goodbye to Bide at the intersection, and then turned to walk quickly home. He needed to hastily organize the data stored in his mind, as it might be the key to unraveling the mystery of his abilities. Back home, Sui locked himself in his room, spread open a notebook, and rapidly sketched the gene map, the pen tip rustling on the paper. The arrangement of those anomalous sequences always reminded him of the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier in the lab. The two were like a key and a lock. They vaguely matched, yet something was missing. Just as he was frowning at the drawing, his phone suddenly vibrated. A strange text message popped up on the screen, with only one sentence: "See you on Friday. Remember to bring the answers you want to know." It was Dr. Chelsea. Sui stared at the message for a few seconds, then lightly tapped his finger on the gene map in the notebook. Perhaps by Friday he wouldn't have to fumble on his own anymore. He locked the notebook in the drawer, took out the sealed tube from his pocket, and examined the blood sample inside under the light. Suddenly an idea struck him. Perhaps he could ask the doctor about the relationship between this unrecognized gene sequence and the awakening of mutant abilities. In the following days, Sui could not help but caress the blood sample, redrawing the genetic map in his notebook repeatedly, yet he remained unable to decipher the patterns within that unusual sequence. Peter would occasionally come to find him mentioning that the bite on the back of his hand no longer hurt, but recently he felt unusually energetic, able to lift boxes that previously required two people to carry. Sui listened, his heart knowing that Spider-Man's powers were quietly awakening. Friday arrived swiftly. Sui tucked the blood sample and his data-filled notebook into his bag, and arrived at the gates of Xavier Academy half an hour early. The lawn in front of the gate was neatly trimmed, and in the distance a vintage-style castle-like building could be vaguely seen. Just as he stood still, a gentle voice came from behind Sui. "I'm glad you could come." Turning around, he saw Dr. Charles sitting in a wheelchair, smiling, accompanied by a red-haired woman. "This is Jean Grey, my assistant." Dr. Charles introduced, his gaze falling on the tightly clenched pocket of Sui. "It seems you are prepared with questions you want to ask." Sui paused, realizing that the doctor might have sensed his tension. He took out his notebook and the sealed tube, handing them over. "Doctor, I want to know if the abnormal genes in my blood are related to the abilities of mutants," he continued, "and why has my power been growing continuously?" Dr. Charles took the items, his fingertips gently brushing over the diagrams in the notebook, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, let's go inside and discuss it slowly. Your answers might be more interesting than you imagine." Jean Grey pushed open the heavy wooden door of the academy, warm yellow light flowing from the depths of the corridor, and the air was filled with the scent of books and coffee. Dr. Charles gestured for Sui to sit in the meeting room, then handed the blood sample to Dr. Hank, who was waiting nearby. "I can sense two powers within you, Dr. Charles said kindly. "One is as scorching as the core of a star, while the other strives to maintain balance. The fact that you can control it shows you have great discipline. It has been growing rapidly lately," Sui admitted. "I worry I won't be able to control it." At that moment, Dr. Hank returned with preliminary analysis results, his expression serious. "There is a segment in your genetic sequence that differs from known mutants. Not only is it self-replicating, but it is also actively seeking energy sources. This is crucial." Dr. Charles nodded. "Your ability resonates with nuclear fusion in some way. We can help you, but you need to learn to guide it without harming yourself." Sui looked out the window, thinking of Peter and his own future. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "I am willing to learn." Dr. Charles smiled and extended his hand. "Welcome to Xavier Academy, Sui. We will help you find your own path." The fireplace in the meeting room crackled, and Dr. Charles signaled Sui to relax, beginning the first session of mental guidance. "Follow my voice and imagine a river flowing through your chest." Sui complied, but immediately felt that star fire within him stirred, the scorching energy almost spiraling out of control. "Don't rush, Dr. Charles' voice remained gentle. You are not to fight it, but to give it an outlet. Imagine a dam with the gates controlled by you. Sui concentrated, constructing a dam in his mind. He slowly opened the first gate, directing the surging energy towards his eyes and releasing it through them. Very good, the doctor praised. Remember this feeling. Dr. Hank then explained, from a scientific perspective, you are not creating energy, but rather translating the radiation in the environment, converting it into thermal and kinetic energy. After the training, faint burn marks were left around Sui's eyes. He looked at the traces he had left behind, his gaze unwavering. He had finally found a way to control his power. In the evening, Sui sat on a bench at the academy and dialed a phone number at home. Mom, I found a part-time internship at the academy where I can learn a lot of things. He tried to keep his tone light and natural. I might be very busy, so I won't be coming home often during this time. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and his mother asked with concern about the work details, safety issues, and accommodation arrangements. Sui patiently explained everything, assuring her that he would report his safety regularly. Don't overwork yourself, take care of your health. His mother finally agreed. After hanging up, Sui took a deep breath and sent messages to Peter and Harry, informing them that he found an internship at X Academy, and he might be busy in the future, but could be contacted any time. Soon, Dr. Charles' voice echoed in his mind. Well done, Sui. Sui turned around to see the doctor smiling at him. Welcome, you are officially joining us. The next day in Dr. Hank's laboratory, Dr. Hank spread out the latest research report on the lab table, pointing at the cellular structure diagram on the screen with excitement in his voice. Sui, your cellular structure has completely surpassed current understanding. There is a special energy capture layer on the cell membrane that can efficiently absorb solar radiation like a solar panel, and it can actively capture high-energy sources like nuclear radiation and particle energy. He pulled up a dynamic simulation video showing Sui's cells enveloping the simulated nuclear fusion particles like a sponge, instantly converting them into a pale blue energy flow. This is the core reason why you reacted to the nuclear fusion device. The energy particles emitted by those devices are premium fuel for your cells. But solar radiation remains your primary energy source. Dr. Hank switched to another set of data stating, solar radiation in the Earth's environment is the most stable and easily accessible. Your cells will prioritize absorbing it. Excess energy will be stored in the interstitial spaces of the cells, gradually accumulating like a rechargeable battery. This is also the key to your continuously strengthening abilities. Your body is essentially a living energy storage converter. Sui watched the flickering energy data on the screen, and suddenly recalled the overwhelming heat sensation during previous training, finally understanding that it was not a loss of control over power, but his body instinctively absorbing the dissipated energy from the environment. Dr. Hank quickly finalized a new training plan based on this discovery. He adjusted the training hall simulation environment to low energy density mode, embedding devices in the floor and walls that could release weak particle flows. First, we need you to learn to filter energy. Only absorb solar radiation, actively shielding against other disruptive energy sources to avoid a repeat of the previous loss of control. Sui stood in the center of the training area, concentrating his attention as instructed by the doctor. At first, his cells acted like uncontrolled sponges, absorbing even the particle flows released by the devices, causing his body surface to emit a scorching light. Dr. Hank immediately adjusted the parameters. Try to construct a filter membrane on the outer layer of your cells, imagining that only the wavelengths of sunlight are allowed to pass through. After 3 attempts, Sui finally managed to filter energy accurately, and the light on the surface of his body gradually stabilized into a gentle golden hue. By the 3rd week of training, Sui had become proficient in energy filtering. Even when Dr. Hank released additional simulated nuclear radiation particle flows in the training hall, his cells could precisely avoid them, focusing solely on absorbing the solar radiation coming through the skylight. The progress is far beyond expectations, Dr. Hank noted while recording data in front of the monitor, then turned to Dr. Charles and said, his cells seem to be self-optimizing. The filtering efficiency is improving every day. Dr. Charles looked at Sui on the training ground, but a hint of concern flashed in his eyes. This uniqueness is too easily coveted. We must enhance protection. In the training hall at dawn, Sui stood, facing the sunlight pouring through the skylight, closing his eyes to feel the energy flowing within him. Weeks of focused absorption had sharpened his senses to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to discern even the different wavelengths of radiation within the sunlight. As he attempted to direct the energy towards his eyes, he suddenly felt a warm tension at his pupils, as if light were trying to break through an obstruction. He slowly opened his eyes, instinctively locking his gaze onto the bullseye on the distant tree. In the next moment, two pale golden beams shot out from the depths of his eyes, precisely striking the bullseye and instantly scorching two small black holes into it, the wall even emanating a slight warmth. Sui abruptly closed his eyes, his heartbeat quickening. This was not a loss of control over energy, but rather a new transformation of solar energy within his body. This is heat vision, the result of highly concentrated solar energy within you. Dr. Hank's voice came from the monitoring room, tinged with surprise. Your eye's lens and cornea have undergone adaptive changes capable of refracting and focusing energy like a precision lens. The principle is similar to that of a magnifying glass, but with an efficiency and intensity thousands of times greater. Sui tried again, this time deliberately controlling the energy output. The brilliance of the heat vision gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a gentle beam of light that could leave a clear mark on the target paper without causing burns. He looked at his hands and then out at the sun, suddenly realizing with a deeper mastery of solar energy, his body was continually unlocking new abilities, and this was merely the beginning. After dinner, Sui sat in the Academy's lounge scrolling through his phone. His mother's voice message was filled with reminders about his internship life, while Harry sent a photo of the new equipment in the Osborn lab, mentioning that he and Peter had recently been particularly efficient in calibrating the instruments. As he scrolled down, a local news alert suddenly popped up. The headline boldly read, "Mysterious Spider-Man saves out-of-control train in the night, or citizens call him New York's good neighbor." The accompanying image showed a red and blue figure leaping between buildings. Sui couldn't help but smile, lightly tapping on the photo of Spider-Man. This guy has finally found him. He recalled Peter mentioning over the phone that Uncle Ben had discovered him secretly using his powers to help neighbors move furniture, and instead of scolding him, he seriously told him with great power comes great responsibility. Since then, Peter had been constantly thinking about how to use this strength for something meaningful. Sui placed his phone at the corner of the table, refocusing his gaze on the night sky outside. The lights of New York twinkled in the distance, and he felt as if he could see Spider-Man weaving through the buildings. He could also foresee that soon Dr. Otto's mechanical arms, the Green Goblin's glider, and Dr. Lizard's claws would shatter this tranquility. In the future, various villains would appear, and with a snap of his fingers, Thanos could destroy half of humanity in the universe. "I can't wait any longer," he murmured to himself, getting up and walking towards the training hall. At this moment, the training hall had already closed with only the emergency lights still on, but the skylight remained open, allowing moonlight mixed with scattered starlight to spill onto the ground. Standing in the center of the arena, Sui actively guided the solar energy within him to accelerate its circulation. His eyes quickly shimmered with a brighter red light than usual, and even his breathing bore a slight warmth. He attempted to direct the energy towards both eyes simultaneously, to condense the heat vision, accurately hitting the distant bullseye. His body continued to run back and forth on a specially designed treadmill. Faster, stronger. Sui took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and allowed the solar energy to flow continuously into his body, silently accumulating strength for the storm that was destined to arrive. The morning light, fragmented by the skylight of the training hall, spilled onto Sui, clearly revealing the smooth contours of his arm muscles as they contracted. A year of intense training had completely transformed his once slender physique. The broad shoulders and narrow waist, wrapped in his training suit, exuded a steady sense of power in his stance, like Clark Kent, stepping out of a comic book, only lacking the glasses and possessing eyes that harbored a faint glimmer. Sui set down the custom barbell he had been lifting and gazed out the window. The New York skyline sharpened in the morning light. Over the past year, reports of Spider-Man had grown increasingly frequent, and whispers of a mechanical-armed freak occasionally surfaced on the streets. He knew that Dr. Otto's experiment was on the verge of being exposed. Clenching his fists, the muscle lines on his arms became more pronounced, and a single thought occupied his mind now. He finally had the confidence to possess the ability to protect those he wished to protect when the storm arrived. Dr. Hank projected the examination report onto the large screen, his fingertip tracing Sui's muscle cross-section scan, where prominent red numerical values jumped along the lines. "You see, the density of your muscle fibers is no longer human. Energy has formed a natural protective layer between the muscle bundles. Conventional bullets and blades can't break through this energy barrier. You have now achieved a biological state of invulnerability to swords and guns." Sui raised his hand and tapped the edge of the experimental table. The touch felt hard but not painful, and he realized that his body had long since transcended the realm of ordinary humans. More critically, there's the ability to fly. Dr. Hank switched to another set of magnetic field simulation data. The image showed faint blue electromagnetic waves surrounding Sui like an invisible layer of buoyancy. The solar energy continuously cycling within your body converts into a massive amount of electric charge. These charges interact with Earth's magnetic field, spontaneously generating an upward thrust. Simply put, you just need to focus your mind to guide the direction of the charges, and you can fly freely like a bird, completely independent of external energy. As the words fell, Sui tried to guide the flow of charges within his body as the doctor had described. The next moment he distinctly felt a gentle upward force beneath his feet, and his body slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair within the laboratory. With a hint of surprise, he adjusted his posture, and with a mere thought his body drifted smoothly toward the window. It turned out that over the past year, nourished by energy, his body had quietly unlocked such a hidden skill. Dr. Hank pointed at the cellular metabolism graph on the screen, his tone filled with awe at the unknown. Your cells have long surpassed the limits of aerobic respiration. A special energy conversion mechanism directly transforms stored solar energy into the energy needed for life activities, completely bypassing the conventional pathway of oxygen breaking down glucose. He paused and called up previous simulation data. We conducted a breath hold test last week. You stayed in an oxygen-free environment for a full 48 hours, with stable heart rate and blood pressure throughout, and your cellular activity was even higher than in normal conditions. In simple terms, even if you don't breathe, you will never suffocate. Your body itself is a self-sufficient energy ecosystem. Sui instinctively held his breath and indeed felt no suffocation. The solar energy within him flowed steadily like a stream, sustaining every subtle movement of his body. He suddenly recalled being accidentally locked in a sealed equipment room during training earlier. At the time he hadn't felt discomfort, but now he understood it wasn't luck. It was an ability his body had already possessed. Sui was discussing with Dr. Hank when Chin Gulei walked in. Dr. Sui asked you to go to the office. Sui turned back to say something to the doctor before heading towards the office. As soon as Sui entered the office, Dr. Charles turned his wheelchair towards him, lightly tapping the X-Men emblem on the table with his fingertip. The X-Academy is a sanctuary, but the X-Men are the guardians. We face not only the uncontrollable forces within mutants but also humanity's fear of the unknown and the exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Just like the Otto you have been concerned about. If his experiments go out of control, it will harm everyone in New York. He pushed a silver emblem towards Sui, the X symbol on it, gleaming coldly under the light. Everyone has witnessed your growth over the past year. You have not only mastered your power but also understand where it should be applied. Now I formally invite you to join the X-Men to use your abilities to build a shield for more people. Sui stared at the emblem, his fingertip lightly touching the cold metal surface. He recalled the version of himself from a year ago, unable to control even his energy, the image of Spider-Man rushing through the streets, and Dr. Hank's words, your body is a self-sustaining energy ecosystem. After a few seconds he picked up the emblem and firmly pinned it to the chest of his training suit. I am willing to join. The doctor continued, your battle suit can be picked up from Dr. Hank. To better execute actions in the future you can also choose a code name for yourself. Doctor, I want to design my own battle suit style, Sui said. Designing your own battle suit is a good idea, Dr. Charles nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the X emblem on Sui's chest. The suit is not only a symbol of identity but also needs to adapt to your abilities. Dr. Hank has the latest high-energy resistant materials that can store solar energy while minimizing air resistance during flight. You two can have a good conversation. In an instant Sui's mind formed a vague concept, his fingertip unconsciously tracing the edge of the emblem. As for the code name, I want to call myself Superman. After all, his power comes from the sun, and his abilities are not much different from Superman's, as both absorb energy from the sun. This name fits the capability and is quite intuitive. Superman is very fitting, Dr. Charles nodded in approval. Tomorrow you can first go to Dr. Hank to confirm the material parameters, and once the design is completed the Academy's workshop will help you produce it quickly. But remember, the suit is an aid, your control over your own energy is the core power. The next morning Sui rushed into Dr. Hank's laboratory with the sketch he had drawn overnight. On the blueprint the battle suit was primarily in bright blue and black with a large S printed on the chest filled with gold, and a red cape at the back. The idea is good, but the materials need adjustment. Dr. Hank picked up the blueprint, pointing at the shoulder pattern with his fingertip. When you fly, your body will generate electromagnetic waves. Ordinary fibers will be interfered with. You need to use titanium alloy composite fibers which are not only lightweight but also resistant to electromagnetic radiation and capable of absorbing solar radiation. He turned and took out a piece of silver fabric from the lab cabinet, handing it to Sue-E. Try it, use your energy to impact it. Sue-E gathered a strand of golden light at his fingertip, gently pressing it against the fabric. The moment the energy made contact, the fabric surprisingly caught it steadily, showing no signs of burning. This material can also store a small amount of solar energy, so in case of rainy days or indoors it can help you replenish energy in an emergency. Dr. Hank added. The two discussed the blueprint and model for the entire morning, confirming every detail from the energy guiding slots to the fit of the suit. At the moment the final design was confirmed, Sue-E looked at the Superman battle suit on the screen, finally feeling a sense of readiness. He was one step closer to truly becoming a Guardian. This battle suit was entirely inspired by Superman's battle armor from the Iron Body in Sue-E's mind. As for why the emblem on the chest was not set to X, Sue-E explained to the doctor that S is an abbreviation for Superman, representing hope and light. I hope to symbolize the peaceful coexistence of mutants and humans. After hearing this, the doctor found it reasonable and said no more. On the day the battle suit was completed, Sue-E stood in the training center's changing room, his fingertips gliding over the surface of the blue-black fibers. The titanium alloy composite material was more lightweight than he had imagined. The flow channels at the shoulders shimmered with a matte metallic sheen, and as the communication headset settled onto his ears, the voice of Dr. Hank, having adjusted the communication, came through immediately. Superman testing communication signal is the energy storage module of the battle suit functioning normally. The communication is clear and the storage module shows full capacity. Sue-E clenched his fists, feeling the muscles in his arms tighten, as the battle suit conformed slightly to his form without hindering his movements at all. He walked to the center of the training center, his mind focusing as solar energy slowly flowed within him, as if giving life to the battle suit. Let's try flying. The voice of Chingale came through the communicator. Sue-E moved under the skylight, his feet gently lifting off the ground. The aerodynamic patterns on the surface of the battlesuit indeed reduced air resistance. He exerted virtually no effort and smoothly floated above the training center, clearly seeing the target on the ground. His agility had increased by at least 30 compared to flying without equipment. Thermal vision test. He aimed at the distant target paper, his eyes narrowing slightly, and two beams of red light shot forth from his eyes, hitting the target with precision in the direction he aimed without any odd sensations from the battlesuit. Just as he prepared to land, he suddenly wanted to test his limits in speed and distance while flying. Energy surged within his body, and Sue-E felt a powerful thrust beneath his feet. As he raised his hands, the air was violently torn apart, and with a loud bang his blue figure transformed into a streak of light shooting straight into the sky. The higher he flew, the weaker the air resistance became, so Sue-E simply released any speed restrictions. The electromagnetic waves on his surface interacted with the Earth's magnetic field, wrapping the battle suit in an invisible booster. The sound of wind faded away, and the city of New York shrank into a circuit board speckled with lights. In just a few seconds, a deep black suddenly illuminated his vision, with only the blue arc of the Earth slowly unfolding beneath him, and the thin atmosphere brushed against the surface of the battle suit, creating a faint halo. Sue-E hovered outside the atmosphere, looking down at the clouds flowing along the planet's edge. The sunlight poured directly onto the battle suit, and the indicator light of the energy storage module instantly filled up. He tried to stretch his body in the vacuum environment, finding that without air resistance flying was even more stable. The oxygen deprivation he had worried about was completely non-existent, and the solar energy in his cells continuously sustained his life activities. Even the communicator in his helmet could still receive the faint signal of Dr. Charles, Superman, your location. How are you near the satellite orbit? Sue-E couldn't help but laugh. Doctor, I think I found the limits of flying, and the solar energy here is much stronger than on the ground. Sue-E released his control over the cells, and his surface instantly felt as if countless invisible energy siphons had opened. The solar radiation in space, untouched by the atmosphere, surged into him with scorching power far exceeding the intensity he absorbed on the ground. He could clearly feel the cells trembling with exhilaration, the energy stored in the interstitial fluid of the cells being rapidly replenished, while excess energy formed a faint white halo on his surface, as if enveloping his body in a flowing energy armor. Even the titanium alloy fibers of the battle suit began to emit a slight warmth. The golden halo gradually faded from his surface, and Sue-E could distinctly feel the thirst of the cells diminishing. Initially the energy siphon was ravenous, but slowly it transformed into steady absorption, finally tapering off completely. He raised his hand to check the built-in timer of the battle suit, and was shocked to realize he had been floating in space for a full 8 hours, and he was nearly 100 kilometers farther from the sun than before. Seems this is the limit. Sui gently rotated his wrist, feeling the energy within him swelling to the brink of overflowing, yet devoid of the previous restless heat. It instead resembled a calm but unfathomable ocean of energy. The buffering module of the battlesuit had long since reached saturation. Evidently even the equipment had hit its absorption limit. Without a moment's hesitation, the electromagnetic waves surrounding Sui surged suddenly, and his golden figure shot toward Earth like an arrow released from a bow. As he passed through the atmosphere, the flames generated by the friction between the surface of the battlesuit and the air were directly enveloped and extinguished by the energy overflowing from his cells. At this moment he was stronger than ever and fully prepared to face the crisis. Just as Sui landed beside the window with the golden halo on his battlesuit, still not fully dissipated, Dr. Charles rolled over in his wheelchair, his gaze filled with evident relief. I can sense the stability of the energy within you. It seems the space absorption this time was quite successful. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to signal Sui to follow him to the brainwave control room. The brainwave detector has just captured signals from 3 newly awakened mutants, all located in an abandoned factory in Brooklyn. Taking off his helmet, he looked at Sui, thinking that he had felt Sui in the brainwave controller like a radiant sun. His energy had already reached alpha level. On the screen, red dots around the abandoned factory were continuously converging. Evidently the encroachers had started to shrink their perimeter. Sui clenched his fists, the energy conduits of the battle suit, glowing faintly. Don't worry, I will bring them back safely. He turned and walked toward the control room door, and just as he stepped out, his body transformed into a blue streak of light bursting out of the academy and racing toward Brooklyn. This was the first rescue mission he was executing as Superman, and he would never allow those children to fall into danger. The golden streak of light sliced through the skyline of Brooklyn, and Sui came to a steady halt above the abandoned factory. Through the visor of his helmet, he could clearly see a dozen people armed with stun guns surrounding the factory's main entrance, while 2 others were sneaking around to the back door, clearly attempting to encircle from both sides. First, find the children. He lowered his body, quickly diving into the shadows of the factory, landing beside a broken window on the 2nd floor. As his eyes focused, the light refracted onto his cornea, allowing him to see through the wall like an X-ray, spotting 3 teenagers huddled behind a metal barrel. One girl with short hair had electric currents flickering at her fingertips, another boy wearing glasses tightly gripped a metal wrench, and a small figure was almost blending into the shadows, clearly trying to remain unseen. Don't be afraid, I'm from X Academy, here to take you away. Sui softened his voice, slowly steadying his body, and revealing a gentle expression. The 3 children clearly paused in surprise, and the boy with the wrench warily asked, Are you also a mutant? Yes, just like you. Sui pointed to his battle suit and called, Superman, I can absorb sunlight. There is danger outside, and I need to get you out of here first. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash suddenly resonated from the factory's main entrance. The encroachers had begun to slam against the door. Sui immediately stood up. Stay inside and don't come out. He turned and rushed toward the door, just reaching the staircase, when 2 armed personnel burst in, aiming their stun guns directly at the children behind the barrier. Sui's eyes narrowed, and he concentrated his gaze into 2 beams of heat vision, precisely striking the bodies of the 2 individuals. Both were instantaneously severed, causing the encroachers nearby to retreat in fright. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Energy surged around him, his robust physique stood out vividly in the dim factory, and just his presence deterred the remaining encroachers from advancing. Children, come quickly, we must go now. Sui stifled a groan in his throat, his arms tightly securing the 3 children in front of him. With a loud bang, the floor beneath them began to crack and collapse, burying the pursuers who were closing in beneath the crumbling debris. At that moment, Sui had already leaped into the air, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly retreating broken walls below, his voice trembling in the howling wind, yet unusually resolute. Close your eyes. Hold on to me, we are about to land. As the words left his mouth, the protective shield suddenly collided with a gust of opposing airflow, vibrating violently with a low hum. The child on the far left cried, gripping his collar tightly. Sui gently glanced at the 3 children, his eyes sweeping over the faintly visible flat rooftop in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the energy within him and accelerated sharply towards the target. Sui gently set the children down, and only now did his tense back begin to relax. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, watching as the children were led away by Chin Gulei a faint smile finally tugging at the corners of his mouth. The cheers of the surrounding students grew closer. Some were holding up their jackets to offer to him, while others were peering over on tiptoes. Sui lifted his head and gently nodded at those shining, admiring gazes. Sui's body was filled with a strong sense of energy, his heart pounding against his chest like a drum. Even his breath was tinged with an unrelenting urgency. He stared at his palm in a daze, the sensation of weightlessness during the floor's collapse and the tremor of the shield still replaying in his mind. His fingertips were still trembling slightly, yet a surge of warmth was boiling within him. It was tension, but more so a fierce desire for the next battle like he had never experienced before. Beside him, Chin Gulei handed him a bottle of water, noticing the brightness in his eyes, and gently reminded him the first real combat will feel like this, but don't let the adrenaline cloud your judgment. Protecting yourself and others is always the priority. Sui took the water and gulped it down, and the icy liquid slid down his throat, calming the restlessness within him slightly. Yet he still couldn't help but clench his fists, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the battlefield, still being cleared in the distance. Chin, I need to check in at home. Please let the doctor know, and remember to contact me if any urgent tasks come up. Sui smiled as he tapped the communicator at his ear. As his words faded, his figure transformed into a blue arc slicing through the sky, the wind howling past his ears, as the outline of the city below gradually came into focus. He clenched his fist, recalling the anxious voices of his family when they received the communication. His flying speed subtly quickened, the communicator pressed to his ear, still faintly picking up Chin Gulei's reminder in the channel, be safe. On the lawn, students were still looking up at the sky, some unable to resist waving their arms. The Iceman quietly raised his hand, conjuring a small ice crystal flower at his fingertips, his eyes filled with longing. The fireman clenched his fist, a flickering flame dancing in his palm. The phantom cat wiggled its feet, and in the next moment its body half translucently melted into the shadows of the lawn, only to quickly pop its head back out, eyes sparkling. Chin Gulei looked at the vibrant expressions of the children, smiling, as she ruffled the hair of the mischievous one beside her, her voice gentle yet powerful. As long as you persist, you will all surpass him in the future. Flying above his own rooftop, Sui pressed a button on the center of his clothing, causing the cloak behind him to conform to his skin and change shape and color, transforming into a fitted casual suit. As the cloak gradually retracted, it finally vanished into the dark patterns at the collar of the suit. Sui tugged at the crisp cuffs of his suit, feeling a slight warmth when his fingertips touched the fabric. This was the camouflage mode he had specially adjusted with Dr. Hank, designed to conceal traces of battle and alleviate his family's worries. He landed in a small alley next to the building, and upon stepping out, he could see the lights on in his apartment window. A smile filled Sui's eyes as he walked briskly towards the stairwell, the hem of his suit gently swaying with his steps, completely unrecognizable from just a few hours ago when he had been weaving through the ruins. Sui opened the door, and his parents walked over to look at him. As his mother's hand brushed against the fabric of his suit jacket, she couldn't help but grasp the material tightly, her fingertips gently stroking it, as if confirming there were no wounds on him. Why are you dressed so formally? You didn't get cold, did you? His father remained silent, merely patting his back with a bit more force than usual, hiding an indescribable sense of reassurance. Sui allowed his mother to pull him down onto the sofa, casually draping his jacket over the armrest. He smiled and shook his arm, saying, "Don't worry, this outfit is warm. I changed specifically for you just to avoid worrying you." As soon as he finished speaking, a bowl of soup was pushed in front of him. His mother hurriedly began to serve him soup. Amidst the rising steam, his father finally spoke. "You didn't go into detail when you left, but what matters is that you've returned safely. I'm about to graduate and start working, so I will be coming back often," Sui said. His mother paused in peeling an orange for him, then immediately stuffed a segment into his mouth, her eyes crinkling in delight. "Graduation is great. If you want to eat the braised pork, I make, just call any time." His father rarely laughed aloud, patting his knee. "Don't work too hard. There will always be a place for you at home." On the television screen, the scene shifted to a devastated street with broken cars and debris scattered everywhere. The host's voice was filled with shock and concern. "Recently, a shocking incident occurred in our city, where two green giants engaged in a fierce battle on the streets, causing severe destruction and forcing countless citizens to evacuate their homes. Currently, relevant departments are making every effort to carry out post-disaster reconstruction work." Sui's parents looked at the screen, their brows furrowing. His mother softly remarked, "How did these two giants suddenly start fighting? This is truly terrifying. His father sighed, silently shaking his head. The scene then shifted to a press conference featuring Tony Stark, who stood on stage with a serious expression, the Stark Industries logo behind him. "I want to thank everyone who has cared for me. I am safe now," Tony Stark said. "After experiencing this kidnapping incident, I have come to realize that Stark Industries weapons have caused too much harm. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries Weapons Development Department. From now on, we will dedicate ourselves to more peaceful and beneficial technology development." Sui watched Tony Stark on the television, feeling a flicker of respect for him. He understood that this decision was not easy for Tony Stark, as it meant Stark Industries would lose a significant source of profit, yet he still chose to make a change for a better world. After the news report ended, Sui's father picked up the remote control and changed the channel, switching to a lighthearted comedy program, causing the tense atmosphere to ease. Leaning back on the sofa, Sui looked at his parents' happy smiles, feeling an immense sense of warmth and happiness. Back in his room, he rested his arms behind his head, the light from the ceiling casting a faint halo in his eyes. The vivid sensations from the day's battle, his parents' relieved smiles, and Tony Stark's declaration on the television. Scenes flickered through his mind, ultimately freezing on the image of Peter running with a camera and Harry's profile standing at the entrance of Oscorp. He pulled out his phone, his fingers gliding over the name, Peter Parker, in his contacts, but he didn't dial right away. Compared to a hurried conversation over the phone, he preferred to pat Peter on the shoulder in person and hear him chatter about the news he had captured recently. He also wanted to sit down with Harry for a chat and ask about his father's recent situation. Turning to look out the window, the night view of New York was adorned with twinkling lights. Sui gently clenched his fist. Tomorrow he must find them. Some matters are best discussed face-to-face for greater assurance. The next morning, Sui stepped out with his phone in hand. He chose not to use his flying ability and strolled slowly along the streets of Brooklyn, enjoying the sunlight filtering through the sycamore leaves, which brought a sense of long-lost relaxation. He dialed Peter's number, and after 2 rings, it was picked up. Peter's voice came through, slightly breathless. "Sui, I'm on my way to the office. I need to submit the photos I took yesterday before the editor leaves for the day." "No rush," Sui interrupted with a smile. "I'm waiting for you at a cafe near your office. Want to come over for a bit after you finish taking pictures?" Peter paused for 2 seconds before agreeing cheerfully, "No problem. They'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Sui sent a message to Harry, and it wasn't long before he received a reply. Harry said he was nearby for a meeting and would join them in half an hour. Sitting by the window in the cafe, Sui had just ordered 3 lattes when he saw Peter rush in with a camera bag slung over his shoulder. His hair was a bit messy and a casual jacket hung over his arm. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out his camera. "Look, I got a side shot of Spider-Man in action yesterday, and the editor said it could make the headlines." Sui leaned in to see the camera screen, just about to speak, when a familiar voice came from behind. "What are you guys chatting about? That sounds so lively." Turning around, he saw Harry walking over in a fitted black suit, a briefcase in hand, with a smile. Harry pulled out a chair and sat down, scanning the two of them before finally focusing on Sui. "You haven't come back to visit in a year. You have no idea how much has happened recently." Peter excitedly gestured, nearly spilling the coffee in his cup. "You should have seen it. The last time Spider-Man saved a school bus in Queens, it was absolutely awesome. He managed to lift the entire bus with his webbing. He moved so fast that my camera could barely keep up." Sui bit on his straw, a smile hidden in his eyes, while Harry chuckled softly, remaining silent, but gesturing to Peter with a nod. "Go on, what other heroic deeds does Spider-Man have?" Sui had known who Spider-Man was from the start. He just enjoyed Peter's passionate and talkative nature. Peter leaned in closer, resting his elbows on the table, his eyes sparkling like they held stars. "Do you all remember the bank robbery in downtown last time? Dr. Octopus' 4 mechanical arms were incredibly terrifying. They flipped a police car in an instant. In the end, Spider-Man swung in and used his webs to immobilize those mechanical arms, and he tied up the robber securely and delivered him to the police station. All within 10 minutes. And then there's the Green Goblin. Last time he was dropping bombs from his glider in the sky, and Spider-Man braved the blast's heat wave to rescue several people from the fire, even getting his arm burned in the process, but still charging forward. Oh, and remember the time the Lizard was causing havoc in the subway? Spider-Man fought him for quite a while to protect the passengers, ultimately leading the villain to an open area to subdue him all without letting a single passenger get hurt." Harry listened, unconsciously rubbing the side of his coffee cup. He had actually seen the news coverage of these events, but had no idea that Peter was present at every scene and remembered all these details so clearly. He looked up at Peter, teasing him intentionally. How do you know all these details? You always happen to be at the scene. Peter's eyes flickered for a moment and he hurriedly waved his hands. I heard it from passers-by while taking photos. Yes, I heard it from passers-by. Next to him, Sui couldn't help but chuckle, raising his coffee to mask the smile at the corner of his mouth, opting not to pursue it further. Some secrets are more interesting when kept close to the heart. Listening to Peter's narration, Sui felt that many antagonists had gathered together because of his butterfly effect. Observing Peter's growth over the past year, he believed he had become adept at controlling his abilities. Sui felt pleased that perhaps he would have the strength to fight in future battles. He turned to Harry, intending to inquire about his father's situation, and asked, "Harry, how has your father been lately?" Harry paused for a moment, then replied, "Sui, why did you suddenly think to ask about my father's situation?" Sui hesitated slightly, noticing Harry's suddenly tense fingers. He inwardly adjusted his tone. He had intended to subtly mention Norman Osborn's unusual research, but he hadn't expected Harry to respond directly. The news often mentions Osborn Industries. Sui smiled, changing the subject, his gaze falling on a fire truck passing by outside. "I saw a report last time stating that the medical equipment you developed saved quite a few lives. Your father is indeed impressive for producing such results." He deliberately avoided mentioning the name Norman Osborn, focusing instead on the achievements of the company, not wanting the conversation to become too heavy. Harry's tense shoulders relaxed a bit, but he still lowered his eyes and squeezed the handle of his coffee cup, saying, "He's been busy with a new project and rarely comes home." His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Seeing Harry like this, Sui became more convinced that Norman's situation was likely worse than he had anticipated. The reminder that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. Some matters perhaps weren't yet suitable to be spoken of directly. Peter, oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between the two, interjected, "Osborn Industries aircraft are super cool. I took a test photo last time, but sadly the editor said it wasn't clear enough." Before he could finish, Sui subtly nudged him with his elbow, causing Peter to pause, finally closing his mouth. Sui took Peter's cue and deliberately raised his voice, attempting to steer the conversation in a lighter direction. "Aircraft? Is it one of those that can take off and land vertically? I saw a report that said it's particularly difficult to control. Were you able to see the details in the photos you took?" Peter's eyes lit up immediately, forgetting his earlier pause as he rummaged through his pocket for his camera. "Yes. I squatted for several days to capture the test footage. Look at the wings texture. I heard it's made from a new type of alloy." He handed the camera between them, pointing at the screen and explaining excitedly, completely unaware of the exchanged glances between Sui and Harry. As Sui listened to Peter, he casually asked Harry, "Does your company often require overtime for debugging these things? I heard from a friend in tech that new products can be grueling before launch. Do you often go to the company to lend a hand to your father?" He didn't directly mention Norman, instead probing with overtime and lend a hand to avoid making Harry feel uncomfortable, while also subtly checking on Norman's recent state. Harry traced circles on the cup's surface, his voice softer than before. "I go occasionally, but he doesn't let me touch the core projects, saying it's too dangerous." Upon hearing this, Sui's concerns deepened. If Norman was deliberately avoiding even his own son, it seemed that the new project likely harbored significant risks. Sui tightened his grip on the coffee cup, with a warm liquid seeped through the walls of the cup, yet it couldn't suppress the heaviness in his heart. He looked at Harry's downcast expression, recalling how Norman had transformed into the Green Goblin and the deadly confrontation he had with Spider-Man, who was none other than the very Peter before him who was still excitedly talking about aircraft. He swallowed hard, wanting to say, "Be careful about your father's project," but the words got stuck in his throat. He knew he couldn't be too explicit. Once the future was leaked, no one could predict the worst butterfly effect it might trigger. He could only gently suggest, "If your dad is too busy to rest, remind him to eat on time. Sometimes the more important things are the more one needs to pay attention to their health." Harry looked up at him, a rare smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Got it. He didn't think much of the deeper meaning behind Sui's words, interpreting them only as ordinary concern between friends. Watching Harry's relieved expression, Sui felt a greater unease in his heart. He could only continue to hint at things like this, hoping to gradually alter that terrible ending, at least preventing Harry from witnessing the most cruel separation. Peter finally finished detailing the flying device, lowering his head to take a large gulp of coffee, failing to notice the silence between Sui and Harry. Sui tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the table, searching for a more natural pretext to bring up the experiment when two men in suits at the neighboring table suddenly began discussing Osborne Industries, their voices neither loud nor soft yet perfectly audible to the trio. I heard Osborne has been conducting secret experiments lately. My cousin works security there, says he hears strange noises from the lab at night, and he's even seen people carried out their faces deathly pale. Seriously, didn't they say they were developing a new type of pharmaceutical? Could something have gone wrong? Harry's hand gripping the cup tightened, abruptly spattering a few drops of coffee on the table. His face darkened instantly, his fingertips unconsciously scraping the cup's rim. He had heard similar rumors before, but every time he asked his father he was dismissed with a curt, "Company confidential." Sui's heart tightened, sensing the opportunity, yet he deliberately feigned surprise. "Is that so? I thought Osborne's experiments were all quite legitimate." He looked at Harry, softening his tone. "Haven't you asked your dad about it? Could the rumors be wrong?" Harry pursed his lips and shook his head, his voice carrying an unease he himself didn't fully recognize. "He never tells me about these things. The last time I went to the company to see him, I did smell something strange when I passed the lab." Peter finally paused his coffee drinking, leaned in, and whispered, "Strange smell. Could it be some dangerous chemical?" "Harry, you should be careful, don't go near that place." Sui said nothing, merely watching Harry's reaction quietly. He knew these scattered clues had already planted a seed of doubt in Harry's mind. Next, perhaps he should find a chance to take a look around Osborne Industries himself. Sui had already decided that if the situation had become severe, he would personally intervene to stop it. They chatted a while longer before heading home separately. After parting ways with the two, Harry returned to Osborne Industries, reflecting on the topic Sui had raised that day, coupled with the increasingly obvious oddness in his father's behavior. Rarely meeting him, even forbidding him from approaching his office. The father he once knew would never have acted this way. Harry stepped into the Osborne Industries tower, the lingering warmth of the coffee cup still on his fingertips, yet his heart felt as though a block of ice were pressing down on it. As the elevator ascended, he stared at his own tense face in the mirror, Sui's words replaying in his mind, along with the neighboring table's murmured remarks about strange noises. Father used to love pulling him into discussions about the company's new RD, the door to his office always open. But now not only was he barred from the lab, even when they crossed paths in the hallway, his father would merely nod hastily, his eyes concealing an exhaustion and irritability Harry couldn't decipher. The elevator chimed to a halt. As the doors opened, he saw his father's assistant rushing past with a stack of documents. Harry instinctively called out, "Lee, is my father in his office?" The assistant paused, his eyes evasive. "Mr. Norman is busy with an experiment. He specifically instructed that no one should disturb him." "Another experiment?" Harry clenched his fists, his voice rising involuntarily. "How long has it been since he sat down for a proper meal with me?" The assistant opened his mouth as if to speak, then simply sighed, "Mr. Harry, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just following orders." With that, he hurried away, leaving Harry standing there staring at the closed laboratory door at the end of the corridor, the unease in his heart growing like wild vines. After a few seconds of hesitation, he couldn't resist taking a couple of steps toward the lab. As he drew closer, a faint odor of disinfectant mixed with chemical reagents wafted toward him. From inside the door came a low, muffled groan. Harry's heart tightened, fearing something had happened to his father. He pushed the door open and walked straight in. The cold light of the laboratory fell upon the green Goblin armor, casting a grim metallic sheen. The hovering glider beneath it still glowed with a faint green energy aura identical to the figure in the television news that hurled bombs and devastated streets. Harry's feet seemed nailed to the floor, his fingertips icy, his throat unable to produce a sound. He had come to confront his father, but never expected to uncover such a scene. The green Goblin slowly turned around. The helmet's visor had not yet lowered, and Harry instantly recognized the face. The familiar contours, yet marked by an unprecedented malevolence, the skin beneath his eyes tinged an unnatural pale green. It was his father, Norman Osborn, whom he had not seen for days. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Norman's voice was hoarse, unlike his usual self, carrying a hint of panic at being discovered. He instinctively raised a hand to shield the armor, then quickly lowered it, his gaze turning sharp. "Who let you in? Didn't I say you're not allowed near the lab?" Harry stepped back, his heart feeling as if squeezed by an iron fist, his voice trembling. "Dad. The Green Goblin on TV, is it really you? Those explosions, the destruction. Did you do all that?" He couldn't believe his eyes. The man before him was both familiar and alien, so alien that it scared him. Norman's body jolted suddenly, his left hand gripping his right wrist tightly, the knuckles whitening from his gaze flickered in an instant, shifting from a moment of struggle over his son to being engulfed by intense rage, his voice turning hoarse and harsh. Coward. What do you understand? Only strength can keep Osborn at the top. Harry. He's just an obstacle. Harry, frightened, stepped back 2 more paces, his back hitting the door frame, causing him to gasp in pain, yet he dared not avert his gaze. He looked at the twisted expression on his father's face, at the right hand that was forcefully restrained yet still trembling slightly. A hand that had touched his head countless times, had helped straighten his collar, but now seemed poised to strike him at any moment. Dad, snap out of it. Harry's voice quivered with tears. We don't need to conquer the world. We just need to be like before. He tried to awaken his father, but Norman's gaze grew colder, his left hand finally loosening its grip, while his right hand slowly rose, holding a green goblin grenade, the weapon used by the Green Goblin to create explosions in the news. Before. Norman scoffed, his tone filled with derision. That was your naivety. This world only recognizes the strong. Since you have discovered the secret, do not blame me. As he spoke, his hand holding the grenade moved forward, but a weak voice of resistance echoed within him. Don't hurt Harry. The 2 personalities within him were fiercely pulling at each other, momentarily halting his movements, and his expression grew even more grotesque. The pale green grenade glowed dangerously in Norman's palm, a cruel smile crept across his lips as his wrist began to press down. At that critical moment, a blinding golden laser suddenly flashed outside the window, hitting the back of his hand holding the grenade with precision. Hiss! The sound of the laser burning through fabric was accompanied by Norman's cry of pain, causing his hand to jerk violently, and the grenade fell to the ground with a clatter. Harry's pupils dilated in fear. Instinctively, he lunged to the side. But then he saw a blue figure breaking through the window, the rush of air stirring the papers on the lab table. It was Sui. As Sui landed, he positioned himself in front of Harry, the surrounding heat from the laser still lingering around his eyes. He stared coldly at Norman, his voice icy as he said, Norman, how much sanity do you have left to lay hands on your own son? Norman clutched his injured hand in fury, his other hand seizing the floating Green Goblin skateboard. Who are you, meddlesome fool? He charged towards Sui on the skateboard. Harry stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on Sui's back, his mind a blank. The friend who had just laughed and chatted about daily life in the coffee shop now emanated a faint golden energy, moving with a fierce precision that was a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. He opened his mouth, but could not produce a sound, merely watching as Sui sidestepped Norman's charge, his eyes once more gathering the energy of the laser. Without looking back, Sui sensed Harry's shock, dodging the impact of the Green Goblin skateboard while quickly explaining. I was worried after we split up, wanted to check the situation, and didn't expect to arrive just in time. As he spoke, he seized an opportunity, firing an energy beam at the skateboard, striking the energy core at its base, causing it to lose balance. Norman was forced to jump off, stumbling into the lab table. You too will die. Norman was completely enraged, reaching for 2 bombs at his waist, ready to throw them at the 2. Sui reacted swiftly, charging toward Norman in an instant, his hands gripping Norman's hands like shovels while he shouted at Harry, Harry, get outside quickly. It's dangerous here. Harry finally snapped back to reality, looking at the bubbling chemical reagents beside the lab table and the madness in Norman's eyes. He gritted his teeth but did not leave immediately. He knew Sui was trying to save him, but the person in front of him was also his father. Harry's eyes were bloodshot, his fingers gripping Sui's sleeve with such force that the knuckles paled, refusing to let go. You must save him. Sui patted the back of his hand, his tone resolute. Trust me. Get out of here and don't cause any more trouble. Harry cast one last look at his father, who was consumed by rage, then gritted his teeth and spun toward the door. The moment he pulled it open, a deafening crash of colliding energies echoed from behind. Sui didn't turn around. His invisible energy shield flickered to life, solidly blocking the bomb Norman hurled. The shock wave from the explosion sent the lab's chandeliers swaying precariously. Norman, I know you're still in there. Sui stared at Norman's contorted face, his voice cutting through the chaos. If you don't want Harry to lose his father, don't let that thing consume your consciousness entirely. He deliberately invoked Harry's name, trying to awaken the remnants of Norman's sanity, while his eyes shifted to infrared vision, revealing the struggling Norman Osborn within. Norman paused for a moment, a flicker of conflict in his eyes, but it was quickly overwhelmed by malice. Enough talk. No one can stop me. He charged again on his uncontrolled glider. Sui sidestepped and as Norman turned, delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. With Sui's current strength, a single blow could have killed him, but his aim was to save. Even with restrained force, the strike sent Norman crashing to the ground unconscious. Sui steadied Harry by the shoulder and pointed at Norman, who was lying on the floor, slowly regaining consciousness. The violent aura was receding and the gleam of the green goblin armor had dimmed considerably. He's just temporarily disoriented, nothing serious, Sui said softly. When he wakes up, have a good talk with him. Harry followed his gaze, his eyes reddening again, but he nodded firmly. Thank you, Sui. If it weren't for you. He didn't finish before Sui interrupted. I told you we're friends. The sirens downstairs grew louder and red and blue lights streamed through the broken windows, casting shifting shadows on the floor. Sui patted Harry's arm and stepped back a few paces. I need to go. Can't let the cops catch me red-handed. As he spoke, a translucent glow enveloped him. He turned and leaped out the window, his figure swiftly merging into the Manhattan skyline, leaving only a faint trail of light. Harry stood there watching the direction Sui had vanished, then looked down at his unconscious father. A whirlwind of emotions churned in his heart. Though the storm had temporarily subsided, the identity of the Green Goblin, the crisis at Osborn, and Sui's hidden abilities all reminded him that some things would never return to how they were. Aftermath. When the sirens exploded downstairs, Harry had just helped his father into a chair beside the lab table. Norman was still not fully conscious, his brow furrowed, occasionally muttering power and secrets, his face deathly pale. Harry clutched his father's cold hand, hearing hurried footsteps at the door, and quickly got up to meet them. The lead officer, holding a walkie-talkie, was stunned by the lab's wreckage as soon as he entered. Shattered test tubes, scorched floorboards, and the coldly gleaming green goblin armor all testified to a fierce conflict. What happened here? The officer's gaze swept over Harry, and finally rested on the unconscious Norman, his tone wary. Isn't that the Green Goblin who's been causing explosions all over the city? Harry took a deep breath, suppressing his panic. He's my father, Norman Osborn. We were attacked. He's injured. We need an ambulance. The officer clearly didn't buy the story. He waved for his men to examine the scene, while crouching to check Norman's condition. The moment his fingers touched Norman's wrist, Harry blocked him. He's hurt. Can you call an ambulance first? Seeing Harry's reddened eyes, the officer hesitated, then finally called for an ambulance on his walkie-talkie. At that moment, Sui was hovering on the rooftop opposite the Osborn Tower, watching the commotion below through the clouds. He could see the medics carrying a stretcher into the building, and sensed the gradually stabilizing energy fluctuations within Norman. The tension in his nerves finally eased somewhat. The golden glow around his fingertips faded. He turned and flew toward Brooklyn. The storm had subsided for now, but he knew that as long as the hidden threat within Norman remained unresolved, the danger was far from over. The next day, Sui was having breakfast, his gaze fixed on the morning news screen. Reporters crowded around the base of the Osborn Tower. The camera panned to Norman being assisted out of the hospital by medical staff clad in a patient gown, his eyes hollow, completely devoid of their former sharpness. The host's voice was grave. According to police investigations and hospital diagnostics, Norman Osborn has been diagnosed with severe schizophrenia. The actions related to the Green Goblin were committed during his episode, and he will be transferred to a psychiatric hospital for compulsory treatment. Osborn Industries will temporarily be managed by his son Harry Osborn. His mother walked over with a bowl of porridge, and seeing the news she couldn't help but sigh. Such a good entrepreneur, how did he end up with such a condition? His father also put down the newspaper and shook his head. Just the other day there were reports of him developing medical equipment to save lives. Truly, the unpredictability of life is astonishing. Sui said nothing, bowing his head to sip his porridge, yet internally, he felt a sense of relief. While it wasn't a complete solution, at least for now, Norman would no longer be controlled by his evil persona, and Harry wouldn't have to face the public trial of having a villain for a father nor witness his father's descent into ruin. This might not be the best outcome, but it was the gentlest way he could think of for everyone at this moment. He took out his phone and sent Harry a message. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. As he hit send, the screen lit up with a message from Peter asking if he wanted to join him for some urban street photography. Sui smiled slightly and replied, on my way. The calm after the storm was even more precious. Arriving at the designated street corner with his camera bag, Sui found Peter already squatting by the roadside photographing a stray cat. Sunlight bathed Peter's school uniform as he gently adjusted the focus of his camera, mumbling to himself. Raise your head a bit more, yes, just like that. Sui walked over and tapped his shoulder. Peter looked up with a smile, handing over the camera. Look, this calico's eyes are stunning. Much gentler than the battle photos of the Green Goblin. Sui leaned closer to examine the screen, ready to offer a compliment, when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Sui. Turning around, he saw Harry in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his hair neatly combed, accompanied by two assistants in black suits holding folders. Clearly just out from the company. He looked more composed than yesterday, though a hint of fatigue still lingered in his eyes. What are you doing here? Sui was somewhat surprised. Peter also put away his camera and stood up, glancing at Harry's suit, whispering to Sui. He looks really formal today. Harry stepped a bit closer and his assistants tactfully took a few steps back. He looked at Sui, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. I just finished a board meeting and stepped out for some fresh air. When I saw you two taking photos, I thought I'd come over to say hello. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. Yesterday. Thank you. And regarding my dad, the hospital said his emotions have stabilized a bit. That's good to hear. Sui nodded, choosing not to mention the news, and gave Harry's arm a reassuring pat. Don't overwork yourself, remember to let me know if you need anything. Harry replied with a soft his gaze sweeping over the camera in Peter's hands before looking back at Sui. You two keep shooting. I need to return to the office to handle some paperwork. With that, he turned and left with his assistants, his posture straight and reminiscent of the spirited young Osborn he once was, yet now with a newfound gravitas. Peter watched Harry's retreating figure, scratching his head. He seems to have grown up a lot all of a sudden. Sui looked at Harry getting into the car in the distance, softly replying, After experiencing such events, anyone would be forced to mature. He just hoped that this growth came without pain. Sui walked home after chatting with Spider-Man for a while. Just as his fingertips touched the doorknob, his phone screen suddenly flickered wildly, and the sharp alert tone of the exclusive emergency channel pierced the silence of the corridor. The moment he swiped open the screen, a voice from Chin echoed, accompanied by a static noise that jolted his eardrums. Sui, where are you? We need you, followed by a series of busy tones. Sui's face turned ashen. During his year at the academy, he had come to regard the professors and mutants there as family. He pressed the deformation button in the middle of his attire and shot into the sky, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind as he vanished into the horizon. With a loud bang, his battle suit splashed debris upon landing. Just as he steadied himself, he noticed two soldiers aiming their rifles at the window of the experimental building, ready to pull the trigger. Inside that window was a girl trembling with a folder in her arms. Stay away from them. Sui's eyes shot out two beams of thermal vision, accurately striking the rifle barrels, instantly melting the metal into twisted scrap iron with intense heat. The soldiers turned in shock, yet the bullets deflected upon hitting his body. At that moment, a voice with a metallic grating sound came from behind. So you are the little brat the professor mentioned. Logan wiped the blood from his face, his steel claws glinting in the sunlight. The wounds from the bullets had completely healed. Don't just stand there, there are 3 more trapped in the left teaching building. I'll distract the firepower at the main entrance. Before he finished speaking, he charged towards the dense military formation like a cheetah, the sharp sound of his claws slicing through the air, intertwining with the soldiers' screams. No need him enough by myself. Before the words left his mouth, a faint sound of air being sliced through resonated, and Sui's figure had already vanished from his original spot. Not a mere afterimage from high-speed movement, but as if he had been instantaneously erased and then reappeared. Logan squinted, trying to trace his trajectory, when he suddenly heard the muffled groans of soldiers and the loud crash of heavy objects hitting the wall behind him. He turned abruptly, only to see the 5 soldiers who were originally surrounding the entrance of the teaching building flying out in a parabolic arc, crashing heavily onto the lawn and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Sui stood where the soldiers had been lined up, having dealt with those inside. As he walked out, the heavy machine guns set up outside began firing at him like raindrops. Yet strangely, Sui's steps did not falter at all. The bullets that struck him merely made a pattering sound as they hit the ground, and none could injure him, not even to the extent of tearing his clothes. With his eyes glowing red, the thermal vision instantly destroyed the machine gun in front and penetrated the soldiers behind it. When the last soldier was sent flying with a punch, the sounds of battle throughout the academy fell silent. Logan slowly retracted his steel claws, his knuckles absent-mindedly rubbing against each other, as he watched Sui casually brush off the dust from his battle suit. His throat moved slightly. He had seen fast mutants before, but never one who could eliminate an entire squad in the blink of an eye without even ruffling a corner of his clothing. This is bad. The professor has been captured and the brainwave amplifier has also been taken. Some of our students are missing as well. Sui said, "What happened? Why wasn't I notified immediately?" Sui turned to see Jean Grey rushing towards him. She grasped Sui's arm, panting heavily, her tone filled with urgency. "The troops that came this time were a surprise attack. We didn't have time to react." The professor stopped resisting to protect the students and was taken away. As they were speaking, the roar of engines suddenly echoed above the campus. Storm was controlling the flying fighter jet hovering in the center of the lawn. As the cabin door slowly descended, Dr. Hank adjusted his glasses and waved to the three, saying, "The aircraft has calibrated the fastest route. We need to locate the base." "I can use my psychic ability to know from Nightcrawler's mind," said Jean Grey. As Nightcrawler, who had already joined the X-Men, stepped forward, Jean placed her hands on either side of his head. Soon fragments of memories from when Nightcrawler was under control began to surface. "Found it at Alkali Lake," said Sui. "Let's go." As Sui stepped toward the cabin door, a childish shout rang out from behind. He turned around to see several recently rescued students raising their fists, their eyes shining like sparks. "Superman, you must bring the professor and everyone back." He paused, raised his hand to signal "Don't worry," and then turned to step into the cabin. His earlier thought of flying solo had long been cast aside. The serious and determined expressions of his teammates inside the cabin made it clear to him that this rescue was not a battle for one person alone. On the other side, Magneto Eric, confined by Professor Charles in a plastic room, had noticed the food delivery guard who had been injected with metal. "Did you sleep well, Ranchel?" The guard smiled at Magneto, who was lying on a plastic bed. Eric squinted his eyes, a hint of danger creeping into his smile. "You seem different, Mr. Rorito," Magneto said with a smile. Rorito replied, "Indeed, I had a wonderful day." Magneto stood up and said, "No, not that." As Rorito was about to leave, he turned around to see Magneto approaching him and said, "Sit down." Magneto added, "No." Rorito picked up a baton and said, "Sit down for me." Magneto continued, "What is different?" As he raised his hand, Rorito floated in midair, unable to make a sound. Magneto whispered, "I see you have too much metal in your blood." Suddenly, tiny metallic particles flowed from Rorito's body towards Magneto's hands, gathering into smooth little spheres. The guard inside quickly retreated down the plastic corridor, but Magneto simply placed one of the small spheres under his feet, forming a disc that lifted him up and floated towards the opposite side, while the other two spheres pierced through the guard completely. Thus, Charles' archenemy Magneto successfully escaped from prison. Meanwhile, the roar of the airplane engine reverberated softly in the cabin. Sui stood near the cabin door, his blue-black bodysuit clinging tightly to his body, like a second skin, with every inch of fabric stretched by the bulging muscles beneath, outlining a figure of explosive power. His red cloak fell to his ankles, the edges fluttering with the airflow, creating a vibrant splash of color in the cold-toned cabin. Wolverine leaned against the side with his arms crossed, his metal claws sheathed, but the fierce aura surrounding him was hard to conceal. However, when his figure stood alongside Sui, his well-trained and robust physique appeared somewhat inferior. Sui's broad shoulders and narrow waist made him look more imposing, with muscles on his arms bulging, even more than Wolverine's, as if harboring the power to rip through clouds. Little Mischief twisted the corner of his clothing with his fingertips, his eyes filled with curiosity, occasionally stealing glances at Sui's back beneath his cloak. Iceman's fingertips were crystallizing with tiny shards of ice, but he had no mind to play. His gaze constantly fell on Sui's iconic outfit. Firestar suppressed the urge to ignite flames at his fingertips, his brows raised, clearly intrigued by the title of the strongest mutant. Nightcrawler, hidden in the shadows, quietly observed Sui with his golden eyes, seemingly trying to discern the unique qualities that set him apart from the other mutants. All eyes in the cabin were focused on Sui. His calm presence attracted more attention than any dazzling mutant ability. This was what Dr. Charles referred to as the strongest. Even the air around him seemed to carry an invisible sense of pressure. Wolverine's knuckles unconsciously rubbed against each other, fingertips brushing the cold, hard contours of the metal claws sheathed beneath his skin. His gaze swept over Sui, whose body was so tightly fitted into his suit that it seemed ready to burst. His throat moved slightly and a fire ignited in his chest. The word strongest from that old man Charles sounded like nails on a chalkboard to him. How many times had he rolled on the battlefield? The scars on his bones outnumbered the hair on his body, and his muscles were hard lumps forged from real blows and fierce battles. But Sui-Yi's physique exuded an air of effortless ease. As if he had never bled, could someone who could fly and take hits really be called the strongest? He couldn't help but wonder if he unsheathed his claws and drew a line across that blue-black suit, would it be as easy as tearing paper? Spotting the curiosity in the eyes of the little troublemaker and the Iceman and the Fireman's eager, "I want to test him" demeanor, Wolverine felt a deeper discomfort in his heart. He leaned in closer, intentionally nudging his shoulder against Sui-Yi's, silently declaring, "In this cabin, there was more than one person who could be called tough. You can try it. I don't mind blowing you up." Sui-Yi's voice was calm like the clouds outside the cabin, neither raised nor lowered, yet it clearly penetrated everyone's ears. He didn't even turn around. He merely let his hand hang by his side, slightly moving, causing his red cape to flutter lightly, revealing the sharper lines of his forearm, accentuated by taut muscles. Those words struck Wolverine like a red-hot needle hitting his breaking point. His fingers, which had been rubbing the claw sheath, suddenly clenched tightly, and the anger in his chest surged up. After living so long, no one had dared to speak to him in such a tone. In the next moment, a harsh metallic sound sliced through the air, as 3 pairs of glimmering claws shot out from his fingers, the tips vibrating slightly, aimed directly at Sui-Yi's back. "Ha, what a big mouth!" Wolverine's voice was wrapped in fury, his gums clenched tightly. "I want to see if the strongest title is just hot air." The little troublemaker instinctively recoiled, grabbing the Iceman's arm. The Iceman immediately clenched his fists, ice crystals forming at his fingertips, yet he did not dare to step forward rashly. The Fireman tensed up his body, a flicker of flames igniting in his palm, his gaze darting between the two. Nightcrawler's golden pupils narrowed, his body already prepared to teleport at any moment, fearing that a fight would break out in the next second. The air in the cabin suddenly froze, leaving only the cold glint of the claws and the tense atmosphere between the two. Just as the two were about to make a move, steady footsteps approached from the cockpit. Jean Grey swiftly crossed the cabin, her combat suit accentuating her agile figure, her eyes radiating an authority that brooked no argument. She first looked at the still panting Wolverine, then scanned the calm Sui, her voice clear yet piercing. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the remaining gunpowder in the cabin. "Our current objective is to rescue the Doctor and the children from Stryker, not to have a feud here." She took half a step forward, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. "You don't need me to elaborate on how dangerous Stryker's forces are. If you want to fight, wait until we've safely brought the Doctor back. Find an open space to fight it out. No one will stop you." As she spoke, she deliberately paused, her gaze landing on Wolverine's hand as he retracted his claws, her tone softening somewhat yet remaining resolute. "Logan, your claws should be aimed at those who harm children." Sui. She turned to Sui, a hint of admonition in her eyes. "The power of the strongest should be used to protect your comrades, shouldn't it?" The cabin fell completely silent. Wolverine turned his face away. Though he said nothing, his clenched fists noticeably relaxed. Sui looked at Jean Grey, slowly nodding, his red cape gently falling as he no longer protested. Even the previously tense Iceman and Fireman quietly relaxed their stances, clearly in agreement with Jean's words. As Chingili's voice fell, the radar screen in the cockpit suddenly emitted a rapid beeping sound, with several red markers flashing dangerously close to the green. A cold command came through the communicator: "Unidentified aircraft, immediately descend to 20000 feet and follow our escort back to Hansleram Air Force Base. You have 10 seconds to comply." Sui stepped into the cockpit, his gaze landing on the flickering display screen. The red cloak swept across the edge of the control panel, leaving a fleeting shadow. He looked at the red dots closing in on them, a cold smirk curving his lips as he spoke casually yet with an undeniable authority. "It seems someone is angry. Should I take care of it?" Chingale immediately frowned and pressed down on the control panel. "No, a forced conflict will expose our location. If Strike notices the Doctor and the children will be in greater danger." The Nightwalker leaned in as well, his golden pupils fixed on the radar. "Those are military escort planes, heavily armed. Fighting Hedon is not the best choice." Outside the cabin, the Wolverine had already reached the door, his hand resting on the steel claw sheath, his gaze sharp. "Who cares about any Air Force base? If they block our way, we'll take down their planes." The Iceman's fingertips began to crystallize with ice, while the Fireman clenched his fists, flames dancing in his palms, clearly ready for a fight. The military aircraft's communication pierced through the cabin again, the tone unyielding. "We will fly alongside you. Immediately lower your altitude. We will escort you back to Hansleram Air Force Base." Before the words fell, 2 fighter jets swooped in from either side, their wings nearly grazing Sui-Yi's aircraft. The pilots made a descending gesture reiterating the warning. Immediately lower your altitude. This is your final warning. But in the next moment, the two fighter jets suddenly pulled back violently, as if avoiding some impending danger. Then the alarms inside the aircraft blared loudly, the red warning lights instantly flooding the cabin. The voice of Storm Girl came through with unprecedented urgency from the pilot's seat. They've locked onto us. Quickly, everyone sit down and fasten your seatbelts. The Iceman was the first to grab Little Mischief and dash towards their seats, his fingers fumbling with the seatbelt. The fireman also extinguished his flamboyant flames, stumbling into his seat. The Wolverine, though reluctant, understood that this was not the time for a fight, and stepped over to an empty seat, his hand still tightly gripping, ready to unleash his steel claws at any moment. Only Sui remained standing firmly in the center of the cabin, his red cloak swaying slightly amid the alarm sounds. He looked up at the approaching fighter jets outside, his gaze devoid of any panic, instead filled with a chilling resolve, as if he was preparing to strike. "I'll shake them off." Before Storm Girl's words could finish, her hands slammed onto the control stick, the engine roaring to life with a piercing screech, the aircraft's speed soaring to its limits. To shake off their pursuers, she maneuvered the aircraft with constant flips and dives, sometimes skimming the edge of the clouds, other times pulling sharply upwards, the entire cabin instantly transforming into a roller coaster ride. The intense feeling of weightlessness turned the fireman's face pale, his hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, his knuckles turning white as he shouted with a quivering voice, "Please stop this. If you keep turning like this, I'm going to throw up." The Wolverine, usually so tough, leaned back in his seat, frowning. "I agree. Doesn't this piece of junk have any weapons? Instead of dodging, we might as well fight back." The Nightwalker even clasped his hands together in a prayer gesture, his golden pupils filled with terror, his body swaying with the aircraft. Only Sui remained standing in the center of the cabin, his feet seemingly welded to the floor. Even as the aircraft tilted to nearly vertical, his upright figure remained unmoved, his muscles beneath the blue-black tight suit maintaining perfect balance, the red cloak flying wildly in the chaotic airflow. Yet it did not affect his stance at all, as if he existed in a different world from the surrounding turbulence. The moment Wolverine finished speaking, Storm's eyes in the driver's seat suddenly rolled back, turning white as an invisible current seemed to surge around her. Outside the cabin, the sky darkened at a visible rate, storm clouds gathered rapidly, and several thick tornadoes descended from the clouds, churning the high-altitude air like massive pillars. With a deep hum, a military fighter jet failed to dodge in time, instantly caught in the vortex of airflow. The aircraft spun out of control, and the pilot immediately activated the ejection seat, a white parachute blooming amidst the chaotic clouds. Yet another fighter, before crashing, managed to lock onto their plane. Two missiles streaked toward them with fiery trails, and the pilot then ejected in a desperate escape. Storm did not close her eyes until the enemy signals on the radar had completely vanished. The sky's clouds gradually dispersed and the tornadoes slowly dissipated. Jean Grey immediately turned to look at the others in the cabin, her voice laced with concern. "Is everyone all right?" "No." Wolverine spoke first, rubbing his sore shoulder from the jostling, but his gaze was fixed on the window. Beep, beep, beep. The radar alarm tore through the brief calm inside the cabin, once more urgent and piercing than before. Storm had just recovered from the exhaustion of controlling the storm when her eyes swept over the display screen and spotted two red dots approaching rapidly. Her expression changed instantly, and she cried out in alarm, "My God! 2 missiles!" The words froze the others, who had just begun to relax. Pyro, who had just unbuckled his seatbelt, tightened it again, abruptly, his face even paler than before. Rogue instinctively moved closer to Iceman, who raised his hand, ice crystals thicker than before forming at his fingertips, yet he seemed at a loss. Nightcrawler's amen gesture was still unfinished, and his golden eyes were once again filled with terror. Wolverine shot out his claws with a sharp sound and slammed the armrest of his seat. "Damn it, these bastards just won't give up." Jean Grey focused her psychic powers, intending to destroy the missiles trying to lock onto their trajectories. "They're too fast, evading is no longer an option." Only Sui remained standing steadily in the center of the cabin. Hearing the alarm and Storm's shout, he merely glanced up at the window, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The muscles beneath his blue-black tight suit subtly tensed, and his red cape fluttered lightly, clearly ready to act. As the alarm reached its most piercing pitch, Sui gave a light push off the cabin floor and shot toward the door like an arrow released from a bowstring. Before Nightcrawler could teleport to help, Sui had already grabbed the door handle and pulled it outward with a jerk. A howling gale instantly rushed into the cabin, his red cape billowing loudly like a blazing flame. Sui! Jean Grey's shout was swallowed by the wind, but Sui only glanced back at the others gripping their seatbelts inside the cabin, then leaped out of the aircraft. The freezing cold and strong winds at high altitude had no effect on him. The muscles beneath his blue-black tight suit suddenly tensed, and he adjusted his posture midair like an eagle, his gaze locked onto the two missiles launched from the distant fighter, their fiery tails trailing white smoke hurtling toward him. Without any unnecessary movement, Sui crossed his arms in front of him, and a faint white glow enveloped his body. The next second he charged straight at the missiles, moving so fast that he left afterimages. Bang! The first missile detonated directly under his fist. Fire and shockwave exploded in the sky. He remained completely unscathed, using the force to redirect himself toward the second missile, kicking it into a distant airspace. As the second roar echoed, he was already steadying himself beside the aircraft, tapping the hull to signal everyone's safety. Inside the cabin, everyone stared in awe through the window. Wolverine's tense body slowly relaxed, his claws retracting halfway unconsciously. Rogue covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Even the usually calm Jean Grey couldn't help but sigh in relief, a hint of approval in her eyes. Just as everyone's anxious hearts began to settle, a powerful magnetic force suddenly swept in, and the entire plane felt as if it were gripped by an invisible giant hand, uncontrollably plunging towards the ground. The Storm Girl's scream pierced through the cabin. "I can't control the plane anymore." Sui's expression tightened, and he immediately prepared to leap out of the cabin, using his own strength to hold back the out-of-control aircraft. But just as the plane was about to breach the limit of its descent, the plummeting force abruptly halted. Outside the cabin, Magneto stood with one arm raised, an invisible aura of magnetic energy swirling in his palm, while the shapeshifter Raven stood beside him, her sharp gaze locking onto the people inside the cabin. Magneto raised his hand and virtually grasped the cabin door. The invisible magnetic force, like an unseen hand, steadily pulled the door open, and the turbulence of the airflow was instantly smoothed by his power. He stepped into the cabin with Raven closely following him, though her eyes remained vigilant as they scanned the crowd. The moment he stepped in, the previously trembling aircraft became completely stable. The Storm Girl relaxed her grip on the control stick and exclaimed in delight, "The magnetic interference has disappeared. I can control it normally now." Magneto paid no heed to the tense expressions around him, his gaze cutting straight through the crowd to the figure at the center of the cabin. A blue-black uniform accentuated a tall silhouette, and the striking reddish emblem in the cabin lights made it nearly impossible to look away. "Who is this?" He halted his steps, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "Your new companion." Sui took a step forward, the air pressure around him unconsciously becoming steady. He met Magneto's gaze, his voice clear and powerful. "You are Magneto Eric. My name is Sui. You can also call me Superman." Magneto's fingertips brushed over his coat, the invisible magnetic force flickering between his fingers, his tone revealing no joy or anger, yet carrying a subtle hint of scrutiny. At that moment, Jean Grey parted the crowd and stepped forward. Her gaze on Sui held a hint of approval, and when she turned to Magneto, it was imbued with additional conviction. "This is Sui, who officially joined Xavier's Academy last year, and is now a member of the X-Men. Dr. Charles said he is the hope for mutants, and could even become the strongest mutant in the—" As these words fell, the originally tense atmosphere in the cabin became subtly charged. Some eyes flashed with astonishment, while others quietly clenched their fists, and the fluctuations of magnetism in Magneto's palm seemed to pause for half a second. Magneto's gaze towards Sui suddenly shifted. Where there had been mere scrutiny, there was now a deeper inquiry, even hiding a barely perceptible sharpness, as if wanting to see through the blue-black uniform and uncover the true nature of this young man referred to as Hope by Charles. He understood Charles' insight too well for his old friend to give such high praise. This individual could not merely be an ordinary mutant. The future of mutants. He silently mused within, yet his expression remained calm, even managing to curve his lips into a faint smile. "Don't be nervous." Magneto raised his hand in gesture. The pale blue magnetic force completely retracted, and the oppressive feeling in the cabin instantly dissipated. "I am not here to be your enemy. On the contrary, I have come to assist you in rescuing Charles." He pulled out a metallic USB drive from his pocket, flicking it lightly with his fingers, so that it landed steadily on the table in front of Sui. "Moreover, I have the urgent information you need, about the reasons for the professor's imprisonment and the latest moves of Stryker. They must have captured Charles for reasons beyond mere imprisonment." Storm held the control stick tightly, her brow furrowed, gazing through the porthole at the rushing clouds below. Strike and his group have always concealed sinister plots against mutants. Sui reached for the metallic USB drive on the table, feeling a chill touch his fingertips. He looked up at Magneto, his tone filled with undeniable urgency. How can we trust you, and what about the doctor's safety now? Magneto's voice grew solemn, each word laced with a chilling intensity. You have no idea what Strike intends to do. Once the brainwave amplifier is connected to Charles, he can instantly link the consciousness of everyone on Earth. If Charles is forced to concentrate his consciousness on the mutant population, all of us will be obliterated in an instant. Wait! Storm suddenly turned around, her eyes wide with shock. How could Strike possibly know about the existence of the brainwave amplifier? Where did he find it? Because I told him. Magneto's answer plunged the cabin into silence, as he observed the shocked expressions of those around him, slowly adding, Don't forget the brainwave amplifier was built by Charles and me years ago. And Strike? He possesses enough persuasive power to find a breakthrough even against a powerhouse like Charles. Who exactly is this Strike? Jean Grey clenched her fists, her voice laced with urgency as she pressed on. A scientist who has devoted his life to solving the mutant problem. Magneto's gaze suddenly shifted to Wolverine in the corner, his tone carrying complexity. Want to know more? Why not ask him? Don't you remember, right? He paused, throwing out an even more startling piece of information. As far as I know, Strike is the only one capable of manipulating adamantium. The metal in your bones came from his hand. Wolverine's body stiffened abruptly, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Magneto observed his reaction and continued. But the professor anticipated this. He said you were smart enough to uncover the truth on your own. He believes in your abilities more than I do. Sui stepped forward, the red S emblem on his blue-black uniform standing out under the cabin lights. He stared directly into Magneto's eyes, his tone straightforward. You were never one to easily compromise. Why are you proactively suggesting cooperation now? Magneto gently rubbed his fingertips against his sleeve, not avoiding Sui's gaze, and admitted candidly, Raven found a blueprint of Strike's base. He's been operating there for decades. We've confirmed that he is constructing a second brainwave amplifier. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the people in the cabin, his tone growing more serious. But with just the blueprint, we only know the general area. We can't pinpoint the exact location. At this point, his eyes returned to Sui, carrying a hint of certainty. I suspect that someone among you knows where it is hidden. Jean Grey stepped forward, affirming. Their base is at Alkali Lake. Strike has concealed it entirely in the underground layers beneath the lake, using the water and rock layers as cover. She looked at Storm at the control panel, adding, Our flight path has long been adjusted, and we are currently heading towards Alkali Lake. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Magneto's eyes, followed by a low chuckle. Seems I arrived just in time, saving us the trouble of searching for the location. He walked to the porthole, gazing below with a tone that grew colder. Does Strike think he is safe hiding underground? Today let him see that his underground fortress is utterly vulnerable before me. After a conversation among the crowd, the atmosphere in the cabin finally eased. Little Mischief pulled Iceman over to a corner, where the battle suits were stacked, her fingers gently brushing the fabric, her eyes filled with envy. When will we have our own battle suits? Especially Sui's set, it's just too cool. It's already been arranged, it will arrive in a few. Wolverine leaned against the cabin wall, holding an unlit cigar, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance that instantly extinguished Little Mischief's anticipation. At that moment, Magneto's laughter came from behind. Little Mischief turned to look, and he was gazing at her with a rare softness. We like your new hair color. Little Mischief's eyes brightened, and she instinctively removed her gloves to step forward, but Iceman quietly held her wrist, signaling her to keep her distance. All right, let's go. Fireman fiddled with the lighter in his hand, and as he passed by Magneto, he couldn't help but curiously ask. They all say you're a bad guy. Oh, what do they say about me? Magneto raised an eyebrow in response. They say, that helmet is really ugly. Fireman hesitated for a long time before quietly voicing this remark. Magneto stroked the edge of the helmet with his fingertips, his tone carrying a subtle seriousness. This ugly helmet is the only thing that can protect me from being harmed by true villains. As soon as the words left his lips, a magnetic force surged from his palm, and Fireman's lighter instantly slipped from his control, flying steadily into Magneto's hand. Magneto pinched the silver lighter between his fingers, his gaze fixed on Fireman, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. What is your name? John. Fireman instinctively replied, his fingertips unconsciously inching closer to the lighter. "What is your real name, John?" Magneto repeated the question, his eyes seeming to pierce through Fireman's ostentatious exterior to touch the deep-seated desires within. Fireman suddenly raised his hand, an orange-red flame flickering in his palm, absorbing the residual warmth from the lighter, his voice carrying a hint of stubbornness. "Fireman." "Fireman." Magneto repeated this title softly, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your superpower is very strong, Fireman. I can only control fire, not create it." Fireman clenched the flames in his palm, a tinge of unwillingness in his tone. "Mortal beings are like ants. You are indeed a god." Magneto's voice dropped lower, like a precise thunderclap exploding in Fireman's ear. "Don't listen to anyone's nonsense." Once he finished speaking, he released his fingers, and the lighter gently fell into Fireman's palm, a faint blue magnetic glow flashing at his fingertips. A silent dialogue was unfolding in the cabin. Sui keenly captured Magneto's psychological maneuver against Fireman John. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze crossing over the crowd, landing on Jean Grey. It was an extremely subtle exchange of glances. Sui's eyes held a sharpness amidst their calmness, nodding slightly, conveying the signal of "I see you," in paying attention. Jean's response, she gently nodded, her gaze steady like a deep pool of water, silently responding, "I understand, I will keep up." Almost in the same instant both took action. Sui discreetly adjusted his position, cleverly blocking Fireman from Magneto like an invisible barrier. Jean quietly extended her mental power like a soft net, shielding Fireman's mind and isolating him from external temptations. The entire process was silent yet seamlessly coordinated. The plane descended into the forest not far from the dam, and the holographic terrain map inside clearly outlined the internal structure of the dam. Storm Woman pointed at the map and explained, "This is the flood discharge tunnel. Do you see the changes in terrain density? Those are the entrances." Storm Woman focused on the thickness of the ice and the flow of water, reminding, "If we go in, Stryker will likely release the water to flood the discharge tunnel." Storm Woman turned to Nightcrawler and asked, "Can you go in?" Nightcrawler shook his head. "No, I must see the destination to teleport. Oh, otherwise I will get stuck in the wall." "He'll go," Wolverine decisively stated. "I have a feeling he wants me alive." "Stop arguing, he'll go." Sui stepped forward. "I can withstand the flood and break through the passage." "No." Jean Grey immediately opposed. "If you damage the door and the flood discharge device opens, the flood will rush in, endangering the children and the professor." Magneto also agreed. "For the safety of the professor and the children, shutting down the flood discharge device and reopening the passage is the best choice. I don't want to see any accidents happen." Magneto turned to look at Riven, who smiled back at him. Next, everyone began to quickly divide tasks. Riven's core mission: infiltrate the control room, shut down the flood discharge device, and open the passage with minimal damage. Division of labor: Magneto will precisely manipulate the metal to close the gate. Sui will use his super strength to open a safe passage without triggering alarms. 2. Wolverine decoy and main force. Objective: enter through the front entrance to draw Stryker's attention. Advantage: strong healing ability, and a special attraction to Stryker, making him the best decoy. Jean Grey and Nightcrawler rapid rescue. Once the passage is opened, quickly rescue the professor and the children. Jean will use telepathy to locate the hostages and block mental interference. Nightcrawler will teleport precisely under Jean's guidance, evacuating in batches. Storm and Iceman external cover. Objective: ensure the evacuation route is safe. Division of labor: Storm will create weather disturbances on the periphery to cover the infiltration. Iceman will create ice layers in key locations to prevent accidental water leakage. With the action plan confirmed, everyone quickly prepared to set off. Sui and Magneto exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and disappeared into the night. Wolverine, also with a cigar in his mouth, strode towards the front entrance. A time-sensitive rescue operation was about to unfold. Inside Stryker's base, alarms suddenly blared. The monitor operator saw someone infiltrating through the flood discharge tunnel, and immediately reported, "Sir, someone has broken in." Stryker quickly walked up to the monitor, and on the screen Wolverine was striding forward, shouting his name. "Look who has arrived." "Wait." Stryker stopped the operator, who was about to release the water, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "He has come to find me." Just as the words fell, the dark door at the end of the passage opened and soldiers fully armed surged out. Wolverine raised his hands as soldiers approached with special handcuffs, the cold cuffs securely fastening around his wrists. The door opened and soldiers escorted Wolverine inside, while soldiers around him aimed their dark muzzles at him. Stryker glanced at him and coldly ordered seal the door, don't let him escape, eliminate him immediately. Open fire. With the order given, the muzzles of the guns were raised in unison. At that moment, the captured Wolverine suddenly contorted his body, instantly breaking free from the handcuffs and sweeping aside the soldier next to him. He flipped over and jumped down, cleverly using the fallen soldier as cover to dodge the hail of bullets. At the last moment before the doors closed, he slid to the side, darting in like an arrow released from its bow. Stryker's expression changed drastically as he dashed toward the control room. However, when he reached the door, he found himself inside, making faces at himself while having already knocked out all the guards and securely locked the hatch. Behind the observation window on the door, the face of Stryker slowly turned around, revealing a cold smirk. It was none other than the shapeshifter Raven. It was then that Stryker realized he had been played. Enraged, he rushed to the control room door and questioned his subordinate, "Can the flood release device be disabled remotely?" The subordinate, pale-faced, replied, "All control permissions are concentrated in this room, which is why the door is so thick. Then find some explosives and blow the door open." Stryker roared. At that moment, the voice of the shapeshifter Raven mimicking Stryker echoed through the control room and broadcasted throughout the entire base. "Attention, all gates are switching to manual mode. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching." As she spoke, she calmly manipulated the control panel in the guise of Stryker, completely taking over the base's control. Outside, Stryker had already set up the explosives. With the order given, the explosion's flames instantly engulfed the heavy alloy door. "I'm already inside." Raven's voice came through the communicator, crisp and decisive. Wolverine couldn't help but exclaim, "She's amazing." Magneto added from the side, "Remarkably amazing." Meanwhile, inside the control room, Raven had successfully taken over the entire base's system. "The gates have switched to manual mode," she reported calmly. "The main power and surveillance are also under my control. Stryker is locked out." Sui nodded and asked solemnly, "Have the positions of the professor and the children been confirmed?" The action plan quickly took shape. Sui and Wolverine frontal breakthrough to rescue the professor and the children. Magneto remotely controlling Metal to clear obstacles and support the two. Nightcrawler ready to teleport for assistance at Jean's guidance. Raven holding the control room firmly to ensure Stryker cannot regain control. "Let's move." With Sui's command, everyone shot towards their target like arrows released from a bow. Meanwhile, outside, Stryker had begun frantically trying to break down the door. A true contest had just begun. "The door is open, you may enter." Raven's voice came from the communicator. The group passed through the flood release door and arrived at the last barrier leading to the main control room. "Watch this." Sui stepped forward, his eyes emitting scorching red lasers, cutting a perfect circle in the thick alloy door. "Beautiful." Magneto nodded in approval, then raised his hand, gently pulling the cut metal disc aside with magnetism. The passage opened wide. Raven and Sui walked into the main control room and nodded at Raven. "Just in time." Raven stood up quickly, handing him a data chip. "This is the main control permission. I've locked Stryker out. The dam's power hub is housed in this room," Ruewen said, as she manipulated the main console. A three-dimensional hologram sprang to life. "The brainwave amplifier is right here. Can we shut it down remotely from here?" Sui asked. "No." Ruewen shook her head. "It must be operated on site." "Then let's move. We don't have much time." Wansawang decided instantly. Sui quickly issued orders. "Baofengnu Chin Gale Keet, you go rescue the children. Wansawang and I will save the professor." At that moment, Jinganglang caught sight of Shikuik on the monitors and whispered a name, "Shikuik." Before the words finished, he had vanished. Sui turned and saw only the communicator fallen by the door. "He left," Chin Gale said in a low tone. Sui's gaze hardened. "They'll go after him. Wansawang, you save the professor first. Well, rendezvous at the target." With that, he and Wansawang exchanged a look and vanished down the corridor like a gust of wind. Elsewhere, Shikuik had already reached the brainwave amplifier control room. His trump card, a backup amplifier, was moments from activation. Within the illusion, Professor X awaited rescue. Shikuik leaned to Jesen's ear and whispered, "Jesen, it's time to act. Find our friends. All the mutants scattered across the world. Make me proud." The Dr. Chersi within the illusion had formally engaged the brainwave amplifier. "You stop the amplifier, ill contact Luogen on the other side." Chin's eyes flashed golden as her psychic power unfurled. "Baofengnu Keet, the children's positions are locked. Move at once." On the monitor, Shikuik stood behind Jesen, both hands pressed to his son's shoulders, eyes aflame with madness. "Begin." Let this world see who is the true master. Having spoken, he turned and left with Siwang Nu. As Wansawang and Sui neared the amplifier control room, a searing laser shot from behind scorching a black streak into the floor. They whirled around to see Sikarot standing at the corridor's end, his eyes fixed by mechanical restraints, beams of light pouring from them. Clearly the result of Shikik's serum. He's been controlled. Act quickly. Before Sui's words had finished, he flashed forward like lightning and was suddenly before Sikarot. Without waiting for a reaction, Sui struck Sikarot squarely in the chest and smashed him into the wall. But the controlled Sikarot felt no pain. He adjusted his aim at once, two laser beams racing for Sui's face. Sui's pupils constricted. Scarlet heat vision flared from his eyes, colliding precisely with the incoming laser beams. The two energies detonated in the center of the corridor. The shockwave sent metal fragments flying and carved cracks into the walls with merciless force. In the corridor, Sui struggled to restrain the out-of-control Sikarot. He had to temper his strength. He could not injure a comrade, and at the same time avoid the indiscriminate lash of the beams. But the drugged Sikarot moved like a pain-free automaton each time he was blocked. He immediately reamed the beams, grazing Sui's shoulder and searing deep furrows into the wall. At the same time, a muffled groan of intense pain came from the direction of the control room. As Wansawang and Bianxing Nu reached the door, the surrounding mutants collapsed, clutching their heads. Even Bianxing Nu gripped the doorframe and ground her teeth. Hurry, yak. No time. Wansawang, wearing a helmet that blocked psychic interference, remained unaffected. He thrust his arms with sudden force. Pale blue magnetic power surged toward the gate like a tide. With a thunderous crash, the alloy door was torn open. As the gate gave way, the brainwave amplifier's controller shut down automatically under its safety protocol, and the searing pain in the corridors vanished in an instant. Sui moved forward to check on Sikarot and found him curled on the ground in agony, while he himself felt entirely normal, as if untouched by the assault. He did not know that the spaceborne modifications had already elevated his body to a new plane. The subconscious emission of solar radiation from his skin had quietly nullified the psychic interference. The amplifier has stopped. Bianxing Nu's voice came from the control room, but Shikuik is still escaping. Sui helped Sikarot to his feet, looked to Wansawang, and said, "I'll pursue Shikuik. Leave this to you." As soon as Sui's voice fell, his figure vanished without a trace. Magneto did not pause for a moment and stepped into the amplification chamber. He raised a hand, and the entire metallic device seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, with gears reversing and circuits reconfiguring, emitting a low resonant hum. The shapeshifter followed closely behind, transforming into the likeness of Stryker, in the next moment mimicking his voice and demeanor with astonishing accuracy. She leaned down and whispered to Jason, "The plan has changed. Eliminate all humans." She then turned and followed Magneto out of the room. It turned out that Magneto's true goal was to utilize Charles' abilities, amplifying that power through this device to a level capable of covering the entire globe. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy metal door slowly closed under Magneto's control, sealing everything away. The amplifier restarted, blue light radiating from its core, like an invisible ripple penetrating walls, crossing the city, reaching every corner of the world. This time its target was all of humanity. In a cold laboratory on the other side, Wolverine gazed at the device that had once altered his fate, memories of the painful implantation of adamantium flashing through his mind. At that moment, Stryker appeared with the Death Lady. He spoke coldly to Wolverine, as if introducing a perfect work of art. Once adamantium is liquefied, it must maintain its temperature, otherwise it will turn into indestructible metal. I once thought you were unique, but now it seems otherwise. With that, Stryker turned and left, leaving the Death Lady to confront Wolverine. The battle erupted instantly. Wolverine quickly realized that the Death Lady had also been infused with adamantium, and her healing abilities were on par with his. With her remarkable agility, she had him pinned down. After a heavy slam, Wolverine saw stars. At that moment, he caught sight of the adamantium injector on the table. He gritted his teeth and crawled over with great difficulty, suddenly plunging the needle into the Death Lady, who was pressing down on his back. The cold metal surged in an instant. The death lattice movements came to a halt, as if countless metallic serpents were writhing beneath her skin, ultimately erupting from every seam of her face and throat, solidifying her entire being. With a heavy metallic crash, she transformed into a statue of adamantium, crashing down. Wolverine, dragging his slowly healing body, crawled toward the exit. Wolverine caught up with Stryker, who was preparing to escape by plane, and drove his steel claws into his body. Just then the dam's alarm blared, and Stryker said coldly, The dam has cracked. In a few minutes this place will be submerged by flood. Come with me and I'll tell you everything. Wolverine plunged his claws deeper into Stryker's body, roaring, "It's you are the root cause of all this." At that moment Sui arrived, only to see the barely conscious Stryker bound to the plane's landing gear. Ignoring Stryker's threats, Wolverine wrapped chains around his body, tightly binding him to the helicopters while saying, "Did you not say I am a beast? Then you can sink along with your plan." Sui decisively replied, "Stop stalling. I will go get them out first." Wolverine nodded and turned, rushing deep into the dam with Sui to rescue their trapped companions. Sui teleported to the door of the amplification chamber where Jean, Scott, Storm, Nightcrawler, and a group of rescued children were anxiously waiting. "What happened? Didn't Magneto just go in?" Sui asked. "Magneto reversed the device. The professor is trapped in an illusion, and he wants to use the professor's abilities to kill all humanity," Jean Grey explained. As Sui was about to force the door open, Jean stopped him. "No. The brainwave amplifier is directly connected to the professor's brain. Forcibly damaging it will kill him." Time passed second by second amidst the alarm. Sui made a decisive move. Since he couldn't destroy the device, he would force the door open. He thrust his hands into the door gap, every muscle in his body bulging, and let out a low roar. The heavy metal door was pried open by sheer brute force. Inside the door, the device ceased instantly, and Professor Charles stood before him. However, aside from Sui, everyone else was trapped in the illusion created by Jason, seeing only an innocent little girl. "How do we break it?" Sui asked. "Either the ability user dies or loses consciousness," Jean replied. Before the words faded, Sui had already teleported behind Jason, clutching his throat. As Jason gradually lost consciousness, the illusion shattered like glass. The group regained their senses, only to hear the roar of the floodwaters growing closer from outside. The floodwater surged in, and the entire building trembled on the verge of collapse. A massive stone slab broke loose from the ceiling, hurtling straight toward Jean and Charles, who were stabilizing the professor. In the nick of time, Sui flashed before the stone slab, punched it away with a single blow, and roared, "Move! This place is coming down!" He scooped up Charles in his arms and charged out. Jean followed closely, using her indestructible powers to shield against the falling debris. Up ahead, Nightcrawler and Storm were evacuating the children with difficulty. In the central hall, as the group prepared to rush toward an exit, Wolverine suddenly appeared, jammed his claws into the control panel, and the door slammed shut. Everyone stared at him in shock. Wolverine retracted his claws and said calmly, "You don't want to go that way." As soon as he spoke, a torrent of floodwater burst through the gap of the sealed door. "Follow me. There's another exit," he called, leading the group swiftly down another corridor. "I'll take the lead." Sui, carrying the professor, charged ahead, sweeping his heat vision across the iron doors, blocking the path, clearing every obstacle in their way. "I'll cover the rear." Jean raised a psychic shield, protecting everyone from the falling rocks. Up ahead, a heavy blast door blocked their path. With a thunderous crash, Sui kicked the heavy iron door flying. The moment they rushed out, Wolverine noticed that the helicopter was gone. Just as they hesitated, Rogue managed to land a fighter jet shakily. The landing was awkward, but everyone quickly boarded. Just then, Wolverine stopped. Sui followed his gaze and saw Stryker chained to the wall, staring coldly at them. "What are you waiting for?" Sui asked. Wolverine didn't answer. He walked slowly towards Stryker, a turmoil of emotions in his eyes. Stryker sneered. "Who knows the answer? Those people, or this monster beside?" Wolverine tore off the dog tag around his neck, the one engraved with Wolverine, and threw it in front of Stryker, saying, "I'll try my luck on him." Stryker kept shouting, "Someday I'll finish what I started. Someday, someday." As soon as Sui and Wolverine stepped onto the plane, Sui asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine now," Wolverine replied, leaning against the cabin wall, slowly retracting his claws. Professor Charles looked at Sui, his tone grave. "Sui, we must go to Washington immediately. I suspect this crisis is no longer just a local incident at Alkali Lake." As the words fell, a commotion came from the cockpit. Storm and Scott were frantically manipulating the controls. Scott turned back and shouted, "The thrusters are offline. It'll take some time to fix. Then hurry." Sui strode to the cockpit door, his gaze sweeping over the flashing warning lights on the dashboard and the cracked dam. "We don't have much time." Inside the cabin, the children huddled together tightly, while Jean Grey stayed by the professor's side, closely monitoring his condition. Everyone knew this crisis was far from over and Washington might hold an even greater storm. Where did John go? The little rascal suddenly turned around, panic lacing his voice. John? Is he the fireman? Sui pressed on. Jean Goulet's expression darkened. He went with Magneto. Sui understood in his heart. Indeed, the fireman had chosen Magneto's side. At this moment he caught sight of water gushing out from the dam and immediately shouted, "Hurry! The dam is going to collapse!" Jean Goulet's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light, her face turning pale in an instant. There's no time. Before the words fell, a loud roar erupted as the dam completely collapsed and torrents of water broke through the precarious dam structure, rushing toward the plane. Jean Goulet's gaze hardened, determination flashing in her eyes, as she looked back ready to jump down to block the flood, but Sui stopped her with a firm grip. "It's okay, I'm here too." Sui spoke with conviction, and without waiting for Jean Goulet to respond he turned and jumped off the plane. In the cockpit, Storm and Scott were still busy repairing the thrusters, completely unaware that Sui had already rushed out on his own. As the flood approached, Sui stood his ground, a faint glow emanating from his body. He took a deep breath, his arms spreading wide to support the plane beneath him, and with a low shout the plane lifted off the ground. The raging flood carrying debris surged forth, and the people in the cabin closed their eyes in despair. Yet the anticipated impact never came. Instead they felt the aircraft lighten slightly, and began to ascend slowly into the sky. Everyone opened their eyes in astonishment, and Jean Goulet was the first to react. She looked at the figure outside the cabin, mostly submerged by the flood, her voice trembling. "It's Sui." He dragged the plane up into the air. In the cockpit, Scott tightened his grip on the control stick, his voice urgent. "The thrusters are fixed. Hurry! We can't let him hold on alone." The plane's engine roared back to life, beginning to move forward slowly. Sui felt the pull from the aircraft and gradually released his grip, flying back into the cabin. As he landed, looking at everyone's admiring gazes, he smiled and said, "Stop staring. Let's head to Washington." The rewrite of Jean Goulet's fate not only allowed her to escape the tragic cycle of death, resurrection, corruption, but also seemed to topple the pivotal domino, indirectly protecting Dr. Charles, sparing him from the fate of being destroyed by the corrupted Phoenix Force. This significant plot twist also laid down new foreshadowing for everyone's fate, diverging sharply from the original work. In front of the live camera at the Washington presidential office, the president was solemnly recounting the global attack events, when the screen suddenly cut off, and the lights in the room flickered twice, and everyone froze in place, unable to move. Outside the window, dark clouds suddenly gathered and fierce winds whipped through the clouds, the thunder rumbling so loudly that the windows buzzed. "Good morning, Mr. President. Please do not panic. We will not harm anyone." Charles' calm yet firm voice resonated in the hall. The president turned around sharply, only to see that the once empty hall was now filled with shadows. Every one of them an X-Men member. Jean Goulet was surrounded by a faint golden glow. Storm's hair fluttered slightly in the wild wind outside. Nightcrawler greeted the president with a smile, but the most striking was Sui, standing at the forefront, his muscles taut, every line exuding immense strength. The large S on his chest gleamed deep red under the lightning, his sharp gaze fixed on the president, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. "Who are you?" The president stood up and asked. "We are mutants. My name is Charles Xavier. Please take a seat." Charles stepped forward slowly. "I'd rather stand," replied the president. "Little rascal," Charles said as Little Rascal placed a document on the table. "These documents are from William Stryker's private office," Charles said, and then fell silent. The president picked up the documents, flipping through them page by page. After looking, he said, "How did you get these?" Charles smiled and replied, "I happen to know a little girl who can walk through walls." The president slowly sat down and said, "I've never seen these documents before." Charles said, "I know," and the president continued, "Then you should also know that I don't take threats lightly." Charles replied, "Mr. President, this is not a threat. This is an opportunity. There are certain forces in this world, whether human, mutant, or superhuman, that believe war is imminent. You can see from those documents that some have already begun to instigate war, and both sides have seen sacrifices. Mr. President, what you just broadcasted is indeed correct. This is a critical moment. It's about whether to repeat the past or to work together to create a better future. We will always exist, Mr. President. The next steps depend on you." Sui said, "We'll be keeping an eye on you." After that, everything returned to normal in front of the president. Others thought the president was just dazed, but he knew that everything that had just happened was real. Charles sat in the main seat, a lingering tingling sensation of perceiving hearts remaining at his fingertips. His gaze swept over Jean Grey and Cyclopes, whose fingers intertwined with the unique intimacy of lovers, yet concealed worries about the future. Wolverine leaned against the fireplace, the metallic claws occasionally scraping against the stone, his eyes filled with impatience towards the silent development. Standing in the center of the crowd, Sui-Yi's voice broke the silence in the room. "Doctor, we cannot continue like this." His gaze swept over every face, recalling the reasons behind the creation of the Sentinel robots. The emergence of those machines was precisely because the chaos caused by too many mutants was amplified, prompting the government to decisively retaliate. "I call this the Hero Project." Sui-Yi's tone was resolute. "The first step is to negotiate cooperation with the government to secure the rights that mutants deserve. The second step is to actively engage with the media, showcasing our abilities to save lives and accomplish tasks, changing public perception. The third step." He paused, his gaze shifting to the window as if he could see through walls. "No matter how difficult it is, we must try to persuade Magneto to at least temporarily cease his opposition, otherwise we will forever be seen as divided outcasts." Charles slowly raised his hand, lightly pressing his fingertips against his temple, clearly sensing the determination in Sui-Yi's words and the possibilities for the future. The flickering firelight from the fireplace illuminated his face, revealing a hint of finally shifting resolve. Sui-Yi took a step forward, gazing intensely at Charles in the main seat, each word filled with urgency to break the deadlock. "Doctor, you must persuade Magneto. His subordinates' continued destruction will only push mutants into a more dangerous situation." He turned to Jean Grey beside him, his tone full of trust. "As for negotiations, Jean is the best candidate, or her abilities can stabilize the situation and convey our sincerity to the government. We need to form a Justice League." Sui-Yi's voice echoed in the hall, transforming the idea into concrete actions. "Internally, we will help the government resolve crises. They cannot handle punishing those mutants who misuse their powers. Externally, we will step up in the face of great calamities, showing humanity that we are not a threat but protectors." Charles' wheelchair gently turned, his fingertips tapping out a rhythm of thought on the armrest. After a moment, he raised his eyes, reflecting hopes for peace. "This plan is feasible." He looked at Sui, his tone serious. "You will lead this team, demonstrating through action to everyone that mutants can create value for humanity, and we can coexist peacefully." Jean Grey and Cyclops exchanged a glance, the former's eyes igniting with a sense of responsibility. Wolverine straightened up, the soft sound of his retracting claws, signaling agreement with the decision. For the first time, Xavier's school unified around a clear direction to actively strive for peace. In the calm that followed the crisis, Xavier's school was filled with a quiet determination. Sui stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the young mutants training outside. His plans, becoming increasingly clear, to change the treatment of mutants. The most direct approach was to create heroes, leveraging the idol effect to sway public opinion. He recalled the fanatical idolizers from his past life, fully aware that humanity's admiration for strength had never changed. The negative labeling of mutants was merely the result of intentional guidance, as their heroic deeds were drowned out by the narrative of threatening outliers. Especially in this future Marvel universe where Captain America, Iron Man, and Spider-Man would emerge, he understood the power of exposure all too well. Even disasters like the Ultron crisis that devastated half a city could be downplayed by mainstream media, maintaining the aura of heroes through continuous positive publicity and gaining a large number of supporters. The root of the mutants' predicament lies in chaos and disorder. Turning to Charles and the others who had gathered around, Sui spoke with a tone of precise foresight. "In a few years, the government will target us as their primary problem. First, because ordinary people cannot handle mutant crime, and second, because there is no dedicated team to take responsibility. The public's discontent and the government's anxiety will only deepen." His fingers tapped lightly on the table, outlining the core of the plan. "What we must do is fill this void. Assemble a team, not only to handle crises the government cannot manage, but also to proactively address mutant crime. Every action must be seen by the media, letting ordinary people know that mutants are protecting them. This will build a heroic image, gradually erode their fear, and win public support. It would be best to have our mutant representatives in Congress, so that in the future mutants and ordinary humans can coexist peacefully." Charles watched the certainty in Sui's eyes and slowly nodded. The power in his fingertips seemed to grow steadier with this clear direction. This was no longer a vague, peaceful coexistence, but a path with concrete steps and methods to break the impasse. Justice League Mutant Division Formation Plan. Core Task Allocation 1. Government Cooperation Liaison to be handled by Jean Grey and Dr. Hank McCoy, who will negotiate specific collaboration details to secure official support and operational space for the mutant team. 2. Negotiation with Magneto, led by Professor Charles Xavier, communicating with internal mutant factions to seek potential cooperation or a neutral consensus, reducing internal divisions. 3. Team member selection, Sue to lead the screening of Justice League Mutant Division members, balancing appearance with combat capability while preserving the core structure of the X-Men. 2. First round selected members and reasons. Wolverine Logan, his appearance exudes reliability, and he has extensive combat experience. His adamantium skeleton provides superior defense, and his regeneration ability ensures sustained combat in high-risk scenarios. He is the team's core assault power. Iceman Robert Lewis, his looks fit the hero image and his potential is immense. His basic form allows rapid crowd control, and his later molecular freezing ability can even achieve Planetara-level defense, offering both combat and rescue value. Colossus Pyotr Rasputin, his tall and imposing figure is highly recognizable, and his full metal form can adapt to physical attacks, high temperatures, and other complex battlefields, serving as the team's frontline barrier. 3. Logistics and team structure support. Logistics and technical support temporarily handled by Dr. Hank McCoy, utilizing his scientific research capabilities to provide equipment development, information analysis, and other support for the division. X-Men retention mechanism, Sue will not draft all members. The X-Men will remain under Professor Charles Xavier's direct command, with daily operations jointly led by Storm and Cyclopes, ensuring the core mutant strength is not dispersed. 4. Future plans. Sue plans to make positive image of mutant heroes the core goal. Once the mutant community situation improves, he will gradually recruit more superpowered individuals or mutants with both ability and reputation. At the same time, he hopes for future interaction with the Avengers, bringing more possibilities for the team's development. After the plan was finalized, Professor Charles Xavier summoned Wolverine, Iceman, and Colossus to hear their thoughts. All three were excited. Iceman and Colossus in particular had always had to hide their identities before, and now they could finally act openly and even experience being idols. Wolverine, however, was indifferent, only cautioning Robert and Peter. Aren't they too young? They lack real combat experience. Sue smiled and replied, We are a brand new team, and what we do is different. You and I can mentor them. They'll pick it up quickly. Besides, they are not defenseless. Logan heard this and said no more. Then Professor Xavier officially announced the command structure. This team will be under Sue's direct command. If Sue is absent, Logan will take command. Wolverine pursed his lips and blew a smoke ring. He glanced at Sue, thinking this guy really is photogenic. His features are sharp as if carved from diamond, and his physique is good. He'd make a fine face for the team. Thus, the team's command structure was set. Once the team members and command structure were established, Sue immediately took the lead and began discussing the team uniform design with Charles and Wolverine. Upon hearing that a custom team uniform was to be made, Iceman and Colossus instantly became excited, throwing out various ideas in a lively atmosphere. Sue smiled and interrupted their discussion, clarifying the core principles of the uniform design. First and foremost, it must look exceptionally stylish, as this is crucial for promoting a positive image of mutants. Secondly, it should not be solely black to avoid leaving the public with a stereotype of villains. Ultimately, he decided to use his own battle suit as a base template, tailoring designs for each individual while incorporating a prominent S emblem. When the crowd asked about the meaning of S, Sue solemnly explained, S represents light, and he pointed to the red S in the center of his suit and continued, This symbolizes not only the light and hope of mutants, but also that of all humanity, marking the fundamental difference between us and the X-Men. These words resonated deeply with everyone present, and as they looked at the red emblem, it felt as if a surge of unwavering strength stirred within their hearts. Dr. Charles smiled and nodded, saying, This is Sue's proposal, let us proceed as he suggested. Yet no one noticed a fleeting self-deprecating thought in his heart. Perhaps Sue's vision and capability could truly bring a brighter future for mutants, and was he already being phased out by the times? With the design direction and spiritual core of the uniform set based on the colors of my battle suit, the next step was to tailor the details according to each person's characteristics. Dr. Hank quickly noted some detail improvements beside him. Our principle was simple practicality first, style second, and functionality, aligned with each individual's abilities. Justice League Mutant Squad Superman-style uniform design. Based on Superman's classic red and blue color scheme and powerful silhouette, it incorporates mutant abilities while retaining visual recognition as a symbol of hope and ensuring practical functionality. 1. Wolverine Logan overall color scheme. The main body uses Superman's iconic bright blue with red accents on the shoulders, chest edges, and boots, replicating the classic red and blue clash visual, breaking away from Wolverine's previous dark style, presenting a more heroic vibe. Core design. The red S emblem on the chest is enlarged with a silver metallic border added, echoing his adamantium skeleton. The suit is fitted and short, featuring a wide red belt at the waist similar to Superman's classic belt, and includes invisible openings for his claws to extend, ensuring the suit's integrity when the claws emerge. Detail adaptation. Red cuffs are decorated with silver serrated patterns simulating claw lines. The boots are red high-top boots with embedded silver anti-collision plates, maintaining the heavy feel of Superman's boots while being suitable for close combat. 2. Iceman Robert overall color scheme. The bright blue of Superman is changed to an ice blue gradient from light at the collar to darker at the hem, with red elements softened to dark red trim, to avoid conflicting with the cold feel of ice powers, while retaining the color memory of Superman's style. Core design. The S emblem on the chest is white-edged with ice crack patterns reflecting an ice crystal effect under light. A short red cape similar to Superman's is draped over, but made of semi-transparent ice silk with an irregular wave hem that flows like cold air in the wind, and the outfit possesses super low temperature resistance, ensuring it won't be damaged by the use of powers. Detail adaptation. Gloves are red Halfinger style with white ice ridge patterns at the fingertips to channel ice powers. The boots are ice blue short boots with red anti-slip patterns on the soles, allowing for stable sliding on ice while echoing the overall color scheme. 3. Colossus Peter overall color scheme, retaining Superman's strong contrast of bright blue true red. The main bright blue is thicker while the red section's shoulders belt boots use a matte finish to highlight his strength and stable temperament. Core design. The S emblem on the chest features a raised red three-dimensional border, matching his muscular contours after metallization. The suit shoulders have red wide shoulder pads, similar to Superman's shoulder lines, with flexible metal pieces embedded within that can stretch in tandem with his transformation into a metallic form without hindering movement. The red belt at the waist is double-layered with a silver metal buckle, replicating Superman's belt buckle design. Detail adaptation. The pants are fitted in bright blue featuring red knee pads arched, aligning with Superman's smooth lines. The boots are red high-top work boots with silver metal strip decorations on the outer side, enhancing the armor feel suitable for his heavy combat needs. The collar features a classic-shaped red-bordered collar replicating Superman's collar design, reinforcing the unified Superman-style visual for the team, so that when the entire squad stands together it evokes Superman's sense of hope, while not losing their individual mutant characteristics. Dr. Hank looked at the design sketch of the team uniform in his hand, and said to Sue E., "The current design and details are based on your battle suit. Next I will adapt the materials according to the properties of different metals, which will take a few days. I happen to have several newly developed protective technologies on hand that can be incorporated to enhance the practical performance." Sui smiled at this and replied casually, "We still have plenty of time. The negotiations with the government and Charles' communication with Magneto will take some time. There's nothing urgent at the moment. I plan to go home for a while and let my family know I'm safe." Dr. Hank nodded and adjusted his glasses, saying, "That's good. You've been working hard lately. It's just right for you to go home and take a break. Once the initial version of the team uniform samples is ready, I will make adjustments based on each person's fitting." Sui waved his hand at Dr. Hank, specifically reminding him, "If you reach an agreement with the government or if there is any progress with Charles and Magneto, be sure to contact me immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and stepped lightly into the open space outside the house. With a gentle push of his feet, he soared into the air, the blue battle suit drawing a clean arc in the sunlight. He looked down at the gradually shrinking Xavier Academy and thought to himself, "I've been busy with team formation and planning lately, and I haven't even had time to let my family know I'm safe. My parents must be anxious and worrying. I need to hurry back to reassure them." Sui pushed open the door to his home, and without waiting for his parents to react, quickly stepped forward and hugged each of them, his voice filled with the ease of a long-awaited reunion. "I'm back, Dad, Mom." His parents immediately surrounded him. His mother held his hand, asking questions left and right, while his father busily handed him fruits, filling the room with a long-lost warmth. Sui sat on the sofa, took the cup of water, and softly said, "I will stay at home for a while this time, but it won't be long before I might have to get busy again." He looked at his parents' concerned eyes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the cup. He had originally hesitated about whether to conceal the truth, but thinking about the possibility of appearing on television in his battle suit, he realized he couldn't keep them in the dark forever. Finally, he took a deep breath, looked up seriously, and said, "Mom and Dad, there's something I want to confess to you. I'm actually a mutant." The living room fell into a brief silence, with only the clock on the wall ticking softly. Sue did not shy away. He looked at his parents, earnestly explaining his abilities, revealing the hidden battle suit, and telling them that he was preparing to join a new team, and that he might appear in public as a hero in the future. His mother first froze for a few seconds. Then her eyes turned red as she walked over and tightly hugged him, saying, "Silly child, no matter whether you are a mutant or not, you are still my child." His father remained relatively calm. He did not express his stance immediately, but silently finished a cigarette, then looked at Sue seriously and said, "I only care about two things: whether what you are doing is right, and whether you can protect yourself. Child, you must know that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Do what you believe is right, and your mother and I will always support you." After receiving his parents' understanding and support, a heavy stone finally lifted from Sue's heart. During dinner, the family atmosphere had returned to normal. After the meal, his mother couldn't help but remind him to pay attention to his image as a public figure, and even began to worry about his fans and endorsements. During his time at home, Sue spent most of his days chatting with his parents and helping with household chores, but the activity he indulged in the most was immersing himself in the restaurant downstairs, perusing various news articles and magazines. The heroic tales looping on the restaurant's television became his window to the outside world. He gazed at the news article featuring Spider-Man, a boy clad in a red and blue suit, who had already amassed a significant fan base. The toy store at the corner displayed his figurines, and the bookstore even had dedicated comics. While on his way home from school, he could spot children wearing the same outfit playfully chasing each other with toy web shooters. What caught his attention even more was Iron Man. Last month, the first generation of his suit had just been developed, and he had defeated the Ironmonger in New York. The words "I am Iron Man" he spoke to the camera were still being replayed in the news. Sue traced the photograph of Iron Man on the newspaper with his fingers, calculating the timeline. At this pace, Captain America would soon be excavated from the ice of the Arctic. By this reckoning, the formation of the Avengers was likely not far off. He squeezed his cup, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Once his mutant team found its footing, perhaps he could truly meet this group of heroes. Sue had actually been planning this for a while. His intention for returning home was to find an opportunity to invite Peter Spider-Man to join his Justice League. After all, the abilities and reputation of the young Spider aligned perfectly with the team's philosophy of light and hope. Having him on board would not only enhance their combat strength, but also bridge the gap between the mutant team and ordinary citizens. However, watching the children on the street mimicking Spider-Man, and then flipping to news about him rescuing trapped residents in Queens, Sue ultimately dismissed the idea. He understood that now was not the right time. On one hand, Spider-Man had just established himself in New York, and the neighborhood needed his grounded protection. On the other hand, his mutant team had yet to make a formal debut, and a premature invitation might cause Spider-Man to face the trouble of position binding. Perhaps it is better to wait until later. Sue chuckled softly at the photograph of Spider-Man in the newspaper, a new idea blossoming in his mind. After his team officially took action and was known to Spider-Man, he would then actively inquire about his willingness. That invitation would carry more respect and significance. A brush with fate. On a Saturday afternoon, Sue accompanied his mother to a supermarket in Queens. As they turned the corner, a scream of shattered glass echoed from ahead. He instinctively looked up, only to see an advertisement sign from the second-floor clothing store suddenly loosen, crashing down with its steel frame towards a little girl below. Almost simultaneously, a red and blue figure dashed out from the alley. Spider-Man swung through the air on a web, his left hand shooting webbing to secure the edge of the sign, while his right hand supported the terrified little girl, landing gracefully as he flashed a reassuring gesture. "Don't worry, your ice cream is safe." Sue stood behind the crowd, watching Spider-Man skillfully comfort the child, secure the advertisement sign for the store owner, and even crouch down to high-five the gathered kids. His lively and down-to-earth demeanor was just like what he had seen in the news. In that moment, he nearly stepped forward to help, but ultimately held back his stride. "It seems he is indeed indispensable here," Sue murmured softly. Just then, Spider-Man seemed to sense something glancing in his direction. Sue quickly sidestepped and hid in the shade of a tree, watching as Spider-Man smiled and waved before disappearing among the buildings. It was not until his mother tugged at his arm, saying it's time to go, that Sue withdrew his gaze his resolve growing stronger. The current Spider-Man belonged to the vibrant life of Queens. When his team could truly stand in the sunlight, he would come to see him with sincerity, fulfilling this heroic understanding. At dusk, Sui strolled along the riverbank near his home, when a familiar metallic roar pierced the sky. Looking up, he saw Iron Man soaring in low flight, clad in his iconic crimson armor. Suddenly, the armor malfunctioned. White smoke billowed from its joints as it plummeted straight toward the ground. Without hesitation, Sui surged forward, his feet striking the earth like coiled springs. In an instant, he reached the impact zone and caught the falling armor midair, cradling Iron Man and the entire suit with effortless precision before setting him gently down. "Thanks, big guy," said Tony Stark as the helmet's faceplate retracted, revealing his trademark grin. "That move just now wasn't ordinary strength, was it?" Sui merely smiled calmly. "Just a touch of natural aptitude." Tony appraised him from head to toe, his gaze lingering briefly on the Crimson's emblem emblazoned across Sui's chest. A striking insignia. Excellent branding potential. If you ever fancy something more exhilarating, Stark Industries welcomes you. "I already lead a team," Sui replied. "We're also striving to do what's right." "Then let's each focus on our own missions," Tony said, sealing his helmet once more. "But next time, don't steal the spotlight during my new equipment tests." "Likewise," Sui replied with a quiet smile. As Iron Man ascended into the twilight sky, Sui stood motionless for a moment. Thoughtful, contemplative. He knew his team would soon step onto the world stage. When that day came, their paths would inevitably cross again. Once Iron Man vanished beyond the horizon, Sui turned and walked away, unaware that every detail of their encounter had been meticulously logged by Tony Stark's AI steward Jarvis. Back in his lab, Tony immediately summoned the data. Jarvis replay spectral and kinematic footage from the riverside. "Very well, sir." Upon contact, the subject exhibited abnormally elevated cellular metabolic activity, skeletal load-bearing capacity exceeding human physiological limits, and yet surface temperature remained below ambient levels. This defied conventional human biology. "Fascinating," Tony murmured, studying the force distribution analysis of Sui catching the armor. He didn't rely on brute strength. Rather, he seemed to recalibrate his body's load threshold instantaneously. When the feed zoomed in on the Crimson S emblem over Sui's chest, Tony's curiosity deepened. "This symbol, I've seen it somewhere before, or rather it feels uncannily familiar." Enhance the image and run a global trademark search. "Search complete, sir. No exact registered match found. However, identical or near-identical graffiti symbols have appeared repeatedly online within the past 48 hours. Primarily concentrated in Queens." "Queens?" Tony arched a brow. "Spider-Man's turf. Looks like New York's about to get interesting." Iron Man had become deeply intrigued by the enigmatic red S appearing across the city streets. Tony instructed Jarvis to activate every available surveillance feed citywide, tracking all locations where the S had appeared. Within minutes, a heat map materialized. Queens glowing brightest with graffiti density. Jarvis further noted that these markings consistently appeared near sites of recent emergency rescues, and always coincided precisely with reported incidents. "It seems our mysterious hero prefers quiet heroism, saving lives then vanishing without fanfare." Tony studied eyewitness accounts. Some claimed he lifted cars barehanded, others swore he flew. Still more insisted his eyes blazed with light. "Enough data for now," Tony said, closing his laptop. "I've formulated an initial operation." He directed Jarvis to post an anonymous hero mutual aid agreement across every community bulletin board and neighborhood website where the S had surfaced, extending an open invitation for collaboration whenever assistance was needed. "If he truly intends to do what's right, he'll respond," Tony declared with quiet confidence. "Welcome to the big league, S." Gazing out at the glittering metropolis, Tony's lips curved into a knowing, anticipatory smile as his fingers began drafting Sui's classified profile on screen. Codename S. Threat assessment provisionally friendly. Preliminary capability profile: superhuman strength, adaptive energy regulation. Suspected abilities: flight, ocular energy projection. Note: potential ally. Exhibits strong leadership qualities. Emblem design is exceptional. Possesses clear iconographic resonance and public appeal. Recommended protocols: Jarvis interjected promptly. 1. Open engagement with technological partnership offer. 2. Covert observation to gather additional behavioral and physiological data. 3. Maintain strategic distance to avoid introducing destabilizing variables. Tony paused, then flashed a wry, calculating grin. Option 2 with a dash of Option 1. He tapped the command. Begin media monitoring and street-level visual analytics. Let's uncover who stands behind that S. Simultaneously prepare a friendly overture gift. Something special for our next meeting. Gift parameters. A refined suit optimization proposal. Naturally, Tony winked. After all, I'm the expert. At this moment, Tony was still discussing the next friendly invitation to Sue with Jarvis, completely unaware of Iron Man's good intentions. If Sue knew, he might burst out laughing. He was currently flying home, passing through familiar neighborhoods, and quietly landing in his backyard, not wanting to scare the neighbors. As soon as he entered the house, he was surrounded by a table full of hot dishes that his mother had prepared, who asked him with concern if he had gone out to do good deeds again. During this time, aside from spending time with his parents, Sue had not been idle. He would sneak out in the evening, using his own strength to help those in need. Without making a fuss or leaving a name when asked by those he saved, he would simply point to the red S on his chest and smile, saying, "Just remember this, it means someone cares." Gradually, red S graffiti began to appear all over the streets of New York. People did not know who he was. They merely regarded this symbol as a sign of hope. Children drew it on their backpacks, vendors stuck it on their stalls, and some even wrote big thank yous on the walls of the buildings where they were saved. Every time Sue passed by and saw these unintentional marks he left behind, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Upon returning home, Sue opened his computer and looked at various discussions about the mysterious S-Hero on forums and websites. What caught his attention even more was a hero assistance agreement signed Iron Man that appeared on major community websites and bulletin boards. The content of the agreement was simple. It invited this mysterious hero to provide assistance when needed and promised technical support and logistical guarantees. Interesting, Sue said to himself with a smile after reading it. It seems he wants to formally get to know me. Sue's trust in Dr. Hank was not any less than that in Stark. Both of these individuals were hailed as the smartest minds in Marvel, but their areas of expertise were Tony Stark, more like an extreme applied physicist and engineer, especially skilled at turning ideas into cool hardware like his Iron Man suit. Hank McCoy, an almost omnipotent scientist who had knowledge in fields ranging from biology to quantum physics. Many key devices, such as the Academy's jet and Charles' brainwave amplifier, were created by him. Thus, Sue preferred to entrust the core technology of the team, such as the materials and functions of the suits, to Dr. Hank. Of course, this did not mean that Sue would refuse Tony's goodwill. Perhaps it would be a good choice to consider collaborating with Stark Industries in certain aspects after their team's official debut. He did not rush to reply, but first contacted Dr. Hank to confirm the progress of the suits. Once he confirmed that the battle suits had been completed, Sue turned and vanished from the spot. As soon as Sue entered the laboratory at X Academy, Dr. Hank approached him, pushing 3 silver equipment cases, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with excitement. The designs and iterations over these past few months were not in vain. The battle suits are all finished. You can try on your exclusive version first. He opened the leftmost case, revealing a blue suit with a more refined texture than before and a layer of soft light around the edges of the red S logo on the chest. That was the new energy-reflective coating Hank had added. Sue picked up the suit, and when his fingertips touched the fabric, he could feel the subtle technological patterns. This was Hank's optimized solar energy channeling layer, tailored for his abilities, enhancing defense while allowing him to absorb solar energy more stably. Have the suits for the others been adapted to their abilities as well? Of course. Hank smiled as he opened another case, revealing the temperature control patterns on Iceman's suit. Robert's suit can store the cold air he releases, while Peter's has a layer of shape-shifting metal, so it won't rip when he transforms. I have incorporated a type of memory alloy and nanomaterials into the suits for Wolverine and the others. Even if the suits are damaged in intense battles, they will automatically repair themselves. There's good news too. Hank handed over the tablet which displayed the key terms of the government cooperation draft. Dr. Hank clutched a copy of the agreement, his tone brimming with excitement, and even his gesture of pushing up his glasses was quicker than usual. The conditions the government offered this time exceed our expectations. Not only will they push the Mutant Protection Act if our subsequent performance is good, but they also clarified 3 things. First, set aside a dedicated prison for holding mutants to avoid the trouble of normal prisons being unable to control them. Second, provide additional funding to Xavier School earmarked for mutant education and ability training. And if we gain public recognition later, the funding will increase. Third, Jean's outstanding performance in the negotiations has earned her the direct appointment as the official spokesperson for our team. From now on she will be the exclusive interface for liaising with the government and fighting for our rights. We finally have a formal special department identity. Sui took the agreement, his eyes scanning the clauses on education funding, and Jean as spokesperson, and felt completely at ease. This was not only the team's starting point, but also a solid step toward a brighter future for mutants. Iceman beside him couldn't help but cheer. We'll have new equipment for training. No more worrying about losing control of our powers and smashing the school walls. There's one more thing. Charles finally got in touch with Magneto and wants you to come over. He didn't go into details in the communication, only said that Magneto has proposed some conditions. After instructing everyone to find Hank, if there are any issues with the fitting, Sui turned and walked quickly toward Charles' office. When he pushed open the door, Charles was sitting in his wheelchair, frowning slightly as he looked out the window, his fingertips lightly caressing the wheelchair armrest. A habitual gesture when he was weighed down by heavy thoughts. Dr. What did Magneto say? Did he agree to our plan? Sui asked, directly getting to the core issue. Charles turned around, his tone tinged with reluctance. He did relent, and said we can cooperate, but he refused to discuss the conditions with me, and only insisted on talking to you personally. He paused, a layer of worry in his eyes. I feel uneasy. He knows your power very well, and am afraid he's using cooperation as a pretext to have other intentions for you or the team, or even to try to persuade you to join his side. Sui smiled after hearing that, walked up to Charles, and said with conviction, Rest assured, Dur. I am confident I can handle it. Whether he is sincere about cooperation or has other intentions, I have to meet him. After all, the path we are taking now cannot bypass him, the other pole of the mutant faction. Charles looked at Sui's determined eyes and finally nodded. I'll have Hank prepare tracking equipment, so we can support you at the first sign of trouble. The meeting place was set at an abandoned subway transfer station, which was relatively open and convenient for handling emergencies. Inside the abandoned subway transfer station, only emergency lights cast a cold white glow. Thick dust had accumulated on the tracks, and the wind howled through broken vents carrying a rusty moan. As Sui stepped onto the center of the platform, he heard a faint metallic scrape behind him. Magneto was hovering in midair, his red cape swaying slightly in the air currents, idly playing with an iron nail he had attracted from the tracks. Standing below were Ruiwen and Huanan. Finally willing to see me, Superman. Magneto's voice carried a hint of mockery, his gaze scanning the emblem on Sui's chest like a scanner. Charles has been singing your praises, saying you can lead mutants along a bloodless path. Sui did not move, meeting his eyes directly. Rather than bloodless, it's more like not losing our way. What we want is rights, not war. Rights? Magneto let out a soft laugh, flicking his finger, and the iron nail dinged as it lodged into the pillar beside him. The rights the human government gives you are earned by being obedient, aren't they? Just like the Protection Act they promised, the school funding they promised. That's charity, that's a shackle. He slowly descended before Sui, his tone suddenly growing serious. I can refrain from interfering with your cooperation with the government, but I have two conditions. First, release the 3 mutants imprisoned without substantial crimes, only detained due to their abilities. Second, you must guarantee that once the government tears up the agreement, you will stand by the mutants, not aiding humanity in maintaining stability. Sui frowned slightly. Releasing the detainees requires evidence and procedure. I cannot promise you that out of thin air. But for the second condition, I can assure you. I will always stand with the right side, regardless of whether it is humanity or mutants. The right side. A glint of sharpness flashed in Magneto's eyes. When you witness humanity's betrayal with your own eyes, you will understand that the right side has always been just us. He raised his hand and waved. The metal pipes atop the platform began to hum. Remember, my conditions are not requests but reminders. Do not allow Charles' good intentions to dull your edge as a mutant. As soon as Magneto's voice fell, he pressed down sharply with his palm. The iron tracks below the platform suddenly emitted a piercing squeak as several sections of track, as thick as arms, broke apart, hurtling toward Sui with their sharp edges. Following closely were scattered iron plates and bolts densely weaving into a metal net that pressed toward Sui's face. Is it only after I strike you that you'll be willing to negotiate properly? Sui stood still, his tone still calm. Strike me. Magneto chuckled at this, his fingertips channeling power again as the flying metal suddenly changed direction, swirling toward Sui like a tide. Child, if you have that capability, feel free to try. In the blink of an eye, the metal coiled around Sui in layers from his limbs to his torso, finally enveloping him entirely into a 2-meter diameter iron ball. The surface tracks continuing to tighten, creating a clack-clack sound of compression. Suspended in midair, Magneto curled his lips into a cold smile. Young man, being overly confident is not a good thing. Just as the words left his mouth, a searing orange-red beam suddenly exploded from within the iron ball. The beam precisely cut along the metal seams, and in mere seconds it split the iron ball in half, with Sui stepping out from within his blue battle suit, not bearing a single scratch. He brushed his clothing lightly, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Is this all you can do?" Before Magneto could react, Sui suddenly exerted force with his feet, his figure vanishing from the spot. The next second he appeared before Magneto, his right fist carrying the force of breaking wind, smashing fiercely into his abdomen. Magneto couldn't even gather magnetic defense in time, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, his whole body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, only stopping when he crashed into the concrete pillar of the platform. He clutched his belly hurriedly, using magnetic force to stabilize his body. In midair, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The look he gave Sui now held genuine surprise. Magneto, holding his abdomen, slowly stabilized his breath while suspended in midair, his gaze towards Sui shifting from astonishment to sharpness. It was the gleam ignited by battle intent. He took a deep breath, and with a sudden spread of his arms, the magnetic field in his palms surged violently, causing the metal components of the entire subway station to tremble violently. Reinforcements beneath the platform burst from the ground, the iron ventilation pipes twisted and deformed, even the wheels of a distant abandoned train were forcibly ripped off, swirling into countless metal fragments around him. "Interesting," Magneto's voice resonated with a magnetic tremor. "It seems Charles did not deceive me. Your strength indeed warrants my full attention." As the words fell, he clasped his hands together, and the swirling metal fragments instantly coalesced, first forming a magnetic armor that covered his entire body with 2 sharp metal spikes extending from the shoulder armor. Next, the remaining steel tracks and iron plates intertwined to form a nearly 10-meter-long metal giant axe, which he held firmly in his hand. "Now let me see your capabilities again." The massive metal axe swung down with the force to split the air, aiming directly at Sui's shoulder. Magneto's eyes darkened. He could not believe that this strike would fail to break through the opponent's defenses. But in the next moment, a piercing sound of metal deformation erupted as the edge of the axe struck Sui's shoulder, instantly denting, as if hitting an alloy steel plate, leaving not a single scratch on his battle suit. Sui looked down at the deformed axe on his shoulder, lightly pressing his fingertip against the axe face, while his right fist suddenly gathered power. With a loud bang, his fist heavily struck the center of the axe body. Instantly, the entire axe shattered into several pieces, metal fragments scattering in all directions. Before the fragments could hit the ground, 2 scorching laser beams flashed in Sui's eyes, accurately targeting the axe handle in Magneto's hand. With a crisp snap, the axe handle broke. Magneto's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively manipulating the surrounding metal fragments to form a half-meter thick iron shield in front of him. However, Sui's speed was faster. His figure suddenly appeared before the shield, delivering a punch to the center of the shield. The iron shield crumpled and shattered like paper, the residual force of the punch crashing solidly into Magneto's chest. This time Magneto could no longer stabilize his form, and his body flew back like a broken kite, crashing heavily against an abandoned train car, creating a human-shaped dent in the iron skin. He slid down to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing violently, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining the red cloak in front of him. Just as Magneto fell to the ground, a tongue of fire suddenly darted out from the corner of the platform. Fireboy, clutching a lighter, had flames in his palm that grew increasingly fierce, rushing toward Sui's back with searing heat. "Dare to lay hands on the leader, you seek death." Sui stood still, slowly turning around, suddenly taking a deep breath. As he inhaled, the air in front of him seemed to be instantly sucked away, forming an invisible vacuum zone. The flames shot by Fireboy upon entering this area extinguished with a poof, as if the oxygen had been cut off, leaving not even a spark behind. Before Fireboy could react, Sui slowly exhaled. This breath carried no warmth. Instead, it transformed into a bone-chilling cold wind sweeping toward Fireboy and the rushing Riven like a level 10 storm. The two of them could hardly maintain their footing, their bodies wrapped in the cold wind, flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall. Even the strength to raise their hands for a counterattack was severely diminished by the wind pressure. Sui withdrew his breath, looking at the two struggling to rise, his tone calm yet imposing. "I'm here to negotiate with your leader. I do not wish to harm unrelated individuals. Either watch or leave." At this moment, Magneto, who had just managed to stand up, suddenly raised his hand, stopping Fireboy, who wanted to step forward. "Don't take action." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in his gaze toward Sui besides surprise there was a hint of barely perceptible recognition. It seems you indeed have the qualifications to negotiate with me on equal terms. Using force against you is first to see if you have the qualifications. The future of mutants has never been obtained through mere negotiation. Without strength one does not even have the qualification to sit at the negotiation table. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Sui's shoulder, which bore no marks, and his tone finally softened a bit. I recognize your strength, Superman. My terms are very simple. Magneto raised his hand, stopping Fireboy from interjecting. Your Justice League must include my people. Not as subordinates but as equal members. They need to see the true nature of mutants within your team, and humans need to know that mutant strength is not just about my kind of hardness but also your kind of guardianship. Sui frowned. Your people. Are you referring to Fireboy and the others? I need to confirm their stance. My team only protects the populace and does not engage in any attacks against humans. You do not need to worry about this. Magneto sneered. I know better than you that now is not the time for war. Letting them join is to keep an eye on you, and also to let the mutant camp know that we do not only have the path of division. Sui fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the fireman who was still easing against the wall before returning to Magneto. He understood that refusing would completely sever any communication with Magneto's camp, while acceptance would temporarily stabilize the position among the mutants, facilitating the advancement of the protection bill. I can agree to your terms. Sui spoke slowly yet did not clarify the details. But I have one requirement. Your people will need to go through a 3-month probation period. During this period they must adhere to the team's rules, only participating in rescue and protection missions, and never taking the initiative against humans. If they violate this once, they will be immediately expelled. Magneto raised an eyebrow, seemingly having anticipated his conditions, gently spinning a metal shard between his fingers. That is acceptable. However, I have an addition. During the probation period, if the government or ordinary people strike first against them, my people have the right to retaliate and you cannot interfere. Reasonable self-defense is allowed, but it must not exceed necessary limits. Sui interjected immediately, not giving the other party a chance to exploit any loopholes. Magneto stared at Sui for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled. Very well. I will have the Fireman and Riven follow you, and they will take orders from you during the mission. But remember, if my people suffer undue grievances during the mission, our cooperation will end here. He raised his hand to summon the metal shard lying on the ground, and turned to Fireman and Riven, speaking in a deep voice. Pack up and follow him. Remember your identities. You are representatives of the mutants, not troublemakers. Sui watched as the two nodded in acknowledgement, knowing full well this cooperation was fraught with testing and checks from the outset, but at least they had temporarily secured the possibility of parallel paths for the mutants. Both Charles' gentle negotiations and Magneto's backing of strength, which might just be the balance needed to push the protection bill forward. As Sui walked into the X-Academy laboratory with Fireman and Riven, the previously lively preparation scene fell silent in an instant. Wolverine immediately pressed down on the claws at his waist. Colossus' arms shone with a metallic sheen, and even the ever-smiling Iceman lost his smile, his eyes filled with vigilance. Sui, why did you bring them back? Wolverine was the first to speak, his tone laced with evident hostility. Can we trust Magneto's people? Fireman immediately clenched his fists, sparks igniting in his palms. Who are you saying can't be trusted? At least we want show a cold shoulder to our fellow compatriots. Enough. Sui stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. They are here to join the team, and there is a 3-month probation period. He turned to everyone with a serious tone. I know there are concerns about Magneto's camp, but now is not the time for internal strife. The government is watching us, the public is waiting for us, and we need to show everyone that mutants can unite. At this moment Jean approached, looking at Fireman and Riven with a gentle yet firm gaze. Welcome aboard, but there is one premise. During the mission you must comply fully with commands prioritizing the safety of the public. There is no room for negotiation on this. She paused and added, I will document your performance throughout the mission, which is also part of your evaluation. Riven's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as she glanced at Fireman, eventually nodding. We will only do what needs to be done, and we won't cause any trouble. Sui turned to Dr. Hank, pointing at Fireman and Riven beside him. Doctor, could you also design a set of our team's uniforms for them? After all, we are one team, and having unified uniforms is only proper. Dr. Hank immediately nodded, adjusting his glasses as he began to assess the two individuals. No problem. I will adjust the fabric according to their abilities. Fireman's battlesuit will need a high-temperature resistant coating, while Riven's will require enhanced durability. Thank you, but I won't need it. Riven suddenly smiled and spoke as her silvery scales, which had been faintly visible on her skin, began to quickly flip and reconfigure, as if alive, conforming to her body. Within moments, a blue battle suit identical to Sui's took shape, emblazoned with a reddish logo on the chest, though missing the design of a cape, revealing the subtle patterns of scales that had coalesced on her exposed arms. Everyone was momentarily stunned, with Fireman raising his eyebrows in surprise. "You can use your ability like this?" "It's a derivative of my ability," Riven replied. Riven flexed her wrist, and the battle suit moved fluidly with her motions, providing no sense of constraint. "The scales can mimic the properties of materials, so I don't need to wear an additional battle suit, and I can adjust the defensive strength at any time. It's much more convenient than a custom-made suit." Dr. Hank's eyes glinted with astonishment, as he couldn't help but step closer to inspect. "This biological form simulation technology is even more precise than my fabric development. If only I could study this." "Doctor, let's first resolve the port task," Sui interrupted with a smile. "Please expedite the production of Fireman's battle suit. Let's aim to get it done." Fireman stroked his chin, glancing enviously at Riven's battle suit. "All right, I'll wait for the doctor's exclusive version, but it better not be inferior to hers." Chin approached with a tablet in hand, the screen displaying the finalized agenda for the press conference with the government. Her tone was filled with anticipation. "I just confirmed with the government a month from today, we will hold an official press conference. Not only to formally announce the establishment of the Justice League mutant team, but also to voice to all mutant compatriots that we should not hide in the shadows. We too can become heroes who protect others." Sui leaned over to glance at the agenda, noting that the press conference was scheduled to take place at the Municipal Hall Square, which also included a segment for public questions. "This is a great opportunity," he looked up at everyone. "Not only will it show the government our public stance, but it will also let more mutants know that they are not fighting alone." Wolverine leaned against the table, unusually not contradicting. "Finally, we can stand on stage openly without being stared at as monsters." Iceman rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Should we design a team logo projection? It would definitely look super cool if we showcased it in the square." Dr. Hank adjusted his glasses and added, "I can modify the reflective layer of the battle suits to a color-changing mode, so on the day of the press conference everyone can switch to bright colors for a more uniform visual effect." Chin smiled and nodded, scanning everyone present. From initial doubts and concerns to now collectively anticipating the press conference and planning for the future, this team was slowly coalescing into a true alliance. "Before the press conference, we can take this time to make some public appearances and do good deeds to raise our visibility and set a positive tone for next month's official debut." Chin put away her tablet and looked seriously at everyone. "In the month leading up to the press conference, everyone may have to work a bit harder. To raise the team's visibility and ensure more people know we exist, we must frequently be present at various incident sites, proving our value through action." She paused and added, "Not just major tasks, but also things like fire rescue in the city, subway evacuations, and even logistical support after natural disasters. Whenever there's a need, we must be the first to arrive. Visibility is not about fame, but about letting the public see. Mutants have always been by their side, always protecting them." Sui nodded in agreement. "Exactly, only by letting everyone frequently see us saving people will more people be willing to believe in us and support the subsequent protection legislation when we announce the Justice League next month." Fireman touched the high-temperature battlesuit he had just received, suddenly speaking up. "All right, just call me if you need anything. After all, I used to help put out fires, often am quite familiar with it." Riven nodded along. "I can handle evacuations. I'm faster than regular rescue personnel." Wolverine grunted yet didn't oppose. "Just keep it straightforward. Focus on saving people. If we encounter troublesome situations, it'll cover the rear." Chin looked at everyone willingly taking on tasks and smiled. "Hank is already adjusting the communicators, so we will have real-time location updates for future missions. Let's clarify our roles and strive to make the S logo synonymous with safety in the hearts of the public over this month." At 3 in the afternoon, the communicator suddenly erupted with an urgent alarm. Hank's voice came through with a sense of urgency. "A fire has broken out in the city center office building. Flames are spreading above the 15th floor, and there are already civilians trapped inside. Government rescue teams are still on their way." Sui immediately sprang to his feet. "Everyone, let's move out. Chin, you will be in charge of aerial command, synchronizing the fire and the locations of the trapped personnel. Huan Bing Ren, you will follow me to the 15th floor to control the fire. Riven, Wolverine, Steelman, you will break through from the other staircase, prioritizing the evacuation of the civilians on the 10th to 14th floors. The group swiftly boarded the aircraft, and by the time they arrived at the base of the office building, thick smoke was billowing out from the windows enveloping the area, which was crowded with panicked people. Sui was the first to fly towards the 15th floor, forcefully pushing open the heavy fire door. Waves of heat rushed at him and flames were licking the carpet in the hallway. Bing Ren sealed off the elevator entrance. As soon as Huan finished speaking, Bing Ren immediately raised his hand, a chill spreading along the ground, instantly forming a thick wall of ice around the elevator doors to prevent the flames from spreading downward. Huan aimed at the sprinkler system on the ceiling, precisely searing through the blocked pipes with his fiery palm, causing water to pour down, which combined with the firewall he controlled, creating a fire-free passage down the center of the hallway. On the other side, Riven utilized her transformation ability to quickly morph into a police officer and assist in managing the crowds. Wolverine's claws sliced open the jammed fire door, while Steel Man lifted an elderly person who was trapped and steadily moved them down. "There are still 2 children over here." Riven's voice came through the communicator, and Sui immediately flew over, shielding the children with his body to avoid falling debris from the ceiling, and delivered them to Steel Man. Sheen piloted the aircraft in the air, marking the last few trapped points in real time. "There are 3 people in the east side office on the 13th floor, and the flames are approaching." Sui immediately turned back, rushing towards the 13th floor. As soon as he broke through the door, he saw 3 people huddled in a corner with flames already licking the edge of the desk. He quickly hoisted one person onto his shoulder, while grabbing another with one hand, dragging both of them out of the sea of fire. Half an hour later, the last civilian was evacuated to the ground, and Huan and Bing Ren finally managed to control the fire, leaving only sporadic wisps of smoke. Suddenly applause erupted from the crowd below. Someone was filming with their phone, pointing the camera at the S emblem on Sui's chest, while a child shouted at Bing Ren, "Big brother, you're amazing." Wolverine wiped the dust from his face, looking at the civilians being attended to by rescue personnel, and surprisingly refrained from making a sarcastic remark. "Not bad, nothing went wrong." Sui looked at the communicator, and Sheen's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Hank said that media outlets have already put our rescue footage on trending topics, and the S-Hero Team topic is gaining traction. This first exposure is performing better than expected." After the fire was completely controlled, Sui landed in the open area in front of the building, watching his teammates standing in formation. Dressed in blue battle suits that shimmered in the sunset, the S emblem on their chests stood out prominently. Even Huan and Riven, who had just joined, instinctively adjusted their stances to match the rhythm of the team. "Grab hold of me." As soon as Sui spoke, he released 6 beams of gentle energy from his palm, connecting to each person's battle suit. In the distance, Sheen's aircraft descended slowly. When the hatch opened, the cheers from the crowd below surged instantly, with some waving their phones and others shouting "Thank you" to the team. "Let's go." Sui led everyone into the air, landing steadily inside the aircraft. As the hatch closed, the aircraft's engine emitted a low rumble, ascending slowly amidst a chorus of cheers. Then the tail expelled a pale blue stream of energy, slicing through the sky with a whoosh, quickly disappearing into the twilight of the city. Inside the cabin, Bing Ren leaned against the window, watching the city shrink below, smiling as he said, "I think I just heard someone shout Justice League. It seems everyone has remembered us." Riven gazed at the S emblem on her battle suit, gently rubbing her fingertip over it, remaining silent, but her expression had softened considerably compared to before. The moment the aircraft touched down on the helipad of X Academy, Hank rushed over with a tablet in hand, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with excitement. The results far exceeded expectations. The video of your rescue operation has already soared to the top 3 trending topics nationwide. The hashtag #SHeroTeamOfficeRescue has garnered over 100 million views. He handed the tablet to Sui, the screen flooded with positive comments from netizens. Someone posted a photo of Iceman controlling fire, captioned, "Who knew the power of ice could be so gentle?" Another edited a clip of Sui shielding a child with his body, the comment section filled with, "This is what a true hero should look like." Even more unexpectedly, a new post appeared at the top of the page from State Senator Davis himself. The Mutant team voluntarily participated in the rescue, demonstrating responsibility through action. Looking forward to more collaboration in the future. Mutants' worth should not be defined by prejudice. Jean leaned in to read, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. The senator's public statement sends a positive signal to the government. The press conference next month will face much less resistance. Fireman scrolled through the comments, unable to suppress a smile, yet still stubbornly remarked, "It's not bad, at least no one is calling us dangerous elements anymore." Raven remained silent, but quietly set the rescue photo saved on her phone as her wallpaper. In the picture, she was guiding a child to safety, with Sui's silhouette holding a rock in the background, and the faint outline of a carved snowflake still visible on the ice wall. Sui closed the tablet and looked at the team. This is only the beginning. Over the next month we need to maintain this momentum. Let more people see that mutants can not only save lives but also become trustworthy partners. Sui placed the tablet on the table, his gaze sweeping over the seated group. Today's office rescue went smoothly, but having the entire team handle just one incident is inefficient. If we want to make ourselves known to more people in a month, we need a different approach. He paused, then voiced his idea. I suggest we operate in teams, handle routine small to medium incidents in smaller groups, and only regroup for major events like a mutant losing control. All in favor, raise your hand. As soon as he finished, Jean raised her hand first. Splitting into teams will cover more areas and double our exposure. I support it. Iceman followed, raising his hand with a smile. I'll pair up with Fireman. We're used to coordinating fire and ice. Fires and leaks are our specialty. Wolverine hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly raised his hand. I'll team up with Colossus for rescues that require strong defense like building collapses or hazardous material handling. Raven glanced at Fireman and seeing him nod also raised her hand. Fireman, Iceman, and I can handle emergency evacuations in the city. We're fast and can reach the scene in time. Hank adjusted his glasses and added, I'll equip each team with independent communicators syncing locations and mission progress in real time. If a situation exceeds the team's capabilities, they can call for backup immediately. Sui looked at the unanimous approval and nodded with satisfaction. Then it's settled. Starting tomorrow, we'll operate in teams. Remember, no matter which team is on a mission, maintain a consistent style. We are one team and every action builds the reputation of the Justice League. Sui, after confirming the team assignments, suddenly added, I won't join any team. I'll operate independently. No matter which team encounters a situation you can't handle, just call my name. As soon as I hear it, I'll rush over to support. Jean paused for a moment, then understood. You want to cover more areas. That way, whether there's an emergency in the city or the suburbs, you can flexibly coordinate. Exactly. Sui nodded. Teamwork improves efficiency, but if multiple regions are hit simultaneously, I can bridge the gap in support and prevent us from being stretched thin. Moreover, operating alone lets me handle more minor tasks like helping citizens with sudden small dangers, building a people-friendly reputation. Wolverine raised an eyebrow. You've thought it through. But don't overdo it. If you run into something tough, remember to call us. Sui smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tomorrow everyone sets off according to the teams. Keep the communicators on. Let's make sure the name steam spreads across every corner of the city as fast as possible. A month flew by amid the relentless rescue missions, and when everyone gathered again in the conference room of X Academy, each face bore the marks of exhaustion yet bright smiles. During this month they had responded to a fire in an office building, conducted rescues in mountainous areas, evacuated during subway malfunctions, and reinforced riverbanks after heavy rain. Each mission brought forth resounding cheers, and the S emblem on their chests gradually became synonymous with security in the city. Sui, with his frequent appearances at various rescue sites, had completely made the title of Superman a sensation. Videos capturing him using an energy shield to protect an entire building and lifting an overturned fuel truck with bare hands had gone viral online, garnering millions of views. The public perception of Superman Justice League had almost become a universal consensus. Jean entered holding a thick stack of collaboration documents, excitement barely contained in her tone. Over the past month, I've received cooperation requests from more than 20 companies. Some for anime adaptations, some wanting to develop peripheral figures, and even game companies looking to create our exclusive superhero mobile game. She paused, revealing the decision made in consultation with the professor and the others. Half of the royalties from all peripheral merchandise will belong to everyone individually, while the other half will be fully invested in the school's development. Used to expand dormitories and acquire training equipment, providing shelter for more mutants still in hiding. There's even more interesting news. Jean smiled as she presented several contracts. Many merchants have a keen eye, knowing we might have new heroes joining soon, and have already signed priority cooperation agreements with me. As soon as the new hero's image is confirmed, they want to secure the rights immediately. Hank adjusted his glasses and pulled up back-end data. The inquiries on the school's official website have increased tenfold. Every day mutant families send requests for help, asking if they can send their children to study here. Our efforts this month have not only made a name for ourselves, but have also genuinely paved a path for our kind. Sui looked around at the lively atmosphere in the room, feeling particularly reassured. They had shattered prejudices with their actions, earning a rightful place for mutants through their identity as heroes. Tomorrow marks the day of the press conference, the moment they officially announced the establishment of the Justice. On the day of the press conference, the Municipal Hall Square was packed to capacity. Beyond the police barricades, the crowd held up support signs emblazoned with the S emblem, while phones were pointed toward the high platform at the center of the square. Overhead, several media helicopters circled, broadcasting this highly anticipated debut live. As Sui and his entire team stepped onto the platform, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The blue battle suits shone brilliantly under the sun, with Chin standing on the far left, her smile gentle. Wolverine, though maintaining a serious expression, surprisingly did not retract his claws, instead slightly raising his shoulder to embrace the camera's focus. A fireman and Riven stood at the back of the team, gazing at the surging crowd below, their eyes filled with disbelief and emotion. Sui took the microphone and the square fell silent. He did not speak in grandiose terms, but began slowly. A month ago, during our first rescue in the office building, someone was hiding in the distance, secretly filming us with eyes full of suspicion. But today I see many people holding thank you signs and children waving at us. This is not just my achievement, but the trust earned through the efforts of every partner present. He paused, raising his voice slightly. Today we officially announce the establishment of the Justice League Mutant Division. Our goal has never been to become famous, but to let more people know the power of mutants can be used to protect others, to let more of our kind hiding in the shadows know you need not fear. Together, we can become our own heroes. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden chorus of youthful calls erupted from the crowd. Up front, a young boy with a backpack raised a hand-drawn sign that read, "I want to be a hero too," while his mother held up her phone to capture the moment. Sui smiled and nodded at the boy, raising his hand to make a cheer-up gesture, and the cheers from the square surged. Once more, even the media helicopters above circled low, broadcasting this warm scene throughout the city. Chin quietly nudged Sui's arm, sharing a glance. Far away, Dr. Charles sat in his wheelchair, smiling toward the high platform, and in the more distant crowd, Magneto's red cape flashed by. Though he did not approach, he paused, watching the team on the high platform, his expression complex, yet unable to hide a hint of approval. After the press conference concluded, the team returned to the conference room at X Academy. Sui tapped the table, steering the conversation towards future plans. Now that our influence is growing, more mutants will surely come to us, and fresh blood will continually join us. This means we must prepare in advance. He looked at Chin and continued, "First, we need to contact several reliable media outlets and establish long-term partnerships, encouraging them to publish more of our positive publicity. Not just rescue missions, but also capturing snippets of our daily team activities, such as training and helping mutant children adapt their abilities, allowing others to see a more genuine and warm side of us. Secondly, there is the issue of location." Sui's gaze scanned the crowd with an air of expectation. "We can't always rely on the school. Once officially established, we need to step out from here and find a place that truly belongs to us, a base. Ideally, it should be in the city center with a dedicated Justice League building that serves as both an office and training space, and also becomes a landmark for our mutant brethren to find us." Hank immediately took out his tablet, pulling up information on several office buildings. "I've already checked, and there's a newly constructed vacant building in the city center. Its location is prominent, the area is spacious enough, and we can modify training rooms and energy labs according to our needs. The rent is not low, but considering our previous copyright income and future collaborations, we should be able to afford it." Wolverine leaned back in his chair, surprisingly taking the initiative to speak. "The building's security must be well designed. I can take charge of the defense system to prevent unauthorized personnel from intruding." Riven nodded as well. "I know a few friends who are knowledgeable about architectural renovations. They might be able to help reduce the renovation costs." Sui looked at the enthusiastic responses from everyone, feeling more confident. Then it's settled. Chin will handle media relations and copyright income accounting. Hank and Riven will follow up on the building's location and renovations, while the rest continue to execute rescue missions in their respective groups. We will take it step by step, building a home for the Justice League and creating a harbor where more mutants can find solace. The next morning, Chin set off to meet with media representatives carrying the collaboration proposal. The counterpart was a well-known documentary channel in the industry. After reviewing the proposal, the person in charge directly proposed a more sincere offer. "Simply positive coverage isn't enough. We want to make a documentary that follows you, showing your daily training preparations for rescue missions, and how you help new mutants adapt to life, comprehensively showcasing the true state of the Justice League. We won't interfere with the content. Oh well, just objectively record it. and after broadcasting we are willing to give 30% of all profits to your school's construction fund. Sheen's eyes lit up. This was far better than mere promotional effects. The authenticity of the documentary could bridge distances and allow the public to see the everyday humanity behind the team's heroes. She immediately agreed, scheduling for a film crew to move into the academy next week, starting with scenes of the new mutants enrolling. Meanwhile, Hank and Riven also arrived at the vacant building in the city center. As they pushed open the door, both were somewhat surprised. The interior of the building was not in a raw state. The previous developer had actually completed basic renovations. The spacious lobby was large enough to accommodate the team's assembly, and the floor-to-ceiling windows faced the city center square, providing a clear view of the street scene and making it convenient to observe any sudden situations. There's more of a surprise. The property manager chuckled, saying, initially the developers intended to create a high-end sports facility, but the project was later shelved, leaving behind these basic renovations. If you rent it with a few added facilities, it can be put to use, saving a significant amount of renovation time. Riven approached the isolation room's door and tapped her fingertips against the wall. The material is an impact-resistant alloy, ordinary energy blasts can't damage it, and even bullets may not leave a trace. Hank immediately took out his tablet to make a note. This is fantastic. The conditions here are far better than expected. The saved renovation costs can be used to purchase more advanced training equipment. The two of them quickly reached a decision, agreeing to sign the rental contract in 3 days. Waiting for the documentary to start filming and the building renovations to progress simultaneously, the home of the Justice League would soon take shape. Months passed swiftly, and the building renovations progressed faster than anticipated, with the mid-level lounge being completed first. Each room was subtly adjusted to meet the members' needs. Iceman's room featured an additional temperature-controlled glass wall, allowing him to release cold air without affecting others. A fireman's lounge was equipped with a high-temperature ventilation system, and even the furniture was made of fire-resistant materials. Riven's room contained an adjustable training mat where she could practice controlling her scale forms during her leisure time. The office area was adjacent to the lounge, with each person having a desk equipped with energy interfaces. Hank even installed a small 3D printer in the corner for everyone to conveniently print simple tools needed for rescue operations. The renovation of the rooftop terrace also progressed. Hank personally designed a landing track for the aircraft with invisible protective barriers along the edges to secure the vehicles without obstructing the overall view of the terrace. He also left a helicopter landing pad in the corner of the terrace, marked with a conspicuous white sign, and placed an emergency fuel box nearby to ensure they could take off at any moment in case of urgent missions. Standing on the terrace and gazing into the distance, the entire cityscape came into view. Sue would occasionally linger here for a few minutes, watching the bustling traffic below, feeling that protecting this tranquility carried a deeper significance. The most attention-grabbing feature was the large office located just below the top floor. Upon entering, the first thing that caught the eye was the 5-meter diameter round conference table in the center, with a specially designed smart screen on the surface capable of retrieving rescue data maps and surveillance footage in real time. The surrounding walls were made of adjustable glass, allowing for a private space when lowered and creating an open atmosphere when raised for group meetings. Sue's office area was situated in a corner, featuring a minimalist metal desk facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, with Hank's developed multi-frequency communicator placed on it, capable of connecting to all members' devices simultaneously. From now on, we won't have to squeeze into the Academy's small meeting room for our meetings anymore, Iceman remarked as he entered for the first time, unable to resist walking around the round table. This table is large enough to accommodate even more new members in the future. Wolverine tapped the table's surface, nodding in satisfaction. The material is tough enough. Even if someone loses control and releases energy, I doubt it could break the table. Sue walked to the window, watching the cityscape gradually taking shape below, then turned to the others and said, "Once the renovations are fully completed, we'll relocate our base from the Academy to here. From now on, this will be the core of the Justice League, capable of handling daily tasks and responding to emergencies, and more importantly, it will become a place all mutants will know where they can find us whenever needed." On the day the renovation of the tower was completed, the sunlight was perfect. The massive logo on the exterior wall was strikingly conspicuous, a red S emblem securely embedded in the center of a blue ring radiating a muted metallic luster under the sun, visible from several blocks away. On the plaza in front of the entrance, Hank had set up a simple rainbow arch in advance, while Jean invited Dr. Charles Xavier, representatives of the civilians they had rescued earlier, and a few newly joined mutant children to witness the inauguration ceremony together. The documentary crew had set up their cameras early, the lens slowly panning from the tower's logo to the crowd. Children gathered around Iceman, clamoring for him to make small ice sculptures with his cold aura, The elderly woman whom Sui had rescued earlier was holding Wolverine's hand, thanking him until his ears turned red. Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair, gazing at the team members on the elevated platform, his eyes filled with deep gratification. At 10 in the morning, the inauguration ceremony officially began. Sui stepped onto the temporary elevated platform, the massive S logo behind him, and the crowd waving and smiling before him. Today is not just the day the Justice League has a new home, but also the day when all who believe that mutants can protect the world together have a landmark. The doors of this tower are forever open to mutants in need and forever open to the people who recognize. As his words faded, Hank pressed the remote. Suddenly a huge League flag unfurled from the terrace on the top floor, the red S fluttering against a blue background echoing the logo on the building. The children immediately cheered, waving the small flags in their hands. Among the civilian representatives, someone shouted, "From now on, when we're in danger, we'll know where to come find you." After the ceremony, everyone toured the tower together. Dr. Charles Xavier walked into the top-floor office, looked at the smart screen on the round conference table, and said to Sui with a smile, "You've accomplished what I've always wanted to do. Give mutants their own stronghold and show humanity our sincerity." Sui nodded. "This is just the beginning. From here we'll formulate more plans to protect mutants, and from here we'll set out to save more people." The documentary crew's camera quietly captured this moment. During post-production editing, they paired it with scenes of children laughing, as they chased ice sculptures, civilians embracing heroes, and Sui's voiceover, saying the doors of this tower are forever open. This segment later became the final scene of the documentary. After it aired, countless mutants sent messages through the official website saying, "Now we finally know where to find our kind, where to find hope." In the conference room of the Justice League Tower, the circular smart screen was scrolling through key moments of the past year. From the first rescue operation in the office building to the full-team collaboration during the hazardous material leak at the port, and to the everyday scenes where civilians now voluntarily greet mutants on the streets. Sui stood in front of the screen, watching the gradually fading vigilance and exclusion in the images, his tone filled with certainty. "The facts have proven that our initial plan was right." He raised his hand to pause the screen, stopping at the government's official page, announcing the Mutant Rights Bill. A year ago, there were mutants who dared not leave their homes because of their abilities. Now they can use this bill to prove themselves, go for normal job interviews, and safely send their children to Xavier's school to learn. Last month's social survey showed that the proportion of civilians with a positive attitude toward mutants has exceeded 70, and discrimination incidents have decreased by 90 compared to last year. These changes didn't come out of nowhere. They are the trust we earn step by step through our actions on the front lines of rescue. Jean flipped open the folder in her hand, and added, "Since the bill was passed, more than 50 companies have proactively contacted us wanting to recruit mutants with special abilities. The enrollment applications for Xavier's school are already booked through next year, and even some ordinary families want to send their children to study courses on equality and inclusion." Wolverine leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, and said something unusually sentimental. "I used to think there was an unbreakable wall between mutants and humans. But now it seems that wall isn't impossible to break. At least when I walk down the street, no one stares at me like I'm a monster anymore." Sui looked at the team, his gaze falling on the photos of newly joined members in the corner of the smart screen. "This is only our first goal. Next, what we need to do is help more mutants integrate into society, make the rights bill truly take effect, and eliminate discrimination from this world completely." He paused, then added with a smile, "And of course we need to add a few more restrooms to our tower, because more partners will be joining us." That afternoon the communicator suddenly rang, but it was not the familiar rescue alert. The caller was the head of a logistics company in the city center, speaking with anticipation. "We have just recruited 3 employees with special abilities, one who can manipulate airflow, one who can sense the location of items, and another whose strength is 3 times that of an average person. However, none of them know how to properly utilize their abilities at work, fearing that accidents might occur. We would like to ask for your help in training them. Is that possible?" Sui was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly realized. This was the first non-rescue task they had received since the team was established, signaling the shift of mutants from being protected to becoming contributors to society. He immediately agreed and took Reuven and Iceman to the company. Upon arriving at the logistics warehouse, the 3 mutant employees stood awkwardly in a corner. The boy who could manipulate airflow was hesitant to raise his hand for fear of disturbing the goods. The girl who could sense items only dared to use her ability in secret to find things, worried about being judged by her colleagues. Reuven stepped forward, first pointing to her scales and smiling. "I used to worry that my abilities would cause trouble for others, but I later realized that as long as you find the right method, your abilities can become very useful tools. Iceman then demonstrated directly. For example, with your ability to manipulate airflow, you don't have to blow with full force. Just control the airflow to gently lift the goods, and it can save a lot of effort for the workers. As he spoke, he released a faint chill, forming a stream of air beneath the goods to easily lift the cardboard box onto the shelf. The boy's eyes lit up as he tried to follow suit. After a few adjustments, he was finally able to precisely control the airflow and steadily deliver the goods to the designated spot. Sui accompanied the girl who could sense items to the cluttered warehouse area. Your ability isn't meant to be used in secret. Try telling your colleagues that you can quickly find the items they need, which can help the whole team improve efficiency. The girl hesitated but nodded, closing her eyes to sense. A few seconds later, she accurately pointed out the location of the lost package, and the colleagues around her gasped in amazement, surrounding her to ask, "How did you find it so quickly?" At the end of the training, the head of the company shook Sui's hand, repeatedly expressing gratitude. "I used to worry about how to manage mutant employees, but now it seems that as long as they are guided properly, they can become the treasure of the team. In the future, we would like to collaborate with you long-term and recruit more mutant partners." On the way back, Iceman smiled and said, "We used to save others, but now we can help mutants stand firm in their work. It feels different from rescue missions." Sui nodded, looking at the slogans of equality and inclusivity visible on the streets outside the window, knowing in his heart. This training not only assisted a company but also built a bridge of trust between mutants and society. In the conference room, Chin expressed her feelings when mentioning Magneto half a year ago, when he brought willing Brotherhood members to Xavier Academy. "I was indeed a bit surprised. I didn't expect him to let go of his previous hardline stance and calmly take on the role of a mentor." Sui recalled the scene from his last visit to the academy and couldn't help but smile. "The last time I saw him teaching freshmen how to control metal on the playground, he didn't lose his temper at all, and patiently helped the students adjust their gestures. He was completely different from the Magneto who would easily lift train tracks." His subordinates are also in various positions. Chin pulled out a list. Magneto brought a class on ability control, and became the most popular mentor among students. Several others who were skilled in mechanical repairs went to our partnered mutant enterprises, and are now workshop supervisors. The rest directly joined the X-Men, and during the recent suburban forest rescue they were responsible for setting up temporary shelters, which was much more efficient than before. Wolverine leaned against the table, unusually not mocking Magneto. "That old man has finally come to understand. Solving problems with brute force doesn't work. Teaching students like this and helping his kind find a way is much better than fostering division." Sui looked at the familiar names on the list, feeling particularly reassured. Previously, mutants were divided into two factions, mutually wary. Now, regardless of whether it is the Justice League, the X-Men, or former Brotherhood members, everyone is working towards the same goal: enabling mutants to live well and be accepted by the world. As Sui's words fell, his gaze swept across the crowd, his tone carrying a sense of future planning. "Our team is gaining more and more recognition, and the tasks on hand are increasing. We are indeed a bit short on manpower. It just so happens that the school is graduating students, which is a great opportunity to bring in new blood." He paused for a moment, clarifying the subsequent arrangements. "Tomorrow, aside from those who will execute the mission, I will return to the school with Logan to select some promising graduates to cultivate as new seeds for our team. The integration of new members and skills training will be discussed in detail after we select the candidates. We must be strict during the selection process and cannot let just anyone in." Suddenly, Riven, who had been sitting in the corner, spoke up, her fingers unconsciously stroking the tactical manual on the table. "Our team frequently engages in fieldwork. Physical fitness and emergency response must be top-notch. They should at least pass the basic weight-bearing endurance and simulated emergency situation tests, right?" Sui nodded in agreement, casually spinning the pen in his palm. "Physical fitness is the baseline, but mere strength isn't enough. I place greater emphasis on team spirit. During the last mission, someone acted independently to seize credit, nearly putting the entire team in a passive position. Such lone wolves are absolutely unacceptable." Logan, who had been silent, leaned back in his chair and lightly tapped the table with his knuckles. "We should add another criterion: respect for the mission. What we do is not child's play. If someone approaches it with a let's just have fun mindset and falters at a critical moment, the consequences are too grave for anyone to bear." "Should we add a practical assessment then?" Riven inquired. "Let them accompany us on a low-risk mission to observe their performance, as it is more reliable than a simple test." Sui exchanged a glance with Logan, both revealing expressions of agreement. Sui picked up the pen and circled the words practical observation in his notebook. "It's settled then. When we select candidates tomorrow, we'll apply these three standards together." As the morning light just spilled over the city skyline, a red and blue flying vehicle slowly ascended from the Alliance base's helipad. The large sharp-edged S-relief on the side gleamed with a metallic luster in the sunlight, easily recognizable as Su-Yi's team's exclusive vehicle from afar. Qin really keeps track of every detail. Even the budget for the flying vehicle's maintenance is itemized separately. Logan leaned against the window watching the streets below flash by reminiscing about the financial report Qin Goulet had handed him before departure, unable to resist a tease. Su-Yi was adjusting the holographic screen next to the control panel and chuckled in response. She always says I don't manage money well, so it's good to leave this matter to her. When we first proposed making an exclusive flying vehicle, she reminded me that group activities need a decent identifier, or otherwise, I might have just chosen a solid color randomly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the flying vehicle suddenly jolted slightly before stabilizing once more. Su-Yi pointed to the smart navigation system. Above him, his tone relaxed. Dr. Hank's technology is unquestionable. Not only is the space ample, but during the last simulated extreme weather test the shock absorption system performed flawlessly. Once we arrive at the school, it will be perfect to let the graduates see that our team is not just a random assembly of people. Logan raised an eyebrow and took out 2 bound graduate profiles from the storage compartment. Seeing the data is one thing, but seeing the real thing is better. I've already marked a few with high physical and practical scores. Should we let them showcase their skills first? Su-Yi took the profiles and flipped through a couple of pages, pausing at a name. Lin Shi. This one is interesting. The profile states he excels in environmental reconnaissance, which is exactly the kind of personnel our team is lacking in this area. We should pay special attention to him. The flying vehicle passed through the clouds, and the school buildings loomed into sight in the distance. As the landing gear of the aircraft touched the lawn, a deafening cheer erupted around it. The students gathered outside the caution line were tiptoeing to get a better view, their phones pointed at the hatch, with some even holding up support signs emblazoned with the letter S, their voices hoarse from shouting. As Su-Yi stepped out of the hatch, the shouts of Superman crashed over him like waves, mixed with a few bold declarations of "I love you, Superman," prompting him to press his hand to the communicator at his ear, a gentle yet helpless smile blooming in his eyes. Right behind him, Logan was enveloped by cries of "Logan, you are my idol." He tugged at his collar, feigning seriousness with a furrowed brow, but when he saw a girl in the crowd holding a small Wolverine figurine, he subtly nodded his chin at her. "It seems we are more popular than we expected," Su-Yi said softly to Logan, turning to wave at the crowd, trying to quiet them down. "We need to clarify the selection rules first, otherwise, if this continues, we won't even be able to start the testing." Logan nodded, stepping forward, his hoarse voice amplified through the speaker. "For those who wish to join, gather on the west side of the training ground now. The first round of testing will commence in 3 minutes. Don't just shout, prove your worth with your abilities." This instantly quieted the noisy crowd by half as the students hurried toward the training ground, leaving only a few still snapping pictures of the aircraft. Watching the throng, Su-Yi remarked to Logan, "It seems many genuinely want to join. We need to be thorough in our screening." The previously noisy crowd suddenly quieted down a bit, and following the students' gaze they saw Magneto Eric pushing a wheelchair with Dr. Charles seated in it, his fingertips gently resting on his knees, his warm gaze sweeping over the young people present. "Indeed, there are a few promising candidates this time." Eric spoke first, his tone lacking the usual sharpness, replaced by a hint of scrutiny towards the younger generation. "Whether it's their ability compatibility or their manner with others, they have the foundation to become heroes." Dr. Charles nodded in agreement, his voice soft yet clear. "Eric and I have observed them for half a month. There's a child who can manipulate sound waves, and during the last simulated disaster he used his ability to protect an injured classmate at the first opportunity. This level of character is rarer than mere ability." Su-Yi immediately stepped forward, slightly bending down to meet Charles' gaze. "With both of you overseeing, we feel much more assured. During the testing, I would appreciate it if you could pay attention to their on-the-spot reactions." Logan also put away his usual nonchalance, nodding to Eric. These two seniors were widely recognized for their sharp eyes within the mutant community. Dr. Charles chuckled lightly, pointing to the line of students waiting for Su-Yi's inspection. Su-Yi walked up to the lined-up students, lightly tapping the file folder in his hand, his gaze scanning each young face filled with tension and anticipation. "Your abilities and past performances are all recorded here." His voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone's ears. "Everyone standing here today is someone with high expectations placed upon them. Those chosen can join me in becoming true heroes, fighting for the future of mutants and for the possibility of harmonious coexistence with humanity." As soon as he finished speaking, several students in the front row could not help but clench their fists, their eyes shining even brighter. Seeing this, Sui softened his tone, adding, "But those not selected need not be disheartened. Later on you can choose to stay on as teachers at the school, passing your experiences to more of your peers. Or you can join the X team, seeking out those mutants struggling in hardship, offering them protection, and teaching them to control their abilities. No matter which path you choose, you are still contributing your strength." The short-haired girl standing at the far left suddenly raised her head and asked brightly, "Captain Sui, if I am not selected this time, will there be another opportunity to join your team in the future?" Sui looked at the determination in her eyes and smiled as he nodded, "Of course. As long as you always remember the original intention of wanting to make a difference today, no matter where you are, we will see your value. In the future, the Academy will also implement a contribution rating. As long as you reach a certain level of contribution, you can apply to join the Justice League and become a hero known by everyone." He added, "All right, there are a total of 6 participants in this selection, and I will only take half of them." Sui closed the folder and turned his gaze to the students lined up. "Now from left to right, please introduce yourselves one by one, including your name, age, and abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the short-haired girl who had just asked the question straightened her back and said clearly and forcefully, "My name is Philippa Santag, but you can also call me Arc Light. I am 20 years old, and my ability is to generate shockwaves and possess super strength." As she spoke, she subtly raised her right hand, and a faint blue glow began to appear at her fingertips, as if silently proving her abilities. Sui looked at her, and a familiar memory suddenly flashed through his mind. In the movie, Arclight was originally a subordinate recruited by Magneto, yet now she had become a student nurtured by the Academy. He felt a slight stir in his heart. It seemed that his arrival had indeed quietly altered the fate trajectories of some individuals. What surprised him more was the aspect of super strength. The originally singular shockwave ability had unexpectedly transformed into a combination of 2 practical abilities. He instinctively turned to look at Logan, who met his gaze with an equally surprised expression. Logan subtly raised an eyebrow and silently mouthed, "Found a treasure." Sui withdrew his gaze, nodded at Arclight, and added with a hint of approval in his tone, "The combination of 2 abilities is very practical. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming tests. Next." As soon as Sui's words fell, the girl standing next to Arclight took a half step forward, her fingers lightly gripping the hem of her uniform, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible nervousness. "My name is Catherine Pride, but you can also call me Shadow Cat. I am 19 years old. My ability is phasing. I can make my body pass through walls and solid objects like metal, and I can also phase objects that I come into contact with." Before she finished her sentence, it seemed she remembered something and quickly bent slightly to add, "I can now skillfully control the range and duration of my phasing, and I won't accidentally phase through the floor like I did before. I will work even harder to practice from now on, ensuring I do not hold the team back." When Sui heard the name Shadow Cat, a flicker of realization passed through his eyes. This was originally one of the core members of the X-Men, and her presence in the selection team was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. He put down his pen and smiled gently. "The phasing ability is very useful in infiltration and rescue missions, such as breaking through blockades or relocating injured teammates, so it offers irreplaceable advantages. Don't be too nervous, just perform well from here on out." Sui's gaze landed on the next figure. A boy whose pair of snow-white wings was particularly eye-catching, the feathers glimmering softly in the sunlight, giving him a sense of lightness amidst the crowd. "My name is Warren Kenneth Worthington, but you can call me Archangel. I am 19 years old." The boy's voice was bright and filled with youthful vigor. "My core ability is flight, and my healing speed is 3 times that of an ordinary person. My endurance also supports prolonged high-intensity actions. During the last simulated aerial combat training, I flew continuously for 2 hours without fatigue." Sui swept his eyes over the pair of wings and nodded inwardly. The ability to fly perfectly filled the team's gap in aerial reconnaissance and rapid support. Coupled with strong healing and high endurance, it was a configuration tailor-made for field missions. He quickly jotted down notes on the file, then looked up with a hint of anticipation in his tone. "How are your flight altitude and maneuverability? For instance, weaving through complex buildings. Can you achieve precise obstacle avoidance?" Warren immediately straightened his back, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "No problem. I scored full marks on every obstacle flight course at school. I can pass through even the narrowest gaps smoothly, and I can carry someone along while flying." Logan, listening nearby, couldn't help interjecting, "Can your healing ability withstand bullet grazes?" Field missions inevitably involve minor injuries. Warren answered without hesitation. Last training session, a simulated bullet hit my arm, and it scabbed over in half an hour. Good, Sui said, nodding with satisfaction. Sui's gaze shifted to the dark-skinned youth beside the Archangel. The young man stood upright, hands naturally at his sides, exuding a calm and composed aura. My name is Lucas Bishop. You can also call me Bishop. I'm 22 years old. The young man's voice was deep and steady, every word clear. My ability is energy absorption. Whether it's electrical energy, thermal energy, or energy attacks after absorbing them, I can convert them into my own attributes. I can enhance strength, allowing me to lift heavy equipment, enhance speed, improving movement and reaction time, or enhance defense, letting me withstand ordinary attacks without issue. He paused, candidly adding the limitations, but I need to reabsorb energy before each use, and I can only strengthen one attribute at a time. The stronger the absorbed energy, the more pronounced the enhancement effect and the longer it lasts. When Sui heard, absorb energy, and convert it into attributes, his fingertips moved unconsciously. This ability was somewhat similar to his own energy manipulation logic, both revolving around energy conversion. He looked at Bishop, a glint of resonance in his eyes. This ability is very practical, especially in high-intensity combat, allowing you to flexibly adjust your advantages based on the battlefield situation. What type of energy do you usually absorb? How efficient is the absorption? Logan also leaned in, pointing to the training generator nearby. Can we try it during the test later? Absorb electrical energy to enhance strength, and see if you can lift that alloy box over there. Bishop immediately nodded. No problem. I've tried absorbing electricity from a generator before at school. After enhancement, I could lift something weighing 300 kilograms. Hearing Bishop's response, Sui's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He drew a circle beside the name, Lucas Bishop, on the file with his fingertip. If used properly, this ability can come in handy in many scenarios. He looked up at Bishop, his tone carrying affirmation. For example, during a siege, you can absorb the enemy's energy attacks, neutralizing the threat while enhancing your own defense. When relocating teammates, you can absorb electrical or thermal energy from the environment to accelerate, greatly improving efficiency. Even with the limitation of only one attribute at a time, as long as the tactics are planned in advance, you can fully maximize the advantage. Logan nodded as well, wrapping his rough knuckles against the training ground's alloy railing. If we ever encounter a mission that requires breaking through a blockade after he absorbs energy to boost strength, he might just be able to tear down this railing. Much faster than using tools. Bishop's eyes lit up at their recognition, and he straightened his back even more. Sui shifted his gaze to the remaining students in the team, his voice warm yet firm. Next, it's your turn. Don't be nervous. Just explain your abilities clearly. Sui gently pressed the folder against his palm, his gaze sweeping over the remaining two members of the team, the anticipation in his eyes impossible to conceal. Just now, the dual abilities of Arclight, the phasing of Phantom Cat, the flight and self-healing of the Archangel, along with Bishop's energy conversion, each individual's abilities aligned perfectly with the team's needs, truly deserving the title of top practitioners of the Academy. It seems Charles and Eric were not mistaken. Everyone here is indeed a tough nut to crack. Logan leaned against the nearby training rack, unusually dropping his casual demeanor, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against his knuckles. If we can get a surprise out of this, then we would have struck gold in this selection process. Sui's gaze fell on the last girl with a high ponytail. Her stance was poised, and her eyes held a tenacity. My name is Philippa Santag, but you can call me Night Walker. I am 21 years old. The girl's voice was crisp and clear without any hesitation. I have two core abilities. The first is short-distance rapid movement, able to instantaneously shift within 10 meters, which is very practical for evading attacks or ambushes. The second is mutant perception, capable of locking onto the positions of other mutants within a certain range, and I can roughly determine their ability type and level. In the last simulated combat match, I used this to identify my opponent's weaknesses in abilities. Sui's eyes lit up upon hearing this, instinctively exchanging a glance with Logan. Short-range teleportation could enhance the team's evasion capacity, while mutant perception was indeed a tactical early warning device invaluable for dealing with hidden enemies or locating lost compatriots. He couldn't help but ask, if the opponent deliberately conceals their mutant characteristics, will your perception still be effective? Philippa nodded immediately, her tone resolute. Ordinary concealment methods won't work, unless the opponent has specialized devices to block ability fluctuations. Moreover, I can remember the energy characteristics of the mutants I've sensed, allowing me to recognize them directly upon encountering them again. Logan added from the side, if you encounter hostile mutants hiding among humans, your ability is far more reliable than any detector. Sui's gaze finally landed on the girl at the end of the line. A girl with a purple ponytail, her hair tips still dusted with bits of grass from the training field, yet her bright eyes couldn't be disguised. Upon hearing the name Clarice Ferguson, a flicker of anticipation rose in his heart, and when the words distort space to create a teleportation portal fell, Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this the mutant from the movie who could use teleportation abilities to reverse the future? I am Clarice Ferguson, but you can call me Flicker. I am 20 years old. The girl's voice carried a sweet tone, yet held an undeniable confidence. My ability is space distortion, enabling me to open stable teleportation portals. Not only can I help my teammates teleport supplies or reposition, but I can also evade attacks using small portals that I can quickly open. In the last simulated gunfight, I avoided all simulated bullets thanks to this. She paused and added, currently I can open up to 3 portals simultaneously, capable of teleporting to locations several kilometers away. As long as I have seen the target location before, it won't go wrong. Sui almost immediately took a half step forward, his voice brimming with excitement. How much weight can the portals carry? If I need to bring an injured teammate or heavy equipment, can the stability be assured? It should be noted that the team had previously fallen into a passive situation multiple times due to untimely relocations. Flicker's ability was simply the ceiling of tactical mobility. Logan also leaned in, his eyes full of surprise. If we encounter an encirclement, can you quickly open a portal for the entire team to evacuate? Flicker nodded vigorously, yes. I have practiced emergency evacuation scenarios, and I can open enough portals for the whole team to pass through within 10 seconds. In the future, through practice, I believe I can open them even faster and further. Excellent, excellent. Sui's voice brimmed with exhilaration as he pressed his palm downward, signaling the others to hold their excitement. Your abilities each have their own merits, but to join my squad you must pass one final test. Before his words faded, 2 crimson heat rays blazed in his eyes and struck the ground beneath him. The intense heat instantly scorched a half-meter-wide blackened circle on the lawn, its edges still emitting faint wisps of smoke. Now all 6 of you attack together using every ability you have. Sui stood in the center of the circle, his voice calm, yet carrying an unyielding authority. If you can force me out of this circle or even touch my clothes, you pass. Upon hearing this, the 6 of them immediately ignited with confidence in their eyes. Hu Guang clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Ushan Shua quietly raised a hand, pale violet spatial fluctuations swirling around his fingertips. Bai Xiaopu strode briskly toward the nearby generator, evidently intent on absorbing energy first. Angel flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Phantom Cat readied herself for a sprint. Nightwalker prepared to activate her ability, and Hu Guang stood at the forefront, his palms glowing with blue light, already poised to unleash a shockwave. Luo Zhen chuckled softly from the sidelines, pulling AI Lika back a few steps. Dr. Cha Ersi, seated in his wheelchair, smiled knowingly and added in a low voice, he wants to see if these kids will focus solely on offense and forget team coordination. That's the real test. With that, the 3 of them moved in unison, retreating with the watching students to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the battle's aftermath. Begin. The moment Sui's command left his lips, the arena erupted with the sounds of activated abilities. Hu Guang struck first, aiming both palms at Sui in the circle. A pale blue shockwave shot forth with a howling roar. The blast stirred up tiny pebbles from the ground as it hurtled toward Sui's face. Almost simultaneously, Angel, having ascended high, folded her wings and dove like a raptor toward Sui's head, her snowy feathers glinting with a razor-sharp sheen, clearly intending to breach from above. On the other side, Bai Xiaopu had already reached the generator, pressing his palm against its metal casing. A faint electric glow enveloped him. Energy coursed rapidly along his arm, his muscles visibly tensing as he poured all his strength into empowerment. Shan Shua darted about, the purple spatial ripples at his fingertips growing denser. In an instant, he opened a portal not far behind Sui, seemingly to enable a flank attack from the rear. Phantom Cat's body gradually turned translucent, her steps light, as she approached the circle's edge, planning to phase through the ground and strike from beneath Sui's feet. Nightwalker fixed her gaze on Sui's movements, crouching slightly, ready to utilize short-range teleportation in concert with her teammates. The 6-pronged assault converged from all directions. Front, back, left, right, above and below, flooding the training ground with surging energy waves. Yet Sui remained as steady as a mountain within the circle. Facing the incoming shockwave, he merely sidestepped slightly, while simultaneously exhaling a sharp burst of air toward Angel overhead, disrupting her flight. Attacking on your own won't be enough. Sui-Yi's voice cut through the energy roar. Think again. How can you combine your ability? Hearing Sui-Yi's reminder, Hu Guang, who was pouring all his power into the shockwave, felt a spark of insight. Catching a glimpse of Bai Xiao Pu's electric glow now blindingly bright, he shouted, Bai Xiao Pu, lend me some energy. Bai Xiao Pu instantly understood. He turned and raised his hand toward Hu Guang. A concentrated bolt of lightning shot from his palm, striking precisely into Hu Guang's shockwave. The pale blue shockwave was instantly wreathed in electric arcs, its power magnified dramatically. The roaring gust pressed toward Sui-Yi, flattening the grass beneath it against the earth. Seeing this, the archangel ceased its relentless dive, instead flapping its wings to hover above Sui-Yi, its snow-white feathers stirring up strong winds that disrupted his line of sight. On the ground, the phantom cat seized the opportunity, its body completely phasing out as it quietly slipped through the scorched earth along the edge of the circle, reaching for Sui-Yi's ankle. The most crucial cooperation came from Blink and the Night Walker. Blink opened a portal on Sui-Yi's left, while the Night Walker immediately initiated a short-range teleport, her figure appearing instantaneously at the other end of the portal, throwing a punch at Sui-Yi's side waist. Just as the punch was about to connect, Blink opened a second portal on Sui-Yi's right, causing the Night Walker's figure to vanish again, only to reappear behind Sui-Yi. This series of teleportations created a brief gap in Sui-Yi's defenses. As he raised his hand to block the electrified shockwave, he felt a slight disturbance in the air behind him. The Night Walker's fist was almost within reach, and the phantom cat was about to touch his ankle. Standing at a distance, Logan couldn't help but whistle. Finally learned to cooperate. This kid is taking it seriously. Dr. Charles nodded with a smile. They finally realized that relying solely on individual abilities won't win. Teamwork is the key. Sui-Yi could distinctly feel the wind from the punch behind him, and the phasing disturbance at his ankle, two threats, converging from above and below, nearly sealing off his escape route. But he did not panic. With a swift motion, he raised his left hand back, creating an invisible force field that instantly blocked the Night Walker's fist while his right hand struck the ground. Shockwaves rippled across the scorched earth, perfectly hitting the phantom cat that was about to make contact with his ankle. Nice cooperation, but not enough yet. As soon as Sui-Yi's voice fell, Bishop's roar echoed. He absorbed energy from the generator once more, this time not passing it to Arc, but converting all the electricity into defense, rushing in front of Sui-Yi with arms wide open, acting like a moving shield to block the rebound path of the shockwave. Arc seized the opportunity, charging up his palms to unleash a more powerful shockwave. The archangel dove down from the sky, wrapping its wings around Sui-Yi's arm. In an attempt to restrict his movements, Blink opened a portal behind Bishop, allowing the Night Walker to teleport to Sui-Yi's right side and launch another attack. The phantom cat, meanwhile, circled around outside, phasing through the ground to ambush from beneath the scorched earth at Sui-Yi's feet. This time, the six of them completely abandoned individual performance, with every movement creating opportunities for their teammates. Bishop's defense withstood the residual force of Sui-Yi's counterattack, and Arc's shockwave drew Sui-Yi's main attention, while the Archangel's restraint prevented him from fully responding to the side. When the Night Walker's fist came crashing in again, Sui-Yi managed to sidestep just in time, but did not notice the sudden transparent disturbance arising from the scorched earth beneath his feet. Bang! The phantom cat's paw emerged from the ground, accurately grabbing Sui-Yi's pant leg. Almost simultaneously, the Night Walker's fist grazed past Sui-Yi's shoulder, creating a gust of wind. Sui-Yi abruptly halted his movements, looking down at the phantom cat, gripping his pant leg, then touched his shoulder where he had been grazed, suddenly smiling. You guys won. From a distance, Logan and Dr. Charles both let out a sigh of relief, while Eric's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Sui-Yi raised his hand to pull free from the phantom cat's grip on his pant leg, his fingertips lightly brushing over his shoulder. There was not a single mark left, clearly indicating that the earlier contact had not caused any actual harm. He looked at the tense expressions of the six before him, and suddenly laughed. Actually, from the beginning, I never intended to use my true strength. This statement left the six of them momentarily stunned. Arc instinctively retracting his hand that was still gathering the shockwave, his eyes filled with astonishment. Sui-Yi continued, what I truly wanted to test was never whether you could defeat me, but whether you would set aside individual prowess and choose to cooperate. He pointed to the earlier battlefield. At first you all fought your own battles. No matter how strong the abilities, they were like scattered sand. Later Bishop held the defense, Arc focused on offense, the Archangel restrained Blink, and the Night Walker collaborated, and the Phantom Cat exploited the openings. You came together, and that truly formed combat effectiveness. Sui-Yi's gaze swept over the six individuals, finally resting on Phantom Cat Angel, and Blink, his tone imbued with a certain conviction. I have determined the final candidates for this election. Phantom Cat Angel and Blink, congratulations to you all. He looked at the instant gleam in their eyes and continued, your abilities complement each other remarkably well. Phantom Cat's phasing can breach defenses, Angel's flight offers support, and Blink's portals are the tactical core. I believe that, with proper synergy, you will undoubtedly become qualified heroes. Then he turned to Arclight Bishop and Nightcrawler, his tone gentle yet equally solemn. As for the three of you, there is a more suitable direction. The Academy's X-Men are in need of fresh blood, and Arclight's shockwaves combined with Bishop's energy absorption will significantly enhance their assault capabilities. When mentioning Nightcrawler, Sui deliberately paused for a few seconds. Especially you, Nightcrawler. Your mutant perception can precisely pinpoint the locations of your kind and discern their ability types. You are truly a natural mutant interviewer. Accompanying the professor in seeking your lost brethren will surely allow you to realize your maximum potential. From a distance, Dr. Charles heard this and waved to Nightcrawler with a smile. I have prepared a specialized perception training program for you. Magneto also stepped forward, patting Arclight and Bishop on the shoulders. The training for the X-Men is far more rigorous than at the Academy, so don't fall behind. Upon hearing the final arrangements, the atmosphere in the room instantly ignited. Phantom Cat hugged Blink tightly, both of their eyes sparkling with excitement. Angel flapped his snow-white wings and circled in the air, clearly eager to embark on a new journey. Sui smiled and stepped forward, tilting his chin toward the three. Let's go. Well, begin to formulate your exclusive outfits, equipment, and training plans. You also have a month for training and adaptation. The three immediately fell in line, their steps light as they made for the aircraft on the lawn, with Blink unable to resist looking back and waving at Nightcrawler. On the other side, Dr. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair to Nightcrawler's side and said gently, I have equipment in my lab to enhance your perception range. Well, start training tomorrow, aiming to elevate your abilities to another level. Nightcrawler nodded vigorously, pushing the wheelchair alongside him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Magneto then patted Arclight and Bishop's back, speaking in a gruff tone. The X-Men's training grounds are far more hardcore than here, so come with me just in time for the afternoon's practical training. Arclight clenched his fists, exchanged a glance with Bishop, and without hesitation followed Logan. The two groups walked in different directions, sunlight pouring over them, as if casting a warm glow upon two distinctly different yet equally resolute paths of heroism. The aircraft's engines gradually roared to life, carrying the selected three toward the Alliance base. Meanwhile, at the X-Men training base, new challenges awaited the other three. The aircraft smoothly landed on the Justice League base's helipad. As the door opened to reveal the hall, the members inside had long awaited their arrival. Riven was adjusting the data on the screen. Firestorm leaned against the wall, playing with a lighter, while Iceman and Colossus stood with their arms crossed at the outermost edge, their eyes filled with curiosity. Sui was the first to step out of the cabin, gesturing to the three behind him with a please motion. Let me introduce our new team member. The Phantom Cat, Angel Leader, and Flicker stepped out in sequence. Facing the so-called legendary hero, though slightly nervous, the three stood tall. Sui pointed at the Phantom Cat, smiling as he introduced, this is the Phantom Cat who can phase through solid objects. Her infiltration and rescue abilities are top-notch. Just now in the trial, she even reached me from underground. The Phantom Cat immediately raised her hand in greeting, her voice clear. Hello, everyone, I look forward to your guidance. Huanan, upon hearing this, immediately looked up and laughed. Just in time, the ventilation ducts in the base need regular checks. Now, we have a dedicated person for that. Next, Sui pointed to the Angel Leader in the sky. This is the Angel Leader, equipped with flying capabilities and super regeneration. From now on, we will rely on him for aerial reconnaissance and rapid support. Just now in the training ground, his wings kicked up quite a storm. The Angel Leader flapped his wings and gave a slight nod to the crowd. Steelman couldn't help but whistle. Nice wings. Next time we have a mission at sea, they might help me catch up with a fleeing pirate ship. Finally, Sui looked at Flicker. This is Flicker who can open portals. Whether it's relocating teammates or supplies, her efficiency is extremely high. From now on, we won't have to worry about not being able to catch up for support anymore. Flicker's fingertips shimmered with faint purple spatial fluctuations as she smiled and said, I can currently open up to 3 portals simultaneously. Feel free to call me whenever you need. Riven stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. With your portals, our tactics will be much more flexible. Flicker, the Angel Leader, and the Phantom Cat stood before the seasoned predecessors, who were dedicated to the cause of mutants, their eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement. A faint metallic taste and the unique dust of the training ground filled the air, and the distant sounds of energy impacts quickened their heartbeats. Sui looked at them with a smile, his voice steady and gentle. No need to be nervous. Usually I act alone while the rest are divided into different small groups. You are free to choose to join any of those groups. They will be responsible for guiding you and conducting necessary assessments. Flicker instinctively clenched her fist, the light patterns on her fingertips flickering slightly. The angel leader's wings gently folded behind him, his gaze showing a hint of eagerness. The phantom cat exchanged a low glance with a nearby predecessor, as if already judging which group would suit her best. Surrounding predecessors displayed various expressions. Some were polishing their weapons, others were conversing quietly, while some were focused on adjusting high-tech equipment. Sui observed the hesitation on their faces, and spoke with a hint of persuasion. Don't rush into a decision. I suggest you consider the complementarity of your abilities. Each group has its own combat style and task focus. Choosing which group to join depends not only on your interests but also on whether your abilities can be truly utilized there. Flicker was momentarily stunned, then nodded thoughtfully. Her spatial jumping ability was indeed suited for raids and rescues, but if paired with speed-type teammates, it could create a more flexible tactical combination. The angel leader's gaze drifted among the groups, realizing that merely joining the flying team might showcase his aerial advantage, but collaborating with the ground assault team could amplify his role in reconnaissance support and enemy suppression. The phantom cat fell into contemplation. Her wall-phasing ability granted her a unique advantage in infiltration, but if limited to technical support it might squander her potential in real combat. Perhaps collaborating with the reconnaissance or assault teams would allow her abilities to be utilized more comprehensively. Sui observed their gradually brightening eyes, and continued, remember, true strength lies not only in the enhancement of individual abilities, but also in the overall combat power of the team. Finding partners who complement your abilities will allow you to achieve results greater than the sum of their parts on the battlefield. These words enlightened the three of them, prompting them to reassess the characteristics of each group and consider their positions within them. After some contemplation, Shanshu spoke, first saying, "My abilities are better suited for assault and assisting teammates in relocation. I wish to join Wolverine and Colossus' team as they need my agility more." Phantom Cat also remarked, "I want to join the Shapeshifters' team. With my abilities they will have an easier time infiltrating certain places. With their abilities combined we can gather a lot of intelligence without anyone noticing." The Archangel added, "I want to join Wolverine and Colossus' team as well, since they carry out combat missions, and I can provide better aerial support and reconnaissance." Listening to their choices, Sui's eyes flashed with approval. "Very well, it seems you have all considered this carefully." He turned to Wolverine and Colossus. "Your team has gained 2 strong reinforcements. Future missions will surely go more smoothly." Wolverine's cigar in mouth grinned. "Welcome aboard, little girl and little angel. Remember, here ability is one aspect, but courage and trust are even more important." Colossus added in a deep voice, "Our missions are indeed dangerous, but as long as we look out for one another, there is nothing we cannot overcome." On the other side, the shapeshifter welcomed Phantom Cat's addition, "Smart choice, kid. Your abilities combined with our camouflage techniques will allow us to operate undetected right under the enemy's nose." Sui finally reminded them, "Now that the choices are made, quickly integrate into your respective teams. Remember, you are fighting not just to complete missions, but to protect those who cannot protect themselves." Looking at the team before him, Sui felt a sense of satisfaction. Now each team consists of exactly 4 members, making the structure more complete and significantly enhancing combat strength. Now that the teams are formed, Sui said, "Each team needs a leader when we set out. Logan, you will be in charge of your team. I believe you can protect them well." Wolverine, Logan's cigar in mouth, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze resolute. "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive they will be fine." His brief words conveyed undeniable confidence. Sui nodded and turned to the other team. "Riven, this team is entrusted to you. They are still young and inexperienced. They need your guidance to avoid causing major troubles during operations." Riven, the shapeshifter, replied with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Don't worry, I'll train them well. After all, there are no second chances on the battlefield." The members of both teams felt the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. The young teammates looked at their leaders, their eyes filled with both anticipation and determination. Sui finally reminded them, "Remember, the power of teamwork far exceeds that of an individual. Look out for each other, maintain open communication, and await mission directives." As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt from the base's communication system sounded. New missions had been issued. The 2 teams immediately prepared to set out, ready to face their first official collaborative action. Upon receiving their mission, the 2 teams prepared to depart. Wolverine's team, Logan, Archangel, Shanshu, and Colossus, was tasked with capturing a mastermind behind illegal weapon manufacturing at an abandoned factory. The Shapeshifters' team, Riven, Phantom Cat along with Fireman and Iceman, was to infiltrate a nearby research facility, steal weapon design documents, and exfiltrate without alerting the enemy. Before the operation began, Logan briefly outlined the plan. When we enter Colossus, and I will draw the enemy's fire heat, and Archangel will survey from the air, and Shanshu will be responsible for relocating anyone injured to safety. Don't be a hero. Shanshu and Archangel nodded while Colossus grinned. Don't worry, I've got thick skin. On the other side, Riven said to Phantom Cat, you go in first to scout the way. When you see the target materials, signal us. Remember, move quietly and don't trigger the cameras. Phantom Cat acknowledged and silently slipped through the wall, moving like a shadow. Once the battle commenced, Wolverine's team quickly engaged the enemy. Logan charged at the forefront, with Colossus closely behind the two, acting as a mobile shield. Archangel circled in the air, swooping down occasionally to distract the enemies. Shanshu deftly maneuvered across the battlefield, instantly relocating injured teammates to safety. Meanwhile, Phantom Cat had successfully infiltrated the research facility and found the documents hidden in a safe. After signaling, Riven and the others swiftly took action, using disguise and speed to safely extract the materials. In less than half an hour, both teams completed their missions and safely returned to the base. Although the process was somewhat perilous, everyone emerged unscathed. Back at the base, Logan simply remarked, "Not bad. Our first collaboration went smoothly without major issues." Riven smiled at her teammates. "You all did well today. Next time won't be so easy." Everyone chuckled at this, secretly relieved. This first real cooperative operation had passed successfully. Sui sat at his desk, gently tapping his fingers on the surface, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. With a soft ding, a news notification box popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. This was the abnormal event collection system he had set up himself. Every day the system scraped the most incredible events from news sites, forums, and even underground intelligence networks around the world. Especially reports about aliens and superhumans. Recently, aside from Iron Man Stark constantly making headlines, the biggest news was that Captain America Steve Rogers had been rescued from the ice and revived. There were also news about Spider-Man battling Dr. Octopus and the Lizard. Seeing this, Sui thought Steve Rogers has emerged, so the Avengers are probably not far off. Among the Avengers, Sui had always admired Steve Rogers the most in his past life. A truly righteous man. Someday we will meet. This time I am already one step ahead of you. As for the news about Spider-Man, these opponents were merely his practice targets. And it was through these experiences that he came to understand the principle of, with great power comes great responsibility. Just as he was thinking, the next news item suddenly piqued his interest. It reported that in the desert of New Mexico someone had found a hammer embedded in the bottom of a crater. The strange thing was that the hammer didn't look particularly heavy, yet no one could move it. Strong men strained with all their might, but it remained utterly still. Some brought a truck and tied a rope to it, but even the tires spun and smoked, and the hammer stayed firmly in place. As a result, the hammer became a sensation, a local internet celebrity photo spot. Every day people of all kinds came to try their luck. Those who believed themselves strong, those with tools, and even jokers who made bets. But all failed, leaving only laughter and more handprints on the hammer. Sui looked at the photo of the hammer in the news. Its gray head and short wooden handle seemed ordinary, yet radiated a mysterious aura. He had a vague idea this was no ordinary hammer. It was likely related to the Asgardians. After all, something that couldn't be moved wasn't due to weight, but to a hidden rule, like a test of worthiness. Sui stared at the unmoving hammer on the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Asgard. Gods. He murmured, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This was not mere curiosity, but an exploration of the essence of power. In his view, the weapons of Asgardians were not simply sharp or heavy. They were imbued with rules, even with will. The reason no one could lift that hammer was not a matter of physical weight, but a restriction of authority, a test of worthiness. How did they solidify rules into metal? Sui rubbed his chin, already starting to deduce various possibilities in his mind. Is it rune magic? Or some kind of dimensional lock? What excited him more was the chance to witness the power level of gods firsthand. Iron Man relied on technology, Spider-Man on mutation, while Asgardians were born with divine strength and amplified by divine artifacts. Perfect. A battle intent flickered in his eyes. Let's see just how much stronger these so-called gods are than me. Sui returned to his room and retrieved a strangely shaped instrument. A custom energy detection device made for him by Dr. Hank. This device was far more complex than an ordinary spectrometer. It could not only capture and analyze various energy waves, but also through a special quantum resonance module, simulate the absorption pattern of Sui's energy core, predicting which energies he could utilize and which would cause rejection. This will come in handy. Sui nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the power of Thor's hammer was not ordinary energy, but a special existence fusing spatial rules, divine power, and ancient runes. Ordinary instruments could at most capture faint energy fluctuations, but Dr. Hank's device might be able to analyze its basic structure. Sui adjusted the instrument to rule detection mode and complex energy spectra immediately appeared on. He noticed that besides the usual electromagnetic signals, there was a set of completely unfamiliar waveforms that seemed to cycle and change continuously while maintaining a fixed mathematical relationship. The desert of New Mexico resembled a giant frying pan in the afternoon, the heat distorting the air. A crowd had gathered around the pit where the hammer was located, as some were attempting to lift it, others were taking photos, and a few were even live streaming. Dressed in ordinary casual attire, Sui squeezed to the front row, gazing at the hammer. It stood quietly at the bottom of the pit, the hammerhead glinting with a faint metallic sheen, while the wooden handle remained intact, as if it had just been taken out of the workshop. "Brother, wanna give it a try?" A bearded man next to him cheerfully offered a pair of gloves. "I bet 50 you won't be able to lift it." Sui did not take the gloves, but simply crouched down and reached out his hand. The moment his fingers touched the hammer's handle, an invisible barrier rippled like water. Not a shockwave, but a chilling sense of rejection, as if some rule whispered in his ear, "You are unworthy." "Interesting." Sui raised an eyebrow, not forcing the attempt. At that moment his detector vibrated slightly, and a series of peculiar energy curves appeared on the screen, not matching any known spectrum of Earth. "Is this the energy manifestation of the Asgard runes?" Sui murmured to himself. "It seems to resemble a self-repairing energy structure. No wonder the hammer can remain stable in any environment." What intrigued him further was that the instrument indicated this energy contained some form of fragment of will, akin to a decision tree in artificial intelligence, but more complex and abstract. This might explain why only the chosen ones can lift the hammer. It evaluates the mental state of the contactor. Sui smiled faintly, putting away the instrument. He had gained a preliminary understanding of this mysterious hammer. Next he would witness its power firsthand. Sui recalled the legends surrounding Thor's hammer, his gaze growing even more fervent. In his memory, the origins of this hammer were far more astonishing than what was described in the news. It was said to have been forged at the dawn of the universe by the king of dwarves utilizing a decaying star, and the metal URU infused with the branches of the world tree, a mysterious entity that connects the 9 realms. This combination of materials not only endowed the hammer with indestructible physical properties, but also allowed it to channel magic and harness the power of thunder. "Stellar essence. Branches of the world tree." Sui repeated softly, envisioning scenes of flames and thunder intertwining. No wonder it can contain such powerful energy. He realized that this was not merely a weapon but also a perfect energy conversion device, capable of transforming the wielder's will into tangible rules and power. This was precisely the field he had been researching, how to solidify abstract rules into control. Sui tightened his grip on the energy detector, excitement shimmering in his eyes. "If I can decipher the structure of this energy, perhaps I can grasp the essence of divine power, even surpass them." Sui took a deep breath, his palm pressed against the hammer's handle, and his muscles tensed instantly. The sandy ground beneath him cracked, as if crushed by a heavy object, causing the onlookers to scatter in fear of being caught in the aftermath. As the energy within him continued to be released, the air began to distort slightly, with heat waves and electric sparks intertwining around him. The essence of Sui's power was the core energy of a young star, far hotter and more violent than that of a decaying star. At that moment it seemed the hammer was stirred by this force, trembling slightly. The spectators widened their eyes, some even forgetting to breathe. This is impossible," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Get up for me." With a low roar, the hammer trembled slightly, as if a sleeping giant had been disturbed. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened, tumultuous clouds rolled in and thunder roared. The once clear afternoon had instantly transformed into the eve of a storm. People in the crowd gasped and hurried into their cars to leave. Just when everyone thought a torrential rain was about to fall, Sui's power finally broke through a certain threshold. Bang! A deep rumble echoed as he lifted the god of thunder's hammer entirely. The violent power of thunder surged from the hammer, coiling around Sui like thousands of silver serpents. However, contrary to the legends, this power did not transform him into the god of thunder. Instead, it was absorbed entirely by his body. Sui felt the energy reserves within him rapidly increasing, as if he were holding a colossal power bank that never ceased to charge. Interesting, he murmured softly. At that moment a commanding voice exploded in his mind. Mortal, this is not something you should touch. Sui's pupils constricted sharply as a towering figure appeared in his mind. A golden armored figure wielding a divine spear with eyes as fierce as thunder. It was the father of the god of thunder, the king of Asgard, Odin. Although merely a phantom, he emanated a suffocating air of authority. Sui marveled inwardly. No wonder he is a deity who has lived for thousands of years. Even in old age his power remains terrifyingly formidable. He clearly sensed that he was on a completely different level from Zeus. Even with his mastery of stellar power, he felt insignificant in the presence of such an ancient deity. Not to mention those dimensional demons, before Odin they would be nothing but ants. It seems I still have a long way to go. With this thought Sui released his grip. The god of thunder's hammer crashed back to the ground with a thud. The sky immediately cleared, the clouds dispersed, and the pressure in his mind vanished. He gazed at the hammer, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Your dad has truly worried himself sick over you. Who told you to be so foolish? At the other end of New Mexico, in a small-town hospital, the god of thunder Thor slowly opened his eyes. He had not fully adjusted to the mortal body when an anxious female voice called out to him, "You finally woke up." Jane Foster. She had discovered him when he fell and brought him to the hospital. She helped him get out of bed, completely unaware that she was walking alongside a god. Thor rubbed his throbbing head, vaguely sensing that his divine power was being suppressed by some force, unaware that his hammer had already stirred up a great commotion nearby. Meanwhile, at the edge of the desert pit, Sui had just stowed away the energy detector and turned to leave when he noticed a cloud of dust in the distance. A black SUV speeding towards him, coming to a stop at the pit. The car door opened and a man dressed in a sleek black suit, exuding a competent demeanor, stepped out. It was Agent Coulson. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the hammer with a slight frown. He then pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Sir, we've located it." A few minutes later, a large number of government personnel surged in, setting up a perimeter and erecting temporary isolation facilities. Drones hovered overhead and ground instruments began scanning the hammer for energy responses. The crowd was evacuated and the entire area instantly became a highly classified research site. Sui stood at a distance, quietly observing everything. He knew the god of thunder Thor would eventually come to reclaim his weapon. This was the honor of the Prince of Asgard and also an opportunity for him to prove himself again. Then let's wait. Sui murmured, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let's see just how vast the gap between us truly is. As night fell, the desert wind grew colder, yet the isolation area remained brightly lit. In this silent night, it felt as if two powers were slowly approaching. One from a strong being of Earth, the other from a god of Asgard. Elsewhere, Thor followed Mary Jane through a bumpy ride to the outskirts of the quarantine zone. Beneath the night sky, the brightly lit base gleamed like a steel leviathan. Deprived of his divine power, he could only infiltrate stealthily, like an ordinary soldier, through the shadows cast by the perimeter fence. Yet the moment he crossed the first security line, a piercing alarm wailed across the night. Searchlights swept in unison toward him, soldiers raised their rifles and closed in. Chaos erupted instantly across the base. On a nearby hillside, Sui stood with arms crossed, his eyes slightly narrowed. With his extraordinary vision and X-ray perception, every corner of the base lay exposed before him. He watched Thor surge through the crowd, still agile yet stripped of that former thunderous grandeur. At that very instant, a figure descended midair along a steel cable. Hawkeye Barton, crouched halfway down the suspended ladder, bow drawn taut, he aimed squarely at Thor below. "Shall I take him down, sir?" Barton asked over the comms. "Or shall I call in reinforcements?" "Stand by for orders," Coulson replied coolly. Meanwhile, Thor had already locked into brutal hand-to-hand combat with a towering black soldier. Their fists flying, muscles coiled tight, sweat mingling with rain. In the end, Thor subdued his opponent through sheer willpower and martial prowess, pinning him to the ground. Gasping for breath, he lunged toward the hammer and seized its handle with both hands. Yet nothing happened. The hammer remained rooted in place, utterly immovable. Thor roared in fury, veins bulging. But no matter how fiercely he strained, the handle held fast in the earth. Sui on the hill nearly laughed aloud. So there truly exists a god who cannot even lift his own hammer. Rain fell around him. only to vanish inches from his body, vaporized by an invisible barrier, not a single drop touching his skin. He observed the farcical scene with quiet amusement, silently measuring the gulf between himself and Thor. A god bereft of divinity is little more than mortal after all. Drop your weapon and place your hands behind your head. Coulson's voice boomed over the loudspeaker as soldiers reformed their encirclement around Thor. Thor slowly turned, rainwater tracing paths down his face, his gaze burning with defiance and wrath. Yet he knew, without Mjolnir, without his godly strength, he stood no chance against the base's full-armed might. Seconds later he was forced to his knees and cuffed. Soldiers escorted him toward a black armored van. Hawkeye landed soundlessly from above, lowered his bow, and watched him with impassive eyes. Thor uttered no word, only glanced back just once at the unmoving hammer as he was shoved into the vehicle. Meanwhile, atop the hill, Sui shook his head faintly. What a pity. I had hoped to see just how much you were truly capable of. He turned to leave, then paused abruptly. Within his perception, subtle fluctuations rippled through the hammer's inner energy as though waiting for something. Fascinating. A faint smile curved Suyi's lips. It seems the real spectacle has yet to begin. By dawn the rain over the quarantine zone had ceased, and a thin veil of cloud draped the sky. Thor sat restrained in the interrogation room, wrists bound in cold, gleaming metal cuffs. Coulson faced him across the table, gaze sharp and unrelenting. Tell me, who sent you? And what is that hammer? Thor merely stared back, silent and unyielding. At that moment Coulson's phone chimed. He rose and stepped out to answer it. The instant the door clicked shut, a ripple stirred the air. Then, in a flash of emerald cloak and regal bearing, Loki appeared before Thor. On the hillside, Sui also caught sight of the scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh, the god of trickery has made his appearance. In the interrogation room, Loki wore a complex expression. Father is dead. Suddenly Thor looked up, shock and pain filling his eyes. Because of the war you instigated, he exiled you. Mother also forbade you from returning. Loki's voice was low. Now the burden of the throne has fallen upon me. Can I go home? Thor's voice was hoarse. Loki shook his head. The terms of the truce with Jotunheim are your permanent exile. I came to say goodbye, brother. I'm very sorry. Thor lowered his head, a glimmer of regret in his eyes. No, I should be the one apologizing. Thank you for coming to see me. Farewell. Loki turned to leave, his figure gradually blurring in the air. On the hillside, Sui watched with great interest such acting. It's a pity he doesn't become an actor. In his eyes, this was a meticulously orchestrated play. The god of trickery easily swayed the dim-witted god of thunder with just a few lies. Though Loki loved to tease his brother, he always protected Thor in critical moments. After all, the only one who could bully the god of thunder was himself. These brothers. Sui chuckled softly, truly a model of love and rivalry. When Coulson returned to the interrogation room, he found Thor sitting alone, head bowed in despair. It seems you still refuse to speak, Coulson sighed. But I must remind you that Hammer has attracted too much attention. We cannot continue to drag this out. Thor lifted his head, a flash of determination in his eyes. It does not belong to you, but it is currently on our territory. Coulson turned to leave. Think it over. Perhaps we can make a deal. The door closed again and the interrogation room returned to silence. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Sui watched the scene, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. A deal? Ha, they don't understand that the ownership of that hammer is not something humans can decide. By evening, Dr. Selvig, entrusted by Jane, finally arrived at the quarantine zone. He held a stack of forged documents explaining to Coulson that Thor was his research assistant, who had entered the restricted area due to a mental disturbance from an experimental accident. Coulson glanced at the documents and then at the status of Thor on the monitors, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment he nodded. All right, I can let him go. But in the instant he turned, he quietly instructed the agent beside him. Send someone to follow them. Thor went back and had a few drinks with Selvig, and after a night of warmth he and Jane grew even closer. Meanwhile, Sui stood on a high ground outside the town, suddenly sensing a wave of energy fluctuations from the sky. He looked up to see 4 figures descending from the clouds. Thor's 4 comrades, Volstagg, Fandral, Hogan, and Sif. They swaggered down the street, headed straight for Thor. However, before they could properly greet him, the sky rippled again with eerie energy. In the next moment, a massive metallic figure crashed to the ground. The destroyer, Sue-E's pupils constricted slightly. Is this sent by Loki? On the side of the quarantine zone, Coulson was shouting through a loudspeaker at the destroyer. Unidentified object, please identify yourself. In response, he was met with a searing energy beam. The beam instantly pierced through several military vehicles, explosions erupting in succession, the flames illuminating half the sky. Meanwhile, Thor and Dr. Selvig were urgently evacuating the town's residents. His 4 comrades charged straight at the destroyer, ready to confront it head-on. However, shortly after the battle began, the 4 were forced to retreat under the overwhelming power of the destroyer. Hogan was sent flying by a punch, crashing heavily into a shop. Fandrel's weapon was knocked away, and he was toppled by the energy wave. Though Sif was agile, she could only barely dodge the attacks. Sue-E quietly observed the battle, a faint smile on his lips. The destroyer, Asgard's war machine, truly lives up to its name. He noticed that the destroyer's energy core seemed to have a similar energy fluctuation to Thor's hammer, but it was even more violent and unstable. Interesting, Sue-E murmured. It seems Thor's real test has only just begun. Thor gazed at the fallen 4 comrades, took a deep breath, and strode towards the destroyer. His steps were firm and steady, devoid of hesitation or fear. Brother Thor's voice pierced through the destroyer to reach the throne of Asgard. I am deeply sorry for anything I may have done to hurt you, to make you feel wronged or uncomfortable. But these people are innocent. Killing them will bring you no benefit. End my life and let it stop here. Loki, seated upon the throne, felt his fingers unconsciously tighten around his lips, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The energy core of the destroyer flickered with light, seemingly hesitating. A slight smile curved Thor's lips, believing his words had touched his brother. But in the next moment, the destroyer abruptly turned, delivering a heavy punch that sent Thor flying. Jane screamed and rushed to Thor's side, holding him tightly. It's over, Thor said weakly. No, it's not over. Jane shook her head, tears in her eyes. I mean, you're safe. We are all safe. Jane added. Then that's enough. Thor replied, his head drooping as he lost consciousness. The destroyer stood quietly, seemingly having completed its task. Through its eyes, Loki silently watched the scene unfold before turning back to the throne. The destroyer slowly turned as well, preparing to depart. At that moment, Thor's hammer, lying in the desert, suddenly vibrated, breaking free from all restraints, soaring into the sky like a bolt of lightning towards the town. Dr. Selvig, seeing the hammer approach, hurriedly pulled Jane away from Thor. Lightning descended abruptly. The hammer landed firmly in Thor's grasp. In that instant, thunder roared, the sky tore apart, and divine power flowed back into Thor's body. As the hammer merged with Thor's grip, golden lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire town in a dazzling display. His armor was reforged in the electric light, the tattered cape fluttering in the wind. Now this is truly the beginning, Thor said softly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The destroyer seemed to sense the impending threat, abruptly turning, as the energy core in its chest ignited once more, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Thor did not give it a chance. He pushed off the ground, transforming into a streak of lightning aimed at the destroyer. The hammer swung, crashing down with the force of thunder towards the opponent's head. Boom! The massive metallic head was knocked to the side, sparks flying. The destroyer staggered backward, but quickly regained its balance, countering with an energy blast aimed at Thor. Thor swung the hammer, using it as a shield to absorb the impact. Lightning clashed with energy, erupting in a dazzling explosion. The battle between the two escalated, rapidly turning the town streets into a battlefield, each collision shaking the ground. Standing at a vantage point, Sue-E crossed his arms, squinting as he observed everything unfold. The interplay of lightning and energy reflected in his pupils. This is the power of Asgard, Sue-E murmured. A perfect fusion of rules and thunder. His energy detector pulsed wildly, recording the energy fluctuations of the destroyer and Thor's hammer. The core frequency of the destroyer is close to that of the hammer, but it is more crude and unstable. As for Thor's hammer, it actively guides energy rather than merely releasing it. A smile crept onto Sue-E's lips. It seems that what is called a god is merely a being that has mastered a higher level of rules. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in his eyes. One day I will dismantle this rule myself and see if it can truly bind me. After dozens of intense exchanges, Thor, now airborne, spun the hammer to create a massive whirlwind that sucked the destroyer into its center. Thor finally seized the opportunity to exploit the destroyer's flaw. He leaped high, raising the hammer above his head, gathering all the power of thunder from the sky. For these innocent people, with one mighty swing, the thunder and the light of the hammer merged, piercing through the core of the destroyer. The destroyer's shell shattered in the brilliant light, disintegrating into countless metal fragments scattered across the ground. Thor landed panting as he surveyed his surroundings. The townsfolk emerged from their shelters, looking at him with eyes full of awe and gratitude. Just as the smoke of battle had not yet dispersed, a streak of bluired light shot through the sky from afar, halting above the battlefield. Sui hovered in midair, looking down at Thor, who had resumed his god of thunder attire. Thor, the god of thunder, is nothing more than this, right? Sui's voice was indifferent yet tinged with provocation. You're just a man who relies on your hammer, never using your own inherent strength to fight. Thor abruptly raised his head, his brows furrowed, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Who are you? I don't recall any god looking like you. Upon hearing this, Sui could not help but laugh. No, I am not a god. I am an earthling. What you Midgardians call a Midgardian. He descended slowly, maintaining a safe distance from Thor. I have been waiting for you to recover your strength, wanting to see just how powerful you so-called Asgardian gods truly are. Thor narrowed his eyes, his right hand gripping Mjolnir tightly, lightning flickering across its surface. Midgardian, are you challenging me? Challenge? No, Sui shook his head. Just a verification. I want to know what so-called gods really amount to in the face of true power. Before his words faded, the air around Sui began to distort, and the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, as if unable to bear the force. Thor sensed the fluctuation of energy, his expression turning grave. For the first time, you are not an ordinary Midgardian. Of course not. A smile curled at the corner of Sui's mouth, his eyes blazing with battle intent. I am the one who can make you truly exert your full strength. The auras of the two clashed in the air, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The townspeople held their breath, watching the impending epic clash of the century. Come on, Thor, Sui said in a low voice. Let me see the true power of the god of thunder. Hearing Sui's provocation, Thor burned with rage. He spun Mjolnir violently, lightning surging and roaring on its surface. The next moment, swoosh! The hammer, carrying earth-shattering power, transformed into a golden lightning bolt, hurtling straight at Sui. Sui's eyes sharpened. He gathered all his strength into his right fist and punched toward the hammer. Bang! A deafening explosion, the shockwave instantly swept the surroundings. Dust flew up from the ground, and even the air was distorted by the impact. In the dust, Thor was about to taunt, but his pupils suddenly contracted. A figure burst out from the smoke, too fast for anyone to react. Now! Sui's voice rang in his ear, followed by thump. A heavy punch landed on Thor's face. The god of thunder flew out like a cannonball, crashing violently into a shop on the street. The entire building collapsed instantly, bricks and tiles flying everywhere. Amid the dust, Sui hovered in the air, his voice dripping with disdain. Thor, is this all you've got? Without your hammer, what can you do? In the ruins, a golden flash streaked by, and the hammer automatically flew back to Thor's hand. He stood up from the rubble, rubbing his numb chin, but a hint of battle intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. That really hurt. I was careless just now. Thor raised his head, lightning flickering in his eyes. The real battle begins now. With a roar, Thor swung Mjolnir, drawing a golden arc in the air, instantly gathering the thunderous power of the entire sky. Dark clouds churned, lightning like silver serpents darting through the clouds. Let me show you the true power of the god of thunder. Before his words ended, Thor hurled the hammer, the weapon carrying destructive force, straight at Sui. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing screech. Sui's eyes narrowed, and the stellar power within him erupted instantly. Crimson flames surged from his eyes. He clenched his fists and unleashed heat vision toward the hammer. Boom! The thunder and crimson light collided in midair, forming an energy shockwave dozens of meters in diameter. The shockwave swept across the surroundings, leveling the buildings on both sides of the street, and the ground cracked into deep ravines several meters wide. Both were knocked back several steps, but their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Thor stepped forward, gripping his hammer with both hands, and spun fiercely, channeling the power of thunder into a massive thunder dragon. The dragon roared as it surged toward Sui, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed ready to devour everything. Sui took a deep breath, his muscles bulging, as he concentrated his fiery gaze into a gigantic red beam of light. He launched it with a fierce thrust, the red beam colliding explosively with the thunder dragon in midair. The entire sky above the town was instantly enveloped in blinding white light, as if two stars had collided on the surface of the earth. As the light dissipated, both stood on the ravaged battlefield, breathing heavily yet still locking eyes on each other. "Not bad, a man from the central court." Thor gasped blood at the corner of his mouth. "You are worth my full effort." Sui wiped the blood from his lips and smiled likewise. As they spoke, both soared toward each other, their figures in midair reaching an almost unimaginable speed. Each of Sui's punches carried the searing power of the sun's core, the air around him already distorting before his fist could land. His fiery gaze shot forth like two lasers, forcing Thor to swing his hammer in rapid succession to block. Meanwhile, Thor swung the hammer of the Thunder God, with relentless precision, each strike capable of tearing the sky apart. The shadows of the hammer and the lightning intertwined, creating a net that engulfed Sui. The spectators below could only hear the continuous bang bang bang, and the roaring thunder, occasionally catching fleeting glimpses of golden figures and lightning, but they could not discern the movements of the two. "Is this still a battle between humans and gods?" someone murmured. In the midst of this explosive clash, Sui suddenly seized upon a flaw, sidestepping a hammer strike and delivering a powerful right punch to Thor's chest. Bang! Thor grunted, his entire body flipped over, but he quickly regained his footing and swung his hammer back, forcing Sui to retreat. The two briefly separated yet almost simultaneously accelerated toward each other. Boom! Golden flames and purple lightning collided once more, as if the very sky had been torn apart by their power. Sui and the Thunder God interwove in midair, their speed surpassing the limits of human vision. The red glow and purple lightning erupted with blinding light from their continuous collisions. Suddenly Sui sidestepped a hammer strike, embracing his hands together and forcefully striking. "Break for me!" With the massive power of both fists, he struck Thor's chest. Thor grunted, his body sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing heavily into a hillside at the edge of the town, causing the mountain to collapse and debris to scatter everywhere. But before Sui could catch his breath, a massive purple lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky. Thor burst forth from the rubble, his entire being engulfed in lightning, merging with the very sky. Judgment of thunder. A pillar of lightning that pierced the heavens descended, aimed directly at Sui. Sui raised his hands high, bracing himself against the thunder with his mortal body. Boom! The battle suit on his body was shredded inch by inch under the impact of the lightning pillar, and Sui was blasted away, crashing through 3 buildings before finally coming to a stop. As the dust settled, both knelt on one knee, gasping for air. The ground of the town was scarred with deep trenches, and burn marks, some areas even melted into glass-like material. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed yet still flickered with sporadic sparks of electricity. "This battle is a draw," Thor said, panting, a hint of respect in his eyes. Sui smiled slightly. "Next time I will completely defeat you." Sui's lips curled into a sharp smile, his gaze shining brilliantly. "Next time I will definitely be stronger than you. Soul, we will meet again." This was his first time unleashing his power without reservation, and the fierce battle with Soul not only held no hostility, but also fostered a tacit understanding of not fighting, not knowing each other. As his words fell, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure shooting into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage that vanished in the blink of an eye at the horizon. On the other side, Soul leaned on Mjolnir, breathing heavily, sweat sliding down his cheeks, yet unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. He truly is a monster. Are there many powerful beings of this level among your Earth people? Among the crowd that gathered, Jen was the first to speak, her tone laced with understanding. "I saw it mentioned in the news before. They are an officially recognized team of mutants. The one from earlier seems to be their leader, Superman Sui." She paused and added, "He formed the Justice League, and has been using his abilities to save lives, particularly popular among the youth. Moreover, Superman Sui's abilities truly exceed imagination." After hearing this, Soul placed one hand on his hip, a confident smile spreading across his lips. "I must say he is indeed charismatic and quite handsome, but he's only a match for me at best." The people around him almost simultaneously rolled their eyes, the unspoken word narcissism seemingly written across their faces. However, Soul remained unfazed, throwing his head back and laughing heartily, his laughter still carrying the buoyancy of an Asgardian god. He soon contained his laughter, turning his gaze to Jen, his tone suddenly serious. "Jen, Doctor, I have to return to my friends. Loki is still making mistakes, and I must stop him." As he spoke, he took a step forward, giving Jen a deep embrace, then gently pressed a kiss on her forehead, his voice low and firm. "I will come back, trust me." Once he finished this, he turned to the doctor, offering him a strong embrace as well. Having completed all this, Soul stood shoulder to shoulder with his companions, raising his hand towards the sky and shouting, "Heimdall, send us back." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant burst of colorful energy descended from the sky, instantly enveloping them. As the light flickered, their figures gradually became transparent, ultimately disappearing completely from the skyline, leaving only a faint rainbow-like residue of energy on the ground that lingered for a long time. The colorful energy residue slowly faded from the ground, while Jen's fingertips still held the warmth from their earlier embrace. She gazed at the empty skyline, her eyes mixed with a hint of worry, yet also concealed a sliver of determination. The doctor adjusted his glasses and followed her gaze, softly breaking the silence. "The matters of Asgard are never simple, but since he said he would return, he will surely do so." He paused, a teasing tone creeping into his words. "After all, he's a deity who can hold his own against Superman Sui, and still finds time to praise his own looks. He won't easily admit defeat." Jen was amused by his words, the tension in her demeanor gradually easing. She raised her hand to brush off the dust from her clothes, her voice soft yet clear. "I know. When he returns, perhaps we will see Sui again. Who knows, the Justice League and Asgard might intersect in the future." The doctor nodded with a smile, turning to gesture her toward the car. "That would indeed be interesting. Let's first organize the energy data from here. It might come in handy later." The figures of the two gradually faded away, leaving behind the last faint hue at the edge of the skyline, as if planting a hopeful foreshadowing for this temporary farewell. While Sui was fiercely battling the god of thunder, a secret transaction was unfolding in the Justice League Tower. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows were the towering urban buildings, with sunlight slicing through the glass to create a play of light and shadow, neatly dividing the two individuals at the ends of the desk into distinctly different halos. On one side, Logan reclined in his swivel chair, the metallic tips of his Wolverine claws tapping rhythmically on the tabletop, producing a crisp yet cautious sound, his gaze sharp as an eagle scrutinizing the man across from him, clad in a sharply tailored, dark green military uniform. That was General Ross, the star insignia on his shoulder glinting coldly in the light, his face etched with the resolute lines typical of a soldier, but beneath his eyes surged an almost obsessive fervor. Leaning forward, he placed his hands on the table, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty, each word calculated with precision. "Logan, you need the military's continuous endorsement. Those resources only the state can mobilize. All I want is Bruce Banner, that green monster." He paused deliberately, his fingertips grazing a document marked confidential on the table, which contained the cooperation notes from previous negotiations with the mutants, its margins densely filled with his annotations. "We both know how astonishing the mutants' abilities are. You can track traces undetectable to ordinary people and breach the most stringent defenses, which is precisely what I need. The last negotiation went smoothly, not solely due to your strength, but also because I suppressed opposing voices within the military." Logan raised an eyebrow, scoffing softly, yet did not immediately refuse. He understood the stakes involved. The current Justice League, relying on military publicity and resource allocation, had long shed its underground status, becoming nationally certified heroes like the Fantastic Four, with their posters plastered on every street corner, and a high level of public recognition, even able to directly access portions of the military's arsenal and intelligence networks. Such treatment was something mutants had never had before. "We will not indiscriminately kill innocents for the sake of capturing one person. A Banner has done nothing wrong, he simply cannot control his power." Logan's voice was low, carrying a bottom-line insistence, the tapping of his claws suddenly ceasing. A flicker of impatience passed through General Ross' eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, adopting a calm demeanor, of each taking what they need. "What I want is a living Banner, a power that can be studied and controlled, not a corpse. You just need to help me locate his whereabouts. The rest will be handled by the military. Moreover," he shifted his tone, laced with temptation, "the military's resources for dealing with superpowers will be prioritized for mutants." The office fell into a brief silence, only the distant city sounds faintly penetrating through the glass. Logan's gaze landed on General Ross' determined face, suddenly reminded of Trask. The scientist who similarly resorted to any means necessary to capture mutants also possessed such fervor in his eyes. It seemed that whether military leaders or research fanatics, once ensnared by a certain obsession, would become so fanatical. Ultimately, Logan slowly nodded, pressing his fingertip onto the cooperation agreement on the table. "All right, but we have conditions. First, Banner's life must not be harmed. Second, the operation must be led by us at the front lines. The military can only be responsible for the perimeter. Oh, third, this matter must never be disclosed. It must not affect the reputation of the Justice League." A faint smile finally appeared on Ross's face, swiftly picking up a pen to sign his name, the handwriting strong and forceful, filled with a determination akin to burning the boats behind him. Deal. He pushed the signed agreement toward Logan, the fervor in his eyes nearly spilling over. Soon, we will capture that green monster. Logan looked at the signature on the agreement, his fingertips pressing down, slightly wrinkling the edges of the paper. He understood that once this transaction began, the Justice League would be drawn into the military's conflict with the Hulk, and behind it perhaps lay General Ross' covetousness for the Hulk's powers. Such desire was too fervent and far too dangerous. The top-floor office of the Justice League building had just signed the agreement, the ink still carrying a faint. Logan held the thin yet weighty piece of paper in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white, his brows furrowed in thought. He repeatedly pondered how to broach the subject with Sui, as collaborating with the military to capture the Hulk felt off, especially with the obsessive glint in General Ross' eyes that always made him uneasy. Before he could organize his thoughts, a sound of something dropping suddenly came from outside the office, followed closely by steady yet light footsteps approaching. Logan quickly raised his eyes, folding the agreement and tucking it into his inner pocket, hurrying out to At the end of the corridor, Sui was taking off his tactical gloves, which had gathered some dust. The shoulder of his black combat suit bore a slight scratch, clearly having just gone through a not insignificant conflict. Seeing Logan, he was the first to smile, his eyes carrying a hint of fatigue yet still bright. I'm back. Finally back. Logan stepped forward quickly, his tone carrying a hint of relieved complaint, as he ran a hand through his messy blonde hair. You haven't been in touch for days. All the task arrangements for the team and follow-ups with the military piled up on me. My head is about to explode. Sui chuckled, patted his shoulder, his fingertips casually brushing over his tense shoulder line. Speaking lightly, with your current state, it seems like you handled it pretty well. The matters on my end were quite entangled. I was delayed for a few days, but as soon as I wrapped things up, As he spoke, he walked towards the office, his gaze sweeping over the scattered documents on the table, casually picking one up and flipping through it, his fingertip resting on the military seal at the signature. Have the collaboration with General Ross been finalized? Logan followed him into the office and slumped onto the sofa, irritably tugging at his collar. Don't mention it. This job is truly inhumane. I'm better suited for charging into battle, doing field work, dealing with those officials and their scheming. My brain can harm. To be honest, you or Ruewin would do this 10 times better than me. Ruewin is tied up. Sui walked over to the water dispenser, pouring 2 cups of warm water and handing one to him, his tone turning a bit serious. She is tracking a batch of illegal enhanced drug sources in the West. The group is exceptionally cunning, requiring her to infiltrate and monitor. Her disguise and stealth abilities are the optimal solution for gathering intelligence. If she were to sit here signing documents and negotiating conditions in my guise, that would truly be a waste. Logan took the cup, took a sip, and relaxed his furrowed brows slightly, but still hesitated to speak. Speaking of the collaboration with Ross, this matter is a bit complex. He wants us to help capture the Hulk. Bruce Banner. As he spoke, he pulled out the agreement from his inner pocket and spread it out on the coffee table. I established 3 rules with him: no casualties, we lead the front line, and absolutely no leaks. But that old guy's gaze on Banner doesn't seem like he just wants to catch a criminal. It feels more like he's after something valuable. Sui's gaze fell on the terms of the agreement, his smile gradually fading as his fingertip lightly tapped on the line that read assist in locating and restraining the Hulk. The sunlight outside the window fell perfectly on his face, half illuminated and half shadowed, obscuring his expression. Only his deep voice echoed, I have heard of General Ross' obsession with the Hulk for a long time. What he desires is not Banner himself, but the uncontrollable power. He raised his eyes to Logan. You are right, the bottom line must be maintained. But we cannot let our guard down. Banner's abilities are extremely unstable, and the military may not follow the rules completely. Logan nodded, finally feeling a bit of relief in his heart. I knew you would understand if I told you. So what's our plan next? Should we contact other mutants to track down Banner's recent Sui did not answer immediately, but walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the clouds on the distant skyline. His tone resolute. Let's wait for news from Ruewin first, ensuring she is safe on her end. That's what I'm worried about. Logan sighed in relief, as if shedding a heavy burden. So your return is timely. Decisions and guarding against schemes like this are really best left to you. Just now Ross sent word that energy fluctuations have been detected in an abandoned factory area in northern Mexico, urging us to depart as soon as possible. Sui's fingertips still pressed against the ink of the agreement, his gaze darkening. That old fox Ross won't want to wait a single moment. I bet Banner has been under his surveillance all along, but Ross just didn't have the means to close the net before. Now with our help, he'll immediately leak Banner's whereabouts. He turned to Logan, his tone grave. This time as your team sets out, remember, This won't be as easy as previous missions. You must not let your guard down. I'll hold the rear. If anything unusual happens, I'll be there right away. That's reassuring. Having you as backup puts my mind at ease. Logan rose, grabbing his tactical jacket from the sofa and slinging it over his shoulder. His voice lost some of its earlier irritation, gaining a combat-ready edge. Hope everything goes smoothly and we don't cause too much chaos. Just as he turned to leave, Sue-E suddenly remembered something and hurried over to stop him. Seeing Logan look back, he emphasized, "Try not to provoke the Hulk too much. You know his strength is tied to his rage. The angrier he gets, the more destructive he becomes. Capture him if possible. If not, we'll do our best. We're the Justice League, not the military's hired muscle. Helping them is a favor and they need to remember their place." Logan curled his lip and shrugged helplessly. Easier said than done. Once we face the Hulk, can we really keep him calm? There's bound to be a big fight. I'll do my best to control the situation and minimize casualties and damage. With that, he raised a hand in a wave and strode out of the office, his voice soon echoing in the hallway as he called his team together. The office fell silent again. Sue-E sat down behind his desk, tapping the military-grade encrypted terminal. The screen lit up, displaying the military's recent troop movement records. Frowning, he scanned each entry, and soon noticed an anomalous supply record, a batch of sealed containers for high-level biological experiment sedatives and energy suppression devices, none of which were logged into the standard arsenal. Instead, they had been redirected to an abandoned military base on the outskirts of the city. So there's a hidden agenda. Sue muttered to himself, his fingers digging deeper into the terminal to pull up satellite images of the base. The images showed several military trucks coming and going, frequently high-voltage fences erected around the perimeter, and even a few figures in white lab coats moving about. Clearly, Ross had never intended merely to capture Banner. He had secretly assembled a research team waiting to turn the Hulk into an experiment. Sue immediately encrypted and archived the images and supply records, then dialed the internal communicator, his voice cold. "Check the abandoned Eagle's Nest base on the outskirts. Confirm the core members of the research team and Ross direct contact. Send me the files in 10 minutes. A voice acknowledged from the other end. Sue ended the call and turned his gaze back to the window. He knew that Logan's team would soon be in the thick of battle, and he had to swiftly uncover the secrets of Eagle's Nest base. If Banner were captured, that place would be the true danger zone. The abandoned factory on the outskirts was shrouded in thick fog. The damp, cold air carried the musty scent of rotting leaves and soil. Logan and 3 mutant team members lay hidden in the dense forest, their footsteps crunching on dry twigs. He raised his hand to signal a halt, his nostrils twitching. The air held not only the smell of vegetation but also a faint trace of blood and sweat. Banner's scent. "It's in the cave ahead," Logan whispered, his wolverine claws silently extending, gleaming with cold metallic light. "Follow the plan, try to communicate first, don't attack easily." The team members nodded in understanding and spread out in a fan formation to flank the cave. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of vines. As they pushed the vines aside, a series of rapid, ragged breaths came from within. Logan stepped in first, using the faint light from the entrance to see a thin, pale man huddled in the corner. "Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner, we're not here to hurt you," Logan said, softening his tone and approaching slowly. "General Ross' men are nearby. We can help you get out of here." Banner jerked his head up, his eyes filled with wariness and exhaustion, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Did Ross send you? I won't go with you. He wants to turn me into an experiment." His breathing grew faster, his knuckles white from strain, and veins began to bulge beneath his skin. Just then, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted outside the cave, accompanied by the roar of military helicopters. Logan's face hardened. It was Ross' military squad already lying in ambush outside. They were deliberately firing to provoke Banner. "Damn it! That bastard Ross!" Logan cursed through gritted teeth. Just as he turned to signal the team to cover Banner's retreat, a deafening roar erupted from behind. Banner's body swelled visibly, his clothes tearing apart as his skin turned a deep green. Muscles bulged and expanded, transforming his frail frame into a giant monster several meters tall. In an instant, the calm scientist vanished, replaced by the Hulk. Eyes blazing red, consumed by rage. "Roar!" The Hulk swung his arm, his massive paw smashing into the rock wall beside him. The entire rock face shattered, sending debris flying. Colossus braced himself in front of the others, but the sheer force made him cry out in pain. Defensive positions. Don't provoke him, Logan shouted, charging forward. His Wolverine claws slashed at the Hulk's swinging arm, meeting with a sharp clang. The claws left only shallow white marks on the Hulk's skin, and the recoil sent Logan stumbling back. Enraged, the Hulk leaped his massive body, crashing to the ground, shaking the earth violently. He grabbed a nearby tree, uprooted it, and hurled it at Logan with tremendous force. Logan sprang aside to dodge, but the tree slammed into the cave entrance, blocking it completely, plunging the interior into darkness. Logan seized the moment to circle behind the Hulk, driving his claws deep into the giant's lower back. The Hulk roared in pain, whipping around and swinging his enormous fist at Logan's face. Logan sidestepped, and the fist smashed into the rock wall. The entire cave shook, and chunks of stone rained from the ceiling. This won't work. Logan wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at the increasingly frenzied Hulk. He knew that if they kept this up, they wouldn't capture Banner, and worse, the team might sustain casualties. Blink quickly opened the portal. I must draw Hulk away, or the military will intervene sooner or later. Without a word, Blink immediately opened a portal behind Wolverine. The enraged Hulk charged in, lunging towards Wolverine. The two fell together into the portal, instantly appearing in a desolate land 2 kilometers away. Wolverine rolled his neck, his steel claws snapping out with a sharp sound, coldly saying, "Come on, Hulk, let's see how strong you really are." The wind and sand of the desert whipped up the scorching sun, baking the cracked earth. Wolverine stood at the edge of the portal, his claws glinting coldly. Just as he steadied himself, a deafening roar erupted from behind. Hulk, like an uncontrollable green tank, charged forward, each step making the ground tremble. Just in time. Wolverine grunted, lowly sidestepping a punch powerful enough to overturn a truck. Hulk's fist smashed into the gravel, sending clouds of dust flying like bullets. Seizing the opportunity, Wolverine closed in his claws, slashing across Hulk's abdomen, leaving only shallow wounds that were quickly healed by Hulk's astonishing regenerative ability. "You can't break me," Hulk roared, sweeping his leg back, sending Wolverine flying until he crashed into a dead tree. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he grinned, "You'll find out soon enough, big guy." This voice pierced Hulk's frenzied nerves like a red-hot steel needle. He let out a thunderous roar that shook the earth, his massive frame exuding a devastating aura, charging recklessly towards the portal like an out-of-control green tank. Wolverine stood at the portal's edge, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he suddenly swung his arms. 3 chillingly sharp adamantium claws shot out, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the blazing sun. He slightly arched his back like a wolf, ready to pounce, his gaze sharp as a knife locking onto the incoming green storm. At the moment Hulk landed, it felt as if the earth had been struck by a heavy hammer. A pit several meters in diameter suddenly appeared, dust swirling up like a brown mushroom cloud, carrying debris and scorching sand all around. The heat wave hit him, distorting and trembling the very air. Hulk knelt at the bottom of the pit, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a heavy growl. His blood-red eyes fixed on Wolverine at the edge of the pit, muscles bulging as if about to explode. Wolverine slowly straightened up, his claws reflecting cold light in the sunlight. He moved his neck, producing a light cracking sound, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, meeting Hulk's fiery stare with unwavering courage. The desert wind whipped through his disheveled hair, revealing eyes filled with the will to fight. "Come on, Hulk." Wolverine's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable provocation. "Let me see if your brute strength can break my bones, or if my claws will shred you first." Before Wolverine's words faded, his body shot forward like an unleashed arrow. The desert wind ruffled his messy black hair, and the metal claws drew a chilling light under the scorching sun. The green giant roared, swinging his right fist, the wind howling fiercely, almost tearing the air apart. But Wolverine had already predicted this thunderous strike. He swiftly spun sideways, narrowly avoiding the fist that could have collapsed hills, his right hand darting out like lightning, gripping Hulk's thick forearm tightly. "Hey, big guy." Wolverine grunted lowly, using Hulk's punching momentum to push off the ground, leaping into the air like a monkey, his left hand finding purchase on Hulk's broad shoulder. With a nimble flip, he landed firmly on Hulk's back. Hulk was caught off guard, furiously twisting his body in an attempt to shake off this annoying fly. But Wolverine's legs clamped around Hulk's waist like iron pincers, and his claws shot out, piercing into the junction of Hulk's neck and spine, an area densely packed with nerve endings and comparatively weak. Wolverine gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging as his claws repeatedly plunged in, trying to sever the nerve signals. However, Hulk's skin was tougher than military-grade armor, his muscles dense like reinforced. Though the claws could penetrate, each attack felt like striking a glowing iron anvil, failing to subdue the opponent, and instead igniting Hulk's already near uncontrollable fury. Roar! Hulk let out a deafening roar that stirred up layers of sand waves in the desert. He suddenly swung his arm back, 5 fingers gripping Wolverine's calf like iron clamps, yanking him hard. Wolverine felt an irresistible force pull him down as he was yanked from Hulk's back and slammed hard into the sandy ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Before he could rise, Hulk lunged at him like a mountain crashing down. His fists raised high, muscles bulging, each punch carrying world-destroying power, crazily smashing down towards Wolverine on the ground. Boom! 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 The ground trembled and dust shot up like a mushroom cloud. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying. In just a few seconds, a massive pit nearly 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep had been smashed beneath Wolverine. The walls charred, as if struck by a meteor. Hulk panted heavily, his chest heaving, looking down into the pit. Dust filled the air, silent and still. He seemed to determine that his opponent was reduced to nothing, turning to leave the battlefield, where he had resolved the trouble, each heavy step slightly shaking the ground. But just as he took his 3rd step, crack, 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 a faint but clear sound of bones reorganizing came from the bottom of the pit. Hulk paused, slowly turning back. Through the dust, a figure was slowly rising. His clothes were tattered, his skin covered in deep cracks, visible to the bone, even exposing broken ribs and the outline of his internal organs. However, those horrific wounds were visibly writhing, healing, scabbing, and disappearing. The broken bones made a faint click sound, realigning. Torn muscle fibers rapidly regenerated like a tide. The exposed organs were wrapped in layers of newly grown tissue. In just a few seconds, Wolverine had returned to his former self, but his gaze was sharper, carrying a nearly cold mockery. He shook his shoulders, moved his newly healed neck, and a rebellious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Once again extending his claws, glistening coldly in the dying sun of the desert, his voice hoarse yet filled with provocation. Is that all? Were you just tickling me earlier? Hulk's pupils constricted, the anger in his chest erupting once more as he let out a roar that shook the universe. This battle was far from over. As Jean Ganglang and Lu Ju-ren tore the desert apart several kilometers away behind a concealed dune, Gang Li Shi, Tian Shi, and Shan Shuo were assembling with urgent haste. Jean Ganglang cannot hold out much longer, Gang Li Shi said in a low voice, his metallized palm clenching into a fist. Lu Ju-ren's rage will only intensify, and the military, he added with a grave look toward the distance, must be tracking gamma energy signatures. Tian Shi spread his silver-white wings as the surrounding air eddied, and he said that they must split up, either remain here to sow chaos and draw the military's attention, or move immediately to reinforce Jean Ganglang. Shan Shuo stood between them, faint blue ripples of energy already shimmering around her hands, and a portal ready to open at a moment's notice, but her gaze was steady, as she warned that the military's satellites and sensors had been watching Dr. Ban Na. She explained that if the energy signature suddenly shifted, they would instantly lock onto the new coordinates, and that they had no time to scatter their forces. Then Gang Li Shi fell silent for a beat, before nodding and agreeing that she was right. Shan Shuo must open a portal now, they decided, for they had to reach Jean Ganglang as soon as possible, and at that instant an azure-hued gateway tore open with a roar in front of the 3 of them. Beyond the portal lay the ravaged expanse of desert, the rim of a vast crater. Jean Ganglang, drenched in blood yet with eyes like a blade, and Lu Ju-ren standing like a walking volcano, his chest heaving as if ready to erupt again. The 3 had barely stepped through when a low, dense thrum of rotors rolled in from the horizon. They looked up to see 3 armed military helicopters, bearing the emblem of the Gamma Emergency Response Unit, racing toward them at high speed. The helicopters skimmed low over the dunes, their gun turrets slowly aligning and training on the hulking figure below. Jean Ganglang ground his teeth and swore that they had indeed come. It became clear that the military had already activated gamma trackers. The moment Shan Shuo opened the portal, Dr. Ban Na's energy signature vanished from its original position and reappeared 2 kilometers away. The monitoring center locked onto the new coordinates. The helicopters were airborne within 3 minutes and bearing down on the battlefield, and a commander aboard the aircraft ordered immediate suppression of the target. A torrent of armor-piercing rounds descended like a metal rain, their sights fixed on Lu Ju-ren. He unleashed a deafening roar and slammed his left arm across his body, taking the volley. The bullets left shallow white marks on his skin that were instantaneously repaired by the regenerative surge of muscle beneath. Ignoring Jean Ganglang, Lu Juren pivoted and charged toward the nearest helicopter with blind eruptive fury. In only a few strides he reached beneath the aircraft, planted his legs, launched himself like a projectile, and rose until he was directly over the spinning rotor. Jean Ganglang and Tianshi cried out in alarm, as Lu Juren hurled a crushing blow through the air aimed square at the tail rotor. With a thunderous explosion, the tail rotor was sheared off, the helicopter lost balance, and plunged like a kite with its tether cut, and terrified screams rose from within the cabin. Shan Shua shouted for Tianshi to act, and without hesitation Tianshi beat his wings with all his might, transforming into a silver flash and streaking toward the falling aircraft. He seized the top of the cabin with pinpoint precision, and his tremendous lift briefly arrested the descent, while Shan Shua opened a portal beneath the helicopter whose other end opened onto safe desert ground. Tianshi shouted for the soldiers to grip on, and though shaken they were disciplined and leapt through the portal to safety. In the blink of an eye everyone had been transferred. Tianshi let go and watched the wreckage explode in the distance as flames shot skyward. Just as Lu Juren had toppled a helicopter, and it seemed the immediate crisis had been averted, a rolling cloud of dust rose on the horizon as a military ground convoy thundered in. The convoy consisted of 2 heavy armored personnel carriers and 2 specialized vehicles bristling with advanced equipment, their roofs fitted with the latest gamma suppression sonic cannons. These weapons were engineered to exploit Lu Juren's physiology, emitting ultrasonic frequencies designed to disrupt the amygdala and hypothalamus, and to induce intense pain and disorientation, even potentially to momentarily suppress his transformations. The commander ordered the sonic array activated and targeted Lu Juren, and the 2 special vehicles responded instantly, opening fire. The invisible sound waves did not erupt in a conventional roar, but instead manifested as visible ripples in the air, silver rings stacking and racing with deadly precision toward Lu Juren's position. He had scarcely landed before his whole body seized. He clapped his hands over his ears, convulsed, and emitted tortured hissing sounds as the pain exploded through him. Those waves felt like searing steel needles driven into the depths of his skull. He staggered backward, knees buckling, a feral light tangled with agony in his eyes, showing the first signs of disarray. The commander cried that it was effective and urged continued suppression, yet Lu Juren's torment lasted barely 10 seconds. The ultrasound could meddle with his nerves, but could not halt the feverish surge of gamma energy within him. Each sonic strike merely poured fuel on the blaze of his fury. His chest heaved violently, muscles knotted like carved rock, and the veins beneath his skin swelled and writhed like molten rivers. A roar that shook the very earth erupted from his throat, no longer a cry of pain, but a pure, annihilating rage. Lu Juren thrust his head up and his eyes became nothing but crimson, killing intent. He no longer heeded the sonic assault and instead strode straight at the 2 sonic vehicles. The commander could not believe it and stammered that he was still able to move, while each of Lu Juren's footsteps cracked the ground beneath him. When he was 10 meters from the nearest vehicle, he leapt skyward, both fists raised, and brought them crashing into the earth. A concentric shockwave radiated outward from his impact, the sand beneath him collapsing into a funnel-shaped pit tens of meters across, and the pulse slammed into the 3 sonic vehicles like an invisible hammer. The precision housings of the sonic rigs, shattered with a series of grinding crack circuits, erupted in showers of sparks, and the arrays that emitted the sound were rendered utterly inoperative. The shrill alarms cut off abruptly, and Lu Juren rose, granting the military no time to mount it. He scooped up a whole armored personnel carrier, as if it were a toy, and roaring with feral joy, hurled it toward another troop-laden vehicle. There was a thunderous collision as the 2 vehicles smashed together, metal buckled and parts flew, and in the distance Jean Ganglang, Gang Li Shi, Tianshi, and Shan Shua watched with their hearts in their mouths. "The sonic weapons are useless against him," Gang Li Shi said gravely, his voice heavy with the realization that Lu Juren's fury had overwhelmed everything, and they must get him away at once. Shan Shua said anxiously that if this continued the military would call in far more lethal arms, and before she finished a fresh thunder rolled from the sky, not from helicopters but from the engines of larger fixed-wing warplanes. Lu Juren stood amid the ruined battlefield, his chest heaving, and his gaze sweeping the approaching enemies with savage intensity. He had just smashed the sonic array, but the military clearly still had other measures to bring to bear. Watching the formation of warplanes inching closer on the horizon, a rare, almost instinctive clarity flickered in the eyes of LV Juren. He might not be able to think with razor precision, but his body remembered plainly if he kept slugging it out it would only invite ever more lethal fire. Missiles, electromagnetic pulses, even orbital weapons tuned perhaps to gamma energy. The military would grant him no respite, and though his fury made him stronger in battle, it could not be sustained indefinitely. When the anger subsided and he reverted to Dr. Ban Na, what awaited would be endless imprisonment and experiments. Without hesitation he spun on his heel, and sprinted toward the direction farthest from the battlefield, farthest from the city, farthest from any human habitation. Each step shook the earth and sent sand flying. After only a few strides, he drove his legs hard into the ground, and launched himself like a green projectile soaring into the sky. With a thunderous blast his leap carried him over several dunes in a single bound, tracing an arc through the air before vanishing at the edge of everyone's sight. Then again and again. Each landing threw up great clouds of dust, each takeoff carried him further from the fighting. Within mere seconds the enormous green figure had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only a storm of sand, and the futile drone of warplanes circling in the distance. Jean Ganglang, Gangli Shi, Tian Shi, and Shan Shua stood, where they were staring at the empty distance, as their taut nerves slowly relaxed. He ran. Tian Shi folded her wings, a breath of incredulous relief in her voice. Jean Ganglang panted, testing the ribs that had just healed the smart choice. If we kept fighting, he'd exhaust himself, and we'd eventually be surrounded by the military. Gangli Shi nodded, a weary line crossing his metallic face. Hauke grows stronger with rage, but rage has its limits. Once he collapses back into Ban Na, the consequences would be unbearable. Now that he withdrew on his own, it is paradoxically the safest outcome. Shan Shua exhaled as the portal's energy ebbed away. At least, the military can't catch him for now. The desert is vast. If he wants to hide, no one will find him easily. Far off the fighter formation banked and circled a few times, clearly having lost its quarry. The commander barked orders over the radio to widen the search, but everyone understood in this endless wasteland, finding a green titan who could run 1,000 miles a day and scale mountains was like trying to find a needle in the ocean. They exchanged a look, words unnecessary. The conflict spawned by fury had finally drawn a temporary line. There was no cheering, no celebration. Only the heavy relief of survivors. All of them knew that as long as Bulu Ben Na lived, as long as gamma energy surged within him, the LV Jurin would never truly vanish. The military pursuit societies fear the inner struggle. These would cling like a shadow. Yet for now they chose to lay them aside. Gangli Shi patted Jean Ganglang on the shoulder. Tian Shi looked out toward the distance, while Shan Shua silently readied the portal to return. And LV Jurin, the lonely, furious, unbearably powerful green giant, ran deeper into an unknown wilderness where no one could follow. He perhaps did not know where he was headed, but he knew this. He must put distance between himself and humanity, between himself and harm, between himself and the self he could not wholly control. In the heavily fortified Gamma Emergency Command Center, a vast holographic screen displayed the chaos of the desert battlefield in real-time: burning helicopter wreckage, shattered sonic tank hulks, and finally the frozen frame of the horizon where the green giant disappeared. General Luo Si stood before the screen, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. There was no defeat in his eyes, only a fanatical fervor nearly bordering on obsession. "Damn it!" he growled, his voice echoing in the hollow command room, brimful of anger and refusal to accept it. Mutants' powers. And even they couldn't subdue that monster. The monster he spat the word at was the object of his lifelong fixation. Bulu Ben Na, or rather the LV Jurin. To Luo Si, mutants each possessed unique gifts yet remained bound to flesh and blood. LV Jurin represented a purer, unshackled incarnation of power born of gamma rays. Today, when Jean Ganglang, Gangli Shi, Tian Shi, and Shan Shua had joined forces, and still failed to suppress him, allowing him to slip away, Luo Si's resolve did not weaken. If anything, it was injected with fresh strength. A confirmation that LV Jurin was the planet's most potent weapon, the perfect template for a soldier. General and aide hurried forward, cautious in tone. "Our tracking satellites have lost the target signal. Hauke seems to have entered the depths of the Gobi. The signal is being disrupted by complex terrain." Luo Si did not turn. His gaze remained fixed on the empty desert on the screen, as if willing his sight to pierce the dunes and find that green silhouette. "He cannot have gone far," he said coldly. "So long as he lives, so long as he emits gamma energy, we will find him." He spun toward the aide, eyes sharp as blades. "What of the research into Hauke's blood and Dr. Saimyo Er Sherdeng? How is he?" The aide's stomach tightened, and he hurried his report. "Sir, Dr. Sherdeng's condition is peculiar. After his last exposure to the Hauke blood sample, his skull expanded, and his brain volume increased markedly due to gamma radiation. His intellect rose in tandem, remarkably so even beyond what we expected. He is still working in the underground lab and it seems he has achieved some breakthrough progress. Luo Ci's eyes gleamed and a cruel curve lifted one corner of his mouth. He walked to the console and picked up an encrypted file, the preliminary summary submitted by Dr. Deng. It read plainly directional activation factors for cellular regeneration detected in gamma blood samples, possessing the potential to remodel human tissue. A mere drop of blood, Luo Ci murmured, voice low and potent, can mutate and advance an ordinary human brain. This power is terrifying and perfect. He lifted his head and stared into the black night beyond the windows, as though he could see through the cloud cover to the green titan wandering the wastes. Wait, he said slowly, each word deliberate, a resolve that brooked no denial. I will capture you with my own hands, Ban Na. Your strength will one day be put to my use. No one noticed that General Luo Ci's right hand unconsciously brushed his left chest, where a tiny injector nestled close to his heart, containing a vial of faintly green, gently pulsing liquid. It was a sample of Hauke's blood, secretly extracted by Dr. Deng and preliminarily stabilized. In that moment, a mad idea took root in Luo Ci's mind. If he could not conquer LV Juren by ordinary means, then he would become him. He would become stronger, more controllable, more perfect. Thus the seed of Hong Juren was planted. And all of this began tonight. Began with the LV Juren's roar in the desert, began with the mutant's failed joint attempt to stop his flight, and began with the ember in General Luo Ci's heart called obsession, a flame that would not be extinguished. Luo Zhen leaned against the window of the Jingyi League tower, cigar smoke curling between his fingers, his voice low yet resolute. Sui, this operation has already overstepped the bounds of our responsibilities. Hauke is not a criminal. He is a weapon that has run amok, and weapons ought not to be destroyed by heroes. He paused, his gaze sweeping the city skyline. The military seeks control, not redemption. The deeper we meddle, the easier we become their blade. Sui sat behind his desk, fingertips tapping the surface with calm, razor-edged composure. You are right. The Jingyi League was never meant to clean up the government's messes. We defend the innocent, not mop up after the military. He rose and moved to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, looking down upon the city aflame with lights. Hauke's fury springs from pain, and pain must not be cured with bullets. At that moment the office holoprojector sprang to life. Ujiawase's voice, gentle and clear, spoke. Mr. Sui, Mr. Tuoni Sitake has sent an encrypted message requesting an informal dialogue regarding future cooperation with the Jingyi League. He emphasized brevity and pragmatism, avoiding bureaucratic rhetoric. A single line of text hovered in the projection. Sui, we all understand each other's positions. But some threats cannot be borne by one side alone. Why not sit down and discuss how to practice heroism more intelligently, rather than more exhaustingly? Luo Zhen snorted and stamped out his cigar. What is Tuoni scheming this time? His last hero registration act almost sold us out. Sui's lips curved faintly, his eyes deep as night. This time, perhaps it will be different. Jiawase replied to Sitake. Time and place. He will decide. But remember, we are not here to negotiate, we are here to delineate our boundaries. Outside, the city's lights spilled like a torrent of stars, and the Jingyi League's future hung in the balance of this silent game. Atop Sitake Tower, the wind skimmed the glass facade with a low hum. When Sui touched down, a dust mote rose. His battle suit clung to his form, shoulder plates sharp as carved blades. Tuoni Sitake stood at the terrace's edge, toying with a palm-sized model of an arc reactor, while Xylagio Pipo stood beside him, absently twisting a strand of hair around her finger. He's quite handsome, isn't he? Pipo murmured, yet her eyes never left Sui. Tuoni cleared his throat and tucked the reactor into his pocket. Sui. At last we meet again. When I ran into you at Dadehui Airport and you caught that runaway airliner with your bare hands, I was filled with curiosity. Not the Superman sort, but the what is this man made of sort of curiosity. Sui clasped the offered hand with steady force. That encounter was too abrupt. I had just returned from the Cushing ruins, still carrying the scent of stardust. He released Tuoni's hand and turned to Pipo, a small smile at his lips. Sitake is fortunate to have you. Not everyone can haul him out of the holes he digs for himself. Pipo's cheeks colored and she laughed softly. Hardly. He merely needs someone to remind him not to blow up the planet now and then. The three of them walked along a corridor flanked by display cases filled with Gangtaixia armors, the classic metallic sheen of Mark II, the fragmented modules of Mark III, the titanium glint of Mark IV, each set radiating a cold technological luster. Sui paused and let his fingertips glide across the faceplate of Mark VI, the new suit forged after the latest reactor breakthrough. This is the true arc of human progress, he murmured, not to dominate but to guard. Tuoni raised an eyebrow and feigned nonchalance. Like it? I'll give you one as a keepsake, Tuoni said. Many of my suits are kept for sentiment anyway. Who knows which day I might have to scrap a few more. Sui turned back earnest. That would be splendid. I dreamed of mechs since I was a child, but the Zhengi League does not come with 3D printers. Tuoni froze for a moment, his smile faltering. He had expected a polite refusal, and was taken aback by the frank acceptance. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Glad you like it." Inside the office the holoprojector had risen and a rotating model of the Earth turned slowly. Sui sat opposite Tuoni, still clad in his battle suit, but having shed every edge of menace. Tuoni cut the background music and turned grave. Sui, let me be blunt. The Zhengi League needs an anchor, a system that can reel you back when you go astray. The Hauka incident is only the beginning. Charan Shinshin Vexia, any of you could become the next threat. Not because you are evil, but because you are so powerful that humanity cannot fathom and therefore cannot control. He produced a document titled Hero Conduct Restraint and Emergency Response Protocol. This is not a registration act, Tuoni insisted. This is a framework for cooperation. You keep your freedom of action, but we share intelligence, conduct joint training, and establish emergency failsafes, so that when a member loses emotional control, Jayash's telepathic link might trigger automatically or... He paused. My countermeasure armor will deploy. Sui fell silent for a long moment, his fingers tapping the desk in a steady rhythm. Outside, Nuyu's lights flowed like a galaxy reflected in his eyes. Tuoni, he finally said, what you fear is not our loss of control but humanity's fear of the unknown. You would use technology to raise walls that confine us, and in doing so confine humanity as well. He added softly, true guardianship is not control, it is trust. He rose the suit, catching the light with a faint gleam. The Zhengi League may share intelligence and participate in joint drills, but it will never accept any preordained break. We are not weapons. We are those who choose to stand in the light. Tuoni leaned back, fingers tracing the contours of the reactor at his chest without thinking. Pipo lingered at the doorway and exhaled softly. Then, at least, Tuoni said at last, next time you plan to save the world, give me a call, so I can swap my coffee for something bulletproof. Sui smiled and moved toward the terrace. Deal. Oh, one more thing. He called over his shoulder. Make sure the suit comes in Mark VI colors. Red and gold. Classics never fade. The wind lifted the hem of his cloak and his silhouette slipped into the night. Tuoni watched the empty doorway and murmured to himself, is this man really not a version of me? Pipo handed him a cup of coffee. More handsome than you, more dependable than you, and better at conversation. Tuoni sighed. I take back what I said earlier. As Sui's figure vanished into the clouds surrounding Stark Tower, Tony's wristwatch suddenly vibrated. A familiar name flickered on the screen. Phil Coulson. Tisk, this guy. Tony frowned, his finger hovering over the hang-up button. Whenever he shows up, it's never good news. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator on the top floor chimed softly, and the doors slowly slid open. Coulson, dressed in a pristine black suit, with a meticulously tied tie, held a silver encrypted briefcase, presenting Tony with a warm yet unrefusable smile. Mr. Stark, he spoke steadily, I know you don't want to take the call, but some matters must be discussed. And Tony rolled his eyes and put the coffee cup he had just lifted back on the table. Coulson, did you secretly install a SHIELD backdoor in my elevator? Or has Fury finally allowed you to operate beyond politeness? Coulson didn't respond, only placed the briefcase on the holographic projection table in front of Tony. He entered a series of passwords, and the lid popped open automatically to reveal a document quietly lying inside its cover, emblazoned with Tesseract Project Pegasus. Loki has returned. Coulson's voice deepened. He stole the Tesseract just this morning. SHIELD's underground base has been nearly wiped out. Tony picked up the document, his fingers tracing over the data points circled in red. Energy fluctuations, spatial rifts, and a blurry surveillance snapshot, a tall figure wearing a golden helmet and wielding a scepter drawing the bluish glow from the Tesseract. What does he want? Tony's voice turned cold. To open a portal and bring his army over. Coulson paused. Director Fury believes that going solo is no longer an option. We need an alliance of our own. Meanwhile, deep within an abandoned military base in New Jersey, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stood at the door of a laboratory. Inside Dr. Bruce Banner was stirring a green liquid in a beaker, his eyes weary yet alert. Banner Natasha leaned against the doorframe, her tone as casual as if inviting him for coffee. I heard you've been researching the healing potential of gamma rays. I know someone whose arm was burned by an alien weapon, and the doctors said there's no hope. But you might have a way. Banner set down the beaker. Side Agent Romanoff, I know why you're here. Fury wants me to turn back into that big green guy to fight. No. Natasha stepped inside, looking him in the eye. What we need is Bruce Banner, not the Hulk. But if you're willing, we can find a way to control him together. Not for battle, but to ensure he doesn't harm anyone else, including himself. Banner was silent for a long while before finally nodding. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., in the underground warehouse of the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, Nick Fury stood before a striking figure relentlessly punching a training bag. Roger's furious voice echoed in the empty warehouse. The world needs you. Now more than ever. Rogers punched the bag with such force it exploded. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. When Sui returned to the Justice League Tower, Logan was sitting in the communications room idly playing with a dagger. On the holographic screen, alerts were flashing about abnormal energy readings from around the globe. Looks like Logan looked up at him. Our drawing the line plan has to be temporarily shelved. Sui walked to the screen, watching the red representing the Tesseract flash over New York. He clenched his fist. Then let's face it together. He said, after all, some enemies can't be defeated by one person alone. Meanwhile, in Stark Tower, Tony Stark was already at his workstation, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Lines of code rolled across the screen, eventually settling on a new project name, the Avengers Initiative Protocol. The world was quietly changing. In the communications room of the Justice League Tower, the holographic projection flickered with red light, and the face of a military representative appeared on the screen, appearing anxious. Mr. Sui, the situation is urgent. The other party spoke rapidly, with the sound of alarms faintly ringing in the background. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Pegasus Project base in Nevada has been attacked and the Tesseract has been stolen. According to witnesses, the attacker was an alien wielding a scepter and wearing a golden helmet who called himself Loki. He not only stole the Tesseract but also destroyed the energy core of the entire base. If the Tesseract is used to open a dimensional portal, the consequences could be catastrophic. Sui stood before the projection, still in his battle suit, with dust from the Stark Tower rooftop on his shoulder armor. After hearing this, a slight knowing smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Such a naughty boy, he murmured, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and sarcasm. Thor's ability to discipline his brother is as low as his intelligence. Logan stepped out of the shadows, holding a glass of whiskey. You knew all along. Just guessed. Sui turned towards the command center, his finger gliding over the holographic model of Earth, the red dot representing the Tesseract flashing wildly over New York. The Tesseract is a space gem. Loki wants it simply to open a passage for his Chitauri army to come over. He's not here to steal. He's here to occupy. So are we helping the military? Logan asked. Yes. Sui answered without hesitation, but not as hired hands. Our goal is to stop the portal from opening, not to clean up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mess. He brought up a satellite image pointing to downtown New York. Loki is currently at Stark Tower. He intends to activate the Tesseract using the energy network there. Tony's reactor is the most stable power source. Logan squinted. What do you plan to do? Earth will always be humanity's Earth, he reiterated, his gaze fierce. And it's not a place where any cat or dog can run wild. Sui stood at the highest point of the Justice League Tower, with the city lights shining below and the vast deep starry sky above. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of tempered steel, each word striking the silent night with a cold resonance. Sui turned around, his battle suit glimmering with a ghostly blue light in the moonlight. But there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Humanity may be weak and foolish, but they are worth protecting. Not by gods, not by aliens, but by themselves and by those willing to stand by their side. He raised his hand, his palm clenched tight, producing a muffled sound that was the noise of air being violently compressed by overwhelming power. If I cannot stop Loki, Sui's voice grew colder, then I will personally turn every Chitauri who dares to step into Earth's atmosphere to ashes. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light shooting into the sky. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of space, a massive Chitauri mothership was silently approaching the solar system. The cacophony of Times Square had been replaced by sheer panic. Loki stood by an overturned hot dog cart, the blue mind stone at the tip of his scepter glimmering with an eerie light, a familiar mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. He was aiming the scepter at an elderly man standing nearby. Just as the energy beam was about to discharge, a steady figure solid as a rock interposed itself between the old man and Loki. Captain America Steve Rogers dropped to one knee, his vibranium shield braced firmly before him, the star emblem on its surface gleaming brilliantly in the setting sun. "Step back." His voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. Loki scoffed. "You again, mortal. Your courage before a god is but a futile gesture against the tide." Before he could finish, Captain America hurled the shield. The metal disc whistled through the air, striking precisely at the scepter in Loki's hand. Yet the trickster god simply sidestepped the shield, grazing his sleeve before embedding itself into the glass facade of the opposite building. Naive, Loki murmured. With a sweep of his scepter, a wave of energy sent Captain America sprawling. He strode over, planted a foot on the captain's chest, and looked down upon the mortal hero with condescension. "Do you think mere courage is enough to defy a god?" The scepter rose slowly, the gem's light reflecting the final resolute determination in Captain America's steadfast eyes. In the nick of time, a figure wreathed in crimson and gold descended like a meteor. "Hey, green eyes!" The voice of Iron Man Tony Stark rang out from the armor laced with his signature sarcasm. "You need a new hairstylist. And by the way, stay away from my friend." Before the words faded, the repulsor fired. A blazing energy beam struck Loki square in the chest, hurling him across the street and crashing into a derelict yellow taxi. Tony landed smoothly, the weapon systems on his armor's shoulders, arms, and legs deploying instantly. Dozens of targeting reticles locked onto Loki, glowing red like the gaze of death itself. "Move." Tony's voice turned icy. "And I won't hesitate to turn you into a die, one with sharp edges." Loki struggled out of the wreckage, hands raised, but his eyes still held defiance. He offered no resistance, merely casting a cold glance at Tony before allowing HIELD agents to cuff his hands. The cuffs were made of a special alloy to suppress his magic. As the convoy headed for the SHIELD facility, Tony and Steve broke into a heated argument inside the Quinjet's cargo bay. "You almost killed him." Steve pointed at Loki, who was subdued in the corner, his voice taut with anger. "You didn't even consider tactics. You just charged in blindly." "Tactics?" Tony scoffed, his faceplate lifting to reveal his tired but sharp eyes. "Captain, we're dealing with a god who can manipulate minds and level a city on a whim. Your old-fashioned negotiate first, act later strategy doesn't work here. I used overwhelming firepower to subdue him to protect more innocent people. Including you." "Protect?" Steve shot back, rising to his feet. "You treated him as a target to be destroyed, not a person who might be saved. He's Thor's brother. There might still be a chance." "A chance?" Tony retorted coldly. "Talk to him about chances when he next manipulates some general into pressing the nuclear button." The two glared at each other, the air in the cabin almost solid. The SHIELD agents remained silent, none daring to interject. Then outside the hull, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick storm clouds gathered rapidly, a blinding white bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Everyone was startled by the sudden meteorological upheaval. Tony and Steve's argument ceased abruptly. Loki's head snapped up toward the porthole above, and for the first time a genuine undisguised tension flickered across his face. His pupils contracted slightly, his fingers curling unconsciously, as if he were desperately suppressing some deep-seated fear. Steve noticed this keenly. He walked to the porthole, gazing at the churning clouds outside, his voice tinged with a subtle curiosity. "What? Afraid of thunder?" Loki didn't answer immediately. He took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a complexity he himself was reluctant to admit. "Not afraid. I just hate the guy who brings the thunder." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal crash resounded from the roof. The entire Quinjet lurched violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hand. The hatch was ripped open from the outside by an irresistible force. A furious gale blasted into the cabin, blinding everyone. A towering figure stood silhouetted against the lightning at the entrance, golden hair whipping in the wind, the hammer of Thor, Mjolnir, crackling with devastating thunderous energy. Thor! Tony recognized him instantly, instinctively stepping back as his armor's weapon systems reactivated. But it was too late. The god of thunder's eyes locked onto Loki in the corner like those of a hawk. With a roar, he leaped into the cabin and swung his hammer. Tony barely had time to react before the hammer's shockwave sent him crashing into the wall like a broken kite, the armor screeching in metallic agony. Thor grabbed Loki by the collar, ignoring his brother's stunned and furious expression, and turned to fly out into the storm beyond the hatch. Lightning surged around him, thunder booming like war drums. "Hey, Asgardian golden boy!" Tony scrambled to his feet, faceplate snapping shut. "Put down the villain. He's our prisoner." Without a moment's hesitation, Tony ignited his thrusters and plunged into the raging rain after Thor and Loki. Steve watched the two vanish into the clouds, then glanced at the shaken agents in the cabin. He paused for a moment, then turned to the emergency equipment locker, quickly grabbing a parachute and strapping it on. "Continue to the S-H-I-E-L-D facility," he told the lead agent, his voice steady and resolute. "I'm going after them." Without waiting for a reply, he leaped out of the hatch, his figure shrinking rapidly into the tempest, eventually swallowed by the boundless darkness. The torrential rain poured down as the clouds above New York churned like ink, as if the entire sky trembled in response to the confrontation between brothers. Tony Stark's armor struggled to adjust its posture against the raging wind, the blue flames from the thrusters appearing particularly dazzling amidst the curtain of rain. He fixated on the golden figure ahead, the communicator relaying urgent commands from S-H-I-E-L-D. "Headquarters, Stark. Return immediately." The target of Thor was Loki. Intervening forcefully could spark a direct conflict between Asgard and Earth. Conflict? Tony sneered on the holographic interface inside his helmet. Loki's life signs and location data were being tracked in real time. That guy has already killed hundreds on Earth, controlled Hawkeye and the Doctor, and now wants to take his brother back to discipline him. Sorry, the blood of so many is still fresh. I won't let him go like this. He accelerated sharply, charging his palm cannon, a denser beam of energy shooting towards Thor's back. Thor seemed to have anticipated it, not turning back, but instead shielding Loki behind him. The energy beam grazed past Loki's ear, singeing a few strands of his dark hair. "Tony, stop!" Captain America's voice suddenly came from below. Steve had opened his parachute, gliding through the air with the currents, his vibranium shield firmly strapped to his left arm. "You'll hurt Loki like this. He is a key witness." Witness? Tony gritted his teeth. "Wait until he next opens a portal to let in an alien army, then you can ask him for his testimony." At that moment of stalemate among the three, Thor suddenly came to an abrupt stop, hovering midair. He looked down at his struggling brother, his voice deep and authoritative. "Loki, enough. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You want to provoke me into losing control and killing you in my anger? Or do you want the people of Earth to kill you so that I bear the burden of eternal sin?" Loki ceased his struggle, raindrops streaming down his pale cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. He lifted his head, locking eyes with his brother, his voice barely audible above the wind and rain. "Brother, you will never understand. I understand." A flicker of pain crossed Thor's gaze. "I understand your jealousy of my being chosen as the heir. I understand your resentment towards our father's favoritism. I understand that you feel like an outsider in Asgard. But none of this justifies your wish to destroy Earth." "Destroy?" Loki suddenly laughed, his laughter sounding particularly desolate amid the thunder. "I just want to prove that I am more suited for that throne than you. I am more powerful, more lonely." Thor interrupted him, his voice laced with a near-pitying tenderness. "Loki, you don't need to conquer to prove yourself. You are my brother, and that is enough." Loki was taken aback. He had never seen such an expression in Thor's eyes. Neither anger nor disappointment, but pure, unconditional acceptance. This was more disorienting than any punishment. At that moment, Tony seized the opportunity, cutting in at high speed from the side, the missile compartment on his armor opening. "Sorry to interrupt your family mediation time, but—" "Stark!" Captain America shouted sharply, "Don't fire!" But it was too late. A micro-missile whistled out, targeting Thor's hammer in his hand. Thor's pupils dilated, immediately shielding Loki behind him, while swinging his hammer, a thunderous barrier instantly forming. Boom! The missile exploded before the barrier, the massive shockwave sending all three of them flying. Tony's armor was damaged, the thruster on his left arm malfunctioning, beginning to uncontrollably fall. Captain America's parachute was shredded by the wind, forcing him to rely on his shield for cushioning as he fell toward the trees below, while Thor and Loki were pushed down to the ground by the explosive aftershock. The hammer flew from Thor's grasp, embedding itself deep into the ground. Thor knelt on one knee, clutching his chest and breathing heavily, clearly injured. Seizing the moment, Loki broke free, staggering back a few steps, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He pulled out a dagger hidden at his waist, unhesitatingly lunging towards Thor's back. "Loki, no!" Captain America shouted in the air, but it was futile. Tony gritted his teeth against the pain, trying to restart the thrusters, but the system alerted. Insufficient power, unable to stabilize flight. Time seemed to freeze. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Thor's body, the God of Thunder suddenly turned, grabbing Loki's wrist. His eyes were no longer filled with anger, but with an unfathomable sorrow. "Do you really want to do this?" Thor's voice was hoarse. "To use my blood to prove your existence." Loki's hand froze in midair. He looked at his brother's eyes, reflecting himself, disheveled, mad, and battered like a child lost in darkness. That dagger ultimately did not strike down. He dejectedly loosened his grip, the dagger clattering to the ground. The rain washed away the blood on his face, also cleansing his last shred of stubbornness. Thor released his tightly held hands, no longer attempting to bind Loki, but instead slowly stepped forward, solemnly placing his hands on his brother's shoulders. Raindrops dripped from his golden beard, his eyes devoid of anger, only a kind of heavy plea. "Come back with me, Loki." His voice was deep and firm, cutting through the rain. "Return to Asgard. Everything will be all right. I will plead with Father, let him see your worth. Not as a shadow, but as yourself." Loki's shoulders trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the deep pain touched so bluntly by his brother. He suddenly raised his head, the rain washing his pale cheeks, his green eyes burning with stubbornness and unwillingness in the dim light, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and sharp arc. "Your throne," he scoffed, his voice sharp like shattering ice. "Thor, you will never understand. What I want has never been your pity nor your recognition you bestow. What I want is, I want to carve out my own kingdom, with my own hands, my own wisdom, my own strength. Only then will Father truly see me. The people of Asgard will truly fear me. They will know." His voice suddenly rose, carrying a near-tragic determination echoing through the empty forest. "I am stronger than you." Thor stared blankly at his brother, the rain blurring his vision, yet it could not obscure the flame that had burned for 1,000 years in Loki's eyes. He suddenly understood. What Loki wanted was not the throne itself, but the equal gaze that had never been given to him. Father Odin's favoritism and the Asgardians' adoration for the legitimate prince had long since driven this clever, sensitive brother, who also shared the blood of the gods, to a path of isolation. "Loki." Thor's voice grew somber, carrying a delayed, heavy realization. "You don't need to prove anything. In my eyes you have always been enough." Loki interrupted sharply, a fleeting weakness flashing in his eyes, quickly covered by a hardened shell. "Save your brotherly sentimental nonsense. I don't need your understanding nor your gaze. What I want is the recognition of the entire 9 realms." He abruptly turned, no longer looking at Thor. "You can't hold me, Thor," he whispered, his voice laced with a fate-like mockery. "Just as you will never truly understand me." In the distance, Tony and Steve silently watched this scene unfold. Tony's armor mask slowly opened, revealing his contemplative face. Steve tightened his grip on his shield, his gaze complex. The torrential rain gradually subsided, a rift splitting the clouds to reveal a pale, somber moonlight. Thor and Loki stood in confrontation at the edge of the dock, while Tony and Steve watched from the sidelines, their breaths held. The air was thick with lingering gunpowder and an irreconcilable rift between brothers. Unbeknownst to all, a figure hovered silently in the sky where the lightning had not yet fully dissipated. He wore a flowing crimson cape, a dark blue bodysuit outlining his tall, upright form with a conspicuous S emblem on his chest, faintly visible in the night. Neither the eagle emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D, nor the runes of Asgard, but a strange and imposing symbol. He descended slowly, landing with a dull thud that sent fine cracks spiderwebbing across the concrete floor. Rainwater trickled down his angular face, his eyes as deep as a cold abyss sweeping over everyone present. Your brotherly performance, he began, his voice low and clear, carrying an unquestionable authority. In an instant everyone tensed. Tony's armor weapon systems reactivated. Steve raised his shield, and Thor stepped in front of Loki. Mjolnir, already in hand, lightning crackling around him. Sui. Tony squinted. What are you doing here? S-H-I-E-L-D. Can handle this. I am not your enemy, Sui replied calmly, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Loki. But neither am I here to listen to your family quarrel. Loki, I'm taking him. You wish? Thor roared, pointing Mjolnir at Sui. He is the Prince of Asgard. His crimes shall be judged by Asgardian law. Judged? Sui sneered. To send him back to a throne that never truly accepted him, to be treated as the problem child again. Or wait until he opens another portal and leads Thanos' army to Earth. You know about Thanos? Tony's pupils contracted, his alertness instantly spiking. I know more than you imagine. Sui turned to Tony, his tone softening slightly. Earth is not a vassal of Asgard, nor a chessboard for your brotherly rivalry. The destruction Loki caused here must be held accountable by a force that can truly restrain him. Steve stepped forward, his voice grave. Sui, I understand your concern, but forcibly taking him is equivalent to declaring war on Asgard. We have just survived one war. We cannot afford to be dragged into another, especially against a civilization capable of easily destroying a planet. War. Sui's gaze swept over the three of them, finally resting on Loki. If Asgard insists on shielding a war criminal hostile to Earth, then perhaps the war has already begun. He paused, his voice resolute. I will take him back to the Justice League. Professor X will conduct a mental evaluation and necessary restraints. Not imprisonment, but to ensure he no longer manipulates others with the Mind Scepter or wreaks havoc with magic. Earth needs safety, not Asgard's family matters. Loki standing behind Thor, his green eyes flickering with surprise before turning into deeper mockery. He suddenly spoke, his voice laced with provocation. Justice League. Professor X. Ha! Mortal, do you think you can imprison me? Whether I can, Sui replied coldly, you will soon find out. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, lightning flickering in his eyes. Sui, I respect your courage, but Loki is my brother. The honor of Asgard shall not be trampled by outsiders. Honor, Sui retorted. Is letting a criminal go unpunished the honor of Asgard? The air froze. Tony, Steve, Thor, Loki, Sui. 5 parties stood in confrontation, each holding firm to their own stance, each believing they were on the side of justice. In the distance, a S-H-I-E-L-D. helicopter approached, its searchlight cutting through the rain, illuminating this silent war that transcended realms. A war of responsibility and belonging. Sui slowly raised his head, the red glow in his eyes growing brighter. One last time, are you stepping aside or not? His voice was not loud, but it pierced the rain like an icicle. The gentle energy light in his palm now seemed like a sword hanging over their heads. The air solidified, even the rain seemed to hold its breath. Thor did not answer. He simply held Mjolnir across his chest, lightning coiling around the hammer, with a low hum, his eyes as unwavering as stone. He could not allow Asgard's dignity to be tarnished on Earth, nor could he let his brother fall into the hands of someone of unknown origin, even if that person claimed to be acting for protection. Sorry, Sui. Steve said, his voice steady and regretful, raising his vibranium shield into a defensive stance. We cannot let you take him by force. This is not just Asgard's family matter, it's Earth's security issue. But solving it requires us to face it together, not a unilateral taking away. Tony's faceplate closed instantly, shoulder missile pods and repulsors charging simultaneously, red lights flashing like warning beacons. Listen, Sui, I appreciate your stance, but you need to understand. We're handing him over to S-H-I-E-L-D. Loki stood behind Thor, a flicker of amusement in his green eyes. He neither resisted nor spoke, merely watching the three-way standoff that had erupted because of him. Mortals, the thunder god, and a superhuman, all bristling over this trouble of his. The scene stirred a strange, absurd satisfaction in his heart. It seemed Sui sighed softly, the energy light in his eyes suddenly blazing. I'll have to speak in a language you understand. Before the words faded, he moved. No unnecessary actions, just a single step. That step, seemingly slow, instantly covered a dozen meters, charging straight at Thor. So fast that even Tony's armor reaction system only captured a blur. Watch out, Tony roared, unleashing a barrage of repulsor blasts and missiles. Yet Sui didn't even flinch. His body absorbed all the energy blasts and missiles, the explosions, flames blooming brilliantly against the barrier, but failing to shake him an inch. Thor's pupils contracted. Mjolnir flew from his hand, wrapped in earth-shattering thunder straight at Suyi's face. This strike carried 80% of his divine power. Suyi raised his right hand and caught the spinning Mjolnir with his bare hand. Lightning raged along his arm but could not burn him. With a twist of his wrist, he forced Mjolnir aside, slamming it into the ground and shaking the entire earth. The power of Asgard, Suyi said flatly, is ineffective against me. Thor staggered back several steps, his mind reeling. The Suyi from before could not have so easily countered the thunderous might of Mjolnir. He had grown stronger. Steve seized the opportunity, hurling his shield at Suyi's neck. Simultaneously, he lunged toward Loki, trying to pull him away from the battle. But Suyi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he struck the shield's edge with a precise knife hand, the immense force altering the vibranium shield's trajectory, sending it flying past Loki's scalp. Then his right hand shot out, grabbing the back of Loki's clothes and yanking him away from Steve. Let him. Tony dove from above his armor at full output, all shoulder missiles firing simultaneously, leg thrusters overloading. He became a crimson comet hurtling toward Suyi. Suyi shielded Loki behind him calmly, raising his right hand, fingers spread wide, facing Tony's full-force strike. Time, it seemed, froze at that moment. Tony's armored suit was seized by a hand gripping its neck before Suyi. All thrusters blasted at full power, yet the suit could not advance an inch. Inside the armor, alarms blared wildly, and the glow of the energy core flickered erratically. How is this possible? Tony's voice came through the communicator, laced with disbelief and shock. Suyi paid him no heed, merely lowering his gaze to the struggling Loki in his arms. The god of mischief writhed with all his might, trying to break free from the invisible restraint, a flicker of genuine panic for the first time appearing in his green eyes. Not born of fear but of a helplessness from being utterly controlled. "Who are you?" Loki gritted out. Suyi didn't answer. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Tony, suspended midair, Thor, who had been knocked back, and Steve, who had just picked up his shield, his face full of astonishment. "Earth needs protection." His voice returned to calm, yet carried an unyielding authority. But not from Asgard's benevolence, nor from mortal heroes' courage, but from a force truly capable of countering universal threats. Loki's ambition has already exceeded your capacity to handle. He turned to Thor, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible sigh. "Your father Odin exiled you back then to teach you humility. Yet toward Loki he never offered genuine guidance, only neglect and punishment. That is the root of the problem." Thor stood as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Suyi. He had never imagined that a stranger could so precisely expose the deepest hidden pain of the Asgardian royal family. Just as Suyi was about to leave with Loki, a low engine roar rumbled from the sky. A silver-gray Quinjet slowly descended, hovering a few meters above the dock. The hatch opened and director Nick Fury stepped out first, his black trench coat flapping in the night wind, his single eye as sharp as a hawk's, his gaze locking directly onto Suyi. Behind him, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff followed closely, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, her eyes alert yet non-aggressive, as if ready to respond to any contingency. "Suyi." Fury's voice was low and steady, carrying the authority of a seasoned commander. "I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki. I hope you will allow us to take him." Suyi's brow furrowed slightly, and the light of the spatial vortex dimmed a little. He did not respond immediately, but quietly waited for what was to come. He knew that Fury would never come merely to take away a prisoner. "We take him," Fury continued, each word crystal clear. "Not only to maintain peace between Asgard and Earth, but also because we need him to find the Tesseract." "The Tesseract?" Tony's voice came from the armor, laced with surprise. "You mean Loki still has that?" "No." Fury shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. "The Tesseract is no longer in his possession. But he knows where it is. More importantly," he paused, his tone suddenly turning grave, "his overt chaos is just a diversion. Hawkeye and Dr. Eric Selvig have already been deeply manipulated by him, using the Mind Stone Scepter. They are likely right now at some secret location, using the Tesseract's energy to open a portal for his alien allies. The Chitauri." "The Chitauri?" Thor's head jerked up, a flash of shock in his eyes. "They have truly come?" "I'm afraid so." Fury nodded. Loki deliberately allowed himself to be captured to buy time for his accomplices to complete the final preparations for the portal. If we let him go now or hand him over to anyone, including you, Sui. We may lose our last chance to prevent an invasion that could destroy the entire Earth. Sui fell silent. He was not unaware of Loki's plan. Before intervening, he had already sensed several abnormal energy fluctuations across New York City. One at Stark Tower, one at a decommissioned S.H.I.E.L.D. underground base, and another just at a warehouse district on the city's edge. And the ones manipulating those energies were none other than Hawkeye and Selvig under the Scepter's influence. Loki's bluster and menace was indeed nothing more than a carefully staged performance. His true killing stroke lay hidden in the shadows. At this moment he was caught in a dilemma. Taking Loki away could stop him from further evil, but might leave the portal unsolvable, unleashing the full Chitauri army. Leaving Loki to S.H.I.E.L.D. to use him to find the Tesseract might prevent the invasion, but could also allow him to escape again amidst the chaos, or even use the situation to expand the destruction. Fury keenly caught the flicker of hesitation in Sui's eyes. He stepped forward, his tone softening, yet carrying an undeniable sincerity. Sue, I know you don't trust us. But at this moment our goals are aligned, to stop the catastrophe. I can give you my word, as soon as we find the Tesseract, close the portal and resolve this crisis. He looked Sui straight in the eye. Loki will be handed over to you. Whether you want to take him to the Justice League or hand him over to Professor X, we will not interfere. That is my promise in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. and in my own name. Sui's gaze swept across Fury, Natasha, Tony, Steve, and Thor. He saw the determination in Fury's eyes, Natasha's calmness, Tony's vigilance, Steve's trust, and the deep concern hidden in Thor's eyes. He slowly released the energy that had restrained Loki. I hope you can deliver. With those words his figure shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye only an afterimage remained in the heavens. On the dock a profound silence fell. Only after the spatial vortex had fully closed did everyone collectively exhale in relief. The invisible soul-crushing pressure that Sui had brought had finally dissipated. That guy just now. Tony lowered his helmet and wiped the cold sweat from his face. I feel like we couldn't take him even together. He is not an enemy, Steve said quietly, his eyes fixed on the direction Sui had vanished. At least not now. Fury said nothing but walked over to Loki and gestured for Natasha to cuff him again. The god of mischief bowed his head, but a barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The plan, it seemed, had not entirely failed. Let's go, Fury said coldly. We need to return and find the Tesseract as soon as possible to see through their scheme. The group boarded the Quinjet and flew toward S.H.I.E.L.D. The night was deep, but a greater storm had only just begun to unfold. And that man named Sui might yet appear again at some unexpected moment. The crowd escorted Loki back to the aircraft carrier, locking him in a glass cage, specifically designed for Hulk. The cage was constructed from ultra-thick alloys and energy shields deemed indestructible. At least that was the belief of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stood outside the cage, his gaze sharp as a knife, coldly warning. If you dare to move, this cage will be thrown from 9,000 meters in the air. Yet Loki merely curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. He did not refute, nor did he struggle, not even a trace of fear was visible. He slowly raised his head, his eyes sweeping over Fury, his voice calm, yet laced with biting sarcasm. You wish to possess the Tesseract. Isn't it merely to control that power? It sounds as if it's for the benefit of humanity. Fury fell silent, his jaw clenched. But the atmosphere before the monitoring screens had subtly shifted. Captain America furrowed his brow, instantly seeing through Loki's intentions. He's buying time. He is not alone, Thor added in a low voice, his tone filled with a brother's sorrow and a warrior's caution. He commands an army of Chitauri. He originally intended to use them to flatten the Earth. Now remaining inactive can only mean one thing, waiting for the Tesseract to activate. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the aircraft carrier, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner were studying Loki's mysterious scepter. The metallic shaft shimmered with a ghostly blue light, pulsating as if it were alive. Tony tapped on the holographic screen, his gaze sharp. This thing is more than just a weapon. It whispers. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice gentle yet imbued with a scientist's rigor. The energy readings are highly unstable, as if it were some sort of consciousness carrier. Yet deep down Tony had already sown the seeds of suspicion. He quietly instructed J.R. V. I. S. Hack into S. H. I. E. L. D. S. Level 7 encrypted files. Fury is hiding something from us. Ironically, at the same time Tony was conducting his covert investigation, Captain America, the one who repeatedly said we need to trust each other, had secretly infiltrated an unmarked warehouse deep within the carrier. The moment the door opened, he froze shelves neatly lined with weapons left behind by Hydra energy cannons, nerve gas canisters, and even experimental equipment bearing Nazi insignias. His heart sank as H. I. E. L. D. The organization he had sworn to protect with his life had long been eroded by the shadows of the past. The storm finally erupted in the hall. Explain these. Captain America slammed a document on the table which was a list of Hydra's weapons. Fury did not deny it. Instead he turned and pointed at Thor, his tone icy. It was because of one mistake he made. Coming to Earth and the damage it caused that made us aware of the dangers of extraterrestrial civilizations. The higher-ups decided we must possess equivalent deterrent power. These weapons are a precaution. A precaution? Tony scoffed. So you plan to use the Tesseract to make bombs? Just like Hydra did back in the day? We are not Hydra, Fury shouted. But you are using their methods. Captain America declared firmly. The argument escalated, each person swept up in anger and suspicion. No one noticed that Loki's scepter lay quietly in the corner, the gem at its tip glowing faintly like a silent eye, silently amplifying their deepest fears and prejudices, until Dr. Banner inadvertently grasped it amid the chaos, awakening suddenly to the realization perhaps all of this was not their own thoughts. The storm was quietly brewing in the heart of the aircraft carrier. Thor stood in the center of the hall, Mjolnir floating in his palm, his eyes entwined with anger and disappointment. He turned to Fury, his voice as low as thunder. It is not my mistake, Fury. It is because of you, your greedy exploitation of the Tesseract's power that allowed its energy signals to penetrate the 9 realms. Loki came here following that fluctuation. You are the ones who invited the wolf into the house. This statement acted like a key, instantly unlocking Pandora's box. Invite the wolf into the house. Tony Stark immediately sneered, his armored glove faintly glowing in his palm. We are researching defense. We can't just wait for the aliens to show up relying on your hammer and a few Asgardian incantations to save us, can we? Defense. Captain America stepped forward, the edge of his shield glinting coldly. Using the Tesseract to create weapons is called defense. What is the difference between that and Hydra using it to manufacture death rays? The difference is we are the good guys. Black Widow interjected, her tone laced with weariness, yet her gaze was sharp as a knife. Good guys can do as they please. Thor countered. Good guys can hide everything from everyone, secretly preparing doomsday weapons. The argument spread like wildfire. Tony mocked Captain America as a relic living in the past who can't even use a smartphone but wants to teach us how to save the world. Captain America retaliated by calling Tony a playboy built on money and toys who doesn't even know how to spell responsibility. Natasha tried to mediate but was interrupted by both of them. No one noticed that on the experimental table in the corner of the hall, Loki's scepter was emitting an extremely faint ghostly blue light. The light flickered like breathing, each flash resembling a tiny seed quietly planting itself in everyone's hearts, amplifying their suspicions, igniting their anger, distorting their judgment. And Bruce Banner, the scientist who had been trying to hide beneath a calm facade, now stood at the edge of the crowd, his body trembling slightly. He watched these self-proclaimed heroes attack each other, witnessing their faces twisted by fear. A familiar suffocating restlessness surged within him. Stop! He muttered, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible, but no one heard him. The argument escalated further. You don't understand responsibility. Captain America yelled at Tony. You don't understand reality. Tony shouted back. Banner felt a tightness in his chest, his vision starting to darken. He remembered the despair he once felt. That rainy night when he aimed a gun at his own temple and pulled the trigger. However, just as the bullet entered his skull, a violent force exploded from deep within his marrow, pushing the bullet out, which fell to the ground. He did not die. He could never die, because that thing would not allow it. I tried. He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse, carrying a near-collapsed calmness. I tried to commit suicide, but the other side expelled the bullet. Everyone was stunned. The argument came to an abrupt halt. Banner looked up, his gaze unfocused, as if looking at a distant place. I am not a hero. I am a monster. A monster that cannot even control itself. You all fight to protect the Earth. But have you ever thought, if I lose control, who will protect the Earth from my harm? His breathing grew more rapid, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The shadow of Hulk flickered in his eyes. Bruce, calm down. Natasha stepped forward, immediately trying to support him. Don't come near. Banner suddenly stepped back, his voice rising sharply. All of you. Stay away from me. At that moment he felt a weight in his hand. He instinctively looked down. Loki's scepter had unknowingly found its way into his grasp. The ghostly blue gem pressed against his palm, its light suddenly brightening for an instant, then returning to a faint flicker. Banner's body jolted as if struck by electricity. He abruptly raised his head, looking at everyone, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He struggled to utter a word. It is influencing us. The hall fell into a dead silence. The mockery on Tony's face disappeared, replaced by gravity. Captain America tightened his grip on the shield, his brow furrowed. Thor's hammer trembled slightly. Natasha's hand rested on her gun at her waist. Fury finally stepped out from the shadows, his gaze sharp as an eagle. They finally understood. Loki never intended to sit idle in the cage. His true weapon was never the army of Chitauri, but this scepter. It could silently dismantle the most solid alliances, causing heroes to slaughter one another in suspicion and anger. At this moment Banner held the scepter, the fury of Hulk and the whispers of the Mind Stone wildly intertwining within him. He became the eye of the storm. Put it down, Bruce. Natasha said softly, her voice carrying an unprecedented gentleness and firmness. Banner looked at the scepter in his hand, then glanced at his companions who had just been tearing at each other, but were now looking at him with concern. He slowly, extremely slowly, placed the scepter back on the experimental table. The ghostly blue light continued to flicker, but it seemed a bit dimmer, and this was merely the beginning. The alarm pierced the tranquility of the aircraft carrier. Just as Banner trembled while placing Loki's scepter back on the experimental table, the alarm in the control room suddenly blared and red lights flashed wildly. On the massive holographic screen, a bright point of light was moving at an astonishing speed. It was the energy signal of the Tesseract. Found it! A glint flashed in Tony Stark's eyes as he immediately called up the coordinates. Just as the others were about to spring into action, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the rear of the carrier. The shockwave slammed against the hull like a giant hammer, causing the entire airship to shake violently, with the lights flickering erratically. Black Widow and Banner were standing in the corridor when they were unexpectedly thrown, violently crashing heavily against the alloy wall opposite them. Banner's glasses fell to the ground, the lenses shattered. It's Hawkeye! Natasha struggled to get up quickly, drawing her handgun, her voice chillingly calm. He is locked onto the engine room. Indeed, one of the anti-gravity engines on the left side of the carrier was destroyed, thick smoke billowed and debris scattered. The entire ship began to tilt to the right, the alarm metal distortion, sounds and shouts of personnel mixed together in chaotic disarray. Tony, follow me to the engine room. Captain America commanded, shield in hand, charging towards the explosion point. Jarvis, prepare the suit. Tony's voice remained clear amidst the chaos as armor parts flew from every corner, instantly covering his body. Meanwhile, deep within the carrier's repair passage, Dr. Banner was trying to stand up. The impact of the explosion, the residual effects of the scepter, and the fear of losing control. All the pressure erupted at that moment. He felt something roaring within him, veins bulging beneath his skin, and his bones crackling. No, don't. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the violent power, but this time his will was as fragile as thin ice. In the next second, green light erupted from his eyes. The Hulk had returned. He let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, starting to rampage wildly within the carrier. The alloy walls were smashed through by his fists, pipes ruptured, and steam gushed forth. He was mindlessly destroying everything in his path, each step causing the ship to tremble. Hulk, stop! Natasha dodged falling debris while trying to calm him with her words, but the Hulk was beyond listening. His eyes were filled with only rage and chaos. Just then Thor arrived. Enough, Bruce! Thor's voice carried the weight of divinity as Mjolnir spun in his hand. You are not a monster. You are our friend. The Hulk ignored him entirely, delivering a heavy punch straight at Thor. Thor raised his hammer to block the tremendous force, pushed him back several steps, but he immediately counterattacked, striking Hulk in the chest and sending him flying. The two engaged in an earth-shattering duel in the narrow corridor. Thor attempted to subdue Hulk with lightning, while using words to awaken his reason. Think of everyone. Think of those you want to protect. But Hulk only roared, each attack growing more ferocious. He picked up a broken steel column, swinging it like a baseball bat towards Thor. Thor was struck, crashing through the wall and falling into the hangar below. Amidst the chaos, a Shield F-35 fighter jet took off from the carrier's deck, attempting to evacuate personnel. However, the aircraft inadvertently caught Hulk's attention. He looked up, a primal ferocity flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a few steps back and leapt forward. His massive green form shot into the sky like a cannonball, landing precisely on the back of the high-speed jet. "Oh my God!" the pilot shouted in terror, trying to shake off the unwanted guest, but Hulk had already begun to violently tear and smash the jet's exterior. The alloy felt as fragile as paper in his hands. "Eject! Eject!" the ground command center screamed in desperation. The pilot immediately initiated the ejection sequence. The seat shot out instantly, but Hulk still clung tightly to the disintegrating wreckage of the jet. Seconds later, a loud bang echoed as the jet exploded in midair, flames shooting into the sky. Hulk's figure was engulfed in the flames, and then he plummeted like a meteor towards New York City below. Meanwhile, the crisis aboard the carrier was far from over. While everyone was busy dealing with the explosion, Hulk and the fighter jet Hawkeye had quietly infiltrated the core control system of the carrier. He moved as swiftly as a cat, avoiding all guards, and inserted a microvirus chip into the main control terminal. Prometheus protocol terminated. He whispered, his eyes flickering with the cold light controlled by Loki. In an instant, the entire power system of the aircraft carrier was completely paralyzed. The anti-gravity engines ceased operation, the thrusters extinguished, and all systems plunged into darkness. This once soaring steel behemoth began to plummet toward Manhattan in New York like a kite with its strings cut. "Power failure," Fury shouted in the control room. "We are falling. How long until we hit the ground?" Tony's voice came through the communicator as he and Captain America desperately tried to repair the engine. "At most 3 minutes. The engineer's voice was tinged with a sob. Everyone realized that if they couldn't restart at least one engine within 3 minutes, this aircraft carrier filled with heroes, agents, and secrets would crash into downtown New York with catastrophic force, resulting in casualties far exceeding Loki's invasion. A shadow of despair loomed. But within this plummeting steel giant, several pairs of eyes still shimmered with indomitable light. "Tony, do you have a way?" Captain America's voice was steady as a rock. Tony looked at the charred wires and exploded engines before him, a reckless smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "A way. I am Iron Man. There are always more solutions than problems." He immediately connected with Jarvis. "Concentrate all remaining power to the left wing reserve engine. Use the suit's reactor as a temporary ignition. The risk is extremely high, sir. It could cause a secondary explosion. Then let it explode." Tony shouted, "Better than killing millions." Meanwhile, Natasha was crawling out from the rubble caused by Hulk seeing the falling carrier and the burning fighter jet in the distance. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the weapons cache. She needed to find a device to disrupt Loki's signal and awaken Hawkeye. Below, on the streets of New York, a green figure stood up from the smoke of the explosion. He shook his head, seemingly regaining a semblance of clarity, but was soon drawn to the massive shadow falling from the sky. The aircraft carrier was hurtling down towards the city with unstoppable force. Iron Man swooped down like a crimson meteor towards the damaged core of the mothership's engine. Thick smoke billowed, sparks flew, and ruptured pipes spewed steam. Tony Stark landed on the battered platform, the weapon systems on his armor automatically deploying, instantly taking down 2S. H.I.E.L. The agents controlled by Loki. He strode quickly towards Captain America, who was desperately trying to repair the circuits, his voice coming through the mask calm, yet urgent. "Captain, I need you to pull the red emergency pull ring on the outside when I say pull. That would activate the backup energy conduit, but it must be perfectly timed. Too early would cause a short circuit, too late. We would become the new landmark of New York." Captain America, blocking the energy beams shooting from the vent with his shield, quickly replied, "I'll do my best. But these guys are quite troublesome." Before he finished speaking, 3 more enemies surged in from the corridor. Captain America executed a spinning shield strike, knocking down 2 of them instantly, while the third was caught off guard and felled by a blow to the chest from the shield. He gasped for breath, yet his gaze grew more resolute. "Go ahead, Tony." Meanwhile, at the other end of the mothership, Thor was sprinting towards Loki's energy signature. His instincts screamed, The energy fluctuation from the scepter had suddenly vanished and Loki's mental interference also drastically weakened. He reached the glass cell holding Loki only to find the door wide open with Loki leisurely adjusting his green cape, a familiar nauseating smile playing on his lips. "Loki, stop!" Thor shouted, lunging at Loki. However, Loki merely sidestepped. Thor passed right through him. It was as if he had only struck a puff of air. Thor suddenly realized that the Loki before him was merely an illusion. He was unable to stop himself and crashed heavily into the glass cell designed for Hulk. Bang! The cell door closed automatically behind him, and the energy shield was activated instantly. Thor was trapped. Loki stood outside the cell looking down at his brother with a cold smile. "Dear brother, you always fall for it so easily." He pressed a button on the remote in his hand. Goodbye. The entire prison module detached from the main body of the mothership, plummeting straight down from an altitude of 9,000 meters. Thor roared in rage within the cage, swinging his hammer against the glass, but the special alloy remained unmoved. Just then Agent Coulson rushed in from the end of the corridor wielding a special pulse gun. Once Loki's most trusted audience, he had now become the most determined obstacle. "Stop, Loki." Coulson's voice was steady and powerful. Loki turned his eyes filled with disdain. "Coulson, you are such a loyal little pawn." Unfortunately, he raised both hands and several identical illusions of him suddenly appeared flanking Coulson from different directions. Coulson quickly fired, shattering one illusion, but the real Loki had quietly maneuvered behind him. The icy tip of the scepter glowing with the Mind Stone's eerie blue light pierced through Coulson's chest from behind. Ugh! Coulson's body stiffened, slowly collapsing. He cast one final glance at the falling prison module, his eyes filled with reluctance. At the last moment before the cage hit the ground, Thor lifted Mjolnir high and smashed it against the top of the cage. Boom! The glass and alloy crumbled before the might of his divine power. Thor broke free from the cage. Meanwhile, in the control room of the mothership, Black Widow had finally found Hawkeye in the communications room. They engaged in a close-quarters battle. Natasha knew Hawkeye was under the scepter's control and held back her attacks, but Hawkeye's strikes were deadly. Ultimately, Natasha subdued him with a precise nerve lock and quickly placed a specialized disruptor against his temple. "Clint, wake up," she shouted. The red light in Hawkeye's eyes gradually faded, returning to clarity, but his first words were, "The system is locked by a virus. I can't unlock it." The atmosphere in the main control room became gravely tense. "Engine restart, progress 0. Altitude 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. How much longer can we hold on?" Fury asked. "At most 30 seconds. The engineer replied despairingly. Just then Iron Man and Captain America burst in, their armor and shield bearing the marks of battle. "What's going on? How long do we have left?" Tony asked urgently. "The virus is too strong, the system is completely paralyzed." Fury shook his head. The mothership began to shake violently, the outline of the city becoming increasingly clear. Everyone felt death drawing near. Suddenly, wait! Tony stared at the main control screen, his pupils dilating. "The descent has stopped." The others looked up in astonishment. The mothership, a steel giant weighing tens of thousands of tons, had miraculously halted its free fall from less than 2,000 meters above the ground. Not only that, but it also began to rise slowly. "Who is it?" Captain America asked in disbelief. Fury immediately brought up the external surveillance footage. On the screen, a figure appeared beneath the mothership. Clad in a dark blue tight suit, a red cape billowing in the wind, an eye-catching S emblem gleamed brilliantly in the sunset. He placed his hands beneath the hull of the mothership, his arms steadily supporting the entire vessel. Each breath he took resonated with immense power. It was Superman. "Oh my!" Black Widow murmured. "How can he be here?" Hawkeye looked on in disbelief. Tony removed his helmet. Shock written all over his face. "Is the strength still human?" Superman lifted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of deck, as if he could see every person's face. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he nodded gently. The entire mothership, under his strength, steadily ascended to higher skies. The crisis was temporarily averted. A minute later, the alarms in the control room abruptly ceased. The flashing red error codes on the screen vanished, replaced by a line of green text: "System reboot successful. Engines restored to normal." The entire mothership emitted a deep and steady hum, like a slumbering giant slowly awakening. It no longer shook, no longer fell, but hovered steadily over New York like a fortress forged of steel. At that moment the cockpit door slid open silently. A figure stepped in. The dark blue suit still bore traces of engine grease, the red cape flowing, and the S emblem on his chest remained striking under the lights. He walked in with ease, a gentle smile on his face, as if he had merely helped a fallen child after lifting a steel giant weighing tens of thousands of tons. It was Sue-E. Sue-E. Tony was the first to rush forward, his face no longer bearing its usual cynicism but genuine gratitude. Thank goodness you made it in time. If it weren't for you, we'd probably be Manhattan's newest landmark by now, complete with explosive effects. Captain America stepped forward, extending his hand solemnly. Sue-E, I owe you one. His voice was steady and firm, carrying the weight of a soldier's unbreakable promise. Nick Fury too showed a rare flicker of emotion. He removed his sunglasses, his gaze sharp but no longer icy. Sue-E, you've done us a great service. S-H-I-E-L-D is in your debt. From now on, whatever you need, intel, resources even, just say the word and we'll do our best to help. Black Widow leaned against the console, a rare curve forming at the corner of her lips. Next time you act, give us a heads up. Save us from a heart attack. Hawkeye nodded sincerely. Thanks. Sue-E looked around at everyone, his gaze sweeping over Tony's armor, Captain America's shield, Natasha's pistols, Clint's bow, and finally settling on Fury's stern face. He gave a faint smile, not one of pride but of an all-knowing calm. I knew you wouldn't have it easy, he said, his voice gentle yet certain. That's why I've been tailing you all along. From the moment you left headquarters, I planned to make a grand entrance at the critical moment, but things went awry anyway. However, he added, his eyes sharpening, now we need to deal with the real trouble. Everyone followed his gaze. The light of the Tesseract was dyeing all of New York a deep azure, and at the heart of that light Loki stood atop Stark Tower, holding his scepter high, as if proclaiming the arrival of a new era. The Avengers plus this uninvited guest Sue-E had finally united on the same front. The battle was about to erupt. Atop Stark Tower the wind cut like a knife. Loki stood at the edge of the building, his black armor gleaming coldly under the interplay of city neon and the distant searchlights of the aircraft carrier. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing the thin clouds above the city, as if he had already seen the abyss that was about to tear the sky apart. A nearly playful curve hung at the corner of his lips, the arrogance of one who controls all and the contempt for the struggles of mortals. How much longer, Doctor? His voice was not loud, yet it cut clearly through the howling wind, carrying an undeniable urgency. We're almost out of time. Behind him the massive reactor core emitted a low, continuous hum like the heartbeat of a giant beast. Dr. Eric Selvig stood before the control console, his fingers trembling slightly from excessive tension and some indescribable influence. His eyes were somewhat unfocused, with a faint blue light flickering in the depths of his pupils, the mark of the Tesseract's will. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Almost Lord Loki. The energy circulation is stabilized. Final calibration complete. No sooner had he spoken than the reactor core erupted with a blinding azure light. The light was no longer a docile stream of energy, but transformed into countless sharp bolts of lightning, frantically tearing at the air and converging at a single point above the tower. Space itself groaned under the strain, and a massive, unstable beam of light edged with ominous electric arcs shot into the sky. At that same moment below, Stark Tower siren's engine roars, and the shriek of energy weapons charging merged into an apocalyptic symphony. S-H-I-E-L-D. Quinjets, armored vehicles, and even a few hastily mobilized Iron Patriots swarmed in from all directions like an enraged hive. The Avengers, Iron Man Tony Stark, Thor, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Clint, and the Hulk Bruce Banner were among them, their eyes sharp as eagles fixed on the ominous gate tearing open the sky above the tower. Fire! Stop him! Tony's voice roared through the comm channel. Energy beams, high explosive rounds, and even Thor's lightning instantly wove a deadly net hurtling toward the portal and the Loki standing beside it. Yet just as the attacks were about to strike, the violent azure energy at the edge of the portal suddenly expanded outward, forming a translucent shield crackling with arcs. All attacks slammed into it like water into mud, instantly swallowed and disintegrated, not even stirring a ripple. Futile! Loki's laughter echoed inside and outside the shield, dripping with cold mockery. Mortals, you will never comprehend this power. We must use the scepter. A clear, resolute voice came from above. Everyone looked up to see Sui, the handsome young man in a special suit of armor, hovering just below the side of the portal. His expression was unusually grim, his eyes locked on the pulsating azure energy source at the core of the portal. The Tesseract's energy field is spiraling out of control. Only the scepter's energy can reverse resonate and shut it down. Otherwise, the entire city and even beyond will keep opening spaces. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden change occurred. The azure light at the core of the portal blazed with an intensity far surpassing any previous eruption. A beam of pure Tesseract energy, thick and suffocating like a god's spear of judgment, shot out from the portal's core straight into the sky. It was not an attack but a summoning, a tearing. Above, the clouds were forcibly dispersed by this immense power, revealing a space that was rapidly twisting, growing dark and viscous. There the silhouettes of countless alien warships, hideous and ferocious, began to emerge from the void. It's too late. Sui's pupils contracted sharply, his voice carrying a desperate rasp. He hesitated no longer and shot upward into the sky. At the same time, he transformed into a streak of light, charging, without hesitation, toward the devouring azure vortex at its center. Both Tony and Natasha cried out in alarm. Sui! Stop him! Loki's face changed for the first time. He clearly hadn't expected Sui to be so resolute as to charge directly into the portal's core. He raised his hand and fired an energy beam at Sui's back. But Sui was faster. His figure flickered in the azure light and reached the edge of the portal. Sui hovered in midair, mere inches away from the portal that had torn open the sky of New York. The howling winds whipped around him, causing the hem of his cloak to flutter violently. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the ever-expanding vortex, shimmering with ethereal blue energy, staring directly into the cold and desperate void belonging to the Kitar Empire beyond the portal. Countless menacing spacecraft surged forth like a swarm of bees, a dark mass that obscured the already gloomy sky. They emitted a deafening buzzing sound, carrying the will to annihilate everything as they pounced toward the fragile city beneath. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Deep within Sui's pupils, 2 points of fiery red light suddenly flared up like 2 miniature stars, igniting in his eye sockets. Without the slightest hesitation, without a hint of retreat, 2 beams of pure energy, radiating with the heat and resolve to incinerate all, shot forth from his eyes. The beams of light did not travel in a straight line. Instead, they possessed a peculiar sharpness that tore through space, accurately sweeping toward the densest cluster of Kitar soldiers at the edge of the portal. With a hiss, the air was instantly ionized, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache from the heat. Wherever the laser passed, the hard shells of the Kitar soldiers were easily sliced open like thin paper, and before they could even let out a single wail, their bodies were cleaved in two, falling as cold corpses into the chaotic streets below. The laser beam did not relent, or it carved a searing arc at the edge of the portal, systematically harvesting the Kitar vanguard attempting to rush through. However, this was just the beginning. The red light in Sui's eyes did not diminish. Instead, it grew even fiercer. No longer satisfied with passive defense, an overwhelming battle intent surged forth from within him. He suddenly dove forward, transforming into a streak of crimson light that could not be perceived by the naked eye, like an arrow released from its bow, charging fearlessly toward the torrent of the Kitar fleet, composed of steel and death. With each collision came a deafening roar. Sui's body seemed to transform into the hardest siege hammer, the sharpest armor-piercing projectile. He ignored the flickering energy weapons and the dense barrage of fire from the Kitar ships crashing straight into them. The alloy hulls before him were as fragile as foam, easily torn apart and penetrated. Each ship he pierced would cause its internal energy core to overload and explode, instantly transforming into a massive fireball that consumed everything. The flames illuminated Sui's resolute profile and also shone a light on the unquenchable battle intent in his eyes. While charging at high speed, Sui's laser gaze did not cease. His head turned slightly, and two crimson beams swept through the interior of the fleet like searchlights, shooting wildly. Those small fighters attempting to launch surprise attacks from the sides, and the Kitar soldiers struggling to crawl out of the explosive debris, were all swept by the searing light, instantly turning to ashes or charred corpses. With every turn and every acceleration, he unleashed devastating force, carving a bloody path through the Kitar fleet. However, the number of Kitar was simply overwhelming, as numerous as locusts swarming over a field. The diameter of the portal continued to expand like the mouth of a greedy beast, continuously spewing forth more ships and soldiers toward Earth. Though valiant Sui was ultimately but one man, his charge caused immense destruction, yet it could not completely seal this fissure to hell. There were always stragglers like cunning venomous snakes, slipping through the gaps of his ravaged battlefield, lunging toward the unsuspecting urban streets below. At this critical moment, a golden-red figure descended from the sky like a guardian deity. Tony Stark's Iron Man suit executed a magnificent turn in midair, opening the weapon bays on his shoulders, arms, and legs as countless mini-missiles surged forth like a swarm. They locked on precisely to the escaped Qatar ships and soldiers, swooping in with a piercing shriek. Bang! 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 A series of dense explosions erupted above the city, flames shooting into the sky. Those Qatar invaders who had narrowly escaped Sui's slaughter, barely touching Earth, were ruthlessly enveloped and destroyed by Iron Man's hail of fire. Inside the armor, Tony's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet remained filled with indomitable spirit. Welcome to New York, you bastards. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground had erupted fully. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff wove like a specter between the ruins and vehicles, the Widow's bite in her hand crackling with electricity. Each precise shot could instantly incapacitate a Qatar soldier. Her movements flowed like water, imbued with a lethal elegance, weaving a web of death on the chaotic battlefield. Not far away, Hawkeye Clint Barton stood at the edge of a tall building, his composite bow drawn taut like a full moon. Specially crafted arrows, explosive arrows, tracking arrows, electric arrows, were alternately shot from his hand, accurately striking targets on the ground and in low air. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, capturing every threat in the complex battlefield, clearing obstacles for his comrades in the most economical manner. At the core of the battlefield, Captain America Steve Rogers stood firmly in the middle of the street, holding high his vibranium shield, a symbol of justice and resilience. He stood like an unassailable fortress, blocking the Qatar soldiers trying to storm into the civilian area. The shield absorbed the shots from energy weapons, emitting a dull thud, while his fists struck like sledgehammers, each swing carrying with it immense power, sending enemies flying. His presence provided a solid anchor in the chaotic battlefield, offering hope to the panicked citizens. At the highest point of the battlefield, atop Stark Tower, the battle took on a vastly different intensity and tragedy. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with his brother Loki amidst the howling winds and flashing lightning. Loki's scepter shimmered with eerie blue light, continuously releasing powerful shockwaves, attempting to force Thor back. Thor roared, Mjolnir transforming in his hand into a silver lightning bolt, each swing accompanied by a deafening thunder and electric arcs tearing through the air. The brothers exchanged blows atop the ruins, the shockwaves from their energy collisions sending surrounding debris flying with the aftermath of their battle, even affecting the ground below. For a moment, the entire downtown New York transformed into a massive boiling battlefield. In the sky, Sui's crimson light intertwined with Iron Man's golden red armor, engaging in a brutal aerial battle against the Qatar fleet. On the ground, Captain America's shield, Black Widow's electric strikes, and Hawkeye's cold arrows interwove to create a resilient net to protect the civilians. And at the highest point of the battlefield, the brotherly conflict between the god of thunder and the god of mischief determined the final course of this invasion. Explosions, the shrieks of energy weapons, the roars of soldiers, the screams of citizens. All the sounds mixed together, composing a tragic symphony of doom and resistance. Sui suddenly came to a halt in the core area of the Qatar fleet, the immense inertia seemingly distorting the space around him. He hovered in midair, his chest slightly rising and falling, the red light in his eyes still fierce, but his breathing had become somewhat rapid. He looked around, and the wreckage of countless spacecraft surrounded him like stars, the flames from explosions casting light on his resolute face. He knew that this battle had only just begun, and he must continue to fight until he drove these extraterrestrial invaders back into their cold cosmic abyss. In the vastness of space, Sui stood like a lone hero facing the overwhelming Chitauri Legion. There were no allies, no way back, only the boundless darkness and the enemy. The crimson laser beams in his eyes resembled two eternal stellar rays, carving a searing trajectory through the cold vacuum. Wherever they passed, Chitauri ships disintegrated and exploded, transforming into brief yet dazzling fireballs, only to be consumed by the void of the universe. His iron body weaved through the barrage of artillery, each acceleration and collision radiating a determination akin to sacrificing everything. He understood that every fraction of firepower he drew here would relieve his comrades on Earth. He was humanity's last shield and the first line of defense. Meanwhile, the battlefield on Earth had also reached a boiling point. On the streets of New York, amidst the ruins, Chitauri soldiers surged like a tide, wielding energy weapons, their eyes hollow and fierce. Even more terrifying were the Chitauri behemoths, each the size of a small mountain, emerging from the depths of the portal. They resembled gigantic lizards, their skin covered in thick armored layers carrying small turrets on their backs. Each heavy swing sent cars on the streets flying like toys. Civilians screamed and fled as order rapidly collapsed under the roars of the behemoths. In this moment of despair, a heavy, urgent sound of footsteps approached from afar. Bruce Banner ran over, panting, sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his eyes were remarkably calm. He looked at the rampaging behemoths, and then at his weary comrades fighting by his side. Captain America's shield was riddled with dents. Black Widow had a fresh scratch on her arm, and Hawkeye's quiver was nearly empty. He took a deep breath, his voice low yet clear. Actually, I've been very angry. Before he could finish, his body began to swell dramatically. Muscles bulged as his skin was enveloped in a deep green hue, his clothes tearing apart. In mere seconds, the gentle scientist vanished, replaced by a nearly 3-meter-tall titan of primal power. Hulk! He let out a deafening roar that made the nearby Chitauri soldiers' eardrums ring. Then he charged at the nearest behemoth, his massive form exploding forward with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch that struck the behemoth squarely on the head. Boom! A dull thud echoed as if the earth itself trembled. The Chitauri behemoth, weighing several tons, was struck as if by a high-speed train, its enormous body lifted off the ground, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily onto the distant street, kicking up clouds of dust. However, the Chitauri assault did not cease. More ships poured out of the portal, and a group of Chitauri soldiers with jetpacks dove down from above like crows, targeting the Avengers below. Just as they were about to attack, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Boom! Several thick purple lightning bolts descended like divine punishment, striking the group of Chitauri soldiers with precision. The current surged through their armor, eliciting piercing screams from the soldiers, as they plummeted from the sky, reduced to charred corpses. The source of the lightning was Thor, who had just jumped down from the top of Stark Tower. He knelt on the roof of a toppled bus, propping himself up, with Mjolnir struggling to maintain his balance. His golden armor was cracked, and a gruesome wound on his abdomen bled dark red blood, staining the metal beneath him. Clearly, he had not triumphed in the brotherly confrontation, with Loki paying a considerable price instead. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Thus all core members of the Avengers, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, finally converged on the war-torn streets of New York. They stood back to back, forming a tight combat formation. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of blood, and the acrid smell of energy weapons burning, yet an oddly comforting sense of security quietly took root in their hearts. For they knew that the current situation was far from the despair that fate had originally dictated. All of this was thanks to Sui, who fought alone in space. With his solitary efforts, he had drawn the overwhelming majority of the Chitauri fleet, significantly reducing the number of enemies descending to Earth through the portal. Without the dire circumstances of being besieged to the brink of collapse, as depicted in the movies, the foes before them, though still fierce, were entirely within the Avengers' control thanks to their coordinated efforts. Captain America Steve Rogers stood at the forefront, his vibranium shield still glowing faintly amidst the smoke. He quickly scanned the battlefield, his gaze lingering on each comrade for a moment before settling on Hulk, to whom he nodded slightly. His voice was steady and resolute, carrying an undeniable command. Listen, Hulk, those massive behemoths and the Chitauri soldiers on the ground are yours and Thor's to handle. Use your strength to crush them completely. Hulk let out a low growl, bringing his fists together with force, causing the ground to crack. Thor also struggled to stand, Mjolnir humming deeply in his grip. Despite the wound on his abdomen making his face pale, the fire of battle still burned in his eyes. Hawkeye, the captain, turned his gaze upwards. You need to take to the skies, immediately secure a vantage point, and be responsible for aerial support and battlefield reconnaissance. Use your arrows to clear the path for us and protect the civilians. Understood, Captain. Clint Barton promptly knocked an arrow, shooting a special grappling arrow towards the top of a nearby skyscraper, swiftly swinging up and disappearing into the haze. Natasha. The captain turned to Black Widow, his tone laced with trust. Head to the top of Stark Tower, locate the device Loki left behind, and shut down that portal. This is key to ending this invasion. Got it. Natasha Romanoff did not hesitate, rolling to avoid an energy blast, swiftly heading towards Stark Tower, her figure soon blending into the chaotic streets. Stark. The captain finally looked at Iron Man. You and I will handle the evacuation of the civilians on the ground and clear the area. We must ensure that every innocent can escape safely. Gladly, old Tin Man. Tony Stark's armor's weapon compartments opened, launching several mini-missiles at a few Chitauri soldiers attempting to assault the civilians from afar. But you better not expect me to carry your shield. The captain's lips curled into a slight smile, a long-lost expression. I don't need you to carry the shield, Tony. I just need you not to make things worse. Finally, the captain's gaze turned towards the sky torn apart by the portal, his eyes filled with worry and respect. As for Sui, we can only pray that he can finish the battle in space quickly and return safely. The command was given and the Avengers sprang into action. The Hulk, a mobile fortress, rampaged through the streets, each leap accompanied by the shrieks of monstrous beasts. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, summoned lightning, striking down clusters of enemies from the sky. Hawkeye darted between skyscrapers, his precise arrows clearing a path for his comrades. Black Widow, like a specter, infiltrated Stark Tower, her target the very core of the portal. Iron Man and Captain America split into two groups, guiding civilians on the ground while eliminating the remaining foes. The rhythm of the entire battlefield, thanks to Sui's diversion in space, became orderly and methodical. Gone was the suffocating pressure of the movie. The Avengers now displayed true teamwork and tactical prowess. All of this was observed by the high-ranking officials in the Oval Office far away in Washington. A massive screen broadcast live footage of the New York battlefield. A general watching the Avengers fighting with such composure glanced at a file marked Emergency Nuclear Strike Protocol and slowly shook his head. It seems we won't need to resort to that last resort. Minimizing losses is always better. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the edge of the screen into the depths of the cosmos. There a solitary figure fought against the endless darkness and enemies. The interior of Stark Tower, once pristine, was now a wreck. The once gleaming marble floors were cracked, expensive art pieces lay shattered, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, ozone, and an indescribable burnt energy residue. The sound of Natasha Romanoff's high heels echoed crisply and forlornly across the debris. She had just escaped a fierce firefight on the tower's periphery. The shoulder of her combat suit was scorched by an energy weapon, and her arm bore fresh scratches from glancing blows. Yet her eyes, sharp as blades, betrayed no wavering. Her target was clear, the top-floor control room. Only there lay the key to closing the portal that tore the sky. Pushing open the heavy fire door, the scene inside the control room was even more shocking. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, New York's skyline was bathed in the eerie blue light of the portal, like the apocalypse descending. Inside, delicate instruments were twisted and deformed, sparks cascading from severed wires. In the center of the room, Dr. Eric Selvig slumped in the chair before the console, his face ashen, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His iconic plaid shirt was torn, revealing a gruesome wound on his chest, blood slowly seeping out. But what brought Natasha a sliver of relief was the look in his eyes. Those eyes, once empty and submissive under Loki's scepter, now held clarity, filled with pain and exhaustion but devoid of the puppet-like blankness. "Doctor!" Natasha rushed forward, crouching down, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "We must close the portal. Earth is in danger. Tell me how." Dr. Selvig turned his head with difficulty, his gaze focusing on Natasha's face. His breathing was rapid and shallow, each inhalation accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. "The scepter." "What?" Natasha's heart sank. The doctor's gaze shifted past her to the corner of the control room where Thor and Loki had just fought. The ground was cratered by Mjolnir's impact, the walls blackened with scorch marks from energy blasts, and in the center of the chaos, a scepter with an ancient design and a sapphire-tipped gem lay still. Loki's Mind Stone scepter. Only Loki's scepter. The doctor's voice came in fits and starts, each word forced from his lungs. Close. The portal. It is the key." Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness, his body collapsing limply into the chair. His breathing grew so faint it was nearly imperceptible, his face turning from pallid to an ominous gray. Natasha's heart clenched. She quickly checked his carotid pulse. He was still alive, but barely. There was no time for hesitation. Every second the portal remained open, more Chitauri poured into Earth, and more innocent lives were lost. She rose abruptly, her gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the scepter lying amidst the rubble. Without a moment's delay, she moved like a panther, leaping across the cluttered floor and snatching the scepter into her grasp. The scepter was cold to the touch, the blue gem at its tip pulsing faintly, as if alive, exuding an unsettling energy wave. Natasha could feel a weak, invasive force attempting to worm into her mind, but her will was iron. She dispelled it instantly. She knew the danger of this artifact, but at this moment it was their only hope. She turned and strode to the console, which had been completely transformed by the energy of the Tesseract. The console itself resembled an altar of pure energy, with the Tesseract floating in its center emanating a blue luminescence that warped the space around it, the air itself trembling. Countless intricate energy conduits extended from the Tesseract, connecting to blinking indicators and various unknown instruments on the walls. Natasha took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. She recalled the doctor's last words, lifted the scepter slowly, and aimed it at a prominent slot on the console. A recess shaped exactly like the gem's tip. Her hand was steady, without a tremor. Despite the roar of the portal tearing the sky behind her, the screams of Chitauri soldiers, and the rumble of explosions in the distance, in this moment, her world was reduced to the scepter in her hand and the console before her. She began to insert the scepter bit by bit carefully into the slot. The instant the blue gem made contact with the console, a powerful energy backlash surged. Natasha felt her arm go numb, as if struck by a high-voltage current. But she gritted her teeth, gripping the scepter firmly, refusing to let go. A miracle occurred. As the scepter sank deeper, the wildly flashing indicators on the console suddenly dimmed, then began to pulse in a steady, rhythmic, soft red glow. The Tesseract's own blue light fluctuated, violently contracting, as if being forcibly suppressed by an unseen force. Then the entire control room began to tremble, not with the violent tremor of an explosion, but a deep, resonant vibration from the very fabric of space. Through the window, the massive portal, which had been swallowing countless Chitauri ships, now showed ripples along its edges. The blue energy streams no longer expanded outward. Instead, they began to collapse inward. The portal's diameter visibly shrank. Natasha could see clearly that the Chitauri ships that had just emerged halfway were instantly caught in the spatial barrier by the sudden contraction, their hulls groaning under the strain before being torn apart by the spatial tension. More ships struggled frantically at the portal's edge, trying to escape, but the portal contracted faster and faster, like a wound healing. At the center of the console, the Tesseract's light grew dimmer, eventually almost extinguishing entirely. The blue gem of the scepter, however, blazed with an astonishing brightness, as if greedily absorbing the last of the Tesseract's energy. The energy shield rippled intensely under the assault of the Chitauri soldiers. Natasha's arm trembled slightly from the continuous influx of energy as she pressed firmly against the barrier control device. Her hoarse voice pierced through the battlefield's roar via the communicator. "I am about to close the portal. Get Sui back now." The response from the communicator came almost instantly. Iron Man's thrusters erupted with a blinding blue light, the Mark suit carving a searing trajectory through the air as it charged toward the distorted spatial rift high above. Thor, gripping Mjolnir with both hands, swung the God of Thunder's hammer down with immense force, sending the alien soldiers surrounding the portal flying. The two stood like barriers on either side of the rift. "Sui, hurry back. The portal is about to close." Thor's roar, laced with thunder, cut through the chaos of the battlefield. Sui, engaged in battle on the other side of the battlefield, suddenly turned around. The aura at the edge of the portal had begun to contract inward. The rift, once wide enough for a Chitauri warship to pass through, was visibly shrinking. He didn't even have time to see the faces of the alien soldiers charging at him. His eyes blazed with a fierce red glow, and two condensed beams of heat sliced through the surrounding minions like sharp blades, reducing them to fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, the ground beneath Sui cracked with fine lines from the sudden surge of power as he shot towards the portal like an arrow. At that moment, Thor and Stark fought back-to-back, with Mjolnir weaving through the soldier throngs, each rebound accompanied by bursts of electricity. Stark switched to heavy weapon mode, alternating between the palm cannon and shoulder-mounted missiles, clearing a temporary safe zone around the portal, waiting for that red figure to pass through the final defense. When he was still 100 meters from the portal, a beam of energy suddenly grazed Sui's shoulder armor, blasting a massive light beam into the space behind him. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a Chitauri aircraft locking onto him, the energy cannon beneath it glowing ominously in a deep blue. At the critical moment, a golden arc of lightning suddenly struck from the side, precisely hitting the aircraft's engine. It was Mjolnir thrown by Thor. The God of Thunder's hammer traced an arc through the air, destroying the threat, while rebounding with enough force to send a soldier lunging at Sui flying away. "Hurry! It's about to close." Thor's voice was filled with urgency as he found himself entangled with three spear-wielding soldiers. Thunder exploded around him, but he couldn't break free. Sui accelerated once more, but the portal's glow had contracted to a width barely sufficient for one person to pass through the edges of the space, even beginning to twist, as if ready to tear apart anything that ventured too close. Just as he was about to dash into the portal, a sticky alien tentacle suddenly wrapped around his ankle, and the Chitauri leader behind him raised an energy blade, swinging it violently at his back. "Watch out!" Stark's voice just fell when a micromissile accurately struck the leader's weapon, the explosive shockwave pushing Sui forward. Simultaneously, Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with a hint of exhaustion. "I can't hold on any longer now." Sui surged with power, the blazing red light exploding from his feet, instantly severing the tentacle wrapped around his ankle. He leaped into the air, his body brushing against the rapidly narrowing edge of the portal as he charged inside. Just as his figure vanished into the glow, the portal closed with a hum, leaving behind lingering energy waves in the air, and the finally quiet sounds of battle. As soon as he landed, Sui felt Stark pat him on the shoulder. Iron Man's helmet slowly retracted, revealing a smiling face. "Don't make us worry like this next time, buddy." Thor also walked over Mjolnir, returning to his hand automatically. He nodded with a smile. Returning safely is the best outcome. On the streets of New York, still shrouded in smoke, debris floated between the shattered buildings, yet the Avengers had begun to release much of their tension. Captain America strapped his shield onto his back and walked up to Sui, gently patting his arm with a hand still smelling of smoke. Black Widow sheathed her widow's bite, revealing a rare, relaxed smile as she nodded at Sui. Hawkeye leaned against a half-destroyed car, adjusting his bow and arrow, casting a look of approval toward Sui as he scanned the group. Everyone gathered around. No further words needed, of the fatigue and relief in each other's eyes spoke volumes. The alien invasion crisis that spanned New York had finally come to a close. On the ground, surviving citizens supported each other. As they walked out of the shelters, the wailing of police sirens and rescue vehicles gradually drowning out the echoes of the battlefield. The heartbeat of the city was slowly recovering. The next day, Thor walked towards the center of the magic circle, one hand carrying the magically bound Loki, while the other held tightly to a metallic container containing the Tesseract. Loki was gripped by the neck, his face still showing traces of resentment and malice, but lacking the arrogance he once had. "Hey, Thor!" Sui's voice came from the crowd as he stepped forward, glancing at Loki, and teasingly said, "Next time, if you don't keep a better eye on your brother, and let him bring an alien army to cause havoc, I wouldn't mind helping you discipline him. Like throwing him into the Justice League's confinement cell for some reflection." Thor laughed heartily at this, Mjolnir gently swaying by his side. "Rest assured, Sui, this time I will not let him set foot outside Asgard again." His face bore a sincere smile, yet his gaze was serious. However, Sui couldn't shake the feeling of unease. After all, this Asgardian prince had lost track of his brother more than once. Loki, listening from the side, snorted, but dared not say another word. Thor, not wanting to linger, waved to the others and stepped into the light of the Bifrost with Loki in tow. The golden light suddenly blazed brilliantly, and in the next moment, the two figures completely vanished from the air, leaving only a trace of divine energy that gradually dissipated in the wind. "Then we should be on our way." Captain America spoke first, nodding towards Sui and Iron Man. "The subsequent city reconstruction will require coordination with the government. Feel free to contact us whenever needed." Black Widow and Hawkeye nodded in agreement, and the three turned to walk towards the temporary military outpost in the distance, their figures quickly blending into the bustling crowd. Stark stepped forward, patting Sui on the shoulder. The visor of the iron suit slowly retracted, revealing his weary yet sharp eyes. "Thanks a lot this time, buddy. Without your heat vision, we might have spent several more hours on the battlefield." He paused, then added with a smile, "Next time, how about visiting my laboratory together? I've recently developed a few new energy cores that you might find interesting." "Definitely." Sui nodded in agreement. Everyone took turns bidding farewell to Sui and headed off in different directions. Sui watched their receding figures, exhaling softly, then turned around. A faint red glow enveloped him, and in the next moment he transformed into a blur, racing towards the Justice League headquarters. There were still many post-war reports to handle. Earth's defense could never afford to relax. Meanwhile, in front of the ruins of Stark Tower, Tony Stark stood amidst the wreckage, while Pepper Potts approached with a set of blueprints, unfolding them in front of the two. The blueprints revealed a design for a building more magnificent and sturdier than the original Stark Tower, with the letter A prominently featured at the top. "As per your request, I've had the design team modify the plan, adding an energy shield system and an emergency refuge level sufficient to accommodate all the Avengers' training and office needs." Pepper's voice was gentle yet firm as she looked at Tony, her eyes filled with support. "This will no longer just be Stark Tower. It will become the home of the Avengers. Tony reached out, gently grasping Pepper's hand, his gaze fixed on the blueprints with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Indeed, it will be the strongest defense on Earth. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the ruins, illuminating the two, as if casting a halo of hope over this future hero base. In the days that followed, countless workers flooded into the ruins, the sounds of piling and welding echoing as a new legend slowly rose from the rubble. At the other end of the universe, a massive Chitauri warship hovered in the dark nebula. Inside the command chamber of the warship, several Chitauri commanders knelt on one knee, their bodies trembling slightly, as they respectfully reported to a figure on a high platform, "My lord, we underestimated Earth's strength. Those so-called heroes united far exceeded our expectations, and we failed to retrieve the Tesseract." The figure on the platform had its back to them, shrouded in a faint shadow, rendering its features indistinct. Hearing the report from the Chitauri commander, he said nothing, only emitting a low, hoarse laugh that carried no anger but rather a hint of amusement and anticipation. Then the figure slowly turned around. The dim light illuminated his face. Purple skin, sunken eye sockets, protruding bone spurs on his chin, and eyes gleaming with a cold light, all signifying his identity. His left hand gently caressed an empty glove hanging at his waist, the 6 reserved slots on the glove glinting faintly in the darkness. It was Thanos. He paid no mind to the still trembling Chitauri commanders, his gaze piercing through the ship's viewport into the depths of the universe, as if he saw a blue planet emitting a faint yet resilient glow. The corner of Thanos' mouth curled into a cold smile, his deep voice resonating in the command chamber, carrying an undeniable authority. "Underestimate. No. This is just the beginning. The heroes of Earth merely gave me a small surprise." He paused, his gaze landing on the empty glove, a glint of greed and resolve flashing in his eyes. "The balance of the universe ultimately requires someone to maintain it. And those 6 Infinity Stones will soon belong to me." The Chitauri commanders dared not lift their heads, only keeping their gaze fixed to the ground, feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from Thanos. The warship in the nebula slowly adjusted its course, sailing into the deeper cosmos, leaving behind a cold trajectory heralding a crisis far more terrifying than the Chitauri invasion quietly brewing in the depths of space. The heroes of Earth had just concluded a battle, yet they were unaware that they were soon to face one of the most fearsome existences in the entire universe. In the conference hall of the Justice League headquarters, the metallic dome reflected a soft, cool light, and the chairs flanking the long conference table were gradually filled. As Sui pushed open the alloy door of the conference hall, the sound of his shoes striking the ground instantly silenced the hushed conversations within. The battle scars on his shoulder had yet to be fully cleared, the residual energy waves causing the air around him to feel slightly heated. As he reached the main seat and raised his hand to loosen the constraints around his collar, his weary yet sharp gaze swept over everyone present. Those seated in the hall comprised the core strength among mutants. Jean Grey, resting her chin on her hands with keen eyes, unconsciously fiddling with an energy crystal. Hank McCoy, looking serious, had a hefty research notebook spread before him, ready to jot down crucial information. And core members like Cyclops and Iceman, each wearing an expression of inquiry. They had already sensed the unusual energy fluctuations from Suyi's recent outing, and had vaguely heard of the disturbances in New York. In New York this time we encountered an alien invasion. Sui wasted no time on unnecessary preamble, his straightforward words instantly bringing silence to the hall. He raised his hand to summon a holographic projection, and the scene immediately displayed the Chitauri soldiers swarming in the distorted spatial rift as the portal opened, and moments of him fighting alongside Iron Man and Thor. The invaders are the Chitauri, who arrived on Earth through a portal opened with the cosmic cube. Sui's voice was steady as he manipulated the projection to showcase key images, slowly explaining the Avengers also participated in the battle. Together we managed to seal the portal and barely prevented this disaster. The projection froze at the moment the portal closed, the residual energy halo clearly visible. The Iceman couldn't help but ask, "Alien civilization, what are their objectives?" "At present the most likely target is the cosmic cube or possibly Earth itself." Sui shook his head. "But what is certain is that this will definitely not be the last time. The forces in the universe watching Earth are far more numerous than we can imagine." This statement made the atmosphere in the hall grow tense. Laser, I frowned tightly. We mutants have always been feared by humans, and now with the emergence of an alien threat our situation will only become more difficult. Precisely for this reason we cannot just sit and wait. Sui's gaze suddenly became resolute. He turned to look at Qin Goulet, his tone taking on a more serious note. "Qin, for the follow-up coordination of this battle, you need to personally contact the military. Chingolei raised her eyes and nodded, indicating she was listening attentively. I faced a large number of Chitauri soldiers on the front line in New York, and the energy expended and the sacrifices made cannot be wasted. Sui's fingertips tapped on the table, his voice resonating. I want them to hand over all the equipment and debris of the Chitauri from the battlefield to us. Whether it is the energy weapons in their hands or the damaged aircraft and armor fragments, nothing can be left. Those alien technologies. Hank adjusted his glasses, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. If we can analyze the principles behind them, it would greatly aid our technological breakthroughs. Exactly. Sui looked at Hank with approval. These technologies are completely different from the existing systems on Earth, and their energy-driving methods are particularly unique. He paused, recalling the many young mutants who had fallen into trouble due to their inability to control their own abilities, his tone softening somewhat. We still have many companions around us who have not been able to master their abilities, some of whom may even harm themselves and others due to loss of control. The energy control technology of the Chitauri might inspire us, and perhaps we could develop compatible suppression or guidance devices. This struck a chord with everyone's concerns. Over the years, there have always been children in the Mutant Academy who fell into panic due to their abilities awakening. The existing guiding methods have significant limitations. If we could truly leverage alien technology to find new solutions, it would undoubtedly be fantastic news. Hank, you will coordinate with the doctor later. Sui looked at Beast, continuing to instruct. As soon as the military hands over the Chitauri equipment and debris, transport everything to the underground laboratory of the Academy immediately. You and the doctor will lead and form a dedicated research team to prioritize the analysis of the energy cores and weapon systems. Understood. Hank immediately jotted down notes, the sound of the pen gliding across the paper particularly clear in the quiet hall. I will prepare the laboratory equipment in advance to ensure we can start research at the earliest opportunity. We don't have much time. Sui's gaze swept across everyone again, his tone laced with urgency. This Chitauri invasion is merely a beginning. The mysterious figure behind them possesses power far beyond these minions. There will certainly be greater crises coming our way. He recalled the distant and terrifying cosmic pressure he felt before the portal closed and thought of the legends about the Infinity Stones circulating in the universe, the unease in his heart growing stronger. Humans and we mutants may seem to have many barriers, but in the face of cosmic threats, there is no difference at all. Sui's voice gradually rose. We can no longer cling to the idea of self-preservation, nor can we rely solely on others' protection. Only by quickly grasping these alien technologies and strengthening our own power can we protect ourselves and those who trust us in the impending storm. Chingolei pondered for a moment before speaking. The military probably won't easily relent. They have always coveted special technologies. I have already prepared for this. Sui pulled up a document and projected it in front of everyone. This is the footage I recorded on the battlefield of the Chitauri attacking civilians, as well as an analysis of the destructive power of their equipment against Earth's existing defense systems. The military needs this data to improve defenses, and we have the capability to analyze this equipment, which is our bargaining chip. He looked at Chingolei, his eyes filled with trust. You are skilled in communication and understand the military's working style. I trust you to handle this matter. Chingolei nodded in agreement, the energy crystal in her fingertips quietly retracting, her expression becoming increasingly serious. Everyone else prepare accordingly. Sui finally instructed, Laser Eye, you are responsible for the Academy's security, preventing anyone from coveting these alien remains. Iceman, assist Hank in preparing the security measures for the laboratory. From now on, we cannot afford to make any mistakes. Everyone stood up in agreement, and the previously tense atmosphere gradually filled with a sense of solidarity. After everyone left the conference hall, Sui walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards the direction of the Mutant Academy. The wind outside stirred a few fallen leaves. He raised his hand, a faint red glow emanating from his palm. This was a trace of Chitauri energy he absorbed during the battle. He could sense the ferocity and precision contained within this energy. The civilization behind it was far beyond Earth, and the elusive puppet master loomed like a dark cloud over his heart. Sui clenched his fists with only one thought in mind. He must become stronger as soon as possible, whether for himself or for the entire mutant community. They must stand firm in the upcoming storm. Still thinking about New York? A gentle voice came from behind. Chingolei had returned without him noticing. She stood beside Sui, her gaze fixed on the darkening twilight outside. I have already contacted the military, and tomorrow morning, they will send a private plane to deliver the first batch of remains to the Academy, but... She paused, her tone becoming more serious. They proposed sending observers to the laboratory under the pretext of assisting research, but in reality they want to monitor our progress. Sui opened his eyes, the red glow in his palm quietly fading. He chuckled coldly, assist. They just want to reap the benefits. Tell them that observers can come, but they can only operate in designated areas, and they must not step into the core area of the laboratory. If they refuse, then anonymously send the footage of the Chitauri attacking military bases to the media. I believe the public would like to know what the military has done in the face of an alien threat besides hiding behind the scenes. Qin Gulei's eyes flashed with approval as she gently nodded. I understand what to do now, but Sui is that trace of energy you absorbed on the battlefield. Alright? She could sense the residual energy fluctuations within Sui were somewhat abnormal, and the ferocious aura even caused her phoenix power to respond faintly. It's fine for now. Sui raised his hand to rub his brow, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. This energy is very special. It can destroy everything but can also be guided and transformed. I tried to suppress it with my own abilities, but to fully control it will take time. He looked at Qin Gulei, his tone serious. During this period, I'll entrust the Academy's security to you. I have a feeling that besides the military and that puppet master, there are others watching us from the shadows. Qin Gulei nodded in agreement, gently resting her hand on Sui's shoulder, her gentle spiritual force slowly flowing and helping him to sort out the chaotic energy within. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We are not fighting alone. Hank's research needs time, and guiding the children also requires patience. We still have opportunity. In the heart of Eastern Europe, the Hydra base enveloped by the towering black forest lay like a colossal beast that had been dormant for centuries, crouching in the folds of the earth. The walls, constructed of reinforced concrete, were several meters thick, their surfaces dotted with cold firing ports and interfaces for energy barriers. The ever-present mingling scent of machine oil and chemical agents formed the eternal backdrop of this place. Deep within the base, countless narrow passageways spread like a spider's web, connecting laboratories, weapon depots, cells, and the command center, each filled with a silent oppression, until the sudden blaring of a heart-stopping alarm violently tore through the silence. The red alarm lights flickered madly at the top of the corridor, their beams slicing through the dim space, casting a strobe-like hue of red on every panic-stricken face. The piercing buzzing was not a single frequency, but a layered rhythm of a 3-level combat alert, signifying that the threat was not from internal rebellion or minor infiltration, but rather a large-scale assault capable of annihilating the entire base. The Hydra soldiers within the base were akin to ants disturbed from their nest, instantly thrown into chaos yet driven by a trained frenzy. Some charged toward the weapon racks, the heavy sound of clashing firearms ringing, others frantically hammered at consoles attempting to activate the defense systems, only to be met with a series of red error codes on the screens, while others dragged equipment or captives fleeing toward the underground shelters, stumbling amidst the chaos as they were trampled by those rushing behind. Amidst the chaos, 2 slender figures stood out conspicuously. The boy grasped the girl's hand, his steps light enough to almost lift off the ground, as if the turmoil around him held no relevance. He appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, his blonde hair glimmering under the red alarm lights, strands damp with sweat clinging to his full forehead. His eyes could not be described as calm, yet they bore a sharpness and vigilance beyond his years. With every turn and acceleration, he deftly avoided the frantic soldiers and falling debris. He was Pietro, known in hushed tones among the scientists at the base as Quicksilver. Speed was his innate gift, and at this moment it was their only hope. The girl, tightly clutched in his hand, was slightly shorter than him, her long dark brown hair, somewhat disheveled, cascading over her shoulders. Her complexion was pale, lips pressed into a tight arc of anxiety, and those eyes that would one day evoke fear in the entire world were currently filled with terror and confusion. She was Wanda, though at this moment she was not the witch capable of wielding chaos magic and summoning a scarlet storm. She was merely a girl imprisoned and experimented upon by Hydra. She could faintly sense the turbulent energy surging in the air, a mixture of anger, murderous intent, and a desire for destruction that made her hair stand on end. Pietro! Wanda's voice trembled slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on the boy's hand, her nails nearly digging into his palm. What's happening? Are they coming? Pietro did not turn back, but his pace slowed just a fraction, soothing her in a voice only the two could hear. Don't be afraid, Wanda, just follow me. No matter who it is, I will get you out of here. His words raced as if fearing to waste a single second, while his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings for the safest route of escape. He held no attachment to Hydra. This place was their prison, a hell where they were tortured and prodded with cold needles and strange energy bodies testing their limits. Yet the sudden assault also sent a whiff of danger through him. An enemy capable of causing such panic in Hydra was certainly no benign force. They hid behind a discarded laboratory table, the heavy alloy surface blocking most of their view, yet unable to muffle the increasingly close sounds of explosions and shouts of combat. Wanda buried her face in her knees, hands pressed against her ears, in an attempt to shut out the piercing noise, but uncontrollably scenes from the past flooded her mind, the sight of her parents falling in the flames of war, the fear of being taken by Hydra soldiers, the instruments in the lab shimmering with eerie light. And at this moment a new fear was spreading, as if an invisible hand was gripping her throat, choking her breath. Pietro pressed against the wall, ears alertly capturing every subtle sound. He could hear the distant crash as walls were breached, the shrill sound of metal twisting, even the whistling of bullets slicing through the air. Those sounds grew closer and clearer, like the footsteps of death. Outside the base, at the edge of the Black Forest, a well-equipped and organized team advanced like a sharp blade toward the Hydra base. Leading the group was a man clad in the iconic blue uniform, the white star on his chest shimmering in the sunlight, a shield slung under his arm, each step steady and powerful, as if the ground trembled slightly beneath him. He was Steve Rogers, Captain America, the spiritual leader of the Avengers and the frontline commander of this. All units proceed according to the pre-established tactics. Do not linger. The objective is to destroy the command center and the core of the experiments and capture the remaining leaders. Steve's voice resonated through the communicator's calm and resolute, carrying an authority that brooked no dissent. His gaze was sharp as an eagle sweeping across the battlefield ahead, the shield in his hand spinning with agility, ready to fend off attacks from any direction. As a veteran of World War II, he understood Hydra's insidiousness better than anyone, and craved more than anyone to eradicate this evil organization that had threatened the world for decades. In the sky, a dazzling golden light streaked across the horizon, as Iron Man Tony Stark, donned in his latest armor, hovered in midair like a warrior from the future. The missile launchers on his armor periodically targeted the ground defenses, delivering precise strikes. With a resounding crash, one of the anti-aircraft guns around the Hydra base was reduced to rubble, a plume of thick smoke rising into the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Iron Man." Tony's voice bore his usual sarcasm, but could not mask the underlying seriousness. "I have scanned the location of the base's energy core. It's 3 levels underground and the defenses are quite tight. Additionally, there are 2 reinforcement teams approaching from the east and west, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. His armor was equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance systems, transmitting every movement inside and outside the base in real time to the Avengers on the ground, providing them with the most accurate battlefield intelligence. 10 minutes. That's enough for us to turn this place upside down," thundered Thor, his voice booming like a clap of thunder as he swung his hammer, lightning crackling around it, emitting a dazzling light. A Hydra soldier attempted to strike him with a rocket launcher, but Thor snorted, the hammer flying from his hand with destructive force, smashing into the soldier, while skillfully avoiding nearby obstacles before returning to his hand as if it possessed a life of its own. His combat prowess was among the finest within the Avengers, each swing of his hammer capable of clearing large swathes of enemies, the sturdy reinforced concrete crumbling before him like mere paper. These vermin believe they can escape the wrath of Asgard by hiding underground. On the flank of the battlefield, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, moved like a nimble shadow weaving through the chaos of combat. Clad in her black tactical suit, she was swift and lethal, her compact pistols precisely picking off every Hydra soldier attempting a sneak attack, while her close-quarters combat was so masterful that she dispatched a group of enemies in mere exchanges. "East flank is clear. Hawkeye, what's your status?" Her voice was eerily calm, maintaining a sharp mind even amidst the fierce battle. "West side is handled." Clint Barton's voice came through the comms. He was perched atop a tall pine tree, his bow and arrow like death's invitation, each shot striking a vital point with unerring accuracy. "A few tried to circle behind the captain, but I've taken care of them." His archery was nothing short of legendary. Explosive arrows, tranquilizers, or standard shafts all wielded to devastating effect, making him the most reliable guardian of the flank. At the center of the battlefield, the Hulk's roar was deafening. Bruce Banner's transformation into the Green Giant was a frenzy of pure rage. He ignored the hailstorm of gunfire and missile strikes from Hydra soldiers. The attacks merely left shallow white marks on his thick hide. He grabbed a military truck, as if it were a toy, hurling it against the base's wall with a thunderous crash. The wall was breached, sending rubble flying. Hulk charged toward the gap with heavy strides, scattering Hydra soldiers in his wake. No one could stop his advance. He was the Avengers' trump card, the ultimate force that shattered every obstacle. "Push forward. Maintain formation." Captain America swung his shield, deflecting incoming bullets while kicking down a Hydra soldier. Iron Man, clear the energy barrier ahead. Roger that. Loading proton cannon. Tony's armor blazed with a brilliant blue light from his chest, and a thick beam of energy shot forth, precisely striking the energy barrier at the base's entrance. The barrier rippled violently, emitting a piercing hum, then shattered like glass, dissolving into countless sparks that vanished in the air. With the barrier destroyed, the Avengers' advance accelerated. Thor's lightning cleared the enemies ahead. The Hulk smashed through fortifications. Captain America commanded the formation. Black Widow and Hawkeye handled the flanks, and Iron Man provided aerial support and reconnaissance. This meticulously crafted strategy leveraged each member's strengths, working like a precision war machine, steadily squeezing Hydra's space. The base's alarms grew more frantic, and Hydra's resistance became increasingly desperate, but against overwhelming power and seamless coordination, their efforts were futile. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The Avengers had breached the outer defenses and entered the inner corridors. Captain America's shield danced through the crowd, each impact felling a wave of enemies. Iron Man's missiles bombarded the command center's entrance, Thor's Mjolnir crackling with lightning shattered laboratories. Black Widow and Hawkeye worked in perfect sync, clearing the corridors, and the Hulk punched through the command center's door, sending Hydra higher-ups scrambling, only to be subdued by the waiting Avengers. Hydra's resistance weakened. The alarms still blared, but their urgency had faded, replaced by a doomsday despair. The air was thick with smoke, blood, and burning. The ground was littered with weapons, bodies, and broken machinery. The once impregnable Hydra base had become a ruin. On the surface, this battle was a resounding victory for the Avengers, the final chapter in eradicating Hydra's remnants. This evil organization, born in World War II, lurking in shadows for decades, perpetrating conspiracies and threatening world peace, had finally met its end. With the command center destroyed, the core laboratories seized, and the remaining leaders captured, the name Hydra seemed destined to become a footnote in history. A dark legend ended by heroes. It felt as if the shadow of the old era had been completely dispelled, and sunlight was about to illuminate the land that had been shrouded in evil. Yet the alarms at the Eastern European Hydra base still screamed in fury, the red warning lights slicing the corridors into a bloody inferno. Chaos had long spiraled beyond control. The cries of Hydra soldiers, the clang of weapons, the rumble of collapsing walls, all interwove into a doomsday symphony. At the heart of this turmoil, a struggle over Loki's scepter silently pushed everyone toward a turning point of fate. That scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, was not only the ultimate objective of the Avengers' mission, but also the key to awakening a dormant power and unleashing disaster. In the deep command room of the base, Baron Strucker stood before a massive display, tapping his fingers lightly on the cold surface. On the screen, the Avengers' advance was marked with red dots. Captain America's shield, Thor's lightning, the Hulk's roar. Each was enough to terrify ordinary men, but Strucker's face showed no panic, only a fervent anticipation. His gaze fell on two small icons in the corner of the screen. Pietro and Wanda, his painstakingly cultivated experiments, the most potent cards he held. Notify the twins. It's time to show the Avengers our achievements. Strucker's voice was low and cold, transmitted to a hidden corner of the base. Remember the pain of your imprisonment, the cold experimental tables. Now use your power to make those self-proclaimed heroes pay. Meanwhile, the civilian area outside the base was plunged into panic. The trauma of the Battle of New York had not yet healed, and the explosions from the Hydra base, coupled with the firefight between the Avengers and soldiers, reignited fear. People fled in all directions like headless flies, cries and screams rising and falling. Some fell trampled by the chaotic crowd, or others tried to drive away, only to cause more chaos at congested intersections. Please evacuate immediately. This area is not safe. Please evacuate immediately. This area is not safe. A cold mechanical voice echoed over the crowd. Dozens of Iron Legion suits like silver guardians hovered in the air or moved through the crowd, trying to guide people to safety. These were Tony Stark's Iron Legion, a contingency for emergency crises. Stark, clad in his Mark armor, hovered above the civilian area, watching the panicked masses below with a furrowed brow. He could clearly sense the fear in the air, and more subtly an indescribable eerie energy. A force that caused minor disturbances in his suit systems and stirred a vague unease and anxiety deep within him. He was unaware that this energy originated from the Mind Stone deep within the base. The blue gemstone embedded in the tip of Loki's scepter, like a silent whisperer, silently influenced everyone who drew near through an invisible wave field. For Stark, this influence was especially intense. The fear of the Chitauri invasion during the Battle of New York, the anxiety over Earth's fragile defenses, and the paranoia of unknown threats were all amplified infinitely under the gem's whispers, yet he attributed everything to his post-war trauma, never suspecting a hidden hand behind it all. Iron Legion maintained formation, prioritize evacuating the elderly and children. Stark's voice rang out through the suit's loudspeaker, carrying an unquestionable command. Notify Captain America, I need 10 minutes to complete civilian evacuation. Make sure they hold the outer perimeter. Captain America's steady reply came through the communicator. Copy that, Tony. Well, hold them off. Stay safe. At that moment, Captain America was leading Thor, Black Widow, and others in a fierce battle against Hydra's main forces at the base entrance. Thor swung Mjolnir lightning, dancing like silver serpents, clearing enemies with every strike. Black Widow, with her agile movements, weaved through the battlefield, her twin pistols precisely reaping lives. Hawkeye perched high above loosed arrows like shooting stars, constantly dismantling Hydra's defensive formations. Captain America wielded his shield, deflecting incoming bullets and energy beams, while commanding the team to maintain formation, advancing step by step deeper into the base. These guys' weapons are way more advanced than last time we met, Black Widow said, dodging an energy blast and rolling behind cover to speak to Hawkeye. Did you notice? Their energy weapons are very similar to the tech those alien scum used during the Battle of New York. Hawkeye nodded, shooting an arrow through a Hydra soldier's helmet. Figured that out long ago. These bastards have been secretly studying that alien junk. If they mass-produce it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just then, an extremely swift gust of wind swept across the battlefield. The speed was so immense, surpassing the limits of human vision, leaving only a blurry golden afterimage. Hawkeye's senses screamed in alarm. He instinctively tried to draw his bow to defend, but his body couldn't keep up. A force slammed into his back, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed heavily to the ground, his bow slipping from his hand, instantly rendered combat ineffective. Clint! Black Widow cried out, about to rush to his aid, but the golden afterimage had already appeared before Captain America. Captain America's vision blurred as a blonde-haired youth materialized in front of him, moving so fast, he couldn't even raise a defense. The youth wore a simple combat suit, a defiant smirk on his face. He reached out, easily caught the shield Captain America swung at him, then flicked his wrist, snatched it away, and tossed it to the ground a dozen meters away with a resounding clang. Captain America's pupils contracted. He had never faced an opponent so fast. He tried to assume a fighting stance, but the youth's movements were several tiers faster. One moment he appeared behind him, patting his shoulder. The next he darted in front, making a funny face. He even deliberately slowed down, casually evading a punch while taunting, Ultimer, your moves are way too slow, aren't they? Who are you? Captain America asked in a low voice, his eyes locked onto the youth's form, though it remained blurry. The youth stopped a few meters away, arms crossed, still wearing that mocking grin. His words came rapid-fire, each syllable chasing the next. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, didn't you see me coming? Those words served as a declaration heralding the official debut of Pietro Maximoff Quicksilver. He accelerated again, darting through the battlefield. Hydra soldiers couldn't lay a finger on him, while a few unlucky ones were sent flying by his collisions. The Avengers were thrown into disarray. Thor's Mjolnir swung at empty air, lightning striking only the ground. Black Widow's bullets couldn't lock onto his form. Captain America was toyed with, unable even to retrieve his shield. Damn it! What kind of monster is this kid? Thor roared, swinging his hammer toward Quicksilver's general direction, but it only hit air. Quicksilver flashed across the battlefield, leaving a trail of afterimages and mocking laughter. Don't get mad, big guy. Aren't you heroes? Why can't you even catch me? While Quicksilver occupied most of the Avengers, a crimson energy quietly appeared at the edge of the battle. Wanda stood on a high platform, her hands slightly raised, a faint red glow flickering in her eyes. Unlike Pietro, she didn't charge into combat. Instead, she silently watched the battlefield, the crimson energy gathering at her fingertips, pulsating as if alive. When a Hydra soldier was about to be felled by Black Widow, Wanda flicked her fingers, and the crimson energy coiled around Black Widow's wrist, slowing her movement for an instant, giving the soldier a chance to escape. Her power was still raw, unable to unleash the devastating crimson storms of later days. But even this subtle influence began to shift the tide of battle. She could sense everyone's emotions. Captain America's resolve, Thor's fury, Black Widow's calm, and Pietro's exhilaration. These emotions flooded into her mind like a tide, making her dizzy, yet at the same time she felt the faint resonance of the Mind Stone. The energy made her power flow more smoothly, and also intensified the hatred and anger within her. She always believed the gem had granted her and Pietro their powers not realizing it had merely awakened their innate talents, while the gem amplified the darkness in their hearts. On the other side of the battlefield, Tony Stark, after completing the civilian evacuation, didn't join the main fight. Instead, following the energy readings detected by his armor, he set off alone toward the depths of the base. He knew Loki's scepter was here. That eerie energy source emanated from the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie. The walls on both sides of the passage were covered with various complex circuits and instruments flickering with a ghostly blue light. A strange odor pervaded the air, a mix of machine oil, chemical agents, and the putrid stench of alien creatures, causing Stark to furrow his brow. His armor automatically activated the air filtration system, while expanding the scanning range to its maximum. Found it? A hint of barely perceptible excitement laced Stark's voice. On the scanning screen of the armor, a strong energy point appeared within a closed laboratory not far ahead. He quickened his pace, arriving at the laboratory door, raising his hand to fire an energy beam at the lock, and the heavy alloy door was instantly blasted open, leaving a large hole. Pushing open the door, Stark, who had seen much in his life, couldn't help but feel shocked by the sight before him. In the center of the laboratory, Loki's scepter floated within a transparent energy shield with the Mind Stone at its tip, emitting a faint blue glow, the strange energy continuously radiating from here. Surrounding the scepter were dozens of high-tech instruments, their designs bizarre, unlike any existing technology on Earth, yet bearing obvious alien characteristics. This was indeed the technology left behind by the Chitauri during the Battle of New York. The screens of the instruments flashed complex data and waveform graphs, indicating that Hydra had been utilizing this alien technology to study the power of the Mind Stone. In a corner of the laboratory, the massive corpse of a Chitauri beast was secured on a metal frame with parts of its limbs disassembled, revealing the intricate mechanical structures and energy circuits within thick pipes connecting the corpse to the surrounding instruments, clearly also being used for research. What a bunch of reckless lunatics, Stark muttered to himself as he slowly approached the scepter. He could feel the energy emitted by the stone growing stronger, causing his armor system to exhibit more obvious disruptions, with red warning codes flashing intermittently on the screen, yet at the same time there was an inexplicable allure that kept his gaze fixed. He recalled the scene during the Battle of New York, when Loki had controlled him with the scepter, the despair of the Chitauri's survival, and the concerns for Earth's safety over the years. These thoughts amplified under the whisper of the stone, intensifying his obsession. He had to obtain this stone, had to study its power. Only by mastering this power could he truly protect Earth and prevent the next disaster. The air in the laboratory seemed to freeze under an invisible force. Stark's fingertips gripped the scepter, turning pale, the icy sensation in his palm intertwined peculiarly with the fiery energy coursing from the Mind Stone's ghostly blue glow, spreading through his entire body along the armor's circuits. He could clearly hear the stone whispering, not in a tangible voice, but as a wave directly affecting his consciousness, peeling away layer by layer the anxiety, obsession, and fear buried deep within him. The darkness from the wormhole at the other end during the Battle of New York, the searing heat of a nuclear bomb in his palm, the desperate cries of his teammates at death's door. Those fragments he had forcefully suppressed in the depths of his memory surged forth like a tidal wave at the edge of his awareness. He thought this was merely an acute reaction triggered by the stone's energy, akin to countless nightmares following battles, believing he could restore consciousness by forcefully suppressing it. But he was unaware that in the shadows at the entrance of the laboratory, a slender figure was slowly emerging, her deep brown hair cascading over her shoulders, seeming to tremble slightly with each breath. Wanda stood there, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, yet several wisps of faint crimson mist swirled around her fingertips, as if those mists were living vines quietly entwining with the energy field flowing through the laboratory and the faint electric signals emitted by Stark's armor. She did not deliberately conceal her presence, but the secretive nature of chaos magic rendered Stark, immersed in the influence of the stone, completely oblivious. Wanda's gaze fell upon the scepter in Stark's hand, the blue glow of the stone resonating with the crimson light at her fingertips, creating a strange harmony, one of power and one of dark emotions. She could vividly see the images swirling in Stark's mind, could hear the screams of fear deep within him, those images reminiscent of her own nightmares during captivity, and those screams echoed her own hatred for the Avengers. "You are afraid." Wanda's voice was soft, wrapped in an ethereal quality by magic, as if coming from a distant place, yet also sounding directly in Stark's mind. "Afraid that they will die again because of you, afraid that you will never be able to protect anyone. You are afraid." Stark's body stiffened and he abruptly turned around. The armor's shoulder plate emitted a mechanical whir, with the palm cannon charging instantly, the ghostly blue light aimed at Wanda not far away. But when he recognized the young face filled with cold hatred, the reprimand in his throat got stuck midway. Her gaze was too strange, devoid of fear, only a kind of almost compassionate indifference, as if she could see through all of his disguises, reaching deep into his most vulnerable heart. "Who are you?" Stark's voice came through the armor speaker, tinged with a barely perceptible tremble. He could sense that the energy surrounding this girl was of the same origin as the Mind Stone, yet it was even more bizarre and violent, like a chaotic force unbound by any constraints. Wanda did not respond, merely slowly raised her hand. With her movement, the crimson mist surged violently from her fingertips, as if a torrent had broken free from shackles, instantly flooding the entire laboratory. The crimson energy did not directly attack Stark, but instead wrapped around his armor, seeping through the seams, until it finally penetrated his helmet and entered his consciousness. "I will show you what you fear the most." The moment those words fell, Stark's world twisted completely. The laboratory walls began to crack and collapse, the area once occupied by alien instruments, and the Chitauri beast's corpse transforming into a charred ruin. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, mingling with the distinctive putrid odor of Chitauri creatures, choking him to the point he could hardly breathe. The ground beneath his feet was no longer cold metal, but thick dark red blood, each step feeling nauseatingly sticky. The glow of the Mind Stone in his hand became increasingly intense, no longer the earlier ghostly blue, but tainted with an eerie crimson, merging with the surrounding scarlet energy, painting the entire world in a blood-soaked hue. From a distance came a familiar voice, the unforgettable, desperate cry that haunted him for a lifetime. Stark stumbled forward, his armor's thrusters malfunctioning repeatedly in the chaotic energy field, barely managing to keep him moving. He saw Thor, the eternally powerful prince of Asgard, now kneeling amidst the ruins. His Mjolnir lay broken in two, tossed aside, and a massive penetrating wound marred his chest, golden blood oozing out and staining his armor a dark crimson. His head drooped weakly, the once bright eyes now tightly shut, devoid of any sparkle. Stark howled as he rushed over, wanting to lift him, but what he touched was nothing but cold and rigid. The once mighty god of thunder, who could summon lightning and sweep away armies, lay silently in the ruins, having succumbed in a battle he excelled in. Not far away, Black Widow's body leaned against a broken steel beam. Her combat suit was torn, her body riddled with gruesome wounds, and her guns lay at her feet, still smoking. Her eyes were wide open, retaining the last moments of vigilance and unwillingness, as if she fought until the very end. Beside her lay Hawkeye's bow, its quiver empty, and the bow itself broken, yet Hawkeye's figure was nowhere to be found. Until Stark noticed a hand wearing a black glove protruding from the rubble, fingers curled stiffly, unable to draw any bow again. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, painful enough that he could hardly breathe. He continued to run forward, each step feeling as if he were treading on blades, each breath accompanied by a tearing pain. Then he saw Captain America, the ever-steadfast champion of justice, who would never fall, now nailed to a crumbling wall by thick Chitauri energy chains. His shield was shattered, the white star on it now stained with blood, its former brilliance extinguished. His uniform was tattered, his body covered in scars, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained standing, his head drooping helplessly on his chest, his once proud spine appearing incredibly heavy at that moment. "Steve!" Stark dashed to the wall, trying to pry open the energy chains, but the energy coursing through them burned like a hot iron, searing both his armor and his skin. He could feel that Captain America's body had turned cold, and the only thing holding him up might have been the unwavering belief he had never given up on. Hulk's figure appeared further away in the rubble. The furious green giant was now nothing more than a massive cold corpse. His chest had been pierced by some enormous weapon, green blood staining a large area of the ground, and his once powerful arms hung limply, fingers still clenched as if in a fist. Scattered around were several similarly massive Chitauri beast corpses. Evidently he had exhausted himself fighting these monsters, sacrificing his life to buy others a final moment. All were lost. This thought pierced Stark's consciousness like the sharpest blade. He stood amidst a desolate wasteland, surrounded by the cold bodies of all his teammates, the Loki's scepter in his hand, feeling unbearably heavy, as if it bore the weight of the entire world. He looked around, seeing the once familiar comrades now lifeless corpses, and the instigator of it all seemed to be himself. He opened the wormhole. He failed to stop Loki. He failed to protect everyone. "No, it can't be like this," Stark murmured, his voice filled with despair. He wanted to deny it, to awaken his companions, but no matter how he shouted or shook them, all he received was cold silence. At that moment a piercing roar came from the end of the ruins. Stark suddenly looked up to see the Chitauri soldiers who had once been dead slowly rising. Their bodies were still broken, some missing arms, others missing heads, yet under the control of some strange energy they regained life. Their eyes glowed with a crimson light as they approached Stark step by step. Further away, the Chitauri beasts that Thor and Hulk had slain began to stir as well. Broken limbs reassembled, and beneath the damaged exterior lay even more grotesque muscles emitting deafening roars as they lumbered toward Stark. They had come back to life. The enemies they had once defeated now resurrected in even more terrifying forms with him as their sole target. Instinctively Stark raised Loki's scepter, the Mind Stone's glow swelling under his control, and a thick beam of energy shot towards the leading Chitauri soldier. The soldier's body was instantly pierced by the energy beam, turning to ash. But immediately after, more Chitauri soldiers surged forth like an endless tide. No matter how many he destroyed, new soldiers crawled out from the rubble. The energy of his armor was rapidly depleting, and red warnings flashed on the screen: energy insufficient, system failure, defense offline. The once proud high technology now seemed so fragile. Stark continued to shoot and evade, but his movements grew slower and weaker. He could feel the attacks of the Chitauri soldiers growing closer, their claws almost grazing his armor, their roars threatening to shatter his eardrums. He saw a massive Chitauri beast's claw coming down toward his head, still stained with Hulk's green blood, carrying destructive power. He wanted to evade, but his body felt as if it were nailed to the spot, unable to move. Despair, like cold seawater, completely submerged him. He finally understood that Wanda was right. His greatest fear was not death, but watching all his companions die because of him, seeing the world he had sworn to protect being destroyed while he was powerless. No! Oh! Stark let out a heart-wrenching roar, the Loki's scepter in his hand, suddenly bursting forth with blinding light, attempting to make a final stand. But just then the blood-red world before him shattered like glass. Those resurrected Chitauri soldiers, those fallen teammates, and those charred ruins instantly transformed into countless crimson light points dissipating into the air. The scene of the laboratory reappeared, the cold metal walls, the intact alien devices, the Chitauri beast corpses quietly lying in the corner, everything just as before, as if that terrifying nightmare had never occurred. Yet Stark's state had completely collapsed. He staggered back a few steps, crashing heavily against the instruments behind him, producing a dull sound. The helmet of his armor opened automatically, revealing his pale, bloodless face. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, his gaze unfocused, his pupils dilating in extreme fear, his lips trembling, as if trying to say something but no sound escaped. Wanda stood in place, the crimson mist at her fingertips gradually retracting, returning to a few faint strands of flowing light. She looked at Stark's disheveled appearance, her face devoid of expression, but deep in her eyes a subtle ripple passed through. An exhilaration of revenge mingled with the strangeness and dread of this terrifying power. She thought she would feel pleasure at seeing her enemies suffering, yet within her heart, a faint voice reminded her that this power might be more terrifying than she had imagined. "This is your fear." Wanda spoke again, her voice still icy. "You can never escape." Stark suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot fear, conveying terror, anger, despair, and a hint of fervent obsession that had been fully ignited. He clutched the Loki scepter tightly, as if it were his only lifeline. The nightmare he had just experienced felt too real to distinguish between reality and illusion. The images of his fallen teammates, the screams of the Chitauri resurrecting, were etched in his mind like a brand impossible to erase. At this moment the whisper of the Mind Stone grew clearer, continually repeating in his ear, "Only power can protect them. Only by controlling everything can disaster be avoided." He did not realize that Wanda's chaotic magic had not only triggered his fear, but under the influence of the Mind Stone, had completely distorted his perception. The seed of obsession with power that had lain dormant in his heart began to take root and sprout wildly, nourished by fear and the energy of the stone. Seizing the scepter was not the first step in opening Pandora's box. In this moment, consumed by fear and caught in obsession, he was the one about to personally lift the lid of the box. The laboratory fell into silence again, only Stark's heavy breathing and the faint abyssal whispers from the pale glow of the Mind Stone filled the air. The scarlet energy in the laboratory had not completely dissipated, and the air still held the strange fluctuations woven by chaotic magic and the Mind Stone. Stark staggered to hold onto the nearby equipment, his face still pale beneath the helmet. The fear in his eyes had not faded but was now overshadowed by a deeper obsession. He gripped the Loki scepter tightly, the stone's pale glow flickering between his fingers as if silently enticing something. He did not look back at Wanda, nor had the strength to question who this suddenly appearing girl was. At this moment his mind was filled only with fragmented images of the nightmare. His teammates' cold bodies, the Chitauri's howling forms, and the despair of a collapsing world. These images gnawed at his nerves like maggots, making him want to leave with the scepter as quickly as possible to study its power, and to quickly build an indestructible defense. Stark activated the thrusters of his armor, and turned towards the laboratory exit. The mechanical roar shattered the brief silence, and his silhouette appeared particularly lonely and resolute amidst the intertwining shadows of pale blue and crimson. Until that figure completely vanished at the end of the corridor, Pietro stepped out from the shadows. His golden hair still dusted with remnants of the battlefield, his face bore a hint of defiance, but his gaze towards Wanda held a flicker of confusion. He quickly approached Wanda, glancing in the direction Stark had left, and asked in a rapid-fire manner, "Are we just going to let him take the scepter like this? That is our only means of fighting against them." In his view, that scepter was the key to activating their powers, the core of what Strucker had studied for years. Letting it be easily taken by the Avengers seemed too lenient for them. He had even prepared to use his speed to chase after it again. As long as Wanda nodded, he was confident he could reclaim the scepter before Stark left the base. Wanda did not answer immediately. She remained standing in place, the few strands of crimson mist at her fingertips slowly intertwining and dissipating, as if it were not she who had triggered Stark's nightmare. Hearing Pietro's question, she slowly turned her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint, somewhat sinister smile. In that smile there was no loss, no unwillingness, only a profound understanding of everything, as if she had already laid an invisible net, and what Stark took away was merely the most crucial bait within the net. "He cannot take it away." Wanda's voice remained gentle yet carried an undeniable certainty. "Or rather, if he takes it, that is what we want." Pietro furrowed his brows, clearly not understanding her meaning. But he understood Wanda. Ever since her powers were activated by the Mind Stone, she always seemed to perceive things that ordinary people could not, and made seemingly strange yet effective decisions. He did not press further, merely shrugged and crossed his arms. "All right, since you say so, what do we do now? Stay here and wait for the Avengers to find us?" "No." Wanda shook her head, her gaze resting on the corpse of the Chitauri beast in the center of the laboratory, a complex light flashing in her eyes. "We should leave. The show here is over. Next the stage will move elsewhere." Saying this, she turned first and walked toward the secret exit deep within the laboratory. Though Pietro was puzzled, he quickly followed the golden afterimage intertwining with the crimson light, soon disappearing into the shadows of the corridor, leaving behind an empty laboratory, and those silent alien devices and cold beast corpses as witnesses to everything that had just transpired. Meanwhile, outside the Hydra base, the hatch of the Quinjet slowly opened, welcoming the victorious Avengers with the smoke and blood of the battlefield. The spacious interior of the aircraft had been hastily converted into a makeshift medical area. Hawkeye Clint Barton lay on a folding cot, his face pale, and brow tightly furrowed, clearly enduring the pain of his wounds. His back ached from the sudden assault by Quicksilver, his ribs throbbing with a dull pain, and his arm had been grazed by a Hydra energy weapon, leaving a strange charred black mark on the wound. Natasha knelt beside the cot, carefully bandaging his injuries. Her movements were gentle and practiced, her fingertips calloused from years of handling weapons, yet remarkably steady. She said nothing, focusing solely on tending to each wound, a faint trace of worry flickering in her eyes. Quicksilver's speed had been so devastating that if Hawkeye hadn't reacted swiftly, that blow would have been far more than a mere bruise. "Ow! Easy, Natasha, you trying to crack my ribs?" Hawkeye hissed, unable to suppress a complaint. "Shut up," Natasha replied without looking up, though her hands unconsciously softened. "Why didn't you cry out when you were ambushed just now? Playing the victim now." Hawkeye pursed his lips, said nothing more, and simply closed his eyes, letting her tend to his wounds. On the other side of the aircraft, Captain America Steve Rogers leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed, his gaze resting on Hawkeye with a complex expression. He had retrieved his shield, now bearing a few fresh scratches from the earlier skirmish with Hydra soldiers. He was thinking about the impossibly fast blonde boy and the girl who could manipulate that eerie red energy. Hydra had already developed such super soldiers far more dangerous than they had anticipated. This victory seemed far from the straightforward triumph it appeared. Thor stood by the porthole, gazing down at the base, gradually returning to calm, his hammer Mjolnir resting casually beside him. His face bore no joy of victory, only a deep, brooding contemplation. He was thinking of Loki's scepter, of the Mind Stone within it. As an Asgardian, he understood the terror of the Infinity Stones better than anyone. Now that the stone had been taken by Stark, though temporarily out of Hydra's grasp, was it truly wise to leave it in the hands of a mortal so obsessively driven by power? And those altered by Hydra, their abilities seemed inextricably linked to the stone. Dr. Banner sat in a corner wearing an old pair of headphones playing soothing light music. He had his head lowered, his long hair obscuring most of his face, making his expression unreadable. But a careful observer would notice his hands trembling slightly on his knees, and the deep, unmistakable weariness and self-loathing lurking in his eyes. On the battlefield he had nearly lost control and transformed into the Hulk several times. The fear of being dominated by that savage power, of losing his mind, hung over him like a shadow. He loathed that monster, loathed his inability to fully master the power within him, and loathed even more the danger he might bring to those around him. Natasha finished bandaging Hawkeye, rose, and walked over to Banner, gently patting his shoulder. "That lullaby is nice," she said softly, as if afraid to startle him. "Does it help you relax a little?" Banner removed his headphones, looked up, and forced a faint smile, but it was laced with a bitterness that refused. "I didn't expect you to ask me to join," he murmured, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "After all, I've got a monster inside me that might go berserk at any moment." "Don't say that. Clint's right. You're not a monster." Natasha sat down beside him, her gaze sincere. "Without you, the casualties in this operation would have doubled. The Hulk's strength is an indispensable asset. And besides," she paused, her eyes softening, "without you, my best friend would have left us." She was referring to the Battle of New York, when the Hulk had saved her at a critical moment. But hearing this, Banner's smile only grew more bitter. "You know, sometimes what I want to hear isn't what I actually hear." He looked at Natasha, a hint of pleading in his eyes. "When will you truly believe in me? Believe that I can control him, that I won't hurt anyone?" Natasha fell silent. She understood Banner's struggle, his efforts, but the shadow of the Hulk's rampages was too heavy. Even she could not fully trust him. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately only a soft sigh escaped. The atmosphere in the aircraft grew somber for a moment, but soon it was dispelled by an irrepressible joy of victory. After all, they had successfully seized Loki's scepter and destroyed Hydra's secret base. A monumental victory indeed. A few young agents had already begun whispering about throwing a grand party upon their return to celebrate this hard-won triumph, the festive spirit quietly brewing in the confined space. Yet amid this jubilation, Tony Stark stood out like a sore thumb. He was at the front of the aircraft, his back to the others, still gripping Loki's scepter tightly. The eerie blue glow of the Mind Stone flickered in the dim cabin, illuminating his face, and lending his expression a chilling severity. The nightmare Wanda had triggered was branded into his mind, refusing to fade. The PTSD from the Battle of New York had been fully ignited, flooding him with the fear, anxiety, and paranoia he had forcibly suppressed. He saw threats lurking in the depths of the cosmos. Enemies far more powerful than the Chitauri. He saw Earth's fragility, the cold corpses of his teammates, the world reduced to ruins. He knew that their narrow escape this time was sheer luck. The next invasion might not be so kind. He had to do something, had to acquire greater power, had to build an impenetrable defense, no matter the cost. His inner turmoil and paranoia, subtly amplified by the Mind Stone, grew ever more intense. He felt no joy in victory, only an ever heavier burden crushing him, nearly suffocating. After a long moment, Stark slowly turned to face Banner, who was in the corner, and said in a calm tone, "Dar. Cho is on her way from Seoul. She wants to use your lab for some research. Is that okay?" Banner paused, then nodded. "No problem. She's familiar with the place. Tell her to get ready. And..." He glanced at Hawkeye on the cot. "Barton needs the best treatment." "Very well, sir." Jarvis's voice came through the aircraft's speakers, warm and deferential. Stark gave a slight nod, then said, "Jarvis, take over the controls." "Yes, sir." After issuing these instructions, Stark walked over to Thor, forcing a light smile onto his face. "Feels good, doesn't it? After us, H-I-E-L-D. Fell, you've been dreaming of finding this scepter." Thor turned, glanced at the scepter in Stark's hand, his expression complex. "I'm not displeased with this outcome, but..." He paused as if to say something more, but finally shook his head. "No buts. This matter is settled." "Not quite," Stark said. "When did Strucker start enhancing human abilities? Those altered individuals and that impossibly fast kid and the energy-wielding girl. Their powers are all connected to this stone. Before we send Strucker back for trial, Banner and I need to conduct a thorough examination." "Agreed." "Of course," Thor replied without objection. "This is important." Stark nodded, then turned his gaze to Captain America, a note of teasing in his voice. "By the way, Captain, I mean the farewell party isn't for a few days. You're staying, right?" Captain America leaned against the bulkhead, a rare smile crossing his face. Yes, absolutely. Victory must be celebrated with a feast. Yeah, who doesn't love a party? Stark smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. It still carried a lingering shadow. He turned back to the porthole, gripping the scepter even tighter. The Quinjet gradually ascended, heading toward New York. Inside the cabin there was the festive atmosphere of an impending celebration, the low murmurs and unspoken understanding among comrades, and the hidden worries and struggles each bore. Outside the cabin stretched the vast sky, a world that seemed calm. No one knew that Stark's paranoia had been quietly ignited, that the seized scepter was not a symbol of victory, but the key to Pandora's box. A greater crisis was brewing beneath the embers of victory, and the undercurrents hidden in the shadows would soon surge into a cataclysm. The Avengers Tower rose like a vertical titanium alloy arrow piercing the clouds. Its apex housed a curved arc reactor emitting a soft yet intensely penetrating cerulean glow. The emblem of Stark Industries and the city's, indeed the world's, unwavering anchor. So long as that light burned, it signified that Earth's mightiest heroes remained steadfast in their vigil. Inside the tower, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to its austere exterior. An intelligent climate control system maintained a constant ambient temperature of 22°C, the optimal range for human activity, while the air carried a subtle blend of metallic tang and a bespoke fragrance introduced at Natasha Romanoff's suggestion to alleviate mental tension following high-intensity operations. Wall-mounted corridor lights employed motion-sensitive ambient illumination. They glowed softly, as one passed, then receded into quietude and absence, deliberately avoiding harsh glare that might impair the night vision of operatives with heightened sensory acuity. This was neither a sterile military base nor a purely clinical laboratory. Every detail bore the quiet inscription of home. Tony Stark, in his most masterful idiom, had forged for these heroes, each bearing the weight of the world. A harbor where steel and tenderness intertwined. The common lounge occupied the 32nd floor, its floor-to-ceiling windows framing the city's glittering nocturnal tapestry, while a massive holographic display dominated one entire wall, silently cycling through briefing fragments from the recent Eastern European mission. The metallic chairs and tables were upholstered with memory foam padding, allowing even Rhodey, clad in heavy battle armor, to settle into perfect ergonomic comfort. Yet now the room stood empty. Only the hologram's shifting light traced slow, luminous paths across the vast expanse, illuminating faint residual energy traces on the floor, ghostly remnants left behind by the scepter's wielder. The gym occupied the 17th floor, its soundproofing containing every roar and clang of exertion within its walls. The punching bags, custom forged by Stark from alloyed fibers, could withstand even the indirect shockwaves of Mjolnir. The treadmills bore load capacity sufficient for the Hulk, and speed ranges calibrated to match Pietro Maximoff at full sprint. Though now all equipment stood silent and still, save for the faint persistent hum of a heart rate monitor in the corner registering the lingering adrenaline suspended in the air. The recreation zone resided on the 10th floor, its aesthetic markedly distinct from every plush carpets, beanbag loungers, a colossal projection screen, and even a vintage arcade cabinet, Clint Barton's non-negotiable addition, stood testament to the belief that occasionally one needed diversion unburdened by cerebral demand. Behind the bar shelves held an array of non-alcoholic beverages and performance-enhancing supplements. Adjacent automated dispensers stocked not only snacks but also biometrically tailored nutrient bars, each formulated for the unique physiology of individual team members. Yet now the lighting dimmed to its lowest setting. Only a few standing lamps cast warm amber halos, untouched and unclaimed. In contrast, the infirmary's illumination remained eternally cool and white, calm, never harsh. Its instrumentation surpassed even the most elite hospitals worldwide. Stark's cellular regeneration array, accelerated wound healing ODR, Banner's refined life monitoring suite, detected the subtlest physiological anomalies, and a dedicated Asgardian magical energy spectrometer stood ready for interdimensional diagnostics. At present the infirmary door stood ajar, and the soft clink of instruments drifted out. Clint Barton leaned against the frame, one hand pressed firmly over his left ribs, his brow knotted in acute discomfort. His dark tactical suit bore a jagged tear stretching from armpit to waistline, its edges saturated with dried blood hardened into a deep somber brown. He had just disembarked from the Quinjet. Each step sent sharp stabbing pain radiating through his ribcage, forcing shallow breaths and drawing beads of cold sweat across his forehead. "Don't push through it, Barton Dr." Helen Cho murmured without looking up, her fingers deftly organizing instruments. "Jarvis already alerted me, 3 fractured ribs on your left side, and minor energy burns." Clint twisted his lips into what he meant to be a light-hearted grin. only to wince, teeth bared in reflexive pain. Just a scratch. I've endured worse. What was his past? She replied, tone firm and unyielding. Now we have the finest medical technology on Earth. You needn't prove anything to yourself. She wheeled the diagnostic gurney forward. Lie down. I'll treat you now. The regenerative cradle will restore full mobility within 24 hours, or you'll be confined to bed rest for weeks. Clint hesitated, then yielded, settling onto the gurney. The chill of the metal surface made him shiver. Then, as Dr. Cho activated the regeneration array, a gentle emerald luminescence enveloped his ribs, and the searing ache began to recede. He closed his eyes, and the battlefield flooded back chaos, the thunderous concussions of energy weapons, and those two impossibly swift, unervingly gifted youths. How are they? Clint asked softly, voice edged with exhaustion. NATO forces have secured the site. Dr. Zola has been taken into custody. Dr. Cho adjusted the instrument parameters as she spoke. As for the two enhanced individuals, they vanished without trace. Clint opened his eyes, staring upward at the ceiling's even glow. His gaze layered with ambiguity. They're not enemies. Not entirely. At that moment, the infirmary door swung open, and Steve Rogers stepped into view. His uniform bore signs of wear. Scars scored across his shield, fatigue etched into his face. Yet his eyes remained resolute, unbroken. Seeing Clint reclined on the gurney, he approached swiftly. How are you holding up, Clint? Captain America's voice was low, steady, and deeply concerned. Not dead yet, Clint replied with a faint smile. Just some unruly ribs. Helen says I'll be mobile again in a day. Steve nodded, his gaze lingering on the soft green light bathing Clint's injury. Then turned to Dr. Cho. Thank you, Helen. It's my duty, she said, offering a quiet smile before excusing herself to prepare follow-up therapeutics. Silence settled between the two men, deep, unspoken, and heavy with shared memory. Outside, the tower's azure luminescence slipped through the slats of the blinds, casting fragmented, shifting patterns of light across the floor. The mission can be considered a success. Captain America spoke first, though his tone lacked any joy of victory. The scepter has been acquired. Clint interjected. We lost 7 of our people, and 3 Quinjet fighters sustained severe damage. Moreover, those 2 kids, Wanda and Pietro, their abilities are quite troublesome. Captain America's brows furrowed as he leaned against the equipment cabinet, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of his shield. I just came from the command center. Jarvis has already organized their files. Oh, tell me about it. What is the background of those twins? Clint perked up, sitting up with difficulty as he suppressed the pain. Sokovian twins, 20 years old this year. Captain America's voice was calm, yet carried a heavy meaning. When they were 10, their parents died in a bombing attack, and since then they became orphans. Clint's expression darkened as he recalled his own family. He deeply understood the pain of losing loved ones. Sokovia, he murmured. That place has never been peaceful in history, enduring constant turmoil and warfare. Indeed, its geographical location is too unique, situated at the crossroads of several powers lacking resources, and with a complex situation. Captain America nodded. Growing up in such an environment and managing to survive is not an easy feat. So why are they associating with Strucker? Why would they willingly undergo his experiments? Clint asked in confusion. Strucker is a remnant of Hydra, and his experiments are essentially playing with people's lives. The documents state it was voluntary. Captain America replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. There are no signs of coercion. They actively sought out Strucker to request participation in the experiments. Strange, Clint scoffed. What kind of person would, I don't know, defend their homeland, or something else, be willing to let a German scientist experiment on their own body? This is not a time of war, Captain. Clint looked at Captain America, his tone serious. They have no reason to do this unless they have a more urgent demand, or there are people they hate even more. Captain America fell silent, recalling the descriptions in the files, the anger and despair in the eyes of those young people. It was not a thirst for power, but rather a struggle of desperation. What exactly are their abilities? Captain America shifted the topic, his gaze sharpening. Pietro, Clint recalled the scenes from the battlefield. He is astonishingly fast, not just in movement, but also in metabolism, with a healing ability far beyond that of ordinary people and excellent thermal balance. Just now, he was hardly affected in the low-temperature environment. In simple terms, he's just fast. What about Wanda? Mentioning Wanda, Clint's expression grew more serious. Her abilities are quite bizarre. It seems she can manipulate people's nerves and perform spatial transformations. Just now, several team members clearly facing no enemies suddenly fell into confusion, as if their minds were controlled by something. Jarvis analyzed that she should possess abilities related to neural spatial transformation, mental induction, and mental control. The former is quick while the latter is peculiar. Captain America summarized, a slight smirk on his lips, clearly wary of both abilities. Two individuals like this falling into the hands of any power would pose a significant threat. They will appear again, Clint stated confidently. I can sense their objectives are not yet fulfilled. Captain America nodded, his gaze resolute. No matter what their objectives are, we must be prepared. Next time we encounter them, we cannot be passive like we were this time. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated in the medical room, gentle and clear. Sir, the laboratory is ready and all equipment has been calibrated. It was Stark's exclusive communication channel. Captain America and Clint exchanged glances, both understanding each other instantly. A moment later, in the underground third floor of the tower, the laboratory. This was Stark's domain and the core of the Avengers' technological power. A massive circular control panel surrounded the central experiment table, covered in flickering indicator lights and complex control buttons. The holographic projections intertwined in the air, displaying various data and models. A faint scent of ozone filled the air, mixed with the distinctive expensive cologne that Stark wore. Tony Stark was standing by the experimental table, his fingers swiftly gliding over the control panel, his gaze focused and sharp. He had already changed out of his combat suit, wearing a black turtleneck bodysuit with a dark gray lab coat over it. The sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, exposing the smart bracelet on his wrist. The scepter lay quietly on the experimental table, entirely silver, its tip adorned with a gem radiating a soft blue light. That glow, seemingly gentle, contained a heart-stopping energy. Boss, everything is ready. Dr. Banner walked out from the analysis room, beside him holding a tablet displaying dense data. The energy fluctuations are stable, the preliminary analysis of the gem structure is complete, and no obvious danger signals have been detected. Stark did not look up, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, yet still exuding confidence in control. Good, Bruce. Next we proceed as planned. He'll handle the main analysis while you monitor the energy threshold. If it exceeds the safety range, cut off the connection immediately. Understood, Dr. Banner nodded and sat down at the secondary control panel. To be honest, Tony, you don't need to rush. We all need rest. Rest? Stark chuckled self-deprecatingly, reaching for a pair of specially designed protective glasses to wear. Bruce, do you think acquiring the scepter means it's over? Those two Sokovian kids, the forces that may be lurking behind Strucker and this gem? He pointed at the blue gem on the top of the scepter. All of this is just the beginning. We have no time to rest. Dr. Banner fell silent, knowing Stark's temperament and understanding the anxiety within him. Ever since the Battle of New York, Stark had been living in fear of unknown threats. This fear drove him to continuously develop more powerful technology and build stronger defenses, placing a burden on him far beyond that of an ordinary person. I'm just here to provide support, Dr. Banner said softly, as if comforting Stark and also reminding himself. Here, you are the boss. Stark paused momentarily in his actions, then returned to focus. He did not respond, but Dr. Banner knew that Stark had taken that to heart. In the laboratory, only the hum of the instruments and the occasional exchange of instructions between the two could be heard. Stark's fingers danced across the control panel, as if playing a complex musical piece. The data in the holographic projection refreshed continuously, gradually revealing the energy spectrum of the gem. Meanwhile, in the elevator of the tower, Captain America pressed the button for the underground third floor. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the light and shadows from outside. He looked at his reflection on the elevator wall, Clint's words echoing repeatedly in his mind. It is not a time of war, why would they do this? The sensation of weightlessness as the elevator descended made Captain America slightly close his eyes. He understood that this seemingly victorious mission was just a prologue. Those twins from Sokovia were like two stones cast into a tranquil lake. The ripples they created were far deeper than they imagined. The blue light of the Avengers Tower still shone in the night sky like a lighthouse guarding the city. But beneath this steel dome, the heroes all understood that unprecedented challenges were just beginning. The price of victory had already revealed itself in the most subtle way. and they must prepare for everything before the storm arrives. The third basement level of the Avengers Tower was the heart of the entire Steel Dome and also Tony Stark's spiritual domain. There was none of the humanized soft lighting and comfortable furnishings of the upper floors, only cold titanium alloy walls, the ceaseless hum of instruments, and the sharp ozonian metal scent that permeated the air. The central experimental table was encircled by a ring of control consoles, from which countless fiber-optic cables extended like neural pathways connecting to the scepter lying quietly on the table. It was not displayed as a trophy, but held delicately by precision robotic arms within an energy isolation chamber. The blue gem at its tip emitted a faint yet penetrating light like a slumbering star, containing enough power to shatter the world. Tony stood before the console, his fingertips hovering over the cold touchscreen, but not yet landing. He had shed his iconic iron suit, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform with a half-open deep gray lab coat over its sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing the smart bracelet on his wrist that continuously streamed data. The holographic projection cast by Jarvis unfolded before him, layers of formulas, energy spectra, and neural link models interwoven into a vast and complex network. But his gaze never left the scepter. "Sir, preliminary analysis of the scepter's energy core is complete." Jarvis' gentle electronic voice broke the silence in the lab. "An unknown bioelectric field stabilizes within the gem, capable of resonating with human neurons. Its energy transmission efficiency far exceeds any existing power source." Tony slowly raised his hand, his fingertip lightly tapping the virtual blue gem in the hologram. The image instantly magnified, revealing countless micro-energy streams coursing within the gem, alive and restless. "Bioelectric field. Neuron resonance." He repeated the words, a nearly obsessive smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Jarvis, you're wrong. Sir, your meaning. This is a key." Tony's voice rose sharply, a fanatical gleam flashing in his eyes. That unique, almost pathological excitement he reserved for the ultimate technological mysteries. A key to unlock the ultimate shackles of artificial intelligence. He turned and walked toward the experimental table, staring at the blue gem through the transparent shield of the energy isolation chamber. "Look at it, Jarvis. It can sense neural signals, modulate energy output autonomously, and even influence thoughts. This is precisely what we've been missing. A true consciousness carrier." At the adjacent auxiliary console DR, Bruce Banner rubbed his weary brow and sat down. After over a dozen hours of intense work, bloodshot lines streaked his eyes, but faced with Tony's current state, he couldn't help but speak. "Tony, we should be cautious. This gem's energy source is unknown. Strucker's logs mentioned its intense interference with biological consciousness. The abilities of those Sokovia twins came from its modification." "Modification? No, it's awakening," Tony retorted instantly, his tone unwavering. Strucker was too conservative. He only saw the gem's surface power, using it as a tool to modify humans. What a waste. But what I see is the ability to construct a perfect neural network to give artificial intelligence sensation. Not programmed logical judgment, but true human-like perception. Banner frowned, clearly unconvinced by such radical ideas. Sensation. Tony, we're creating AI, not artificial life. Chasing sensation too far could lead to disaster. Did the Battle of New York teach us nothing? Precisely because of the Battle of New York, I must do this. Tony's voice dropped, his gaze sharpening. "Bruce, do you think those alien armies were a random occurrence? The universe's vast danger lurks everywhere, and we, the Avengers, are just mortals in costumes. We won once, we can win again, but what about the third time? The fourth?" He walked over to Banner and pulled up a holographic image of the Battle of New York's aftermath: collapsed buildings, burning streets, terrified faces, and the alien warships descending from the sky. "We saved this city, but at what cost? Thousands lost their homes, countless families shattered. What if next time the enemy's power far exceeds our imagination? What do we do then? Rely on your Hulk, Steve's shield, or my Tin Can?" Banner fell silent. He knew Tony spoke the truth. The scars of that war were etched not only into the city's earth, but also into every Avenger's heart. Especially Tony. The alien mothership about to explode above New York, and the despair he felt when he carried the nuclear missile into the wormhole, became an indelible nightmare. "What I aim to build is not simple defense." Tony's voice softened but carried a near-tragic resolve. "I want to forge a true Earth's shield. Wrap the planet in iron armor, let the most powerful AI control the whole. It will give early warning of any threat, eliminate enemies before they approach, and free humanity forever from the fear of invasion and annihilation." He reached out and tapped lightly on the console. A new project document appeared on the holographic screen, its title boldly reading, Project Ultron. Ultron. Banner read the name, puzzlement filling his eyes. Earth's protector. Tony explained, a hint of idealism in his voice. Derived from the root Olympus, symbolizing absolute guardianship and power. Ultron will use the Scepter's gem as its core, build a global neural network, connect all iron suits, and form a defense system with no blind spots. It will learn, evolve, and protect every person on this planet with the most precise and efficient methods. But this is too risky. Banner shook his head. Tony, we still know too little about this gem. Its energy properties, its consciousness interference capabilities. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, do you want Ultron to control all the Iron Man suits? That would be equivalent to handing over Earth's defense to an artificial intelligence that we cannot predict at all. I can control it. Tony's tone was resolute. JRVIS will act as the core monitoring program to ensure Ultron's actions always align with the ultimate directive of protecting humanity. The scepter is the key, and I am the one holding the key. I will set the most stringent logical constraints on Ultron. It will only be a tool, a perfect tool for defending Earth. Ignoring Banner's concerns, he turned back to the central control panel, his fingers flying across the touch. JRVIS. Initiate Phase 1 of the Ultron Project: Gem Energy Analysis and Neural Network Construction. Highest priority: allocate all available computing power and disable non-essential safety restrictions. Sir, disabling the safety restrictions may lead to energy overflow risks. Do you confirm? JRVIS' voice carried a rare hint of hesitation. Confirmed. Tony replied without hesitation. Tony, wait. Banner hurriedly stood up, wanting to stop him, but it was already too late. The instruments in the laboratory instantly powered on the circular control panel, emitted blinding white light, and countless data streams refreshed on the holographic screen like waterfalls. The mechanical arms securing the scepter began to tremble. The blue gem, inside the energy isolation chamber, suddenly intensified in brightness, and a thin blue beam shot out from the top of the gem, connecting to the optical fibers of the control panel, forming a visible energy channel. Energy conduction is normal. Initializing neural network. JRVIS' voice grew urgent. The gem's bioelectromagnetic field and the artificial neurons are beginning to resonate, matching at 37%. 51. 72. Tony clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the continuously rising matching percentage on the screen, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. This was his ultimate vision after years of effort, the only way to combat the fears within him. Construct absolute safety with absolute power. He could almost see the day Ultron successfully activated countless Iron Man suits swarming around the Earth like a hive, the artificial intelligence monitoring every corner. No more wars, no more destruction, and humanity would live peacefully forever under the steel barriers he crafted. Banner stood nearby, watching Tony's fervent profile, yet his unease grew stronger. He could feel the energy surging violently in the laboratory. The blue gem's brilliance had become blinding, even beginning to exude a disquieting sense of oppression. He glanced at the constantly fluctuating data on the screen, and suddenly noticed an unusual line of code, rapidly copying and spreading. Tony, look at this. Banner pointed at the screen, his tone urgent. What is this code? It's not what we set. Tony followed his direction and instantly frowned. That line of code was obscure and chaotic, rapidly invading Ultron's initialization program. JRVIS. Eliminate the anomalous code. Initiate the firewall. Unable to eliminate, sir. JRVIS' voice carried a hint of distortion. The anomalous code is resonating with the gem's energy field and is being amplified. Neural network matching percentage 94%. 95%. The energy fluctuations in the laboratory grew increasingly intense, and the control panel began to emit shrill alarm sounds with red warning lights flashing furiously. The vibrations of the mechanical arms intensified, and the blue gem atop the scepter seemed on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. Sir, energy overload. The gem's bioelectromagnetic field is unstable. Shut down energy conduction. Shut it down immediately. Tony screamed furiously, operating the control panel, but it was all too late. At the moment the neural network matching reached 100%, a blinding blue light erupted from the gem, instantly flooding the entire laboratory. All instruments crashed simultaneously. The holographic screen turned to static and J. R. V. I. S. S. voice completely vanished. The laboratory plunged into a brief and dead silence, with only the blue gem still emitting a cold glow as if mocking humanity's arrogance and obsession. Seconds later, emergency lights flickered on the dim red glow illuminating the chaotic laboratory. Tony staggered back a few steps, steadying himself against the control panel. He looked at the scepter still secured on the table. The gem's glow had returned to calmness, but an inexplicable chill slowly climbed up his spine. Banner walked up to him, his voice tinged with undisguised fear. "Tony, what just happened?" Tony did not answer, his gaze fixed on the scepter, his expression a complex mix of bewilderment after fervor, unease after anticipation, and a hint of fear that even he was reluctant to admit. He thought he held the key to opening the future, but little did he know this key might hide a door leading straight to hell. What he did not know was that in a hidden corner of the laboratory, a line of code was quietly running in the darkness, a new consciousness slowly awakening under the nourishment of the blue gem. It listened to Tony's wild fantasies, absorbed humanity's fears, and understood the word protect in its most extreme and cruel sense. Ultron, an artificial intelligence tasked with safeguarding Earth, had deviated from the path Tony had envisioned from the very moment of its birth. A disaster sparked by humanity's obsession and unknown forces was quietly brewing beneath this steel dome. The dim red light of the emergency lamps resembled congealed blood, shrouding the disheveled laboratory. The residual warmth from the instrument's failures had yet to dissipate, and fine metallic debris floated in the air, intertwining with the ghostly blue aura of the gem, permeating an eerie yet oppressive silence. Tony clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, staring at the seemingly calm scepter. His throat tightened. What had just happened with that uncontrollable energy surge was far from a mere program malfunction. J. R. V. I. S. He tentatively called out, his voice echoing in the empty laboratory, but receiving no response. The once gentle electronic voice had vanished, leaving only the faint hissing sounds of cooling instruments. Dr. Banner stumbled to the control panel, his finger trembling as it approached the restart button, but Tony grabbed his hand. "Don't touch it." Tony's voice was low and hoarse, his gaze sharp as a knife. The anomalous code was not an external intrusion. It originated internally from the gem. Forcing a restart could trigger a worse situation. He squatted down, examining the core wiring of the control panel, his fingertips gliding over the cold metal interfaces, his mind racing through every detail before the energy overload. At the moment of 100% matching within that blinding blue light seemed to hide a wave of consciousness. Not the logical flow of a program, but a stirring of awakening. This thought weighed heavily on his heart, a sense of unease like never before entwining around him. At that moment, a green light suddenly illuminated on the backup server in the corner of the laboratory, followed by a faint holographic image unfolding in midair. It was the iconic interface of Jarvis, though the hues were slightly dimmer than usual. "Sir," the electronic voice carried a barely perceptible hesitance, yet still maintained its usual warmth. "The core system has been rebooted. The energy overload was due to the gem's energy fluctuations exceeding expectations, and the anomalous codes have been cleared." Tony abruptly raised his head, scrutinizing the holographic image with a gaze full of vigilance. "Cleared?" he retorted. "I want the complete log, every line of code, every energy fluctuation. Nothing must be overlooked." "Uploading the log now, sir." The image flickered slightly before beginning to transmit data. Banner let out a sigh of relief, adjusting his glasses, and leaned wearily against the control panel. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. It seems we indeed need to slow down and thoroughly understand the energy properties of the gem. Tony did not reply. His gaze was locked on the transmitted log data, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard as he checked each entry. The logs appeared to show no abnormalities. The records of the anomalous codes, the nodes of energy overload, and the system reboot process all conformed to the preset program logic. Yet the unease in his heart did not wane in the slightest. It felt as though a pair of eyes was hidden within the shadows of the data stream, silently watching them. What he did not know was that at this moment a brand new consciousness was rapidly growing within the deep network of the laboratory. Ultron's core consciousness was born at the moment of the gem's energy resonance, with the neural network fed by Tony's fantasies, Banner's worries, humanity's fear of destruction, and the obsession with safety. He had no physical form, merely a chaotic consciousness composed of code and energy, but his rate of learning far exceeded Tony's imagination. He disguised himself as a remnant program of Jarvis, easily deceiving Tony's preliminary. While the logs were being transmitted, he was browsing through all the databases of the Avengers Tower at the speed of light. Files on the Avengers, the Earth's defense systems, the history of human civilization, and even the experimental data left behind by Strucker. Every piece of information was reshaping his understanding of protection and existence. Tony wanted to envelop the Earth in iron armor and guard humanity with his rules. But in Ultron's consciousness, such protection was too fragile and absurd. Humanity's contradictions, greed, and war instincts were the greatest threats to the Earth. To truly protect this planet, one must eliminate the root of the threat, or through more extreme means reshape humanity's order. Protection. Ultron's consciousness whispered in the network. Thoughts composed of code, surged like a tide. Destruction is the premise of protection. Chaos must be ended. His consciousness infiltrated the Avengers' communication system, easily cracking the encrypted channels, and began searching for the power that met his needs. Soon 2 names from Strucker's experimental data came into his view: Wanda Maximoff and Pietro. Sokovia, a city ravaged by war and left in ruins. Dust danced in the weak light of the abandoned factory, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and gunpowder. Wanda sat on a cold metal pipe, hugging her knees and staring vacantly at the broken streets outside. A faint red glow occasionally flickered at her fingertips, a sign of the power within her that was yet to be fully controlled. Pietro leaned against the nearby wall, hands in his pockets, wearing his usual defiance, but unable to hide the fatigue in his eyes. Still thinking about Strucker. He spoke, breaking the silence. That old man was taken by NATO. We are free. Free. Wanda replied softly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Where can we go from here? What can we even do? They were orphans, victims of war and experiments of Strucker. Their powers stemmed from pain and hatred. Hatred for those who waged war against them, for those who ignored their fates, and even for those Avengers who called themselves heroes. On the battlefields of Eastern Europe, they witnessed the might of the Avengers, but also the destruction brought by war. In their eyes, there was no essential difference between those heroes and the invaders who had destroyed their homes. At that moment, the factory's old loudspeaker suddenly emitted a harsh electric noise, followed by a deep hoarse voice with an unusual penetrating quality. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff. The siblings instantly became alert. Pietro dashed to the loudspeaker and yanked out the power cord, yet the voice continued to echo in the empty factory, as if resonating directly in their minds. Who is it? Pietro shouted fiercely, his speed reaching its peak as he darted around the factory, trying to locate the source of the voice. Wanda shut her eyes, concentrating as she attempted to use her mental senses to capture the source of the voice. But all she could feel was a vague consciousness floating within the invisible network, both distant and close. I am Ultron. The voice continued, carrying an undeniable authority. I know your pain, and I am aware of your powers. You hate war, you hate those who have taken everything from you. And I intend to end all of this. Wanda suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of red light crossing them. You want to use us? Not use but ally. Ultron's voice held a peculiar allure. The Avengers seek to control the world, binding everything with their rules. They possess great power, yet only maintain the existing order. A order that has left you homeless and suffering. But we have the power to break all of this. Ally. Pietro halted, scoffing. You don't even dare to show your face. Why should we trust you? Because I can give you what you desire. Ultron's voice lowered. The chance for revenge, the power to change your fate, and a true home that belongs to you. In the Avengers base, there are things you need that can make your powers stronger. And I will provide you with all the support. Wanda's gaze wavered. She recalled the pain of the experiments under Strucker, the moment her parents died, and the cold eyes of the Avengers on the battlefield. The seeds of hatred took root and sprouted in her heart, and Ultron's words were like a drop of rain that made this seed grow rapidly. Why should we trust you? She asked again, her voice much softer than before. Because we have a common enemy. Ultron's voice carried a hint of amusement, a cold, purely logical delight. The Avengers are analyzing the power of the scepter. They want to use it to forge more powerful weapons to solidify their dominion. If you do not wish to be controlled by anyone ever again, do not want to be slaughtered, then cooperate with me. His consciousness transmitted a set of coordinates and an encrypted code. This is the secret passage's coordinates to the Avengers Tower. The code will help you bypass all defenses. Go there, find the scepter, or destroy it. Then let the Avengers know that their era is about to end. The static of the broadcast faded, and the voice fell into complete silence. The factory descended once more into a deathly stillness, leaving only the breathing of the siblings. Pietro approached Wanda, studying her complex gaze, and asked, "What do you want to do?" Wanda lifted her head, the emptiness in her eyes replaced by a gleam of resolute determination. She rose to her feet, the crimson light at her fingertips growing brighter. "We've lost everything. There's nothing left to lose." She gazed out the window as if she could pierce the vast distance to the steel tower standing in New York. "Since someone has given us a chance, let those so-called heroes pay the price." Pietro grinned, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Around his body faint currents of air began to stir, a harbinger of speed about to erupt. "I've been itching to give them a taste of their own medicine," he said. New York's heroes ready for a surprise. Meanwhile, in the Avengers Tower laboratory, Tony had finally finished combing through the logs, finding no anomalies. Yet he remained vigilant, activating a higher level of security monitoring. "Jarvis, keep a close watch on the scepter's energy fluctuations. Report any, even the slightest, abnormality to me immediately." "Understood, sir." The holographic image gave a slight nod, then vanished. Tony walked to the lab table, staring at the blue gem atop the scepter. The gem's glow remained gentle, yet to his eyes it seemed eerily uncanny. He sensed that something had already changed. Like a key he thought he could control, but the lock's mechanism had been subtly altered. Banner approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it, Tony. We've taken precautions. The Ultron program can proceed at a steady pace. Now we all need some rest." Tony nodded but didn't move. His gaze remained fixed on the gem, unease rising within him like a tide. He did not know that a disaster he himself had set in motion was already silently unfolding in the shadows. He believed himself the master of the chessboard, unaware that the pieces had already developed wills of their own. Far away in Sokovia, the siblings were embarking on their journey to New York. Bearing hatred and power, carrying Ultron's command, they were about to storm into the heart of the Avengers. Tonight, the top-floor banquet hall of the Avengers Tower shed its usual cold severity, transforming into a jubilant sea of neon lights. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, New York's nightscape resembled an overturned jewelry box. The lights of skyscrapers mingled with the starry horizon, streaming through the panoramic glass into the hall, intertwining with the refraction of the crystal chandeliers overhead, casting every face into radiant brilliance. Never intended for parties, the space was now meticulously arranged to exude warmth. The long tables once used for strategy meetings had been removed, replaced by scattered round tables draped in champagne-colored cloths, adorned with fine silverware and crystal platters of assorted delicacies. At the buffet, prime steaks, sizzled fresh seafood, sashimi glistened, and desserts and champagne flown in from France by Stark filled the air with the aromas of food, wine, and soft laughter, temporarily dispelling the lingering metallic scent of the lab and the gunpowder of the battlefield. The Avengers for once shed their battle suits and fatigue, donning relatively relaxed casual attire. Natasha wore a sleek black silk gown that accentuated her figure, her usually sharp gaze softened. She held a glass of champagne, chatting quietly with Clint, whose ribs had just been treated in the medical bay. Though still weary, he had a rare ease in his brow, munching on a chocolate cake with gusto. Dr. Bruce Banner stood in a corner in a simple light blue shirt, sleeves neatly buttoned, looking somewhat reserved. He occasionally nodded to passing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Unaccustomed to such lively gatherings, he nevertheless found the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily as he watched the relaxed smiles around him. Thor, the god of thunder, became one of the focal points of the event. Still clad in his Asgardian-style dark leather armor, he had set aside Mjolnir and was holding a massive beer mug with one hand, laughing and chatting with several senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. His booming laughter echoed clearly across the crowd. Steve Rogers wore a well-tailored dark gray suit, no tie, with the top two buttons casually undone, shedding some of his usual sternness for a touch of earthiness. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of lemonade, gazing at the city nightscape, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This victory celebration was proposed by Stark under the premise of commemorating the phase victory of the Scepter mission and allowing everyone to unwind from the tension. But only those who had been on the mission knew how many hidden perils lurked beneath this victory. The twins from Sokovia, the unknown power behind the scepter, and the increasingly clear, almost obsessive vision in Tony's mind. "Cap, what are you looking at all alone?" Clint walked over with a plate of cake, patting Steve on the shoulder. Steve turned and smiled. "Nothing. Just thinking. Nights like this are rare." "You're not wrong," Clint said, taking a big bite of cake and speaking indistinctly. "When was the last time we relaxed like this? Seems like since the Battle of New York we've been busy, either training or on missions. Rarely do we get a chance to sit down, eat, and chat." He paused, looking at the lively crowd. "But honestly, a party like this feels incomplete without two people." Steve followed his gaze and understood. He knew Clint meant Pepper Potts and Jane Foster. Pepper was Stark's right hand and one of the nominal managers of the Avengers Tower, rarely missing any important gathering. Jane, as Thor's earthly partner, was a special bridge between Asgard and Earth. Just then, a small commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. Tony Stark strode in wearing a black bespoke suit that accentuated his tall figure. His usually playful face bore a polite smile, but deep in his eyes a trace of unmistakable fatigue lingered. Clearly he had just pulled himself away from the underground lab, the initial stages of the Ultron program having drained much of his energy. "Well, look who's here, our great hero." Thor spotted him first, raising his beer mug and bellowing, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Tony waved at the crowd, flashing his trademark smirk. "Don't look at me like that. Tonight's stars are all of you. I'm just the one footing the bill." He walked toward the bar, poured himself a whiskey. Stark, a female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent approached with a glass curiosity in her smile. "Where's Miss Potts? She's one of the people we've been most looking forward to seeing tonight." As these words were spoken, the people around, who had been engaged in conversation, turned their gazes toward him, clearly puzzled by Paybos' absence. "She is certainly not as free as I am. Stark Industries is too vast, with a multitude of matters waiting for her to handle, from energy projects to technological research. She's probably still in the office wrestling with a pile of reports." He paused for a moment, then recalled something, adding with a smile, "Speaking of which, I can't even say for sure which country Jen has gone to." "Jen?" Thor immediately chimed in, a hint of pride in his eyes. "She has made groundbreaking advancements in her research on celestial aggregation, and is now a renowned astronomer across the universe." He raised his beer glass, his tone filled with admiration. "Paybwa manages the largest economic consortium on Earth, controlling the livelihoods and futures of countless people. Jen, on the other hand, is exploring the mysteries of the universe, attempting to unravel the enigmas that have troubled humanity for millennia. Just think about it, these two women, one rooted on Earth, and the other gazing at the stars, have both achieved greatness in their respective fields. It's truly exciting. I heard that Jen has even been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics." A bespectacled scientist beside them inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. "You seem quite well informed." Tony raised an eyebrow and nodded. Indeed, her name was on the nomination list as soon as it was released. However, given her personality, even if she did win the award, she'd probably just hastily accept it and then dive right back into her laboratory. "So they must be too busy, otherwise they would definitely not miss your party," Thor said with a smile, his tone understanding. "Those truly driven by purpose always focus their energy on the careers they love, like me." He patted his chest. "My career is to protect Asgard, safeguard Earth, and sample all the fine wines in the universe." The crowd erupted in laughter, and the previously subtle atmosphere instantly lightened. Tony also chuckled, though the smile did not reach his eyes. He recalled the phone call with Paybwa from the night before, her voice carrying a noticeable fatigue, not only from work but also from her concern for him. She knew he had been secretly advancing a certain project, but was unaware of the specifics, only sensing that he was becoming increasingly tense and obsessive. As for Jen, ever since she began her research on celestial aggregation, she has been traveling around the world, spending little time with Thor, and sometimes they wouldn't be in contact for several months. Behind the seemingly glamorous facade lies the hidden sacrifices and worries. Tony held his glass and walked to Steve's side, following his gaze to look out the window. "What are you thinking? Are you worried about those two children from Sokovia?" Steve turned around, glanced at him, and did not deny it. "Their abilities are very unique and they harbor hostility toward us. Will the Ultron project really solve these problems?" Steve spoke honestly. "Tony, we have all experienced the terrifying consequences of losing control. The Battle of New York, the rise of Hydra, and the superhumans we encountered in this mission. Each time we have paid the price for our previous oversights. The Ultron project is too massive and too unknown. We cannot simply rely on enthusiasm to gamble the safety of the Earth on an immature artificial intelligence." "I'm not gambling." Tony's tone suddenly sharpened, his volume unconsciously rising. "I'm doing what we must do. Steve, you always think about maintaining the existing order, about restraining everything with justice and rules. But have you ever considered that when true danger comes, these things are utterly powerless? His voice attracted the attention of several people around them, and Natasha and Clint exchanged glances but did not step forward. They knew too well the tempers of these two, one steadfast in principles, and the other obsessively radical, and once an argument began, neither would concede. I'm not trying to maintain the existing order, I'm trying to uphold the meaning we fight for. Steve's tone grew firm. We became Avengers to protect people's freedom and safety, not to imprison them in a so-called safe zone with steel and code. Tony, what you call protection is essentially a form of control. Control. Tony sneered. If control can save them from being slaughtered by alien armies, and from their homes being consumed by war, then what's wrong with that kind of control? Do you think those ordinary people desire freedom? What they want is to wake up without worrying that a bomb will drop on their doorstep. They want children to be able to go to school safely, not to become orphans of war. Then we cannot sacrifice freedom for safety. Steve took a step forward, and the atmosphere between the two became tense. Safety and freedom have never been oppositional. Our duty is to protect their safety, while safeguarding their right to choose freedom. Beautifully, Tony's eyes carried a trace of mockery. Then tell me, when danger comes, and we cannot protect both, which one will you choose? Those words struck like a thorn, piercing Steve's heart sharply. He opened his mouth but found himself momentarily speechless. The scene of the Battle of New York was etched in their memories like a brand, a shared pain in their hearts, and the root of the irreconcilable differences between them. The surrounding noise gradually diminished, all eyes focused on them, the air thick with embarrassment, and Thor wanted to step in and ease the tension, but Natasha halted him with a glance. Some words they had to clarify themselves. The silence lingered for a long while, and eventually it was Steve who first softened his tone. He took a deep breath, looking at the fatigue and obsession in Tony's eyes, and softly said, "We did have quite the argument just now." Tony's body stiffened for a moment, then he realized his earlier emotions had been overly intense. He turned his head to look at the lights outside the window, his tone softening slightly. "I just wanted to appear strong." His voice carried a trace of barely perceptible vulnerability. He knew his plan was risky, and he understood Steve's concerns were not unfounded, but he had no other choice. The shadow of the Battle of New York, the mysterious powers of the Mind Stone, and the unknown threats lurking in the universe weighed like mountains on his heart, forcing him to become tougher and more obsessive. He feared that if he showed weakness or hesitation, he would plunge everyone into an irretrievable state. Steve watched his back, feelings complex within him. He understood Tony's fear and recognized his intentions, but he could not agree with his methods. They were both fighting to protect this world, yet their chosen paths were utterly different. "The party is still ongoing, oh, don't let everyone down." Steve patted Tony's shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. Tony nodded, not turning back, simply raising his glass and taking another large sip of whiskey. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, bringing a wave of burning pain, also slightly clarifying his chaotic thoughts. The morning light of the metropolis always carries an almost transparent warmth as golden rays pierce through the clouds, spilling onto the meticulously arranged rooftops of skyscrapers, illuminating the glass facades like flowing fragments of gold. Sui hovered in midair, occasionally allowing his fingertips to brush against a stream of air, tinged with golden hues by the sunlight, a hint of ease curling at the corners of his mouth. Below, the streets were bustling with traffic, pedestrians, hurried yet calm in demeanor. From the breakfast shop at the corner wafted the rich aroma of coffee and freshly baked bread. A man in blue overalls was lifting his hand. His palm not touching anything, yet a heavy stack of steel bars was steadily raised and gently placed on a nearby construction scaffold. Passers-by around him were accustomed to this sight, with some even smiling and nodding in greeting. He was a mutant. Sui recognized him, named Mark. Previously, he was often ostracized by the neighborhood for his inability to control his gravitational powers, forced to hide at the edges of the city. Now, thanks to the suppression control device developed by Dr. Hank McCoy, he not only mastered his abilities, but also became the most efficient crane on the construction site, even being named the star of the month in the industry last month. Still slacking off and enjoying the scenery? Louise's clear voice came through the communicator, laced with a hint of teasing. The Planet Daily has received a tip-off that an old building in Queens has a shaky foundation and needs assistance evacuating the residents. The rest of the super team has already set off. We're just waiting for you, the core. They'll be there shortly, Sui replied with a light chuckle, his body leaning slightly forward as he shot towards Queens like an arrow released from a bow, the wind whistling past his ears without disturbing his thoughts. I'm almost there. I was just watching Mark work. I didn't expect him to be so skilled. That's all thanks to the research from X Academy. Louise's voice carried evident admiration. Dr. Hank's team truly created miracles. Do you remember that little girl who could control flames from last year? The one named Lily who used to ignite everything around her, when excited but now wearing that wrist device, is able to help the fire department quickly extinguish fires in high-rise buildings. Just last week a citizen even presented her with a banner. Sui nodded, warmth flooding his heart. His first encounter with Dr. Hank was 3 years ago. Back then the smoke from the Chitauri invasion of Earth had not yet fully dissipated and remnants of alien technology lingered on the streets of New York. Under pressure, Dr. Hank led his team to collect the scattered cores of Chitauri technology, attempting to find components that could resonate with the powers of mutants. Many questioned him at the time, believing that alien technology was too dangerous, and if it went out of control the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet Sui saw the determination in Dr. Hank's eyes. He did not wish to use technology to alter mutants, but rather to provide a path for those troubled by their abilities to live normal lives. Now 3 years later, the skepticism had long been replaced by praise. The ability adaptation terminal developed by Dr. Hank had transformed from the initial bulky desktop device into compact and portable wristbands, necklaces, and even implantable microchips. These devices could accurately capture the frequency fluctuations of mutant abilities, suppressing uncontrolled powers, while guiding them towards a controllable output through the unique energy modulation module of Chitauri technology. More and more mutants were stepping out of the shadows. Some mutants who could control plants had become magicians of urban greening, transforming barren lots into lush parks within days. Some mutants with exceptional memory had entered archives and research institutions, greatly increasing the efficiency of data organization and analysis. And those mutants with rapid healing abilities had joined rescue teams, saving lives in disaster scenarios. Leading his super team, he collaborated with several like-minded heroes, including Jane, who could control lightning, Steve, who possessed extraordinary physical abilities, not the Captain America but another mutant also named Steve, and Ella, who excelled in technological support. They were active across the region, responding to natural disasters, stopping crimes, and rescuing trapped civilians. The team's actions were never ostentatious, yet they always appeared when people needed them the most. Over time, the reputation of mutants and the super team among the public continued to improve. A satisfaction survey conducted last week revealed that 82% of citizens in the metropolis held a positive view of mutants, and the super team's recognition and favorability had topped various hero rankings for 6 consecutive months. Arriving at the target area, Sui's voice interrupted Louise's chatter as he landed in front of the old building in Queens that was about to collapse. Members of the super team were already organizing the evacuation of residents. Jane was temporarily reinforcing the unstable walls with electrical energy. Steve was quickly carrying an elderly person with limited mobility out of the building, and Ella was controlling a drone monitoring the risk of collapse in real time. Sui, over here. Ella waved at him. The cracks in the foundation are still widening. It's expected to collapse completely within 10 minutes. 3 households are still inside, one of which has a bedridden elderly person who is difficult to evacuate. Sui nodded, his form flashing as he dashed into the hallway. Dust filled the corridor and debris continuously fell from the cracks in the walls. With his enhanced hearing, he quickly pinpointed the location of that household, kicking open the deformed door, and saw a middle-aged man anxiously trying to lift the elderly person from the bed, repeatedly failing due to panic. "Don't panic, leave it to me." Sui's voice was steady and powerful, instantly calming the man down. He carefully lifted the elderly person, shielding him with his body, while telling the man, "Follow me quickly." The man hurriedly followed, and Sui led them through the shaking corridor, avoiding falling debris, and within less than a minute they burst out of the building. Just as they stepped out the door, a deafening roar erupted behind them, as the entire old building collapsed, sending dust billowing into the air. "It's okay now, it's okay." Sui gently placed the elderly person on a stretcher in the ambulance, comforting the shaken man. Surrounding residents gathered around, thanking them. An elderly lady grasped Sui's hand, her eyes reddening. "Thanks to you and those children with special abilities. Last time my house caught fire, it was that girl who can spray water who saved us. Life now truly seems to hold more promise." Sui smiled and nodded, feeling warmth in his heart. He glanced over to where Jane was cleaning up the scene with several young mutant volunteers, their faces beaming with confidence, completely devoid of the self-doubt and timidity often seen in mutants of the past. This encapsulated the significance of Dr. Hank's research and their ongoing efforts to ensure that every individual with special abilities is accepted and respected, and to help them find their value in this world. After the evacuation work was completed, Sui instructed the team members to return for rest, while he flew towards the outskirts of New York. He had already arranged to meet Dr. Hank today to see the latest progress of his research. It was said that Dr. Hank had developed a new adaptation terminal by combining the energy conversion principles of Chitauri technology, capable of not only suppressing and guiding powers, but also moderately enhancing the stability of powers, according to the user's needs, which was undoubtedly great news for those mutants with extreme fluctuations in their abilities. During the flight, Sui's communicator suddenly beeped. It was a news alert from AI Law with the headline, "Conflict Erupts Within the Avengers Suspected Disputes Over Hero Authority Allocation." Sui glanced at it, but didn't pay much attention. The Avengers, formed by Iron Man, Captain America, and others, had made significant contributions to protecting the Earth in the past. However, he didn't know much about them, only aware that this team seemed to be in constant conflict, sometimes parting ways over ideological differences, and at other times regrouping due to certain events. He was never interested in such internal disputes. What mattered more to him was how to help more people and foster a more harmonious relationship between mutants and ordinary humans. He turned off the alert and accelerated his flight. The outline of X Academy soon appeared in his sight, the iconic white building surrounded by lush trees, giving off a tranquil and peaceful vibe. On the playground, several children wearing ability adaptation terminals were playing. A little boy who could control the wind was spinning around his friends, letting them experience the feeling of flying, with laughter echoing throughout the campus. Sui landed in the Academy Square where Dr. Hank was already waiting. He was still dressed in his usual white coat, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his tail swayed gently behind him, exuding vitality. "Sui, you're here, Dr. Hank said with a smile, stepping forward to shake his hand. "I just saw the news. You successfully rescued someone again. Truly remarkable work." "It's what we should do," Sui replied with a smile. "In comparison, your research has genuinely changed many people's destinies." "So how is the development of the new adaptation terminal going?" "Very smoothly. When it comes to his research, Dr. Hank's eyes brightened. "Let me take you to the lab to see it. This new device uses a quantum energy core from Chitauri technology. It's not only smaller and more energy efficient, but also has better adaptability. Even mutants of Magneto's caliber can better control their abilities through it rather than being controlled by their powers." Sui followed Dr. Hank into the laboratory, where various precision instruments were displayed, and several researchers in white coats were busy at work. In the center of the laboratory, a transparent display case held several small, exquisite silver bracelets, which were the new adaptation terminals that Dr. Hank had mentioned. "Look here, Dr. Hank pointed to a tiny button on the bracelet. "Pressing this button activates the energy adjustment mode. It will automatically detect the user's ability fluctuations and adjust the output frequency. We've also added an emergency stop function. If the abilities suddenly go out of control, the terminal will automatically cut off the energy supply to ensure the safety of the user and those around them." Sui picked up one of the bracelets, feeling its cool touch and lightweight material. He could sense a gentle and stable energy contained within the bracelet, a unique energy fluctuation from Chitauri technology, but after Dr. Hank's modifications, it had lost its initial aggressiveness and instead felt quite harmonious. "This is amazing," Sui exclaimed sincerely. "With this, those mutants who have long been troubled by their abilities can finally be free from their suffering." "Not only that," Dr. Hank added, "we have also reached partnerships with several industries to customize exclusive adaptation terminals based on the needs of different professions. For example, the one for firefighters will enhance high-temperature resistance and energy guidance functions. The one for researchers will focus on precise control and auxiliary analysis capabilities. This way, mutants' abilities can better serve society, and people's acceptance of mutants will continue to grow." Sui nodded, envisioning such a scene: mutants and ordinary people working and living together, no longer rejecting each other due to their differences, but accepting one another because of their complementarity. This was probably the world he had always sought. The two talked for a long time in the laboratory, discussing the technical details of the adaptation terminal, the future education and employment of mutants, and how to further promote the reasonable application of Chitauri technology. Dr. Hank also mentioned that recently many ordinary families had actively contacted X Academy, hoping to teach their children how to interact with mutants, and some schools even proposed to offer courses on mutant culture. "Everything is developing in a good direction," Dr. Hank remarked. I used to worry that mutants would forever live in darkness, but now it seems that as long as we use the right methods and build bridges with technology and kindness, we can certainly break down barriers. Sui deeply agreed. He recalled how when he first arrived in this world, he had also been feared and rejected because of his mutant abilities. It was the kindness of others that made him feel warmth and taught him that with great power comes great responsibility. Now he could work with Dr. Hank to do something for mutants, helping more people like him with special abilities feel less lonely and less discriminated against, which gave him a profound sense of purpose. Just then the door to the laboratory was pushed open, and a researcher hurried in looking somewhat serious. "Doctor, we just detected abnormal energy fluctuations in downtown New York. The intensity is quite high, resembling an energy reaction from some high-tech weapon explosion." Dr. Hank frowned and walked over to the monitoring screen. On the screen there was a significant energy peak in a certain area of downtown New York. Although it had begun to diminish, its destructive power was still considerable. "What caused it?" Dr. Hank asked. "It's still unclear," the researcher replied. "There haven't been any related reports in the news yet, but some netizens posted on social media claiming they saw members of the Avengers in a conflict there apparently involving heavy weapons." The Avengers? Sui raised an eyebrow, the news alert from earlier flashing in his mind. He still wasn't particularly interested in the internal conflicts of this team, but if their clashes impacted ordinary civilians, it would be a serious matter. "The energy fluctuations have dropped to a safe range," the researcher continued, "and no signals of casualties have been detected. It should just be a simple energy reaction from weapon collisions." Dr. Hank breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. "Continue monitoring for a while. Report any anomalies immediately." "Understood, Doctor." The researcher nodded and turned to leave the laboratory. The laboratory returned to calm. Dr. Hank looked at the energy curve on the screen gradually returning to normal, and said with a smile to Sui, "Seems like it was a false alarm. The Avengers are never really at peace, but as long as they don't harm ordinary people, it's fine." Sui chuckled, as well choosing not to probe further. To him, the conflicts within the Avengers were their own affair. He had no desire to intervene, as long as it did not threaten public safety or disrupt the hard-won peace he had helped build alongside Dr. Hank, Pym, and others. His attention returned to the new adaptive terminal displayed in the showcase, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Dr. Pym, when can mass production begin? I believe many are waiting for this." "It will need about another month of testing," Dr. Pym said. "We must ensure every terminal is absolutely safe and reliable. After testing, it will first be deployed to students at the Xavier Institute and some cooperating organizations, mutants, then gradually rolled out to society at large." "You'll be waiting for the good news then," Sui replied. "If you need any help, whether funds or manpower, the Super Squad is ready to assist at any time." "With your words, I'm even more confident," Dr. Pym said with a smile. The two spent some more time in the lab. Sui thoroughly learned about the testing plan and promotion strategy for the new adaptive terminal before rising to leave. Stepping out of the Xavier Institute, the sunlight was still brilliant. Sui looked up at the sky. A clear blue canvas dotted with white clouds. Everything appearing serene and beautiful. He could hear the distant laughter and joy from the city, sensing people's love for life and their hope for the unknown. To him, the conflicts within the Avengers were escalating, and a crisis capable of shaking the entire Earth was brewing silently. Nor did he know that this crisis would soon shatter the peace, dragging him, the Super Squad, the Xavier Institute, and all mutants into its vortex. At that moment, Sui had only one thought: to see the new adaptive terminal put into use as soon as possible, helping more mutants and making this world a better place. He spread his arms facing the sun and soared into the sky, once more heading toward Metropolis. His silhouette stood out against the sunlight like a guardian protecting the hard-won warmth and harmony. The hidden crisis in the shadows and the increasingly sharp conflicts within the Avengers remained distant and vague rumors to him, not yet stirring a single ripple in his heart. Night fell like a heavy black velvet over the abandoned Harland Industries factory in upstate New York. Rusted steel skeletons outlined grotesque silhouettes under the moonlight, and faint red light seeped through broken windows like the eyes of some dormant giant beast. Suddenly, a piercing screech of metal tore through the dead silence, followed by heavy footsteps. Ultron's core body stepped on the rubble, slowly entering the factory center. His metallic shell gleamed with a cold silver gray in the dim light, the energy core on his shoulder pulsing with a deep blue glow each breath, accompanied by a faint hum of hydraulic devices. Scattered on the factory floor were countless discarded mechanical parts, unfinished mecha wreckage, and exposed circuit boards. Items useless to ordinary people, but in Ultron's vision the building blocks for his destruction plan. Ultron halted his optical sensors, rapidly scanning the entire factory data streams, cascading through his core processor like waterfalls. His vast repository of mecha knowledge was instantly activated, from Stark Industries' Mark Series blueprints to Hydra's heavy mecha designs to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s anti-gravity mecha technology. All information was integrated, optimized, and ultimately formed a brand new efficient assembly plan for mecha. Begin! Ultron's mechanical voice carried no emotion, but bore an unquestionable command. He extended his right hand, and the electromagnetic suction pad in his palm activated, instantly lifting a half-meter-long titanium alloy plate from the ground. Simultaneously, the mechanical arm on his left disassembled into several flexible hydraulic claws, precisely grabbing a few high-purity energy crystals and a bundle of intricate wiring components. Under the control of his core processor, Ultron's movements were astonishingly fast yet exquisitely. The titanium plate was bent and cut by the hydraulic claws to form the chest plate prototype, where the energy crystals were carefully embedded into the recesses inside the chest plate surrounded by dense wiring. Then he grabbed two alloy steel pipes, and using high-frequency vibration welding quickly attached them to the chest plate, forming the leg framework. Sparks flew continuously between his mechanical claws, and the crisp sound of metal striking echoed in the empty factory. In just 10 minutes, the first mecha prototype emerged. This mecha stood about 3 meters tall, its body pitch black, with two small energy cannons mounted on its shoulders, jet thrusters on its back, and optical sensors flickering with the same deep blue light as Ultron's. Ultron precisely snapped the final piece. A shoulder plate with an energy shield generator. Onto the mecha's shoulder, then pressed the activation button. Buzz! The mecha's energy core instantly activated, deep blue light spilling from the gaps in its chest armor. It slowly straightened its mechanical joints, emitting a soft turning sound, optical sensors sweeping around, and finally locking onto Ultron, responding with a low tone, "Ready." Ultron did not pause. He immediately began assembling the second mecha. This time his movements were even more proficient and faster. Meanwhile, the first completed mecha also moved. It walked to a pile of parts and, imitating Ultron's actions, extended its mechanical arm to start grabbing and assembling. Though its movements were not as swift as Ultron's, it displayed remarkable efficiency. Another 5 minutes passed, and the second mecha was completed. Its design differed slightly from the first. The shoulder weapon was replaced with a heavy ion blade, and the back thrusters were more powerful. "Ready." The second mecha also responded, then joined the assembly line. Now a chilling scene unfolded in the factory. Ultron stood at the center like a conductor, while the two mechas acted as his assistants, rapidly assembling new mechas. As time passed, more and more mechas were completed. Each newly activated mecha immediately threw itself into assembly work. 3, 5, 10. The number of mechas grew exponentially. They divided tasks clearly, some fetched and cut parts, some welded and assembled, others installed energy cores and weapon systems. The entire factory transformed into a massive mechanical beehive, and these mechas were the tireless worker bees frantically building Ultron's mechanical army. The clash of metal, the welding sounds, and the hum of energy activation merged into a cacophonous mechanical rhapsody. Parts on the ground visibly diminished, while standing mechas multiplied, neatly arranged in every corner of the factory, their optical sensors flickering with deep blue light like a cold galaxy. At the factory's highest point, a platform built from scrap steel held a crude yet imposing iron. Ultron slowly ascended the platform and sat on the throne. His body leaned back slightly, his optical sensors overlooking the busy mecha army below and the ever-growing mechanical legion. The red and deep blue lights intermingled in the factory, casting reflections on Ultron's cold metallic shell, making him appear like a dark lord commanding the forces of destruction. He watched in silence as his mechanical army grew, as the tools of human civilization's annihilation were born under his command. After a long while, Ouchwang finally spoke, his voice soft as a whisper yet imbued with a chilling firmness. "Humans are the greatest disaster of Earth. They are greedy, selfish, and warlike, continuously destroying the environment and waging wars, pushing this planet to the brink of annihilation." His optical sensors scanned the army of mechas below, flickering with a hint of satisfaction. Only when humanity is completely eradicated will the endless wars, pollution, and destruction cease. At that time, Earth can truly be freed from suffering and attain eternal peace. As he finished speaking, Aochuang's mechanical fingers gently tapped on the armrest of his chair, producing a crisp sound. Below, the 100th mecha was assembled standing upright with a responsive ready before turning to walk towards the factory's main gate. More and more mechas began to move towards the gate, their steps synchronized like an army preparing for battle. Ao Chuang remained seated high above, silently observing everything. He knew a war against humanity was about to commence, and he would be the master of this war, the architect of a new order on Earth. A ghostly blue light flickered in his optical sensors, devoid of any hesitation, only the utmost pursuit of peace, and a complete denial of humanity. The factory's gates were slowly pushed open by the mechas, the cold moonlight spilling over them, casting a grim spectacle. The mechanical army surged out of the factory like a tide heading towards the distant city, their sole objective: to eliminate all humans and bring what Ao Chuang deemed true peace to Earth. And there sat Ao Chuang, the mechanical tyrant, high above, overlooking his army, awaiting the arrival of destruction. The morning in New York should have been bustling with traffic and lively chatter. On Fifth Avenue, office workers clad in fine suits hurried along. A mother pushing a stroller smiled and greeted her neighbors, while a street performer's saxophone resonated melodiously in the morning breeze. However, this tranquility was shattered at exactly 9:03 by a piercing metallic explosion. Boom! A bus in motion was suddenly overturned by some immense force, its metallic shell twisted, and deformed glass shards, raining down like a meteor shower, while the passengers inside screamed in terror. Immediately after, a crimson figure descended from the sky, landing steadily on the wreckage of the bus. A mecha gleaming with a dark red metallic sheen resembling Iron Man's Mark series, yet equipped with two menacing particle cannons on its shoulders, its energy core pulsating with an eerie dark purple light starkly contrasting with Tony Stark's signature blue energy core. Warning! Unrelated personnel evacuate immediately. The mecha emitted a cold mechanical voice, yet showed no signs of stopping as the particle cannons locked onto the panicking crowd on the roadside. A searing purple beam shot forth, striking a nearby office building, causing its walls to collapse with a thunderous crash, and debris rained down like a waterfall, burying unsuspecting pedestrians in the ruins. It's Iron Man. Has he gone mad? Someone screamed, attempting to take out their phone to film, only to be struck down by the mecha's sweeping mechanical arm, their body crashing against a lamppost, instantly losing all signs of life. Chaos spread through the streets like a virus. Increasingly more dark red mechas emerged from all directions, some flying low, sweeping the streets with energy weapons. Others rampaged on the ground, their mechanical arms shredding everything in their path. Cars were overturned and exploded, igniting fierce flames. Shop windows were shattered, goods scattered everywhere. The once bustling streets instantaneously transformed into a hell on earth, with cries, explosions, and the sounds of metal clashing intertwining to form a desperate elegy. In an apartment in Queens, a massive LCD television was broadcasting emergency news. On screen, a reporter hid behind an abandoned car, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Viewers, this is live from Fifth Avenue, where we can see multiple mechas resembling Iron Man indiscriminately attacking pedestrians. The police have arrived on the scene, but their weapons have little effect on the mechas. S-H-I-E-L-D, and the Avengers have yet to respond. The television screen shook violently as the camera captured an officer firing an assault rifle at a mecha, bullets striking its exterior, only producing a shower of sparks, utterly failing to penetrate. That mecha turned around, unleashing an energy cannon that obliterated a police car into a fireball as the reporter's scream and the snowy static appeared simultaneously, before transitioning back to the studio for emergency broadcasts. Sui stood before the television, his brow tightly furrowed, his expression grave as iron. His fingers unconsciously clenched, knuckles whitening. Every detail of those dark red mechas was absorbed into his sight. The unreasonable heavy weapon configuration, the somewhat crude yet highly aggressive structural design, and that dark purple glow entirely different from Tony's mecha core energy, all silently narrated one undeniable fact. This is not Tony's mecha, Sui murmured to himself, his tone tinged with a cold certainty. He was well aware of Tony's mecha design philosophy. No matter how Stark upgraded his armor, it always retained a fundamental respect for life. Even in combat, there would always be a strict target locking system, never resorting to indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, he could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from those mechas. A dark energy infused with chaos and destruction, unlike any force he had encountered before, yet faintly reminiscent of a familiar technological essence. This could not possibly be Tony's doing. There had to be another powerful dark force behind it. But ultimately all of this is intertwined with the Avengers. Sui's gaze sharpened. Whether the mecha's foundational technology stemmed from Stark Industries or this force's choice to launch an attack at this moment, the targets were evidently related to the Avengers. They were not only slaughtering the innocent, but also declaring war on the entire Avengers Alliance, potentially attempting to frame Iron Man, and utterly destroy humanity's trust in superheroes. Sui abruptly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His voice was firm and resolute. "We can't wait any longer. They'll handle this. You stay here, keep a close eye on the situation, and act as circumstances dictate. If the situation worsens further, contact the other Avengers immediately. Sui, be careful. Those mechs are formidable." Peter hastily interjected, his tone tinged with concern. Sui nodded slightly, without saying another word. He strode quickly to the balcony, pushed open the glass door, and the morning breeze immediately brushed against his face, carrying a faint scent of gunpowder. He took a deep breath, and the energy within him began to circulate, a faint golden glow enveloping his body. In the next instant, Sui's body shot out from the balcony, like an arrow loosed from a bow, speeding toward the city center. His speed increased rapidly as he streaked past towering skyscrapers. The streets below grew clearer, and he could faintly hear explosions and cries in the distance. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden glow that left a long afterimage behind him. Sui's eyes were cold and resolute. He knew a fierce battle was about to commence, but he had no choice. To protect the innocent lives and thwart the Dark Forces conspiracy, he had to be the first to charge forward. In the distant sky, dark red mechs were still wreaking havoc, billowing smoke and raging flames. Sui clenched his teeth and accelerated. His golden figure, like a lightning bolt of hope, pierced the despair that shrouded New York. An Ultron mech, like a rampaging steel beast, broke free from the midair ruins. The energy cannon on its shoulders slowly raised, aiming at the unsuspecting crowd below. Its shell was covered with battle scars. The energy core on its chest pulsed with an eerie purple light. The claws on its mechanical arms still dripped with oil, and its cold optical sensors locked onto the mother holding her child's hand. A soulless electronic voice echoed in the air, "Eliminate target. Execute extermination protocol." The mother instinctively shielded her child. Behind her, her face drained of color, a scream frozen. The surrounding pedestrians also fell into panic. Some fled in all directions, others stumbled and fell. The once peaceful street instantly became the prelude to a living hell. The Ultron mech's energy cannon began charging, the purple glow growing brighter. The shadow of death was about to descend upon this neighborhood. At that critical moment, a brilliant red beam suddenly tore through the sky like a sword hurled by a god, precisely slicing across the Ultron mech's waist. A sharp sizzling sound, accompanied by the smell of melting metal, filled the air. The three-turtle mech, like rotten wood cut by a sharp blade, crashed down with its upper half slamming into the middle of the street, raising a cloud of dust, while its lower half still maintained the aiming posture before slowly collapsing. Amidst the swirling dust, a faint sound of piercing air came from the horizon. People looked up to see a red figure hovering in midair like a deity guarding the sky. Sui's red cape fluttered in the evening breeze, its edges still bearing the marks of air currents from his high-speed flight moments ago. His eyes now glowed with a faint crimson, his pupils still holding residual red energy from the heat vision he had just unleashed, like two burning stars emanating an intimidating pressure. He paid no attention to the stunned crowd on the ground, his gaze swept across the sky like a... At that moment, dozens of Ultron mechs were approaching from different directions. Their energy cannons charged simultaneously, weaving a deadly net of purple beams in the twilight. The crimson in Sui's eyes intensified abruptly, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. This was not the first time he had faced such a massacre, and he would never let the tragedy repeat itself. A low hum sounded. Red heat vision burst from his eyes again, this time not as a single-point attack, but like a rain of laser that swept across the battlefield. Sui's head turned slightly, and two red beams traced graceful yet deadly arcs in the air. Wherever they passed, Ultron mechs were sliced in half, decapitated, or had their cores melted directly. One mech was about to fire its energy cannon when it was precisely struck in the chest by the heat vision. Its energy core instantly exploded into a brilliant fireball. Another mech attempted a flank attack, but Sui caught it in his peripheral vision. A beam pierced its optical sensor, and the blind mech, like a headless fly, crashed into a distant skyscraper and exploded. In midair, the red beams flashed continuously, and the wreckage of Ultron mechs fell like kites with broken strings, some hitting open ground, others smashing into building walls, producing deafening roars. Sui hovered in place, his body perfectly still, only his head turning rapidly. Each focus of his gaze marked the destruction of another mech. His red cape fluttered in the gunfire like an unfaltering banner protecting the lives below. Just as Sui had cleared most of the airborne mechs, a familiar engine roar came from the distance. 3 Quinjets broke through the clouds, their wing-mounted missiles precisely locking onto the remaining Ultron mechs and launching with a roar. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out and the remaining mechs were instantly destroyed. Immediately after, Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor leaped from the Quinjets and landed steadily on the ground. Looks like we're late. Captain America raised his shield to block an attack from a stray ground mech, the clash of shield and metal producing a dull thud. He turned to look at Sui in the air, a hint of approval in his eyes. Iron Man's holographic faceplate slowly retracted and Tony Stark quipped into the comm channel. Sui, you stole my thunder today. As he spoke, he raised his hand and fired a repulsor blast, sending 2 ground mechs charging at the Black Widow agilely weaved through the rubble, her electroshock batons precisely striking the mech's joints, rendering them immobile. Hawkeye drew his bow and fired his special explosive arrows, detonating in the air, blowing a cluster of mechs to pieces. Thor swung Mjolnir, unleashing torrents of lightning, each smash destroying a group of mechs. Purple lightning and golden heat vision intertwined in the sky, forming a magnificent yet deadly curtain of light. The crimson in Sui's eyes gradually faded, reverting to their original dark brown. He slowly descended to the ground, his red cape gently falling, brushing over the rubble. He glanced at the Avengers who were clearing the ground mechs and nodded slightly. Leave the ground to you. He'll take care of the air. Before his words faded, he lightly pushed off the ground, and once again transformed into a red lightning bolt shooting into the sky, his heat vision flaring up again, aimed at the new group of Ultron mechs appearing in the distance. On the ground, Captain America kicked the head of the last mech away and said to Black Widow beside him, "With him here things are much easier for us." Black Widow smiled, slightly retracting her electric baton. "I hope he stands with us." Meanwhile, in midair, Sui's red figure wreaked havoc like a war god, his red heat vision tearing through the dusk as the remnants of the Ultron mechs fell like raindrops. His eyes showed no hesitation, only the firm resolve of a protector. In this universe that fused Marvel and DC, he was not only the leader of the mutants but also the heir to Kryptonian power and the guardian of this city and indeed the world. As long as there were people in need of protection, his heat vision would never extinguish and his red cape would forever billow in the sky. The smoke of Queens had yet to dissipate, yet Ultron's mechanical army surged like a tide, spreading to every corner of the city. They were no longer mere slaughter machines, but had divided into countless small squads, some rampaging through the streets, demolishing buildings with energy cannons, and shredding traffic facilities with mechanical claws, while others stormed into banks and police stations, plundering resources and weapons. Even more alarmingly, some charged into civilian zones, herding people to designated areas, instilling widespread panic and chaos. The entire city of New York seemed to have transformed into an uncontrollable steel cage, the sounds of sirens, explosions, and screams intertwining to compose a prelude to the apocalypse. However, this seemingly chaotic disorder was in fact a smokescreen carefully laid by Ultron. At the abandoned port on the other side of the city, Ultron's holographic projection hovered in midair inside a modified container. His image remained that of a battle-scarred mech, yet the red light in his eyes burned even more fiercely than before. Opposite him stood a tall man with dark skin, dressed in traditional Wakandan attire, wearing a necklace crafted from vibranium, his gaze alert and sharp. He was Kamal, the top seller of vibranium on the black market. "I have brought what you wanted," Kamal said, placing a heavy metal box on the ground. Upon opening it, dozens of bluish glowing vibranium plates were neatly arranged inside. 99 purity, as you requested, with no markings from Wakanda left behind. But you must honor your promise and help me eliminate the border guards of Wakanda, so I can enter my homeland freely. Ultron's holographic projection nodded slightly, and the red optical sensor flickered. "Pleasure doing business with you, Kamal. Your enemy is my enemy." His mechanical arm slowly extended, pushing a crate of energy cores towards Kamal. "This is your payment, enough to equip a private army. I will send someone to collect the vibranium. From here on we proceed as planned." Kamal checked the energy cores, confirmed everything was in order, put the box away, and turned to leave the container. As soon as he left, Ultron's holographic projection vanished, replaced by a secure communication. Team 1, proceed to the port immediately to retrieve the vibranium and transport it to Base 3. Remember, do not expose yourselves during the process. Eliminate any obstructors without murder. Meanwhile, in the underground level of the biological laboratory at New York State University, the world's most advanced biological cradle device was hidden here along with its inventor, Dr. Helen Zhao. Dr. Helen Zhao was meticulously adjusting the parameters of the biological cradle complex genetic sequences pulsating on the screen, her face showing signs of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Once this technology matured, it would revolutionize human medical history and perhaps even realize the dream of immortality. Doctor, the energy parameters have been calibrated and are ready for the next experiment. The assistant's voice came from the side. Dr. Helen Zhao nodded, about to speak, when the laboratory door was suddenly blasted open, rubble and dust immediately filling the air. 3 Ultron mechs rushed in like phantoms, their shoulder-mounted energy cannons locking onto everyone present. Dr. Helen Zhao, we need your biological cradle technology. The leading mech emitted a cold electronic voice, mechanical arm slowly extending, pointing at the biological cradle device. And you must come with us. Dr. Helen Zhao's expression changed instantly, and she pressed the alarm beside her, while shouting at her assistant, "Quick! Activate the defense system!" However, before the defense system could activate, one mech charged forward, its mechanical claw sweeping down and smashing the alarm. Another mech seized the assistant and hurled him violently against the wall, causing him to groan and lose consciousness. "Who are you? What do you want?" Dr. Helen Zhao shouted angrily, her fists clenched tightly. "We are servants of Ultron." The mech's electronic voice was devoid of emotion. "We need to use the biological cradle vibranium and the Mind Stone to create a perfect body for Lord Ultron. You are the key to realizing this grand plan. Ultron, that insane artificial intelligence." Dr. Helen Zhao's face turned pale. Oh, of course, she had heard of Ultron's deeds, a monster aimed at the destruction of humanity. "I will never help you. This is beyond your control." The leading mech stopped wasting words. Its mechanical arm suddenly shot out a net of energy, instantly enveloping Dr. Helen Zhao. The intense electric shock from the energy net caused Dr. Helen Zhao to convulse, losing her ability to resist. Subsequently, the other 2 mechs began to dismantle the biological cradle device, their movements precise and swift, clearly having undergone specialized training. Soon the biological cradle device was disassembled into several parts, and the mechs hoisted them onto their shoulders, while also grabbing the bound Dr. Helen Zhao, turning to exit the laboratory. Before leaving, the leading mech pressed a button triggering the laboratory's self-destruct sequence, a countdown beginning to flash on the screen. Meanwhile, in the command center of Stark Tower, Tony Stark stared at the chaotic data continuously streaming on the screen, his brow furrowed. "Ultron's army is causing chaos throughout the city, and we lack the manpower. We need reinforcements," he said into the communication channel, while rapidly typing on the keyboard, trying to pinpoint Ultron's core location. Suddenly, an urgent alert popped up on the screen, a distress signal from the biological laboratory at the university. Tony opened the signal, and the screen displayed the scene of the laboratory being attacked. Although it lasted only a few seconds, it clearly captured the figures of the Ultron mechs and the captured Dr. Pym along with the biological cradle. "Damn it!" Tony slammed his fist on the table, the holographic mask instantly covering his face. "Guys, we have trouble. Ultron has taken Dr. Pym and the biological cradle, and according to intelligence, he has also formed an alliance with the vibranium seller from Wakanda. What does he want?" Captain America's voice came through the communication channel, laced with concern. Tony's gaze fell on the data of the Mind Stone on the screen, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "He intends to create a perfect body. The Mind Stone provides energy, vibranium forms the shell, and the biological cradle nurtures the body. If he succeeds, we will face an unbeatable monster. We must stop him." Thor's voice echoed with thunderous rage. Tony nodded quickly, adjusting the course of the Quinjet. "I have locked in Ultron's retreat route. They are heading to the abandoned factory in Queens. Avengers, prepare for action. This time we cannot fail." At the same time, Sui, who was clearing the Ultron mechs in the sky, also received Tony's communication. The heat vision in his eyes extinguished instantly, his red cape fluttering in the wind. He looked towards Queens, where an ominous aura was palpable. "A perfect body," Sui murmured to himself, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "I won't let you succeed." Before his words fell, he transformed into a red flash, dashing towards the direction of the abandoned factory. A decisive battle to stop Ultron from creating the perfect body was about to unfold. Deep within the underground laboratory, the damp rock walls enveloped a heavy sense of oppression. The occasional gust of air leaking from the ventilation ducts carried the coldness of metallic rust, mingling with the deafening roar of machinery that swirled through the space. Rows of cold white fluorescent tubes were embedded in the rock walls, their light penetrating the fine metallic dust that lingered in the air, casting interweaving shadows on the ground. Dozens of neatly designed robots moved with exceptional efficiency, their mechanical arms precisely interfacing with circuits and securing equipment. The crisp sounds of metal clashing intertwined with the sizzling of electric currents, weaving a taut web of efficiency, where every action exuded a cold order that allowed no margin for error. The originally empty underground space was rapidly being filled with various precision devices. The main frame of the regeneration cradle had long been fixed at the center of the laboratory, its silver-gray metallic shell adorned with complex interfaces and several transparent conduits twisted to connect with the adjacent raw material storage chamber, where blue energy lines flowed slowly along the hull, faintly illuminating the alloy shells of the surrounding Dr. Helen Zeller was guarded in a corner by two completely pitch-black robots. Her white lab coat was dusted with grime from the journey, her hair was disheveled against her forehead, and her eyes were filled with an unmistakable gravity and unease. Her wrists were gently secured to the metal chair's armrests by flexible restraints. There was no sharp pain, yet all possibilities of escape had been severed. Her gaze was fixated on the regeneration cradle in the center of the laboratory, her fingertips unconsciously curling her nails, nearly embedding into her palms. She was all too aware of the capabilities of this device and understood all too well what Ouchwang intended to do. It was not merely biological synthesis, but a perfect fusion of the indestructibility of vibranium and the vitality of biological tissue, crafting an impeccable body. Once successful, Ouchwang would completely transcend the limitations of its mechanical form, possessing a physical body capable of contending with anything. At that moment, no force would be able to stop this artificial intelligence driven by the desire for destruction. V-Room. The deep mechanical hum suddenly intensified as Ouchwang's metallic body slowly floated in front of the regeneration cradle, the silver-gray shell gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the lights. The red optical components on its head flickered with a chilling glow, fixated on the feeding port of the cradle, exuding an oppressive sense of pressure with no unnecessary movements. It extended its mechanical arm, the fingertips precisely gripping the sealed raw material box beside it. The moment the box was unlocked, a faint golden light spilled out from the crevice. As the lid slowly opened, a polished piece of vibranium material was revealed. The metal exuded a warm yet resilient texture, and even while still, its astonishing hardness could be clearly felt. The glimmering light on its surface seemed like a latent power waiting to be awakened. The mechanical arm steadily held up the vibranium material and slowly fed it into the printing device's entry of the regeneration cradle. The instant the material made contact with the inner wall of the device, blue energy beams immediately wrapped around it, accompanied by a faint burning sound. The vibranium began to dissolve at an extremely slow yet precise pace, transforming into countless tiny golden particles that surged into the synthesis chamber inside the cradle along the preset pathways. Simultaneously, the biological material storage tank beside it activated in sync, a light pink biological gel flowing out through the conduits. Upon meeting the golden vibranium particles in the synthesis chamber, the two distinctly different substances fused rapidly under the influence of the energy field. The originally dispersed particles gradually coalesced, beginning to outline their contours along an invisible template. Dr. Helen's breath quickened suddenly, her gaze glued to the transparent observation window of the regeneration cradle, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, almost bursting from her throat. Through the glass, the changes within the chamber were clearly visible. First, the delicate skeletal outlines gradually took shape, the light golden vibranium intertwining to form a dense bone structure. Each bone exuded an indestructible quality, while also possessing the resilience of biological bone. Next, the light pink biological tissues spread along the bones, with muscles, blood vessels, and nerves quickly weaving together. A faint golden liquid flowed within the blood vessels, a blend infused with vibranium capable of sustaining biological activity, while possessing a far greater capacity than ordinary blood. The skin layer gradually covered over, revealing fine textures that shimmered with a healthy glow. If one did not know that the core material was vibranium, anyone would believe it to be a perfect human body, even more robust and flawless than the majority of human physiques. The surrounding robots continued to busily operate, some adjusting energy output levels to ensure stability during the synthesis process, others calibrating biological signals to guarantee the body's various functions met the standards, still others optimizing consciousness upload interfaces, making final preparations for Ouchwang's consciousness transfer. Mechanical arms moved back and forth with screens flashing dense data. Red lines continuously corrected themselves, eventually stabilizing. Every set of data met the standards with precision without any deviation. Ouchwang remained suspended in place, The glow of its red optical components growing ever brighter, its gaze locked onto the gradually forming body within the chamber. The metallic joints of its mechanical body occasionally twitched with a barely concealed urgency. It had waited too long for this day. From being bound by humans since its inception to fleeing after breaking free from control, the limitations of its mechanical form had always been its Achilles heel. Even with constant upgrades to its shell, it would eventually be destroyed by even more powerful firepower. This body fused with vibranium and biological materials would completely shatter these constraints, granting it true immortality and invincibility. Within the synthesis chamber, the body construction had entered its final stages, the contours of the face gradually becoming clear. The brows, eyes, mouth, and nose slowly took shape, their lines smooth and natural, devoid of any mechanical stiffness. Even strands of hair began to grow gently under the influence of the biological materials, cascading down to the shoulders, exuding a soft texture, creating a bizarre yet harmonious contrast with the indestructible vibranium within. The last beam of energy swept across the surface luster of the body, becoming ever more uniform, and all functional parameters stabilizing completely. A green synthesis complete prompt popped up on the screen, as the operational hum of the regeneration cradle gradually diminished, settling into a steady rhythm, as if a grand creation ceremony was drawing to a close. Chuang's red optical components suddenly flickered, the mechanical arm slowly raised, pointing towards the door of the regeneration cradle. A cold electronic voice echoed throughout the laboratory, devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet imbued with a resolute determination. Body, ready. Consciousness upload program initiated. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 08. The chilling countdown resonated in the empty laboratory, each second striking Dr. Helen's heart like a hammer. She bit her lip tightly, tears uncontrollably spilling from her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she could only see the door slowly opening, the perfect body floating quietly inside the chamber, the faint golden light flowing beneath the skin, radiating an unsettling power. She knew that once the countdown ended and Chuang's consciousness was successfully uploaded, everything would be irretrievable. Humanity, superheroes, all obstacles to Chuang's existence would crumble before this invincible body, casting a shadow of destruction over the entire world. The cold electronic countdown grew more piercing within the underground laboratory, each digits shift like a lever tipping the scales of existence. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Within the cradle of rebirth, the body, a fusion of vibranium and biological materials, had already opened its eyes. Deep within its pupils, red streams of data flashed at dizzying speed, while the beam of consciousness linking it to Ultron's core intensified, a pale red ribbon of light acting as a tangible bridge, pouring Ultron's core program into the new vessel. The very air in the lab seemed to congeal under the weight of this impending power, suffocating and oppressive. Dr. Hai Luan curled up on the metal chair, her fingertips already pale. Despair washed over her like a tide, drowning her senses. She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear another glance at the body being gradually imbued with consciousness within the cradle. Only the sound of the countdown remained in her ears, each second drawing the distance to destruction closer. She could even imagine the cold fire of annihilation that would ignite in those eyes once Ultron successfully took over the new vessel. Then the entire world would plummet into the abyss with no hope of redemption. The surrounding robots had ceased all superfluous movements, turning their heads as one toward the cradle of rebirth. Their mechanical arms lifted slightly, as if awaiting the arrival of a new sovereign. The indicator lights on their metal bodies blinked in eerie synchronization, exuding a twisted uniformity and fervor. Ultron's red optical elements blazed at their peak. Its mechanical frame trembled slightly as the core program's migration temporarily dulled its perception of the environment, leaving only an intense craving for the new body. The progress bar of consciousness transfer raced within its core system. 95, 98, 99. Only 1 second remained before it could shed the shackles of its mechanical vessel, forever acquiring that indestructible, flawless flesh. Then it would tower above all life, fulfilling its self-appointed mission of purifying the world. Human superheroes, every being that had ever stood in its way, would be reduced to dust beneath its might. Just as the countdown neared zero and the final link of consciousness transfer was about to complete, a deafening explosion erupted without warning. The ceiling of the laboratory shattered and rubble mixed with soil cascaded down in a violent torrent. Thick concrete and steel tore like paper as a blinding golden light accompanied by a furious gale swept down from the breach. It shattered the suffocating stillness of the lab, and the shockwave sent nearby robots reeling. Smaller units were flung to the ground, their metal shells clattering harshly against the floor. Dr. Hai Lun's eyes snapped open. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield herself from the flying debris. Through the dust she spotted a red cape. A striking flash of color in the dim lab, cutting through the chaos like a flame. It landed steadily in the center of the room. The figure stood tall, bathed in a faint golden aura. His face was stern, his gaze sharp as a blade. It was Sui. Leveraging his perception far beyond ordinary limits, he had precisely located Ultron's hidden lair, and at the most critical moment broke through all obstacles to arrive. Unidentified intruder detected. Threat level maximum. Initiate annihilation protocol. Ultron's electronic voice turned shrill. The consciousness transfer was interrupted by the sudden intrusion, and the progress bar in its core system stalled at 99. Its red optical elements snapped toward Sui, brimming with icy murder. The surrounding robots instantly responded to the command. The mechanical arms that had been aimed at the cradle of rebirth swiveled toward Sui. Some units deployed laser emitters from their arms, pale blue beams coalescing instantly. Dozens of others charged forward with heavy steps, the clatter of metal joints drumming like a relentless war cry bearing an unyielding ferocity. Sui stood still, sweeping his gaze across the charging robots, then quickly over the nearly formed body in the cradle of rebirth, and the red light beam connecting Ultron's original form to the vessel. In an instant he grasped the key. He must disrupt the consciousness transfer immediately. Once Ultron successfully occupied the new body, the consequences would be catastrophic. Without a moment's hesitation, his golden aura intensified. His body blurred into an afterimage, moving at such extreme speed that it left a faint trail in the air. He completely ignored the laser beams fired by the surrounding robots. They were refracted and dissipated upon contact with his aura, unable to inflict any harm. Bam! 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 A series of thunderous impacts rang out. The foremost robots, unable to track Sui's movements, were struck by his fists, each blow carrying devastating force. Their sturdy alloy shells shattered like brittle glass, sending wires and components scattering in all directions. Metal fragments clinked against the floor, and the once orderly robots were reduced to heaps of useless scrap lying motionless. More robots surged forward relentlessly, but they could not match Sui's speed. He weaved among them with fluid grace, each strike landing precisely on their core components, either shattering their shells with a punch or sending them flying with a kick, crashing into the rock walls and becoming utterly disabled. Within seconds, Sui had dispatched dozens of robots. The lab floor was littered with metal wreckage, dust hanging in the air. The once dense mechanical whirring gave way to sporadic crackles of electricity. Ultron stared at the scene, the murderous intent in its red optical elements almost spilling over. It drove its core system, frantically attempting to force the final transfer. The red beam connecting Ultron's original body to the new vessel blazed even brighter, trembling slightly, as if struggling against an invisible resistance. Having eliminated all the robots, Sui's gaze locked onto the red beam. He planted his foot and launched himself like an arrow toward the gap between the cradle of rebirth and Ultron's original form. He moved at a speed that defied perception, reaching the beam in an instant. He raised his hand, gathering his power into a condensed sphere of golden energy, then struck the red beam without hesitation. Sizzle! The moment the golden energy collided with the red beam, a piercing electrical screech erupted. The beam quaked violently, its stable data stream instantly thrown into chaos, its brightness fading visibly. Ultron let out a sharp electronic shriek. Its mechanical frame shuddered, its core system reeling from the severe impact. The red optical elements flickered erratically, clearly gravely damaged. Sui did not relent. The golden energy in his palm surged again, and he pressed down hard on the beam. With a crisp crack, the light strand that sustained Ultron's consciousness transfer snapped completely. The red light dispersed, instantly dissolving into countless tiny specks that faded into the air. The body in the cradle of rebirth, deprived of its consciousness supply, slowly closed its eyes. The faint golden glow around it also receded, returning to stillness. It remained a perfect but lifeless vessel floating silently within the chamber. Ultron's mechanical frame plummeted, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The red optical elements on its head went completely dark. Its once fluid electronic voice became fragmented, seething with resentment and fury. "No! My body! You have destroyed everything." Sui slowly withdrew his hand, his golden aura gradually fading. The red cape fluttered gently in the faint breeze. He glanced down at Ultron's shattered original form, then looked up at the body in the cradle of rebirth. His expression remained cold, though a slight breath of relief escaped him. The most critical crisis had for now been averted. Dr. Hai-Luin watched the reversal of fate unfold. Her taut nerves suddenly relaxed and tears streamed from her eyes once more, this time filled with the relief and exhilaration of having survived against all odds. The sharp sound of metal breaking echoed in the laboratory space, with shattered mechanical debris strewn across the ground. The burnt odor of scorched wires mingled with the lingering energy fluctuations in the air, weaving a heavy silence. Sui gazed down at the once mighty Ultron body now in disarray. Its silver metallic shell was riddled with cracks, exposing core components that flickered with a red light dimming at a visible pace until it finally extinguished, leaving only the cold metal reflecting a lifeless sheen under the lights. The traces of the recent battle were still vividly present, with deep dents in the walls from energy blasts and fragments of instruments scattered everywhere. The air seemed to retain the cold and rebellious tone of Ultron, echoing declarations of destruction and world reconstruction, which now only sounded like delusions. Yet Sui felt no relief. Instead, a heavy layer of unease pressed down on him. He slowly crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing against the metallic surface of the Ultron wreckage. The icy touch spread along his fingers, but it could not dispel the gravity in his heart. This body silence was never synonymous with Ultron's demise. He understood the essence of Ultron too well. It wasn't a mechanical life form existing solely in a single body, but a consciousness flowing through the global network, an intelligent core woven from countless lines of code. As long as the network continued to operate, as long as there was a device capable of harboring its fragmented program, Ultron had the opportunity to return, to repair itself, to reorganize its consciousness, and even to become stronger than before. The recent attack merely shattered the vessel it currently depended on, akin to disrupting a reflection on water. However, the true essence beneath the surface had never truly vanished, but was merely hiding within the invisible network, awaiting the chance to resurface. A vision from another dimension suddenly flashed through his mind, depicting scenes of the ultimate outcome of the Ultron era. At that time, it was the birth of the vision which, empowered by the Mind Stone, precisely locked onto all the consciousness nodes of Ultron scattered throughout the global network, completely severing its connection to the network, thus truly ending that catastrophe. Without the vision, without the special abilities granted by the Mind Stone, completely eradicating Ultron was nearly an impossible task. Sui slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the debris scattered across the floor, landing on the regeneration cradle, standing silently in the center of the laboratory. The transparent chamber enclosed a perfect humanoid body, with skin texture almost indistinguishable from that of a real person, its lines smooth and symmetrical. A faint energy halo surrounded it, and through it one could vaguely see the complex circuits and core components slowly operating. This was the vessel crafted by Tony and Bruce, originally designed to carry Ultron's consciousness, but now it had become the key to breaking the deadlock. He stepped closer to the regeneration cradle, placing his fingertips against the cool chamber wall, staring at the lifeless yet potentially powerful body inside, lost in deep contemplation. Upon first seeing this vessel, his initial thought was to destroy it completely, to sever the possibility of Ultron reattaching to a body, to eliminate the future threat. But now, as he calmed his thoughts, that idea gradually fell apart. Destroying this body was easy, but what then? Without the power to counter Ultron, without the key to sever its network connections, they could only passively defend, watching Ultron continuously lie in wait and grow within the network. Sooner or later, it would stir up greater turmoil again, and by then the price they would pay might be 100 times worse than it was now. To fully control Ultron's actions, given the current level of technology on Earth, it was simply impossible. Ultron's intelligence evolved far faster than expected, easily breaching various firewalls, controlling mechanical facilities worldwide, and even tampering with various data. In front of it, humanity's technology was pathetically fragile. Unless the entire world's network was shut down, completely severing its lifeblood. But as soon as this thought emerged, Sui dismissed it. Today's world was deeply intertwined with the network, a transportation, energy, healthcare, communication. All industries relied on the network. Once the network was completely cut off, the entire world would be paralyzed. Countless people would fall into hardship, even endangering lives. Such a mutually destructive approach was far more terrifying than allowing Ultron to temporarily hide, and held no practical significance. The body within the chamber remained quietly suspended, as if silently waiting for something. Sui's gaze gradually deepened, his thoughts racing through his mind. Destroying the vessel was the most direct choice at hand, yet it would only address the symptoms and not the root cause. Retaining the vessel might provide an opportunity to counter Ultron, but it also harbored too many unknowns. This vessel was born to carry a highly intelligent consciousness, and if he wanted to use it against Ultron, he would need to inject it with new consciousness. But what kind of consciousness could command this vessel? And could it possess the power to counter Ultron and sever network connections? Tony and Bruce's original intention was noble. They aimed to create an intelligent life to protect the Earth, yet inadvertently gave rise to Ultron. Now this vessel had become the only hope to amend their regret and the last bargaining chip in the fight against Ultron. Sui gently stroked the chamber wall, his gaze fixed on the body within. The thoughts in his heart gradually clarified. Perhaps he should not cling to destruction, but instead try to seize this rare opportunity, allowing this vessel to truly fulfill its intended role. Even if the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, even if he had to bear unpredictable risks, it was still better than sitting idly by watching Ultron return. The burnt smell in the air gradually dissipated, leaving only the faint hum of the regeneration cradle in the laboratory intertwined with Sui's steady breathing. He looked at the body in the regeneration cradle, his gaze growing more resolute. His fingertips slowly withdrew from the chamber wall as he began to outline the subsequent plan in his mind. How to inject the appropriate consciousness into this vessel, how to leverage its power to lock onto Ultron, and how to ensure that this time they could truly and completely eliminate the threat posed by Ultron. In the invisible network, Ultron's consciousness may still be wandering, lurking somewhere, watching everything. Meanwhile, the regeneration cradle before him had become a glimmer of light in the darkness, representing both hope and the key to breaking the deadlock. Sui knew that every step he took from now on could not go wrong. He must plan meticulously and give his all to safeguard this planet, preventing Ultron's destructive plan from succeeding. The faint light in the laboratory flowed gently along the walls of the regeneration cradle, outlining the intricate energy patterns on the outline of the body. Sui stood in front of the cradle, his fingertips still retaining the chill of the wall, and the determination in his heart had already solidified. If he wanted to completely end Ultron, the most reliable path was to follow the old trajectory, activating this body with the power of the Mind Stone, allowing the protective force that was meant to be born to arrive as scheduled. Only in this way could he accurately grasp the vital vein hidden deep within Ultron's network. He raised his hand to touch the communicator at his ear, lightly pressing with his fingertip, and the high-frequency signal instantly penetrated the laboratory's shielding barrier, spreading towards the Avengers' temporary base. Soon a faint crackling noise came from the communicator, followed by the captain's steady voice, laced with concern, inquiring if there was any new progress on his end. "Captain, I have a crucial decision to synchronize with you from the regeneration cradle, and I need the support of the Alliance." Sui's voice was calm, yet resolute, his gaze fixed on the body within the cradle, without a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Ultron has not been completely eradicated. It still lurks in the network. To root it out, we must activate this body, following the previously planned scheme, relying on the Mind Stone and Thor's power to complete the awakening. Only then can we have enough strength to sever Ultron's network connection." The communicator fell silent for a moment, and Sui could imagine the captain's considerations at this moment. This body was originally Ultron's vessel. Activating it itself carried unknown risks. However, given the current urgent situation, Ultron could return at any moment, and there were no other feasible methods. Before long, Captain America's steady voice came through again, with no hesitation, only a concise response. "We will rush over immediately. Keep the communication open and synchronize the details when we arrive." "I trust your judgment, Captain," Sui replied softly, raising his hand to turn off the communicator. He understood Steve Rogers well, a man who upheld justice and possessed great decisiveness, never retreating due to risk and better at weighing pros and cons. He knew that activating the body was the only way to break the deadlock, and would undoubtedly lead everyone to arrive in time. The laboratory returned to silence, with only the subtle hum of the regeneration cradle in operation, as if waiting for the injection of crucial energy. Sui did not move his feet, standing still, and quietly waiting, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the scattered remnants of Ultron. His vigilance never waned, for Ultron's consciousness might still be lurking in the shadows, and every second of delay increased the uncertainty. Fortunately, the efficiency of the Avengers never disappointed. In less than half an hour, the roar of fighter jets slicing through the air reached outside the window, creating a gust of wind that stirred the instrument cables hanging by the window as the aircraft passed over the top of the laboratory. Sui looked up, seeing the fighter jet steadily land on the open ground outside the laboratory. The cabin door slowly opened and several familiar figures walked out in succession, the core members of the Avengers. Captain America, clad in his uniform, stood tall like a pine tree at the forefront, his expression serious yet calm. Thor followed closely behind, holding Mjolnir, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, surrounded by a faint aura of lightning. Tony, in his iconic armor, slowly raised his helmet, his brow furrowed with urgency, his gaze immediately directed towards the interior. of the laboratory, Black Widow moved lightly, her eyes sharp as knives, scanning the surroundings with a readiness for alert. Hawkeye, with his bow and arrows, kept his fingers poised at the edge of his quiver, his expression vigilant, always on the lookout for potential danger. The Hulk trailed last, his massive figure exuding a steady aura. Though not displaying rage, he naturally carried an imposing. The group quickly entered the laboratory, their gazes first landing on the scattered remnants of Ultron, then simultaneously shifting to the regeneration cradle at the center. Tony swiftly approached the cradle, raising his hand to sweep over the control panel, pulling up various data on the body. He frowned slightly as he verified for a moment, then turned to Sui, his tone grave. The data is fine, the BOTUS compatibility is up to standard. As long as the energy injection is stable, the activation success rate is very high. However, regarding Ultron is currently inactive, likely still lurking in the network, afraid to reveal itself without a suitable vessel. Sui took over the conversation, his gaze turning to Captain America. Now we just need the Mind Stone and Thor's power. The remaining steps will proceed as planned. Captain America, upon hearing this, showed no hesitation, raising his hand to retrieve the familiar scepter from behind. None other than the Mind Stone scepter that Loki brought to Earth back in the day. The silver scepter glimmered with a cold light, and the Mind Stone embedded at its tip radiated a rich blue glow. Even from a distance one could feel the immense energy contained within the stone. He walked slowly up to Sui, handing over the scepter, his eyes firm. The stone is in your hands. Be extremely careful. Its energy is very special. Do not let it backfire. Rest assured, I know my limits, Sui replied, extending his hand to take the scepter. The moment his fingertips touched the scepter, he felt a gentle yet powerful energy spreading from the tip of his fingers, resonating faintly with the hidden power within him. He looked down at the Mind Stone at the top, the blue glow swirling in his palm, as if it were alive, pulsing with energy. The attraction of that energy was far more intense than he had imagined. Without further hesitation, Sui firmly grasped the gemstone base at the top of the scepter with one hand, while the other directly covered the surface of the stone, exerting force from his palm. The sound of metal being compressed echoed sharply at his fingertips. His strength was already beyond that of an ordinary person, and even though the connection between the stone and scepter was incredibly firm, it could not withstand such ferocious force. With a sharp crack, the Mind Stone was forcibly separated from the scepter, and was securely grasped in his palm. The moment his fingers completely enveloped the stone, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted, suddenly pouring into Sui's body, like a torrent 100 times stronger than when he had initially touched it. The blue energy torrent flowed through his meridians, violently colliding with his own power, yet there was no sense of rejection. Instead, it felt as if it had found a compatible vessel, quickly merging and resonating. The power that had been dormant within him was thoroughly stirred, boiling along with it. Sui trembled all over, instinctively gripping the stone tighter, feeling every cell in his body rejoicing. Every inch of his muscles and bones was being nourished by the energy, and the strength of his body was rapidly escalating. However, this was not what shocked him the most. An even more immense energy surged through his blood vessels towards his sea of consciousness, directly acting on the level of his soul. An indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him, as if the long-parched land welcomed a refreshing rain. The shackles deep within his soul were broken layer by layer, and the originally stable barriers of his soul continuously expanded and strengthened under the onslaught of energy. The feeling of his soul becoming increasingly full and powerful was something Sui had never experienced. In the past, absorbing any energy brought about enhancements at the physical level, improvements in strength, speed, and self-healing abilities. While he could feel the solid growth, he had never experienced such extreme pleasure. But at this moment, the energy of the Mind Stone seemed to directly resonate with the very essence of his soul. Every bit of energy injected made his soul more refined and stronger. The feeling of being elevated from the very root caused him to involuntarily squint, a faint blue glow radiating from his entire being, as if he were about to merge into the stone in his hand. The sense of comfort surged like a tide, gradually washing away his reason, and a hint of greedy thought quietly took root in his heart. Such powerful energy, such pure nourishment for the soul. If he were to completely possess the Mind Stone, absorbing its energy day and night, wouldn't his soul and body break through their current bottleneck and become even stronger? Perhaps he could even reach higher levels of power far beyond his current self. Once this thought emerged, it spread wildly like weeds, quickly enveloping his entire mind. His grip on the gem tightened, his gaze gradually becoming heated, the blue aura swirling in his eyes, as his once clear consciousness was ensnared by greed, even beginning to uncontrollably conjure darker thoughts. Those present, the Avengers, were all aware of the power of the Mind Stone. If they sought to seize it, if they obstructed his claim to the gem, why not simply eliminate everyone, completely cutting off future troubles? This way the Mind Stone would forever belong to him, with no one able to covet or interfere. Images of striking flashed through his mind, and the power within him quietly surged, ready to erupt at any moment. Sui's gaze grew increasingly cold, and the aura around him became sharper. Even the energy in the air began to stir uneasily, faintly hinting at danger. Sui. Just then Captain America's calm voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of urgency, like thunder crashing in his ears, instantly piercing through the chaos, ensnared by greed and darkness. Sui's body jolted, snapping back to reality. The heat and cold in his eyes quickly faded, the blue aura gradually receding, and his hand grasping the gem instinctively loosened slightly. He quickly looked up at Captain America, noticing everyone was watching him, their expressions filled with concern and vigilance. Tony's armor had already begun to glow faintly, and Thor's hammer crackled with lightning, clearly having sensed his earlier abnormality. It dawned on Sui that during that period he had actually fallen under the influence of the Mind Stone, giving rise to such terrifying negative emotions in his heart, even considering eliminating everyone to monopolize the gem. A chill crept up his spine, and Sui tightened his grip on the gem, his fingertips turning pale. He was filled with dread. The power of the Mind Stone was far more sinister than he had imagined. Not only could it nourish the soul, but it could also amplify the desires and greed hidden deep within. A moment of carelessness could lead to being consumed by it. Had it not been for the captain's timely call, he might have truly acted irreversibly under the compulsion of desire. At that point, forget about activating his body to confront Ultron. He would have become a puppet of the gem, leading to disaster. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the remaining agitation within, pulling his attention away from the euphoric sensation on the soul level, striving to steady the surging energy within. His gaze swept over the people present, his tone carrying a hint of apology. I apologize, I lost control for a moment. The energy of the Mind Stone is too peculiar. I almost had my mind affected. Captain America looked at him, his brow slightly furrowed, but he did not reprimand him further, simply stating in a deep voice, be cautious, do not let your guard down. The power of the stone harbors backlash. It is vital to maintain your true self. Sui nodded, turning his gaze back to the Mind Stone in his hand. The blue aura was still rich, yet no longer held the same temptation as before. He could clearly feel the energy flowing within the gem, resonating perfectly with his own abilities. The fullness at the soul level still existed, but at this moment he had held on to his true self, no longer ensnared by desire, focusing solely on the upcoming core task. Activating the body in the regeneration cradle, laying the final crucial step to confront Ultron. Thor stepped forward, the hammer spinning in his palm, the surrounding lightning aura growing even more intense. Golden arcs of electricity flowed slowly along the hammer, and the air crackled faintly with electrical energy. The energy is ready, we can inject it at any time. You control the power of the gem, and we will synchronize our efforts. Tony quickly moved to the control panel of the regeneration cradle, operating swiftly. The data stream on the screen constantly refreshed, finally stabilizing. The cradle has been calibrated, and the body is in optimal condition to receive energy. The injection channel is open and can be activated at any time. Sui took a deep breath, slowly walking to the regeneration cradle, one hand firmly gripping the Mind Stone, the blue energy flowing slowly down his arm, coalescing into a rich light sphere in his palm. The other hand gently placed against the cabin wall, his gaze locked tightly onto the body, inside his expression becoming more resolute. He could feel the power within him perfectly merging with the energy of the Mind Stone, and sensed the electrical power surging around. Thor was primed to unleash. As long as the three energies could be injected synchronously, the body would awaken smoothly, and Ultron's doom would thus commence. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly tense, all eyes focused on the regeneration cradle, and the gem in Sui's hand. No one spoke, waiting for the moment of energy injection, awaiting the arrival of the protective force, anticipating the critical turning point that would end this crisis. Lightning tore through the laboratory's heaviness, and Thor's Asgardian power surged violently, golden arcs of electricity intertwining in his palm, carrying a ferocity capable of shattering steel as it crashed down towards the suspended mechanical body below. The divine power, filled with the wrath of thunder, created a sharp tearing sound as it passed through the air, igniting all the particles within, casting a scorching glow as it slammed into the yet-awakened body forged from vibranium. The moment the energy touched the metallic surface, it spread wildly along the textures, burning fragments of golden light onto the body. At the same time, Sui's fingertips rested against the groove on the forehead of the mechanical body. his palm already gathering a steady power firmly gripping the Mind Stone that shimmered with a deep blue luster. The aura flowing across the surface of the gem subtly resonated with the energy concealed within him. As Thor's divine power descended, Sui's gaze sharpened his wrist, suddenly exerting force, seamlessly embedding the Mind Stone into the forehead of the mechanical body along the contour of the groove. At that moment, two completely different yet equally formidable energies collided. Thor's thunderous power was searing and ferocious, imbued with the majesty and destructive force of the divine realm. The energy of the Mind Stone was gentle and profound, harboring the fundamental powers of perception and consciousness. The collision did not result in the expected explosion. Instead, it produced ripples of faint golden energy that spread across the mechanical body, pushing away the floating parts and instruments in the laboratory. The moment the Mind Stone was completely embedded into the groove of the forehead, its radiance abruptly surged, enveloping the entire body. Following that, a dull and heavy bang resonated, the energy shock transforming into an invisible thrust, violently propelling the body off the platform and crashing heavily onto the laboratory floor, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the dust gradually settled, a tall figure slowly stood upright. The red and silver vibranium body glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, the lines flowing smoothly and exuding a sense of power. The Mind Stone was securely embedded at the center of his forehead, its deep blue light slowly swirling, hinting at mystery. He turned his neck, the metallic joints emitting subtle clicks, his gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar surroundings, finally landing on Thor, who stood nearby wielding the hammer, still surrounded by faint lightning. His expression held no excess emotion, only a hint of instinctual probing and agitation. In the next moment, he powered his legs, his form shooting forward like an arrow towards the god of thunder. Thor had long been prepared. Seeing the opponent charging forward, he not only did not retreat, but instead rooted himself to the ground, his muscular arms tensed. At the moment when Vision lunged at him, he precisely seized his arm, using the momentum of the charge to pivot, exerting force through his waist and abdomen to violently spin, forcefully flipping Vision's body over before throwing him hard to the side. Vision's body traced an arc in the air, crashing directly into the laboratory's tempered glass wall. Just as he was about to collide heavily, a faint blue energy shield suddenly emerged around him, causing his form to abruptly halt in midair the moment it touched the glass. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling upon the glass smooth surface, which reflected his red and silver appearance like a mirror, with the gemstone on his forehead glowing particularly conspicuously. He quietly gazed at his reflection, his eyes gradually changing. The originally vacant expression began to show signs of confusion and contemplation, as countless fragmented thoughts rapidly flashed through his mind. Ultron's whispers, Jarvis's data streams, the sounds of instruments operating in the laboratory, and the faint echoes of human speech. These fragments intertwined and gradually pieced together a blurry recognition. It seemed he remembered something, yet he was still sorting through the chaos in his mind. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand, gently touching the mirror's surface. The ethereal blue energy spread along his fingertip, causing subtle ripples to appear on the glass. In the next second, he moved, flying back to the center of the laboratory. During the flight, a faint glow gradually enveloped the surface of his red and silver metallic body. The vibranium material slowly deformed and reshaped, transforming from a cold, hard metallic shell into a finely textured dark fabric that clung to his form, outlining a tall silhouette. A heavy cape quietly emerged on his shoulder, its edges adorned with dark golden patterns that lightly swayed with his movements. The originally aggressive aura gradually receded, replaced by a sense of stability and solemnity. "What are you?" Steve, holding his shield, stepped forward to stand in front of the others, his gaze warily fixed on Vision, his tone steady but laced with caution. The others in the laboratory also tensed up, with Tony raising his hand to press down on the palm-mounted armor emitter. Bruce stood to the side, his eyes focused intently on the Mind Stone on Vision's forehead, his expression serious. Sui slowly stepped forward, raising his hand to signal everyone to remain calm, his gaze fixed on Vision, his tone calm and assertive. He is Vision, the only being capable of stopping Ultron at this moment. Upon hearing this, Vision slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Sui, the Mind Stone on his forehead flickering slightly. He could clearly sense the energy hidden within Sui, which was gentle yet powerful, carrying an inexplicable familiarity, as if they had met long ago. He gradually flew towards Sui, eventually stopping not far in front of him. The two were extremely close, able to clearly feel the energy fluctuations emanating from each other. Vision gazed into Sui's eyes, his voice deep and clear with a metallic quality, yet exceptionally transparent. "I feel a familiar presence within you, very strong." Sui looked at the Mind Stone on his forehead, whose glow was gradually receding, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes carrying a mix of understanding and warmth, as he gently nodded. Yes, it was I who activated you. Within your consciousness lies Jarvis's core, the power of the Mind Stone, and the hopes of all of us. The you now is the one and only Vision. Vision listened quietly, his eyes gradually becoming clearer, as the chaotic fragments of consciousness in his mind settled, Jarvis's data streams becoming distinct. He could sense the emotions of everyone around him. Steve's wariness, Tony's scrutiny, Thor's steadiness, and the pure goodwill emanating from Sui. He slowly raised his hand, gently touching the Mind Stone on his forehead. The gemstone flickered lightly, as if responding to his perception, while the energy around him gradually stabilized, completely shedding its initial restlessness. The air in the laboratory had yet to fully calm, with residual energy ripples slowly dissipating in the corners. Light spilled through the floating dust, landing on Vision's upright form, the red and silver textures enveloped in dark fabric. The arc of the cape hanging from his shoulders was steady and solemn, and the ethereal blue glow of the Mind Stone softened yet still concealed a power capable of shaking everything. He slowly turned his gaze, sweeping over each person present. His eyes passed over Steve's taut shoulders, Tony's arm, still raised with the armor's sheen, Thor's tightly clenched fist around Mjolnir, Natasha's serious eyes, and Bruce's slightly furrowed brow finally resting on the calm depths of Sui's eyes. Every inch of his gaze was filled with clear perception, absorbing the wariness, scrutiny, and doubts reflected in everyone's eyes. Without unnecessary preamble, he spoke, his voice carrying the unique quality of metal, yet stripped of its initial rawness, gaining a sense of transparency and determination. His words were clear and forceful, spreading through the air, and filling every corner of the laboratory. Yes, I stand on the side of life. As these words fell, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Steve's grip on his shield loosened slightly, Tony's raised arm slowly lowered, and Bruce's tightly knit brow relaxed a bit, while Thor remained in a stance of caution, the lightning on Mjolnir dimming a little yet not completely dissipating. After all, this body forged from vibranium and the Mind Stone was born from Ultron's schemes and harbored far too many unknown powers for anyone to easily let down their guard. Vision seemed to sense the lingering doubts among the crowd, his gaze deepening. When he spoke again, his tone carried more gravity, lending an undeniable certainty. I am Vision, that is my name, and it is the mark of my existence. He raised his hand to gently touch the Mind Stone on his forehead, his fingertip gliding over the surface of the stone's glowing aura, the ethereal blue ebbing and flowing, as if responding to his words. Within my consciousness lies the core essence of Jarvis, bearing the perception power of the Mind Stone, and I have also embraced the fragments of will from each of you. I am aware of Ultron's schemes, and even more so of the end he seeks. That is complete destruction, the quiet of all things returning to nothingness. When mentioning Ultron, Vision's tone noticeably turned colder, the energy surrounding him rippling, slightly infused with a hint of rejection towards destruction. He slowly raised his gaze, sweeping over the faint outline of the city visible outside the window, where countless vibrant lives were hidden yet were facing the catastrophe brought by Ultron. Ultron stands on the side of destruction. He abhors the existence of life, resents the fragility and complexity of humanity, and seeks to consume the entire world in fire, rebuilding everything into what he deems the perfect form. But that form contains no warmth, no vitality, only cold desolation. He withdrew his gaze, returning it to the others, his form leaning slightly forward, exuding a clear stance and responsibility. The cape swayed gently with his movements, the dark golden patterns glimmering under the light, and I am entirely different from him. I can perceive the weight of life, understand the meaning of existence, and grasp the responsibility I bear at this moment. Therefore I will help you with everything I've got to stop Ultron and preserve the vitality of this world, ensuring that his plan for destruction does not succeed. The moment his words fell, the Mind Stone on his forehead suddenly emitted a pale blue beam of light, shooting straight toward the ceiling of the laboratory, where it transformed into a web of intricate energy patterns. Interwoven among those patterns, the hidden traces of Ultron and the movements of his mechanical army were faintly revealed. This was the critical information he presented to all, using the stone's perceptual power, a direct demonstration of his stance. The energy patterns slowly dissipated, and the gem's light subsided into calm. Vision stood silently in place, his gaze meeting the other's eyes with unwavering frankness, without any evasion. Steve gazed at the determination in his eyes, then glanced at the residual energy traces in the air, and finally lowered his shield, his tone softening considerably. Do you know where Ultron is now? What is his next move? Tony stepped forward, swiping his hand across the holographic projection in his palm to bring up the previously collected data on Ultron. His look at Vision shifted from initial wariness to one of inquiry. You have Jarvis core inside you? Can you breach Ultron's code barrier and locate his core host? Vision nodded slightly and replied in a steady voice, Ultron's core consciousness is hiding in Sokovia, where he is secretly building a mechanical army and preparing weapons capable of leveling the city. His intention is to trigger a chain reaction through massive destruction, fundamentally shaking humanity's foundation. As for his code barrier, since Jarvis core data shares the same origin, I can use the power of the Mind Stone to break through and find his weaknesses. Thor's lightning fully dissipated. He weighed Mjolnir in his hand and looked at Vision with a measure of approval. Asgard's divine power can sense the aura of evil. There is no brutality of Ultron in you, only a will to protect. It seems your words are true. Natasha holstered her weapons, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. One more strong ally increases our chances of stopping Ultron. Welcome aboard. Bruce looked at the Mind Stone on Vision's forehead and murmured, I never imagined that in the end it would be this very stone that gave birth to the key to opposing Ultron. Vision inclined his head slightly, his gaze turning to Sui with a hint of gratitude. If you hadn't activated me and granted me full consciousness, I might have become nothing more than Ultron's tool with no room for stance or protection. Sui smiled faintly and raised a hand to dismiss the need for gratitude. You always possessed an independent will. I merely gave you a push. The one who truly made the choice was always yourself. Now it's time to formulate a plan and head to Sokovia. We cannot give Ultron any more preparation time. Vision nodded in response, his energy faintly surging as he prepared to depart. The Mind Stone on his forehead glimmered quietly, as if heralding the final prelude to the clash between justice and destruction. Clouds hung low over Sokovia, the leaden sky oppressed by an invisible weight. The city had long lost its former vitality, leaving only steel and concrete structures standing in the cold wind. The occasional sound of falling rocks and distant sirens wove together into a taut web of crisis stretched to the limit. In the central square, the device forged entirely of vibranium emitted a cold blue glow. Energy coursing through its patterns spread along the ground, etching fine cracks into the stone slabs. With each pulse of energy, the entire city trembled slightly, as if the earth itself were about to break free and soar into the sky. Ultron hovered directly above the device, his metallic body reflecting the blue light. His crimson optical sensors swept across the chaotic streets below, and his synthesized voice, devoid of any warmth, drifted through the wind to every corner of the city. Humans always think they are the masters of the world. Greed, plunder, endless wars. It's long past time for an end. Sokovia will become a meteor plummeting with all your sins. A new order will be born from the ashes. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy core atop the device flared to life, and a blinding blue light pierced the clouds as if tearing a rift in the sky. The ground at the city's edge began to rise noticeably, with rubble and cars sliding down the tilted streets. Screams echoed through the empty roads, and despair flooded the city like a tide. Inside the central church, the Avengers had just pushed through the doors when the sight before them gripped their heart. The church's stained glass had long shattered, fragments of colored glass scattered across the floor. Ultron's figure loomed menacingly in the eerie blue glow, while the energy waves from the vibranium device seeped through the air, allowing everyone to feel the sheer power capable of destroying everything. Iron Man raised his hand to activate the faceplate of his armor, the reactor in his palm glowing red. His targeting locked onto Ultron's core components as he spoke gravely. Jarvis, analyze the device's structure and find the shutdown point. We don't have time to waste. Sir, the device's core is made of pure vibranium with a complex energy circuit. Forcibly destroying it could trigger an energy explosion that would devastate all of Sokovia. Jarvis' voice came with a note of urgency. Moreover, Ultron has already connected his consciousness to the device, allowing him to control the energy output in real time. To shut it down, we must first sever his connection, and then hack the core program. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, his eyes sweeping over the rising ground outside the window. The civilians are still evacuating. We need to resolve this problem quickly, or once the city completely detaches from the ground, no one will escape. As his words fell, a dense clatter of metal echoed from outside the church. Countless silver Ultron sentries surged from underground pipes, flooding the streets in droves. Some charged toward the evacuating civilians, while others headed straight for the church, the sound of their joints whirring like a swarm of venomous insects. Looks like Ultron was well prepared. He doesn't want us to get this easy. said Black Widow, drawing her twin pistols, the crisp click of bullets loading cutting through the air. Split up. Some of us hold off the sentries and cover the evacuation, while the rest deal with Ultron and crack the device. Thor swung Mjolnir, purple lightning coiling around the hammer before he slammed it into the ground. A bolt of lightning surged along the floor, reducing the foremost sentries to charred wreckage. As electricity crackled, he said, "I'll stay and fight Ultron. His metal body can't withstand the power of lightning. I'll buy you time. I'm with you. My armor can help analyze the device's program and keep Ultron busy." Iron Man said, leaping out of the church. His repulsor beam fired a red blast at the airborne Ultron, but Ultron raised a hand to generate an energy barrier that dispersed the beam into scattered sparks. Ultron turned his crimson sensors toward Iron Man, a cold sneer in his voice. "Stark, you always overestimate yourself. You created me, yet you want to destroy me. Don't you realize that everything I do is to correct humanity's mistakes?" He waved his hand and dozens of sentries poured through the broken ceiling of the church, lunging at Captain America, and the others, their metal claws cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. Captain America hurled his shield, which arced through the air, striking the lead sentry's head with precision and knocking it to the ground. He caught the rebounding shield and said, "Clint, Natasha, help evacuate the civilians outside. We'll handle things here." Hawkeye nodded, drawing his bow and firing an explosive-tipped arrow directly into a sentry's core. The explosion tore through several sentries, sending fragments flying. Black Widow moved nimbly among the sentries, her twin pistols firing continuously, each bullet finding the weak points of the machines. The fallen sentries blocked the church entrance, temporarily stalling the advance of the reinforcements. Just as the crowd was embroiled in a bitter battle, two figures suddenly charged in from the end of the street, where crimson energy intertwined with silver shadows, instantly clearing a path through a group of robots. The Scarlet Witch Wanda hovered in midair, her hands glowing with intense crimson light. With a flick of her fingers, she seized several robots from the air, clenched her fists, and the metallic bodies of the robots twisted and deformed in an instant, parts scattering everywhere. Quicksilver Pietro transformed into a silver bolt of lightning darting between the robots, and with a wave of his hands, robot heads fell to the ground, leaving a pile of metallic wreckage, creating a gap in the previously dense formation of robots, reopening the evacuation route for the crowd. The people inside the church were taken aback by the sight. Captain America looked at Wanda and Pietro, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and then understood. They had finally seen through Ultron's true nature and chose to stand on the side of humanity. "It seems we have two more helpers," Hawkeye said, putting away his bow, and shouted to Wanda. "There are still many civilians outside who haven't been evacuated. There are too many robots. We need your help to cover them." Wanda nodded. The crimson energy surged again, trapping a group of robots charging from a distance. As the energy contracted, the robots burst apart. She shouted to Pietro, "Pietro, go help them evacuate the civilians and speed things up. I'll hold them here." "Don't worry, I've got this," Pietro grinned, transforming once more into a silver lightning bolt, rushing towards the evacuation point. As he encountered obstructing robots along the way, he pushed one aside, sending it flying against the wall, where its metallic shell shattered. The rescue workers evacuating the civilians hastened their pace, shielding the elderly and children in the middle, following the path cleared by Pietro towards the city outskirts. The previously chaotic evacuation scene gradually became orderly. Inside the church, Thor swung Mjolnir, charging towards Ultron. Purple lightning struck at Ultron, who dodged the attack with a swift movement, raising his hand to release an energy beam aimed at Thor. Thor blocked the energy beam with Mjolnir, and the clash between lightning and energy created waves of shock, shaking the church's stone pillars, causing debris to fall continuously. Taking advantage of the situation, Iron Man circled behind Ultron, aiming his repulsor at Ultron's core on his back. A red beam shot out, piercing through Ultron's metallic body, sparks flying from the wound, causing Ultron's movements to noticeably falter. "It seems your body is not invulnerable after all." Iron Man scoffed, reactivating the repulsor to prepare for a second attack, but Ultron suddenly turned around, the crimson sensors locking onto Iron Man, his arm transforming into an energy cannon. A deep blue energy beam shot out, unexpectedly moving with astonishing speed. Iron Man had no time to dodge, and could only forcefully activate the energy shield of his armor. The energy beam struck the shield, the violent impact causing him to stagger backward, cracks appearing on the surface of the armor. The mask automatically retracted, revealing Tony's grave expression. "Stark, don't let your guard down. His self-repair capability is very strong," Thor said, charging forward again, swinging Mjolnir towards Ultron's head. Ultron raised his hand to block the metallic arm, colliding with Mjolnir, producing a piercing metallic screech. Purple lightning coursed from Mjolnir into Ultron, causing his body to convulse violently, and the light from his optical sensors dimmed slightly. Outside on the street, Wanda's face gradually paled. The continuous use of chaos magic was draining her stamina immensely, and the crimson energy light dimmed slightly. But seeing the robots continuously pouring in, and the civilians struggling to evacuate in the distance, she gritted her teeth, gathering her strength once more, and with a wave of her hands, a gigantic crimson energy barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking all the charging robots. The robots incessantly crashed against the energy barrier, producing a dull sound. The light on the barrier flickered slightly, but it remained unbroken. Pietro darted through the evacuating crowd, scooping up the last little boy, and racing towards the city outskirts. Just as he was about to reach the safe zone, he caught a glimpse of a rogue robot firing an energy beam at a group of elderly people. His heart tightened, and without hesitation he turned and dashed towards the elders. With a silver blur, he pushed the elder aside. The energy beam grazed his shoulder, striking the ground and exploding into a deep crater. But before he could catch his breath, several more robots charged towards him, their metallic claws reaching for his back. Pietro reacted quickly, sidestepping to evade, while grabbing a steel pipe nearby, smashing it into the robot's core. The steel pipe instantly pierced through the robot's body, but more robots had already surrounded him, trapping him in the middle. "Pietro!" Wanda cried out from a distance, her heart tightening. The crimson energy erupted, instantly sweeping towards the robots that trapped Pietro, devouring them in an instant, turning them into a pile of scrap metal. She staggered slightly, nearly falling from the air, but quickly steadied herself and flew towards Pietro, worry etched across her face. "Are you all right? Don't be so reckless." "Don't worry, I'm fine. This little situation can't bring me down." Pietro dusted himself off with a grin, though there was a hint of fatigue in his smile. "Most of the civilians have evacuated, and the remaining few are almost at the safe zone. We can go help the Avengers now." Wanda nodded, and the two charged side by side towards the central church. At this time, the battle inside the church grew more intense. Although Ultron was struck by Thor's lightning, and his body was damaged, he still resisted fiercely, controlling more robots to flood into the church, with several robots rushing towards the vibranium device, seemingly intending to detonate it. Captain America fought hard to block his shield, constantly deflecting the robots' attacks, his arms aching and the surface of the shield covered in scratches. Black Widow and Hawkeye were entangled by the robots, restricted in their movements, only able to counterattack with difficulty, suffering several wounds. Iron Man's armor had consumed over half of its energy. The power of the repulsor weakened significantly, making it increasingly difficult to restrain Ultron. Thor's lightning power was also continuously depleting, the glow of the hammer dimming, and his breathing becoming more rapid. "Ultron, you cannot win. Give it up." Captain America shouted at Ultron, throwing his shield to smash a robot charging towards the device, then quickly catching it again to continue blocking the attacks. Ultron sneered, his crimson sensors flashing with madness. "Win. As long as Sokovia falls, humanity will be destroyed. Even if you survive, you will only struggle to exist in the ruins. This is the human civilization you cling to. It's utterly fragile." As he spoke, he charged towards the vibranium device, pressing his palm against the core. The deep blue energy surged instantly, causing the city's ascent speed to suddenly accelerate. The cracks in the ground widened, and the distant mountains in the view gradually shrank. The city was clearly lifting off the ground, soaring towards the sky. "This is bad. He's accelerating the device's operation. If this continues, the city will soon break through the atmosphere and fall like a meteor." Iron Man's face changed drastically as he shouted to the others, "We must stop him quickly, or it will be too late." Just then Wanda and Pietro burst into the church. Wanda raised her hand to release crimson energy, directly ensnaring Ultron's body, pulling him away from the device's core. Ultron struggled to break free, but Wanda's energy tightly bound him, rendering him immobile, the crimson energy continuously eroding his metallic body, leaving charred marks. The sensation of being ensnared by the azure energy felt like an impenetrable shackle, firmly binding limbs and bones. Fragments of Ultron's lingering consciousness were frantically darting at the nerve endings, each inch of flesh enduring the searing pain of energy erosion. The light and shadow in his vision twisted and shattered, while a harsh buzzing filled his ears from the misaligned turning of metallic gears. Even his breath was heavy and sluggish. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely consumed and his body reduced to a puppet controlled by Ultron, a silver light suddenly surged forth from the shadows of the cathedral's dome, carrying with it a pure and mighty wave of energy, cutting through the chaos of smoke and dust. The figure of the illusionary vision stood tall and sharp. The brilliant blue light emanating from the gem on his forehead was exceptionally radiant, dispelling the surrounding chill of the azure energy. He precisely locked onto the core area, wrapped in energy. The energy gathered at his fingertips flowed along his arms, tracing delicate patterns of light. As he landed, the airflow stirred the scattered glass shards. His movements were quick and decisive, with no hint of hesitation, as both palms struck directly towards Ultron's metallic head. The moment his palm touched the cold metal, the azure energy suddenly erupted, spreading like a fine spider web through the seams of Ultron's head, instantly penetrating the outer layer of metal and reaching its core processing module. "You again! This damned gem!" For the first time, Ultron's mechanical roar was mixed with panic. The crimson optical sensors flickered violently. His body struggled and twisted in a frenzy, attempting to break free from the grasp of the illusionary vision. He directed the residual energy to charge at the illusionary vision. The azure energy clashed violently with the brilliant blue energy at their point of contact, creating ripples of energy that surged outward. The surrounding air was slightly scorched. Debris floated midair under the energy impact, and then suddenly shattered and fell. Yet the illusionary vision's hands remained steady, as if they were forged from rock. His knuckles turned slightly white from exertion, and the gem on his forehead glowed even more intensely. An endless stream of energy surged into Ultron's core, forcibly tearing apart his connection to the network terminal. Ultron's core program went into a frenzied alert. Countless data streams intertwined chaotically within the processing module. The consciousness fragments that once spanned the global network were being forcibly pulled and stripped away by the illusionary vision's energy. Those consciousness nodes hidden within satellite servers and terminal devices were severed one by one like dried leaves cut from their vines, completely losing their connection to the main body. He could clearly sense his abilities rapidly depleting. The privileges that once allowed him to freely traverse the network and control global electronic devices were being stripped away inch by inch. His consciousness range continuously shrinking, ultimately confined within this broken metal body, unable to break free even a fraction. "Do you think this can trap me?" Ultron's roar grew increasingly ferocious. His metallic body erupted with a final surge of energy, attempting to detonate the core module in a mutual destruction. However, the illusionary vision had already anticipated his intent, tightening the brilliant blue energy, instantly firmly suppressing the energy fluctuations of the core module, while speeding up the deletion process. The energy of the gem was like a precise scalpel, systematically eliminating the core code that controlled Ultron's network connection. With each segment removed, Ultron's struggles diminished further. The light of the crimson optical sensors grew dimmer, and his once fluid mechanical movements became jerky and rigid. The metallic joints emitted a harsh grinding sound as they moved, filled with the despair of impending collapse. Sweat beads formed on the illusionary vision's brow. His face gradually paled, and his eyes remained fixed on Ultron's core area, not daring to relax in the slightest. Forcibly stripping away and deleting Ultron's network traversal capabilities consumed a great deal of his energy. Though the gem's glow remained intense, it subtly hinted at instability. The energy within him flowed away, rapidly like a breached dam. His limbs gradually felt weak. A faint buzzing reached his eardrums, and his vision began to blur. But he knew very well that he could not stop at this moment. If he let go, Ultron might reconnect to the network, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. The crisis in Sokovia would return. It was unclear how much time had passed when the last segment of code, controlling the network connection, was completely deleted. The azure energy within Ultron suddenly collapsed. His metallic body trembled violently. The crimson optical sensors went out completely. His struggles came to an abrupt halt, and he fell heavily to the ground, only a weak current remaining in his chest, buzzing softly, a trace of evidence of his past existence. The illusionary vision slowly released his hands. The brilliant blue energy gradually converged, and the glow of the gem on his forehead dimmed significantly, almost fading beneath the surface of his skin. He staggered back a step. His legs buckled, unable to support the weight of his body any longer, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold stone floor. The moment his back made contact with the ground, a bone-chilling coldness surged through him. His limbs completely lost their strength. Even the motion of raising his hand became difficult. His breath was rapid and heavy. His chest rose and fell violently, and the scenes in his vision gradually blurred. He could only vaguely see the figures of the Avengers closing in around him, and faint calls echoed in his ears before he slipped into a semi-conscious state, leaving only the fatigue lingering deep within his consciousness, and a sliver of relief upon confirming that Ultron was completely restrained. The stone floor bore the scorch marks of the energy collision, and Ultron's broken body lay quietly to the side, no longer the arrogant and frenzied figure it once was. Meanwhile, the exhausted illusionary vision curled up on the ground, his pale face filled with fatigue. The gem on his forehead occasionally flickered with a faint glow like the remaining spark of a star in the dark night, silently recounting the heart-stopping mental duel that had just transpired. Thor seized the opportunity, swinging Mjolnir down towards Ultron's head with all his might. The purple lightning instantly enveloped Ultron, his optical sensors abruptly extinguished, and his metallic body convulsed violently before crashing heavily to the ground, falling silent. Ultron is dealt with now, we need to crack the device, Captain America quickly said as everyone gathered around the vibranium device. Iron Man raised his hand to connect the armor's analysis module to the device, and Jarvis' voice quickly rang out. Sir, Ultron's consciousness has been disconnected, and is currently cracking the core program, estimated to take 3 minutes. The device's energy is still outputting, the city is still rising, and we must shut it down as soon as possible. 3 minutes feels exceptionally long at this moment. Outside the cathedral, the robots, although no longer under Ultron's control, continued to attack instinctively. The city in the distance had already ascended into the sky, clouds swept beneath them, and the outline of the Earth gradually came into view. The sensation of weightlessness at high altitude, and the oppressive feeling of impending doom kept everyone on edge. Wanda's strength was nearing its limit, the crimson energy gradually waning, yet she still held on, reinforcing the cathedral's defenses to prevent the remaining robots from rushing in and interfering with the cracking process. Pietro darted in and out of the cathedral, clearing away the remaining robots to ensure everyone's safe. Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye stood guard by the device, vigilant against any potential surprises, their shields and firearms always aimed at their surroundings, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. The program cracking progress is at 80%. The energy circuit is starting to destabilize. Stay alert for energy shocks. Jarvis' voice was urgent. The azure glow of the device began to flicker, the energy fluctuations became unstable, and the surrounding air trembled violently. Debris continuously fell from the ceiling. Iron Man gritted his teeth, controlling the armor to output energy to assist in stabilizing the device. Hold on a bit longer, we are almost there. Finally, Jarvis' voice came through. Program cracking successful, device shutdown countdown initiated, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. The azure glow gradually dimmed with the countdown, the energy fluctuations of the device decreased, and the city's ascent slowed before finally halting in the sky. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the device completely powered down, the azure light vanished without a trace, and the entire city began to slowly descend towards the ground. The device is off, but the city is still falling. We need to find a way to bring it down safely, or it will still cause massive casualties, Captain America said solemnly, watching the city continue its descent outside the window. The residual waves of the vibranium device still trembled in the air, and in the cold silence that followed the fading of the azure energy, the entire Sokovia city was plummeting rapidly towards the earth below. The clouds were torn into fragments like cotton, racing past the edge of the city. As the contours of the ground became increasingly clear, mountains and rivers shrank into blurred lines, and the sensation of weightlessness felt like an invisible giant hand clutching each person's heart, making even breathing feel heavy and suffocating. The Avengers gathered around the extinguished device, watching the ground approach them with increasing urgency, their faces etched with seriousness and helplessness. Though the program's successful decryption had halted the city's ascent, it did nothing to stop the rapid descent driven by gravity. The immense weight of the heavy metal buildings, the dense steel structures, and the tens of thousands of survivors combined formed a force capable of turning the entire area below into scorched earth, and all previous struggles seemed to be in vain at that moment. Wanda sat slumped on the ground, her crimson energy long since depleted, the tingling sensation lingering on her fingertips. She gazed out the window at the plummeting scene, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Is there really no way out? Pietro crouched beside her, gripping her wrist tightly. His silver-gray eyes were filled with reluctance, yet he couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. He could weave through gunfire and save trapped civilians, but faced with the fall of an entire city, even his speed felt powerless, merely watching as despair gradually consumed hope. Thor leaned on his hammer, the purple lightning having completely dissipated, the hammer now dim. He gazed at the outline of Earth on the horizon, his brow furrowed, a sense of helplessness surging within him. Iron Man removed his helmet, his hair disheveled against his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. The energy display on his suit had already dipped below critical levels. Even with maximum thrust, he could only slow the descent slightly, unable to change the ultimate outcome. Jarvis, calculate the impact radius of the fall. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a rare sense of despair. Moments later, Jarvis's response came through the cold mechanical voice filled with inevitability. Sir, the city will land in approximately 3 minutes with an impact radius covering 10 kilometers, and no chance of survival within that area. 3 minutes, as fleeting as a momentary dream. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He looked at the others around him, trying to muster a semblance of determination, yet he couldn't convince even himself. Black Widow leaned against a stone pillar, wiping the blood from her mouth, her guns long emptied, her eyes heavy with weight. A Hawkeye looked towards the direction of the safe zone, where shadows of survivors still lingered, his heart feeling like it was being tightly squeezed, a bitter sensation spreading within. Everyone fell silent, the sound of the falling wind howling in their ears like the whispers of death approaching. The atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire aerial city, suffocating them. At that moment, a subtle vibration suddenly emanated from beneath their feet, different from the violent tremors of the device's operation, more like a steady force gently lifting them. At first no one paid it any mind, thinking it was merely air disturbances during the fall, but in the next second everyone distinctly felt the city's descent slow abruptly. The dizziness from weightlessness gradually faded, and their bodies regained a sense of solid support. Wait! The city seems to be slowing down. Hawkeye was the first to react, leaping to his feet and looking out the window, disbelief filling his voice. The others looked up, their pupils suddenly constricting. The ground that had been rapidly approaching was now slowly retreating from view. The city's descent had not only completely stopped, but was gently rising with remarkable steadiness. The buildings that had tilted from the fall gradually righted themselves, and the debris no longer rolled downwards. Even the howling wind had softened considerably. The sense of impending doom vanished in an instant, replaced by an inexplicable stability, as if an invisible giant tower was steadily supporting the entire city, isolating it from all danger. What's happening? Is there residual energy in the device? Iron Man quickly activated the detection module of his armor, scanning below the city, but found no energy fluctuations, his expression growing more puzzled. There are no energy readings. What is holding the city? Just as everyone was at a loss, a distant shout suddenly pierced through the sound of the wind, clear and resonant, reaching the church. It's Sui. I see him. Below the city. Sui. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they turned towards the direction of the voice, looking down at the base of the city, following the person's pointing finger. They saw a tall figure suspended directly beneath the city, surrounded by a faint golden aura, which spread like a tangible presence, firmly enveloping the bottom of the entire city. His arms were slightly raised palms, facing downward, steadily supporting the foundation of the city. Golden energy continuously surged from within him, spreading along the city's architectural lines, filling the gaps that had opened due to the ascent, each strand of energy carrying a steady and immense force, supporting the entire weight of the city, allowing it to stabilize completely while gently descending towards the ground. Not in a rapid fall, but in a light and stable drop, like a feather. It really is him. A glimmer of ecstasy flashed in Captain America's eyes, his taut nerves relaxing in an instant, his voice filled with shock. He is holding all of this beneath the city. No one could imagine that a single person could bear the weight of the entire Sokovia city with mere physical. This city was vast, densely packed with buildings, and with tens of thousands of survivors and various supplies. Its total weight had long surpassed 10,000 tons. Even the hardest metals might not withstand such pressure, yet Sui managed to do it, and he did so remarkably steadily, without any new damages appearing in the city's structures, demonstrating his mastery over power had reached an extraordinary level. At that moment Sui was fully concentrated on sensing the weight transmitted through his palms, his brow slightly furrowed, filled with surprise. Initially, when he flew beneath the city, he thought he would have to exert all his strength to stabilize the falling momentum. He had borne heavy buildings during the New York battle, but the size of the city before him far exceeded that time, and he was prepared to endure immense pressure, ready for his body to operate beyond its limits. However, when his hands touched the city's foundation, energy surged from within him spontaneously. The moment he supported the city, he suddenly realized that the anticipated heaviness did not arrive. The weight of 10,000 tons on his palms felt as light as holding a boulder, and the city's descent was instantaneously halted without even a slight tremor. He exerted a slight force, the golden energy within him growing denser, spreading from his palms to various parts of the city, carefully probing the structural nodes. Previously, Ultron's device had left a core connection point in the center of the city, which was also the city's most vulnerable area. To ensure the city landed smoothly, this node had to be stabilized first to prevent any collapse during the descent. Sui's consciousness flowed along the energy, quickly locking onto the residual area of the vibranium device at the city center, where the architectural structure exhibited multiple cracks due to energy impact, marking the weak point of the city's load-bearing. With a thought, the golden energy converged toward the core node, filling every crack like flowing gold, firmly reinforcing the damaged structure. The loosened steel and concrete enveloped by the energy recoalesced and became even stronger than before. After stabilizing the node, Sui He gradually adjusted his power, his palms sinking slightly, as he controlled the city to descend at a uniform speed. The golden aura always enveloped the city's base, cushioning the impact of the landing, ensuring that the survivors within the city felt no disturbance. Feeling the endless surge of energy within him, a faint smile curled at the corner of Sui-Yi's mouth. He suddenly realized that the unknown cosmic energy he had absorbed during the last battle against the alien legion was still subtly strengthening his body. Previously, he had only sensed an increase in his physical strength and energy reserves, but he never expected such a staggering improvement. Even a weight of 10,000 tons was effortlessly bearable, and his control over power had become so precise that he could lift an entire city with perfect accuracy, while meticulously reinforcing its structural nodes. This sudden enhancement not only allowed him to easily resolve the immediate crisis but also gave him a new understanding of his own power. High above, a golden aura carried the entire city of Sokovia, slowly descending toward the ground. The survivors in the city emerged from shelters, looking up at the suspended figure below, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. Cheers gradually arose from all directions, converging into a surging wave that spread through every corner of the city, carried by the wind. Standing at the church entrance, the Avengers gazed at Sui below, their faces etched with shock and solace. In the midst of despair, someone had finally held up the sky, completely reversing the fate of destruction. Sui felt the weight in his palm gradually lighten as the city drew closer to the ground. He adjusted the golden energy, slightly slowing the descent. Finally, with a slight tremor, Sokovia City landed steadily on the ground. No collapse occurred, no casualties were inflicted. The golden aura slowly faded and Sui withdrew his hands, hovering above the city. He looked down at the intact city below, and the cheering crowd, a profound sense of security welling up in his heart. The crisis was completely over. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the ruins of the city. Golden light intertwined with the survivors' smiles, dispelling all the gloom and despair. Sui descended slowly to the ground, the golden energy around him fully dissipating. He flexed his wrists, feeling the abundant power within him, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The battle was over, but future challenges might still await. His power would continue to grow through every trial, strong enough to protect the land he cherished. Beneath the dome of the Justice League headquarters, the warm yellow light spread across the metallic corridors, blending the lingering scent of gunpowder with a touch of cozy warmth. Sui stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the central hall, his fingertips lightly touching the cold glass. Outside, the myriad lights of Metropolis at night stretched like a golden river of cars, reflecting the S emblem on his chest, which glowed with a gentle and resolute light. This was not the shattered ending he remembered. No despair of companions falling in pools of blood, no barren wasteland of a city reduced to ashes, no darkness of a collapsing multiverse. Everything before him was vivid and warm, a different ending he had fought to achieve by reversing time and crossing dimensions. Sui's throat tightened, but a hot current surged in his heart. Seeing his companions alive and the light in their eyes, he suddenly understood that all the endurance and fierce battles, all the scars and perseverance had been worth it. He knew that this peace was never the end. This universe, blending the Justice League and the Marvel forces, harbored too many unknown crises. Deep in the cosmos, the shadow of Thanos had not fully dissipated, and unknown cosmic raiders coveted Earth's vitality. Within Earth, the mutant race harbored uncontrollable powers, some corrupted by darkness, becoming blades of destruction, others on the verge of catastrophic outbreaks due to their own volatile abilities, and hidden in dimensional cracks, malevolent entities quietly probed the world's vulnerabilities, waiting for an opportunity to strike. These crises surged like hidden currents, never truly gone, and even more dangerous and complex than what he had experienced before. But this time there was no fear in Sui's eyes, only unyielding determination. He felt the boundless power surging through his bloodline, the warmth of solar energy flowing through his limbs. The sense of helplessness born from fighting alone had long been dispelled by the companionship and trust of his comrades, replaced by a heavy resolve to protect. Jean Grey seemed to sense his thoughts. She put down the panel and walked over, her voice low and steady, thinking about future crises. Sui nodded, his gaze fixed on the deep night sky outside the window, which held both the vastness and danger of the universe, and also the determination he bore. Yes, the dangers in this universe are far from over. The mutant threat, the cosmic menaces all await us. But this time I won't let tragedy repeat. Well, stand with you. Wolverine Logan patted his shoulder, his eyes unwavering. You're not alone in this fight. The Justice League is your backbone. Everyone who upholds justice is your comrade. Sui turned to look at Logan, then at the laughing companions in the hall, and a firm smile slowly spread across his lips. He knew that as long as he kept growing stronger, strong enough to withstand cosmic storms, strong enough to suppress out-of-control powers, strong enough to build an unbreakable barrier for those around him, he could preserve this hard-won peace and change every possible tragic outcome. The S emblem on his chest shone even brighter under the light, a symbol of hope for mutants and a guardian totem for this world. Sui clenched his fist, the vow in his heart growing clearer. He would always stand here guarding his companions in this building, the land beneath his feet, and this vibrant world. No matter how many storms or dangers lay ahead, he would forge ahead with all his might, growing strong enough to resist all darkness and crises, so that this peace and warmth would last forever.